This young man was just an ordinary human, yet he possessed the insanity to inject zombie blood directly into his veins. The agony hit him like a freight train, instantly crushing him. But this very pain was the catalyst for a legendary transformation. He awakened an S-class innate ability that the entire world would kill for. His name is Chen Bai. In his past life, he was known as the White Demon Saint, but after failing a single critical quest, he faced total erasure. Chen Bai never expected she would actually go through with it. Desperation clawed at his throat as he pleaded, "Wait, Lady Hecate, I demand the right to redeem myself. Let me and the White Demon City fall into darkness on my own terms." But his words fell on deaf ears. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a cataclysmic spell, shattering his fortress into dust. Chen Bai fought desperately against the binding magic, his aura flaring, but it was hopeless against a god. As his castle crumbled around him, he plummeted into the abyss of eternal darkness. Disbelief ravaged his mind. He had risked his life completing over 100 hellish missions for her, yet one failure meant death. Is it just because I'm a lowly human? He thought bitterly. I refuse to accept this. I will not bow down to this fate. His body was already half destroyed, dissolved by the void, yet fear was absent from his eyes. Chen Bai let out a maniacal laugh. "You wretched goddess Hecate, I swear I'll crawl back from hell to kill you." The goddess didn't deign to speak. She simply stomped him down into the river of shadows. Just as his consciousness was about to fade forever, the hourglass hanging from his neck erupted with light, and a mysterious voice echoed time reversal. Chen Bai bolted upright, a string of curses still flying from his lips. But as his breath steadied, the reality of his surroundings hit him. "Wait, I'm not dead," he looked around. "This is my university dorm room. Didn't that witch obliterate me just seconds ago?" His hand flew to his chest. The hourglass. In his previous life, Chen Bai obtained this artifact after 20 years of brutal trials. It was a unique item with 0 stats, yet completely indestructible, so he kept it as a lucky charm. Chen Bai frowned. "Hold on. The sand always sat at the bottom. No matter how much I shook it, it never moved. But now, the sand is flowing from the top." His eyes went wide. Reverse sand flow. Time, regression. What's the date? He scrambled for his phone. The screen glared back. June 1st, 2032. Exactly 10 days before the great trial begins. In 10 days, the will of the universe will descend upon Earth. It is a system Manhwa scenario come to life where 90% of humanity will be wiped out instantly. Those who fall will rise again as zombies and abominations. Guns, missiles, tanks, all modern weaponry will become utterly useless scrap metal. Chen Bai clenched his fist. "In this life, I won't rely on anyone. I will become a one-man army strong enough to trample gods beneath my feet." A plan formed instantly, and he grabbed a mask heading straight for the Jiangcheng hospital. As he moved, memories from the future guided him. 10 years into the apocalypse, a survivor discovered the only secret method to upgrade one's innate talent. The theory was simple but dangerous. Innate talents actually awaken 10 days before the system arrives. If you can discover and stimulate your specific talent early, it can evolve. Stalking the hospital corridors, Chen Bai hunted for a specific patient. His talent in his past life was a trash tier ability, E-rank virus resistance. If I want to evolve this trash skill into a god tier power, I need to infect myself with the virus to trigger the body's defense mechanism. It was madness, but it was his only shot. He pressed against the wall, eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between a doctor and a nurse. "These symptoms are unprecedented," the doctor whispered. "It's like something out of a horror movie." Seeing his chance, Chen Bai slipped into the quarantine room. There lay a man completely paralyzed, bound to the bed by unseen forces. The patient's face was a roadmap of pulsating purple veins, the mark of the infection. Chen Bai approached a syringe in hand, his eyes gleaming with a twisted excitement. "Found you." Without hesitation, he plunged the needle into the patient's arm. "Sorry, buddy," he smirked. "But my path to becoming the strongest in this leveling Manhwa world starts with your blood." He watched intently as the syringe filled with a thick, horrific purple fluid. Staring at the deadly cocktail, his heart raced. This should be enough to force an awakening. Cutting back to his dorm, the room was empty. Perfect. The guys are out pulling an all-nighter. He held the needle over his arm. A moment of hesitation flickered in his eyes. One wrong calculation, and this wouldn't be a power-up. It would be suicide. If the future intel is wrong, I die right here. He looked at the purple death in his hand, but the fear was quickly incinerated by his ambition. With a savage motion, Chen Bai slammed the needle into his own vein. "I don't care. In my past life, that E-rank trash talent made me a slave to survival for decades. Never again." He depressed the plunger, forcing every drop of the corrupted blood into his system. The reaction was instantaneous. His veins bulged and blackened as the virus rampaged. If I awaken an E-rank talent again, even with my future knowledge, I'll just be fodder for the monsters. Agony exploded through every cell in his body. The purple corruption snaked up his neck and across his face, forcing a guttural roar of pain from his throat. I'd rather die now than live as a weakling again. Chen-bai collapsed to the floor, his raspy breathing filling the suffocating silence of the room. In his delirium, a vision appeared. It was Hecate Rose, the goddess opening her arms in a mock display of salvation. Her voice dripped with poison. "Come to me." "Give up the vision," whispered. "As a lowly human, becoming fuel for the darkness is your only purpose." But Chen-bai forced his trembling body off the ground, defying the hallucination. His eyes burned with unadulterated rage as he stared her down. "Hecate, I will conquer you. I will tear you from your throne. I will not fall here." Reality snapped back. Standing on the balcony, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, he looked like a monster. Suddenly, the dorm door creaked open. Chen-bai turned his face, a mask of purple veins. His roommates Qi Zheng, Zhao Mu, and Lu Feng froze in terror before screaming in unison. Qi Zheng stumbled back, his voice trembling. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The three of them stammered, paralyzed by fear. Hearing their voices, the red haze lifted from Chen-bai's mind, and sanity slowly returned to his eyes. Seeing their sheer terror, Chen-bai realized how he must look. He managed a strained smile. "Oh, you guys are back." He quickly ducked into the bathroom, calling back over his shoulder. Just gonna wash my face." Qi Zheng stood there, eyes wide, unable to process the horror he just saw. Alone in the bathroom, Chen-bai braced himself against the sink. He looked into the mirror, and a grin of pure ecstasy split his face. It worked. The theory was absolute truth. Chen-bai stood deep in thought, wondering what kind of legendary talent fate had in store for him. Suddenly, a mechanical chime shattered his concentration just as he pondered his awakening. "Chen-bai, congratulations on being selected as a pioneer." He instantly recognized that voice. It was the supreme universal will itself, speaking directly to his soul. A surge of adrenaline hit him. If he was truly awake, it was time to check his stats. With a commanding gesture, he ordered the title panel to open. The holographic interface materialized instantly. Title: The Pathfinder. A legendary honor reserved only for those who dared to master their powers before the trial even began. All attributes increased by 5%. Experience gain boosted by 10%. Chen-bai grinned as he scanned the magnificent stat bonuses of his early awakening. 100% return rate. That title is absolute perfection. Overcome with raw excitement, his grip tightened, crushing the steel sink like it was made of paper. Next up, the talent panel. The screen flashed with blinding intensity, revealing a power that defied logic. Talent grade SSS. The Virus Monarch. The power of the Virus Monarch was catastrophic. It was the apex ability of the viral class, granting him the power to absorb, control, modify, and even create plagues at will. Chen-bai activated his newfound strength, and an ominous violet aura began to swirl in the palm of his hand. However, he realized a limitation. Right now, he could only absorb. To level up this god-tier ability, he needed fuel. His eyes narrowed. The hospital was the perfect hunting ground. In a blink, Chen-bai arrived at the first city hospital. But the scene that greeted him was a living nightmare of total chaos. Panic swept through the crowd like a tidal wave. People scattered in every direction, fleeing from the ravenous monsters snapping at their heels. Desperate screams of "Save me" and "Run" filled the air. One voice pierced the noise. "It's actual zombies." Chen-bai's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Zombies," he whispered. A thrill shot through his veins. It was all coming back to him now. While everyone else ran for their lives, Chen-bai stood like an immovable mountain in the storm. He recalled the rumors from his past life. Before the trials officially began, Jiang City suffered 3 supernatural events. The first was the lockdown of the hospital. Chen-bai gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from curiosity to predatory hunger. There was no mistake, this was the legendary starting zone. A terrified man shouted, "Hey kid, are you crazy? Don't go in there." But Chen-bai ignored the NPC's warning, his eyes locked on the prize as he prepared to charge. "Looks like I'm right on time," he muttered. Without a shred of fear, he dashed straight into the jaws of death. Bam! He slammed his palm onto a zombie's skull, driving it back into the hospital lobby. It was time to test the Virus Monarch's might. He triggered his innate skill, Virus Absorption. The zombie didn't stand a chance, as its very essence was drained, converting the infection into pure power points for Chen-bai. Magnificent. Chen-bai laughed, the thrill of the hunt taking over. He glared at the horde. None of you are leaving here alive today. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor, terror was unfolding in the restrooms. The undead had the place surrounded. We're done for. The door won't hold. The doctor trembled, his mind breaking under the weight of inevitable death. Suddenly, a twisted manic laugh escaped his lips. The nurse on the floor was still paralyzed, thinking of her fallen colleagues, the head nurse, Director Lee. All gone. She looked up, confused by his erratic breathing. Liu Feng, what's wrong with you? She asked, her voice trembling. His face twisted into a mask of pure lust as he lunged at her. I've been chasing you for years. Since we're dying anyway, let me have a taste before we go to hell. She screamed, kicking at him in horror. Liu Feng, have you lost your mind? Get away from me. Crash. The barricade shattered. The zombies poured in. Liu Feng's lust instantly turned back to cowardly terror. No, I don't want to die. In a despicable move, he grabbed the nurse and shoved her towards the horde. Take her, he shrieked, using her as human bait to buy himself seconds. He bolted for the window, screaming 4th floor. His face was a portrait of madness as he grasped at his only lifeline. He figured a fall was better than being eaten. But as a zombie tumbled out after him, Liu Feng was left dangling suspended between life and a gruesome death. Moments later, the hospital corridor fell silent. The monsters had been cleared. The camera panned back to the restroom entrance. Chen Bai stood over a fallen zombie, tossing it aside like trash. His eyes landed on the infected nurse. Perfect, he noted coldly. She's staff and the infection is fresh. I can still save this one. He didn't hesitate, placing his hand on her and activating the Monarch's absorption skill once more. A strategic thought crossed his mind. The military would lock this place down soon. He needed a local guide to navigate the complex before they arrived. Energy surged as he drained the zombie virus from her bloodstream, attempting a daring reversal of the transformation process. Slowly, the milky white of her eyes faded, returning to a human gaze. Color rushed back to her cheeks. She gasped. Completely bewildered. It worked, Chen Bai thought, a satisfied smirk on his face. She turned to him stuttering. Thank you. He pulled her to her feet. Her consciousness was intact. I know what happened, she whispered, still in shock. Chen Bai cut straight to the chase. Good. Then I need a favor. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at her savior. Anything. But can I please change my clothes first? Chen Bai ignored her modesty, dragging her down the hall. No time. Take me to the location with the highest concentration of viruses. Now, they arrived at the pathology department. A corpse lay at the door. This is it, the nurse stammered. All clinical samples are processed here. It's the most dangerous room in the building. Chen Bai's eyes gleamed. Jackpot. He immediately began grabbing vials, mixing deadly cocktails together like a mad chemist. The nurse watched in horror. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Chen Bai silenced her with a look. Quiet. In this intense leveling, Manhwa hesitation meant death. As he absorbed the lethal mixture, the system chimed with sweet rewards. Notification: hepatitis B virus absorbed. 10 virus points acquired. System alert: hepatitis virus absorbed. First, assimilation bonus 0.7 points. System alert: Herbert roster virus assimilated. First time bonus 9 points. System alert: S virus, first assimilation complete. Point yield 10. His hands trembled not with fear, but with the hunger of the system. Absorption complete. The power was ready to be unleashed. Everything was proceeding exactly according to Chen Bai's calculations. He would burn every single point to supercharge the zombie virus foundation. Closing his eyes, he scanned his internal status like a true player. Primitive virus, blacklight loss virus, T virus, and the K virus. His mind raced. The path to the greatest power spike clearly lay with the blacklight virus. It was the darkest path, but the one with the highest evolution potential. Evolution. Complete zombie virus has ascended to blacklight virus. All attributes increased by 10. Self-healing boosted by 200%. Congratulations. You have unlocked the core ability of a system manhwa protagonist, Devouring Evolution. Chen Bai analyzed the data. Blacklight, a virus designed for pure predation and evolution. But his train of thought was shattered by a terrified scream. Zombies at the door. Instinct took over. Stay put. Don't move, he commanded. In a blur of motion, his hands snapped around the zombie's throat. The nurse watched eyes wide, paralyzed by his sudden violence. Chen Bai smirked. Faster. Stronger. He estimated the creature weighed about 165 pounds. He stared into the rotting face. Perfect timing. You'll make an excellent test subject for my new gift. He didn't hesitate. Skill activated. Obsidian tendrils erupted from his arm like a nightmare, coiling tightly around the undead flesh. The creature thrashed in despair, but it was useless. In mere seconds, the monster was compressed, crushed, and vanished into a dark sphere within Chen Bai's grasp. This was the terrifying power of devouring evolution. He had drained it dry, not a scrap remained. Chen Bai turned back a predator's satisfaction on his face. Excellent. Absorption speed is god tier, and my stamina is refilling. Su Shun, however, was trembling. She had just witnessed a man eat a monster. Her legs gave out and she collapsed, stammering words that wouldn't form. Noting her pale complexion, Chen Bai softened his tone. What's wrong? Su Shun took a deep breath, forcing herself to stand. The fear in her eyes was replaced by a steel resolve as she looked at him. You saved my life. I trust you won't hurt me, she said firmly, and I will take your secret to the grave. Chen Bai extended a hand, pulling her up. Deal. I'm Chen Bai. She dusted herself off. Su Shun. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside. Chen Bai froze his instincts, screaming. That sound. He glanced toward the exit. The military and police. They've locked down the zone and started the purge. We need to move. Now. He grabbed Su Shun's wrist, dragging her into the hospital corridor. To the roof, he shouted over the noise. We're extracting via the terrace. Su Shun struggled to keep up. Why the roof? Can't we just use the main exit? We aren't infected. Think about it, Chen Bai shot back. I don't have time for quarantine and endless interrogations. But as they sprinted, a shadow crawled along the ceiling, stalking them from the darkness. Chen Bai continued explaining, unaware of the predator above. Before he could finish, the creature lunged, its head dangling down in a grotesque display. He shoved Su Shun aside instantly, stepping into the danger zone. Su Shun screamed, her face pale, unable to process the horror descending upon them. What? What is that? The mutated zombie roared, bearing a maw of razor-sharp fangs that dripped with hunger. Chen Bai clutched his injured arm, but instead of fear, a manic excitement burned in his eyes. Blood trickled down his fingers. A mutated variant this early. Even he hadn't predicted this twist in the Manhwa recap of his life. He gritted his teeth, grinning like a madman. Interesting. A mutation where others see death, I see a golden opportunity. His gaze grew feral, an aura of violence surrounding him. I wonder, he growled. What kind of evolution will the blacklight virus grant me if I devour you? The beast didn't wait for a speech. It launched itself like a missile. With that size and momentum, a single hit would turn Chen Bai into paste. But Chen Bai was ready. He planted his feet and exploded into motion. Pushing his speed to the absolute limit, he executed a flawless aerial flip, dodging death by an inch. Counter-attack. He drove a heavy kick into the beast's midsection. The zombie flew back, eyes clouded with rage, but it recovered instantly, bouncing off the floor to strike again. Too slow, Chen Bai rolled, evading the lethal swipe. He flowed into his next stance, unleashing a barrage of strikes designed to dismantle the enemy. The creature shrieked in agony. As the blows rained down, its movements became erratic. Chen Bai analyzed the pattern instantly. It's strong, but its overall stats are lower than mine. Time to end this. Chen Bai concentrated all his power into his fist. He launched a devastating punch aimed straight at the creature's vital point. Impact. The zombie slammed into the wall, spiderweb cracks spreading through the concrete, but it didn't fall. Chen Bai frowned, his hand throbbing. Damn, its defense is insane. The recoil sent him skidding backward. The wall crawler detached itself, screaming a war cry as it refused to stay down. Chen Bai stood tall, his rapid regeneration already erasing his wounds. But his mind was calculating. No good. Blunt force isn't enough. At this rate, the fight will drag on too long. Crash. Su Shun shattered the emergency glass with her elbow. She grabbed the fire axe, her hands trembling but her grip firm. Chen Bai, she screamed. He turned just in time to see the weapon spinning through the air. Behind him, the beast lunged. Chen Bai ducked, feeling the wind of its claws. 1 second later, and he would have been headless. His hand snapped out, snatching the axe handle from the air. Nice assist, Su Shun. The weight of the steel felt good in his hand. He leaped, landing squarely on the zombie's shoulders. Let's speedrun this boss fight. Steel sang against bone. A few flashes of the axe, and then a horizontal slash tore through the creature's torso. It howled, finally feeling the fear of death. Chen Bai grinned, the smile of a reaper. He danced around its desperate flailing. Leaping high into the air, he raised the axe above his head. Go to hell. But the monster adapted. It surged forward, knocking Chen Bai out of the air. The axe clattered away. Both fighter and monster collapsed to their knees, exhausted. Chen Bai looked up, wiping blood from his lip with a chuckle. Still breathing, huh? He grabbed the axe handle again, stomping his boot onto the zombie's skull. Rule number 1. Always double tap low HP trash, or you'll be the one respawning. The taunt enraged it. With a final burst of strength, it drove its claws forward, slamming Chen Bai into the wall. Pain exploded in his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen Bai Su Shun cried out in horror. The axe lay on the floor just inches out of reach, and death was staring him in the face. Chen Bai looked down at his stomach, but instead of fear, a dark smirk played on his lips. Death was knocking, yet he refused to run. This is actually perfect. The zombie's claws were buried deep in his gut, yet his skin refused to tear any further. Chen Bai laughed with arrogant disdain. "You think you can rip me apart?" The zombie roared furiously, but inside Chen Bai, the blacklight virus was screaming to be unleashed. Like a hellish kraken, viral cells erupted from his body, latching onto the zombie. He activated his evolution skill, Devour. Black tentacles wrapped around the monster's face, silencing its helpless screams. A victor's grin spread across Chen Bai's face. Now you know fear. His eyes burned like demon fire as he watched the creature wither away. Too late for regrets. Su Xin watched the nightmare unfold, terror warring with relief in her heart. She managed a trembling smile. "Thank God, you're alive, Chen Bai." System alert Devour complete. Target level 2 sharp claw zombie. Chen Bai landed softly as the blue screen flashed again. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa experience. The blacklight virus was evolving. His biology began to rewrite itself. He inherited the monster's lethal power bones, shifted flesh, hardened, and his fingers elongated into razor-sharp claws. Chen Bai inspected his new weapons with satisfaction. Devour then evolve. The blacklight virus he absorbed in the past was truly a cheat code. He thanked his past self for the gamble. Choosing the blacklight virus was the best decision of my life. Suddenly, the heavy echo of boots filled the hospital corridor. A military squad appeared, weapons raised and ready to kill survivors at 12 o'clock. One soldier shouted, tension exploding in the air. Hands in the air, Chen Bai turned slowly, unfazed. Seeing no reaction, the soldier's finger tightened on the trigger. Count of 3. Move or we fire. 3, 2. Before the final count, Chen Bai scooped Su Xin into his arms with godlike speed. Time to go. They aren't here to talk. The commander screamed fire. A hail of bullets shredded the air where Chen Bai stood, but he was already a blur, moving faster than their eyes could track. Su Xin guided him urgently. Roof, turn right for the balcony. Chen Bai sprinted like a demon, ignoring the bullets slamming into his back like angry hornets. Su Xin cried out in panic. "Chen Bai, you're hit." His face remained stone cold. "I know. Stay quiet. Don't move." He kicked the rooftop door off its hinges. The open sky awaited. "Where do you live?" he demanded. Stunned, she stammered, "Rongfeng District. North Road." He glanced at her, looking like a tragic hero straight out of a novel. "Copy that." Without hesitation, he leaped off the skyscraper. Su Xin screamed as gravity took hold, but Chen Bai landed and kept running, an unstoppable force of nature, carrying his princess. Back at the safety of her apartment in Rongfeng District, Su Xin ushered him inside. "The bathroom is there. Let me treat your wounds." He shook his head, dismissing the pain. "The bullets passed through. I heal fast. Don't worry about it." But Su Xin was stubborn. "No, I have to check." Seeing the genuine concern in her eyes, he sighed. "Fine. All right." In the bathroom, clothes lay discarded on the floor. Su Xin blushed crimson. "Look, the marks remain." She traced the bullet holes on his skin. Her eyes lingered on his abs, shyly avoiding his gaze. Stomach and chest. They haven't fully healed yet. Chen Bai smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. "If I eat you, I'd recover instantly." His gaze turned predatory. "Well, want to offer yourself up?" She didn't flinch, meeting his eyes. "You won't eat me. If you wanted to, you would have done it ages ago." He leaned in, lips brushing her ear, voice dropping to a whisper. "You're mistaken. I didn't eat before, only because the timing was wrong." A soft gasp escaped her lips. Suddenly, he pulled her close, his hand shredding her dress in one motion. But now, the mood is perfect. Passion darkened his eyes as he asked, "So, will you let me feast to restore my power?" Her resistance melted away. Softly, she whispered, "At least, let me shower first." He didn't wait, capturing her lips in a domineering kiss. "Deal." Steam and passion filled the bathroom, the chaotic world outside forgotten. Meanwhile, his phone buzzed relentlessly with desperate messages. "Zhao Mu here. Chen Bai, where are you? Sangge is looking for you. Hey, are you dead? Roommate said you went to the hospital." Hundreds of texts piled up, ignored. Later, walking the streets, Chen Bai pieced together the chaos of this awakening Manhwa timeline. Strange events had plagued Jiang City before the trial began. It was time to connect the dots. The hospital lockdown, the explosion in the suburbs, the monster slaughterhouse. But the third event, a blank spot in his memory. Intel on the pre-apocalypse era was scarce. Nobody took the rumors seriously, treating them as idle gossip until hell broke loose. What a headache, Chenbai muttered, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, his phone shattered the silence. He answered. Chenbai, I got breakfast, he started. Su Shin's voice trembled on the line. 2 men are here. They say Song Ziqiang wants to see you. Song Ziqiang. He paused, surprised. Su Shin peered through the peephole. They look dangerous. Song Ziqiang. Isn't that a trap? That woman is the queen of Jiang City. Panic rose in her voice. What should I do, Chenbai? He calmed her down with a steady voice. They aren't lying. Tell them to wait outside. Hearing his confidence, she finally exhaled. Okay, I understand. He hung up and checked Song Gei's chat. Thousands of missed calls. Hey, are you dead yet? My roommate said, you're at the hospital. Are you okay? Answer me. What's happening over there? I haven't even made you my boyfriend yet. You better not be dead. I'm actually worried, you idiot. Song Ziqiang, Song Ji's mother. A smirk played on his lips. The little princess called mommy for help. Interesting. If the queen found Su Shin, she knew something vital. He made up his mind. Looks like I have a date with the boss. A car sped toward the frozen warehouse in the suburbs. Song Ziqiang, a self-made legend, the wealthiest tycoon in Jiang City, and a ruler of both the light and dark worlds. The black sedan glided to a halt, and the 2 bodyguards gestured for him to exit. Mr. Chen, this way please. As Chenbai stepped out, his mind drifted to the future he once knew. After the great trial descended, this woman awakened an A-rank talent, rapidly building a faction that bowed only to her. She eventually crushed all opposition in the 3-way war, becoming the true Iron Queen of Jiang City. He slowly pieced together the memories of his past life. Back then, she was in existence so high above him, he could only gaze up in awe. A calculated smirk played on Chenbai's lips. But things were different now. If he could tame this queen and bring her under his banner, he could achieve miracles in the precious time remaining before the apocalypse fully hit. Footsteps echoed on the concrete. A woman emerged in the corridor of the suburban cold storage facility. Seeing her, the bodyguard bowed with absolute reverence. President Song Chenbai has arrived. She was the queen of Jiang City, Song Ziqiang. Her sharp gaze landed on him as she spoke. Student Chen, apologies for bringing you to such a grim place, but I have business here that simply cannot wait. Chenbai cut straight through the pleasantries. Let us skip the small talk. Why did you seek me out? Song Ziqiang stepped closer, her presence overwhelming. I looked for you because little Song ran home in a panic, saying you vanished from Jiang City's top hospital. She begged me to intervene. She locked eyes with him, analyzing every micro-expression. I brought you here because I wanted to see for myself. What kind of young man could make my daughter worry so much? Just how much charisma do you actually possess? Chenbai realized she was playing games. He held her gaze and replied coolly. I have no patience for riddles. What is your true objective, Auntie Song? Seeing his unyielding attitude, she smiled in approval. Refreshing. Very well, I will be blunt. She leaned in her voice, dropping to a seductive whisper. How about becoming my man? If you truly like little Song, I wouldn't object to having you as a son-in-law either. Chenbai didn't flinch. I see no reason why I should accept your solicitation. Song Ziqiang turned away, letting out a soft laugh. After seeing student Chen's heroic performance at the hospital, anyone would fall for you, wouldn't they? Her words struck a chord. Chenbai narrowed his eyes, his thoughts racing. The hospital? Suspicion clouded his features. I distinctly remember destroying the hospital's surveillance system and cutting the power. How could you possibly know what happened, let alone find me so quickly? Song Ziqiang pressed the button for the elevator. Do not underestimate me. As the doors opened, she added. My people recovered the footage from the lobby to the blind spots. It was child's play. She pulled out her phone, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Furthermore, fate was on my side. One of my operatives happened to be inside the hospital at that exact moment. On the screen, a message exchange with her operative Ali was visible. Negative. I am blocked at the ward entrance. There are too many zombies. The horde is overwhelming. Song Ziqiang had replied. Hold your position. Reinforcements are coming. Ali sent her coordinates. I am in Ward 523 on the 5th floor. Song Ziqiang acknowledged. Understood. Moments later, Ali messaged again. Sister, I am safe. A mysterious expert just slaughtered all the zombies. Song Ziqiang had asked. You are joking, right? Ali's reply was dead serious. No, it is a massacre. Then Ali sent a video capturing Chenbai and Su Shin making their escape. Song Ziqiang showed it to him, smiling like a predator who just trapped her prey. Lady Luck always favors me. Among the survivors rescued from the military quarantine zone this morning, I found a colleague who is very close to Su Xin. His name is Liu Feng. Chen Bai's heart skipped a beat at the mention of that name. Liu Feng. His mind flashed back to Su Xin's apartment the previous night. They were lying in bed together when he had asked about the incident. Back then, there was a man hiding in the restroom named Liu Feng. He had not only intended to assault her, but he also planned to push her into the jaws of the undead to save his own skin. Su Xin had answered honestly. He pushed me toward the zombies and tried to climb out the window, but he panicked, crashed into the glass, and stopped moving. Chen Bai had shrugged it off. That thing hanging on the wall, I assumed it was just a corpse? Su Xin's eyes had turned cold. It is best if he is dead. I hate him to my very core. Chen Bai had simply hummed a cold acknowledgement. Then Su Xin had smiled shyly, the mood shifting. I feel much better now. Shall we continue? Chen Bai chuckled, teasing her. Forget it. I truly did not expect it to be your first time. You were screaming quite tragically just now. Su Xin buried her face in embarrassment. I am sorry. Chen Bai let it slide, his voice softening. It is fine. We have plenty of time in the future. Su Xin suddenly flipped over, pinning him down. No, today I must make sure my savior is fully satisfied. Back in the present, the elevator arrived at the F1 cargo corridor. Chen Bai asked, his voice low. Can you tell me where the quarantine survivors are kept? But Song Ziqiang was a businesswoman first and foremost. She needed leverage. She countered immediately. Become my subordinate, and I will tell you everything. How about it? Chen Bai smiled, a mysterious aura surrounding him. Auntie Song, you truly are underestimating me. She looked at him with arrogance. Perhaps, just a bit of information cannot buy a talent like yours, but I can offer much more. Before she could finish her sales pitch, Chen Bai cut her off. No, you misunderstand. My point is, you know too little about me. If you knew the truth, you would realize something important. Chen Bai turned around slowly. I can never be your subordinate. He raised his hand, transforming it into a terrifying razor-sharp claw. Instead, you should be the one submitting to me. Ali and Song Ziqiang both stepped back in shock. Is that a mutation of the zombie virus? Ali rushed forward to shield her boss. Chen Bai flexed his power, giving them a glimpse of what a true awakening manhwa protagonist looks like. Now he set his own terms. Become my woman, and I will share the secrets of this new world with you. Deal? Ali watched nervously as her boss stepped forward. President Song, but Song Ziqiang stood her ground fearless. You are looking down on me too, student Chen. A simple claw trick is not enough to make me surrender. Besides, you already have that beautiful young nurse. Why would you be interested in an old auntie like me? Chen Bai stepped into her personal space, making her blush. Who wouldn't be moved by such a beautiful woman? Everything has its pros and cons. But at least in the chaotic times before the apocalypse fully descends, you can be of much more use to me than Su Xin. The apocalypse? You mean these zombies? Chen Bai scoffed. Zombies? Those rotting sacks of meat are nothing but trash. Song Ziqiang pressed him. Trash, you seem to know a great deal. His voice was filled with absolute certainty. Far more than you could ever imagine. This was the advantage of a returner in a system manhwa. Song Ziqiang extended her hand. We are both people who refuse to bow down. Let's cooperate. My resources for your information. Chen Bai shook her hand. Agreed. It seemed that conquering the Queen of Jiang City would not be a simple task. She smiled, her confidence returning. Naturally, she looked deep into his eyes. But I truly look forward to the day a man appears who can actually conquer me. Do your best, student Chen. Bang. A gunshot shattered the atmosphere, interrupting their alliance. Chen Bai turned sharply. A gunshot? What is happening? Song Ziqiang stepped in front of him, her brows knitting together as her voice dropped. Last night, Commander Huang of the Jiang City Military District sent Zhao Liancheng to negotiate with me. They requisitioned a section of the cold storage to freeze live zombies and quarantine the survivors rescued from the hospital. The situation just got complicated. She scanned the chaotic scene, anxiety spiking as she analyzed the tactical situation. Those gunshots. It has to be them. But how? There were only 30 zombies trapped in the deep freeze. They should be frozen stiff. We have half a company stationed here. Chen Bai stood like a shadow behind her, his silence heavy as he calculated their next move. Cold usually slows the undead, but they found us too quickly. They don't realize that, in this awakening manhwa world, extreme environments actually accelerate mutation rates. A variant zombie. He mentally cataloged the anomalies, his mind processing information like a supercomputer. Suddenly, a realization struck him like lightning. Could this be the blast site for the suburban bomb? Chen Bai grinned, a predator sensing prey. He turned to his squad, eyes gleaming. Let's move, we're going in. His inner thoughts raced with anticipation. Perfect. I wonder what kind of twisted evolution awaits me inside. Time to feed. Outside, the squad fought a losing battle against a colossus. The commander roared over the din of battle grenades. Where are the damn grenades? Throw them down its throat. A soldier obeyed, hurling the explosive. But the beast possessed terrifying intelligence. It turned into the blast. Smoke erupted, swallowing the giant figure in a gray haze. A second later, the Titan emerged from the smoke unscathed. Its massive hand crushed the soldier who threw the bomb, its roar shaking the very earth. Commander Zhao watched in horror as his men fell. Fall back, standard ballistics are useless. We can't scratch that thing. Form fire teams. Rotate aggro, and keep it distracted. We just need to buy time until reinforcements arrive. Don't let it focus on one target. Is that clear? Suddenly, Ziqiang materialized next to him, her smile failing to reach her sharp, calculating eyes. Commander Zhao, tell your men to holster the explosives and retreat. Zhao frowned, confused by her authority. Boss Song, what is the meaning of this? I mean, your toys can't scratch that mountain of flesh. Stop throwing your men into a meat grinder. It's suicide. Her voice dropped to an icy command. Order them to secure my staff from the freezer and the quarantine survivors. Evacuate immediately. Leave the fighting to the professionals. Zhao stared at the monstrosity, sweat beading on his forehead. Impossible. That thing is too fast. If we don't draw its aggro, nobody leaves this place alive. The beast raised a massive fist, ready to pulverize Lu Li into paste. Yet Ziqiang remained perfectly calm, as if watching a show. She glanced at Zhao, a smirk playing on her lips. Just do as I say, Commander. Don't worry about the monster. The real heavy hitter is already here. In a flash of steel, Chen Bai appeared, his summoned blade blocking the crushing blow. Just passing through, he grunted. Damn, that impact nearly shattered my arm. Can't tank this brute force head on. Chen Bai didn't hesitate. He unleashed his virus claw, the dark energy manifesting as he slashed viciously at the creature's arm, drawing first blood. Confused by the pain, the monster lashed out in a blind rage, smashing the adjacent building to rubble and ignoring Chen Bai entirely. Commander Zhao's jaw dropped as he witnessed the supernatural clash. He turned to Boss Song, voice trembling. What on earth is that thing? Did you breed a monster? Ziqiang clicked her tongue, shaking her head. What are you saying, Commander? He's human. Just ascended. Then who is he? She raised an eyebrow. My business partner. Meanwhile, Chen Bai realized the Titan was ignoring him to get to the fresh meat supply. He vaulted onto the stockpile of frozen beef, grinning at the charging beast. No snacks for you, ugly. Wasting high-grade protein on you is a crime. Black tendrils erupted from his body, wrapping around the cargo to shield the precious loot from the monster's reach. He wasn't about to lose his resources. Denied its meal, the monster roared in frustration and pulverized the warehouse wall, its hunger driving it into a frenzy. As Chen Bai dodged, the system Manhwa interface chimed in his mind. Absorption complete, high-grade frozen beef. Blacklight virus evolving. Strength and endurance increasing. He smirked, feeling the energy surge. Premium beef really is the best. Stamina restored and a stat boost. He glanced at the beast. It's trying to regenerate. It must be exhausted. Chen Bai waited like a viper in the grass. The moment the monster's guard dropped, he resummoned his blade and launched a devastating sneak attack. The strike connected squarely with the beast's face. The giant crashed to the ground, shaking the foundations and leaving the spectators stunned in silence. He dove down, raining punches on the fallen Titan. Still twitching, he grinned maniacally. Perfect. Tendrils exploded from his back, binding the creature in a suffocating grip. Commander Zhao watched in sheer terror, stuttering as his worldview shattered. That is absolutely not a human being. Chen Bai stood over his prey, whispering one word. Evolve. Zhao felt his sanity slipping. He's a monster, just like them. Sudden clarity hit the commander. Right, while both monsters were occupied, he grabbed his radio. This is Zhao. Where is that air support? Requesting immediate missile strike at my coordinates. I want this entire grid wiped out. Before he could confirm, a hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to find Ziqiang, smiling, a look that sent shivers down his spine. Cool your head, Commander. Think carefully. That man is currently the only reason you're still breathing. Her voice turned to ice. Don't do something stupid that gets us all killed. 10 minutes later, her troops had the commander's squad surrounded. Zhao's radio crackled. Missiles locked, awaiting orders. Ziqiang whispered dangerously. Commander Zhao, remember your position. One wrong move and it's over. Zhao laughed nervously, sweating bullets. Stand down. As long as he doesn't turn on us, hold your fire. Repeat. Hold fire. Chen Bai heard the sweet sound of the system. First acquisition. Rozon Zombie Virus Variant Strength Type. Virus points acquired. Unlocking Talent Virus King. By devouring the rare variant, his Blacklight virus had just taken a massive leap forward. Host deconstructed. New ability unlocked Hammer Fist. Chen Bai flexed, eager to test his new weapon of mass destruction. Incredible, he marveled at the surging power. This leveling Manhwa cheat is insane. The Hammer Fist feels unstoppable. Too bad, there's nothing left alive to test it on. A satisfied smirk curled his lips as Chen Bai stared at the heavy firepower in his hands. He quickly stored it away into his inventory, whispering to himself, "Perfect. This is definitely the biggest haul of the day." Retrieving an object from his pocket, Chen Bai chuckled as he inspected the prize, the Rosen core. He studied the glowing nucleus closely, his mind racing with possibilities. The Rosen core, he mused, analyzing the data. An ultra-rare material used for crafting legendary tier equipment. If I can find a way to control it, I could even build a fortress of infinite growth. A sudden wild idea sparked in Chen Bai's mind. Wait, should I try feeding it something? Maybe I can cultivate an entire mountain of Rosen monsters. With that terrifying thought, he quietly slipped the core back into his pocket. Just then, Ziqiong called out from behind, "Chen Bai." She gestured to the beautiful young woman standing beside her, smiling brightly. "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Li." Chen Bai turned, crossing his arms as he appraised the girl with a cool, detached gaze. "Lu Li, I know you. You're famous in Jiang City, a real internet celebrity." He continued, his tone sharp. "You were the one sneaking photos in the hospital, weren't you, Lu Li?" Smiled nervously, nodding quickly. "That was me. Thank you. You've saved my life twice now." Chen Bai shrugged indifferently, just passing by. "By the way, did you record me killing the Rozon beast?" Lu Li looked apologetic. "Sorry. Occupational hazard. I can delete the footage right now." Chen Bai cut her off, his eyes narrowing. "No. Since you saved it, don't leak it. Keep it. I have a specific use for it later." Lu Li nodded obediently, like a junior receiving orders. "Understood." Captain Zhao suddenly interrupted, stepping into their space with military stiffness. "So this kid is Chen Bai, Commander Huang from the military district? Expects a full report on everything you know." Chen Bai frowned, falling into a deep, dark contemplation. "Commander Huang, Huang Shangchu, that is a name carved into my memory with blood. In his past life, after the apocalypse fully descended, awakeners were exploited like livestock, treated worse than dogs or pigs. At first, they used patriotism to manipulate us. Later, it was just abuse and slavery. I was there, starving and desperate. Anyone who tried to leave was branded a traitor and hunted down. That tyrant forced me to flee Jiang City just to survive." Snapping back to reality from his grim memories, he walked over to Ziqiong and whispered, "Boss Song, do I need to go handle this handover?" Ziqiong shook her head firmly. "Absolutely not. I don't even know what they're talking about, and neither do you." Chen Bai lowered his head, muttering then. Before he could finish, Ziqiong interrupted, already knowing his mind. "I know. Let me handle this trash." Ziqiong marched straight up to Captain Zhao. He tried to protest, "Mr. Chen Boss Song, I hope you both fulfill your duties as citizens of the Dragon Kingdom." Ziqiong stopped, her voice dripping with venom. "Duty my ass, Zhao. Don't use that tone with me. You're not even worthy of being a captain. Tell Huang Xiangchu, if he wants something he can come find me himself." Her ferocious aura completely terrified Captain Zhao. He stammered, sweating profusely, unable to form a coherent sentence. You, I. Suddenly, a soldier ran up with a report. "Captain Zhao, the quarantined civilians have arrived." Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes lit up with cold intent. "Is there anyone named Lu Feng in quarantine?" Captain Zhao turned to his subordinate. "Is there?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. He's the one making the most noise." Chen Bai glanced at Captain Zhao, his voice commanding. "Captain, I want to see this Lu Feng immediately." Intimidated, Zhao quickly ordered his men. "Bring him here." The soldier saluted. "Yes, sir." Moments later, Lu Feng was dragged in. He walked with arrogance, laughing wildly. "Captain Zhao, did my dad call you? I knew it. My father is Liu Huainong, the vice director of the #1 hospital." As he gloated, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. He turned around confused, staring into the eyes of Chen Bai. In that split second of contact, Chen Bai silently transferred a deadly virus into the young master's body. Chen Bai smiled, a chilling sight that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm the one looking for you. Someone asked me to pass on a message." Lu Feng frowned, confused. Huh? Who are you? Chen Bai's voice dropped to a growl. Last night, Su Xin told me, for pushing her into the zombie horde back then. She wants you to go to hell. Lu Feng began to tremble, violently terror washing over him. How do you know that? She can't be alive. Suddenly Chen Bai jumped back, shouting to the crowd. Everyone back away, he's turning into a zombie. Liu Feng screamed in rage and denial. You're the damn zombie. You're messing with me, aren't you? You bastard. How dare you play tricks? Su Xin was so difficult. How could she be with you? Go die. He tried to lunge at Chen Bai, but his body seized up. The virus consumed him instantly. Lu Feng lost control, transforming into a ravenous zombie right before their eyes. Chen Bai had anticipated this. He unleashed a powerful punch, blasting the creature back. Lowering his fist, he thought, not bad. The kinetic force is far greater than I expected. He turned to Ziqiang, dusting off his hands. Let's go, boss Song. Your performance was acceptable. We can discuss other matters tonight. Ziqiang followed him, calling out playfully. From now on, you can just call me Ziqiang, or Sister Song. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow. Oh, why? Ziqiang grabbed his hand, beaming. Being your business partner is profitable, but I think becoming your woman sounds even better. Is it too late to apply? Chen Bai glanced at her, frowning slightly. That depends entirely on your value and future performance. The two quickly departed the scene. Inside the car, Ziqiang turned to test the waters. Perfect timing. Mr. Chen let me treat you to dinner at my place. Chen Bai replied coldly, closing his eyes. Don't disturb me until we get there. Ziqiang complied with a smile. All right. He rummaged through his mental interface, thinking, time for the lottery draw. Let's see what loot the Rosen boss dropped. In a system Manhwa, this is the moment of truth. Chen Bai opened his inventory. 2 skill books. My luck isn't bad. He reviewed the information seriously. Active Bloodlust. Increases all attributes significantly upon activation. Buff lasts 10 minutes. Cooldown is 1 day. But during the cooldown, all stats drop by 50%. Chen Bai clicked his tongue in annoyance. Trash. For me, the cost outweighs the benefit. He checked the next notification. Passive muscle growth. Massively increases muscle density. Doubles strength and stamina growth. Chen Bai shook his head, rejecting it instantly. This one is no good either. I need speed, not bulk. From my past knowledge, equipping this item is a trap. It transforms the user into a hulking muscle-bound monstrosity, permanently sacrificing agility for brute strength. While it's useless trash to me in the early stages of the trial, these 2 skill books are worth a fortune. They're perfect tools for buying loyalty or establishing a powerhouse faction. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed as a memory from his past life surfaced. Speaking of building a faction, the time was ripe. He quickly tallied his assets: 6 gold coins, 35 silver, and 6 copper. A smirk tugged at his lips. The reward for slaughtering Rosen was exactly 6 gold coins, just enough to establish a system chat group. Through this channel, I can gather the awakened pioneers and guide them to secure a solid foundation before the chaos of the trial truly begins. He hit confirm without hesitation, watching 5 gold coins vanish. In the later stages of this system, Manhwa reality faction politics became a nightmare. Forging alliances now was a critical tactical move. A holographic notification materialized. You are creating chat group 001. Please enter a name. Selecting cancel will generate a default designation. Chen Bai didn't waste a second on vanity. He casually tapped cancel. The system chimed group created chat group number 001. His eyes gleamed with a cold predatory light. Heroes. Just you wait. I will rebuild White Emperor City into a divine kingdom, and you will be reduced to nothing more than a whimpering cur at my feet. 3 hours later, inside Ziqiang's luxurious villa. The elegance of the room contrasted sharply with the tension as she studied him, her fingers tracing her chin in deep thought. In the universal trial, over 90% of humanity will mutate into monsters or become evolved ones. Firearms will jam, circuits will fry. Modern technology is about to become obsolete. Chen Bai leaned back into the sofa, radiating an aura of absolute control. That is all the intel I'm willing to share. Surely that's enough for a woman of your caliber to seize the advantage. Ziqiang shook her head slowly. No, it's not enough. Chen Bai, let's cut the games. What does it take to become one of your people? Chen Bai's answer was sharp as a blade. First capability, I have no use for deadweight. Second, loyalty. I require the absolute unquestioning obedience of a faithful hound. Ziqiang hesitated for a fraction of a second. Loyalty? I can give. Her voice then hardened with pride. As for capability, I am overqualified. Power, wealth, status, no one in Jiang City stands above me. Chen Bai cut her off, his voice dropping to a chillingly serious tone. The old world is dead. In the trial, your current wealth and status are dust. They only serve to make you a more high-value slave. I can see the auction listing now. The Queen and Princess of Jiang City, sold to the highest bidder. Is that the fantasy every man harbors before the end of the world? Ziqiang frowned, her gaze piercing. You want to know the difference between being my loyal hound and another man's toy? Chen Bai shrugged, his expression unreadable. A hound is given claws to fight, and a master who doesn't fear its bite. I won't restrain your potential because of insecurity. Why? Because I will always be stronger than you. Forever above you. That was the confirmation she needed. Ziqiang waved her hand, a dazzling smile breaking through the tension. I feel that if I hesitate now, I'll miss the only lifeboat in this coming storm. Gracefully, she lowered herself, kneeling on one knee before him. Her eyes burned with resolve. I pledge everything I am to you, Master. Chen Bai watched her submission with amusement. After a heavy silence, he spoke. I have to admit, seeing a woman of your prestige kneeling, it provides a rather exquisite sense of satisfaction. He stepped forward, tilting her chin up with a finger. Show me that charm one more time. But enough play, I have a mission for you. Inside chat group 001, Ziqiang immediately issued commands. Lang Cheng, instruct Lu Li to forward Chen Bai's video file to me. Then, escort her home immediately. She's been terrified for the past 2 days. Let the poor girl get some rest. Next, hire a team to sticky Chen Bai's website to the top of every major forum. Post title to the Pathfinders. Author ID Pathfinder White Emperor. Lang Cheng processed the order and approached Lu Li. Director Tong wants the video file sent to her. After that, you are to clock out and go home. Lu Li blinked in confusion. Go home? Is there nothing else you need me for? Director Tong knows you've been under immense stress. She wants you to rest and recover your spirits. Relief washed over Lu Li's face. Thank you, Miss Lang. I appreciate it. Even though today was. She shuddered, recalling the gruesome scenes. I don't know if I've truly accepted that I could be eaten by zombies, but seeing Chen Bai's overwhelming power, it actually makes me feel safe. Meanwhile, Ziqiang's phone buzzed on the table. The caller ID flashed daughter. Chen Bai glanced at the screen and coolly answered the call. Oh, Sangha. On the other end, Sangha's voice chirped. Hello, Mom. Sister Lang said you wanted me back for something urgent. Chen Bai chuckled. It's me, Chen Bai. Songji's voice spiked with shock and instant fury. Chen Bai, why the hell are you answering my mother's phone? Where is she? Chen Bai replied calmly. Your mother is currently occupied. Just get back here. It's important. Sangha let out a frustrated sigh. Fine, and you better stay put, Chen Bai. I sent you a dozen messages, and you ignored every single one. Silence met her ears. She pulled the phone away. He had hung up. She stared at the screen, jaw dropping. He actually hung up on me. Her face flushed crimson with rage, her body trembling. That arrogant jerk Chen Bai, I swear one day I'll make you crawl at my feet. Back at the villa, Ziqiang asked softly, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. Master, will you extend your protection to my daughter as well? Chen Bai patted her head, as if rewarding a pet. Her aptitude is mediocre and she's spoiled rotten. However, if you serve me well, I can guarantee she won't degenerate into a mindless monster when the awakening begins. Ziqiang blushed, bowing her head. Thank you, Master. Later, at a covert warehouse on the outskirts, Sangha confronted her mother. Mom, tell me you aren't being scammed by Chen Bai. You're actually believing this nonsense? Sangha demanded. Ziqiang sat down gracefully, crossing her arms with an air of absolute composure. That is why I forbade you from seeing him last night. Listen to me, do not speak. Just observe him honestly. Sangha pouted but nodded. Oh, fine. Nearby, Lang Cheng approached with a grim report. Mr. Chen, I've investigated every location in the city with rumors of zombies and monsters. This is the only site that matches your description. She scanned the perimeter with a tactical gaze. This underground casino had become a tomb. The dealer and gamblers alike were now nothing more than rotting flesh. 160 hostiles. No elites or mutants like Rosen detected. Chen Bai nodded, his expression unreadable, as he absorbed the intel. Understood. His mind raced, calculating the variables. A zombie slaughterhouse. Impossible. In an indoor environment, a Roseanne type was a nightmare to kill. Nobody farms them that easily. However, this location is isolated, he muttered. He turned to Lang Cheng, his voice low and dangerous. You swept every rumored hot zone. Was this really the only one left standing? Affirmative, she replied, without hesitation. Chen Bai exhaled sharply, the truth settling in. Someone else is out there. Someone is harvesting the undead. The military only quarantined a few dozen at a time. But this unknown entity, they were sweeping the map clean, hoarding every monster and zombie in sight. A grin tugged at his lips. A curious warrior. Or perhaps a pioneer who knows the truth. This story is finally getting interesting. Mana surged around Chen Bai. Open it. The survivors obeyed, straining against the heavy sealed doors to reveal the darkness within. The moment the seal broke, a horde of walking dead lunged like starving beasts. Panic seized the guard, but Chen Bai didn't flinch. Boom. His power detonated, turning the front line into a rain of gore. One straggler tried to crawl forward, refusing to die. Chen Bai stepped in, crushing it beneath his boot with cold indifference. Su Xin watched through her screen paralyzed, while Song Ge gagged at the stench. Chen Bai placed a hand on a corpse, draining the viral essence. Ding! The system interface materialized. System alert. Over 300 zombies eliminated. Title acquired Zombie Hunter. All attributes +5. Damage against zombies increased by 5%. As he walked, the prompts continued. 500 virus points collected. Unlock zombie virus serum formula in the virus talent tree. His eyes narrowed in intrigue. A serum formula. In this apocalyptic world, that recipe was worth more than liquid gold. Unlock formula costs 300 points. Do it. He didn't hesitate. This is a game changer. Even those who had triggered an awakening could fall to the infection. In this cruel new reality, immunity was not guaranteed for anyone. He signaled the group. Song Ziqiang, bring them in. Do you recall the iron rule I gave you? Before we departed, Ziqiang stepped forward, her aura sharp. We remember. Beside her, Song Ge looked ready to faint. She recited the doctrine, use cold weapons to call the herd. It significantly reduces the probability of mutation. Correct. But bare hands. That ensures purity. He dragged a crippled zombie forward. Show me your worth. One target each. Who wants to step up? I'll go. Ling Cheng prepared her gear, her voice icy. As Chen Bai released the beast, she became a blur of motion. She slammed the creature into the concrete, her dominance absolute. Crack. With a precise twist, she snapped its neck, sending dark fluid spraying across the floor. Fast. Lethal. Good Chen Bai approved, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Song Ziqiang was next. She swung her staff with grim determination, battering the zombie's skull until she delivered the final crushing blow. Your strength is lacking, he critiqued cold-bloodedly. It went down, but you wasted 10 moves when one would suffice. Then came Su Xin, who fought desperately for her life. Weak Chen Bai observed as she panted over the corpse. You were overpowered, but you used leverage to survive. Barely passable. That left only Songge trembling like a leaf in a storm. Songge Ziqiang urged, her voice tight. It's your turn. Move. But fear had already claimed her soul. A dark stain spread across her trousers as she collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. I can't do it. Defeated before the battle even began. Disgust flashed in Chen Bai's eyes. Failure. He turned away. Ziqiang with me. As they walked, he lowered his voice. Leng Cheng found nothing in the rumored zones. That's statistically impossible. Someone cleaned them out. Investigate it. Understood, she replied, though her eyes darted back to the sobbing girl. But, Chen Bai, what about Songge? She's dead weight, he said ruthlessly. I don't have time to train cowards. That's your problem to manage now. Panic flickered in Ziqiang's gaze. But without you, how do we fight the virus? We can't survive. He didn't answer, simply handing her a folded piece of paper. Take this. Her eyes widened as she scanned the contents. The serum formula. This complexity is insane. Follow the sequence exactly, he instructed. With the right materials, you can synthesize the cure. This paper holds the difference between life and extinction. Clutching the paper like a holy relic, Ziqiang bowed deep. Thank you for this trust. I will guard it with my life and complete the mission. Humph. Just get to work, he said, dismissing her. Have Xiao Air drive me back. She bowed again, humbled by his generosity. Yes, sir. As he settled into the car, Chen Bai checked his phone. It seemed his forum post had finally started to trend. Let's see if anyone worthy has taken the bait. The comments section was a war zone. One user, Madman, challenged him. Hey White Emperor, try solving the S-Rank slaughter Taoist test. Others warned him sternly against leaking secrets to civilians. Which mental asylum did you escape from? Another mocked. Are you trying to write a bad manhwa recap script or something? Chen Bai chuckled dryly as he scrolled. Ignorant fools. They have no idea what's coming. Then a notification pinged. A direct message that froze his thumb. User, not greedy for money. Big brother, I know the truth. I'm a pathfinder. What do you know? Why won't you answer? Did you see it? Chenbai's eyes lit up. Finally, not a troll but a real player. He's not just looking for fun. He knows. The persistence of this not greedy character was amusing. Chenbai's fingers hovered over the keyboard, deciding to engage. The user pushed again, proving he wasn't in it for cash. I have an S-rank mental talent. That sealed it. Chenbai typed back. I need an assistant 01. Watch the leaderboards. We'll speak soon. An intruder in the private chat. That sent a jolt of shock through him. Welcome Han Xiao to the channel. But his words were riddled with riddles. He claimed Shui Chuan sought him out, only after the White Emperor went silent, but he played the fool to protect the secret. The conversation closed on a bombshell: Shui Chuan's sudden appearance. It was a twist he hadn't seen coming. That Pathfinder Shui Chuan. Chenbai's instinct screamed he wasn't wrong. It took only a heartbeat to recognize a top-tier evolver, a powerhouse rivaling the White Emperor himself, known by the legendary title, the Admiral. Without a second's hesitation, he fired back a command. Good. If you sense other Pathfinders out there, bring them all into the fold. Message sent. Chenbai grinned, reveling in the brilliance of his perfect scheme. Almost instantly, the system chimed, Welcome Shui Chuan to the Alliance. Meanwhile, as the clock struck 7:30 in the evening, Song Zishang dialed Lu Li with urgent desperation. Lu Li, the investigation. Do you have the results? It was the Lord of Jiang City, she confessed. They have transported every captured zombie to the Mangkai container yard, right by the harbor. The report grew darker. I deployed scouts to gather intel. Lu Li continued, her voice trembling. We were scheduled to meet by now, but no one has returned. Time is running out, she whispered helplessly. We cannot wait any. Suddenly, the sickening sound of bodies hitting the ground cut her off. Two of her men thrown from the heights. Terror seized her heart. Seeing her paralyzed by fear only fed the monster's sadistic delight. Xing Meng's voice dripped with malice as he called out to the trembling woman. That voice froze the blood in her veins. Lu Li looked up, staring death in the face. I have been compromised, she screamed into the phone. Return to Song Zixiang's villa now. Back on Chenbai's screen, a notification popped up from Lu Huai. White Emperor, I've just joined. The archives provided a wealth of knowledge, yet one mystery remains. My innate talent is complex. Could you analyze it for me? The data transfer began immediately. The system analyzed the data: Yin Wood body rank SS, pure Yin energy, boundless vitality, soul possession, and true immortality. However, activating the wood body drains spirit, while the Yin soul consumes constitution. An SS-Rank talent. Chenbai's eyes widened. Even he hadn't anticipated stumbling upon a diamond of this caliber in this awakening Manhwa scenario. He typed a warning to Lu Huai. The price for awakening this power is steep. An average human only possesses base stats between 3 and 5. That is why I hesitated. If your spirit exceeds 3, the wood body will devour your mind. Listen closely. Constitution is the foundation of life. Do not gamble your existence on a reckless evolution. My spirit is already at 5. Thank you, White Emperor. Just then, Song Zichang burst into the room, panic written all over her face, halting right in front of Chenbai. Why the frantic entrance? He asked calmly. Breathless, she poured out the story. Lu Li had tracked the zombie horde to the Mangkai container yard. But Lu Li has been captured, she gasped. They demand I go there to negotiate. Chenbai stood up so abruptly, it made Zixiang flinch. They contacted you directly. His next question struck like a blade. Did Lu Li betray you? His cold gaze bore into her. Terrified, she fell to her knees. Master, please, I raised Lu Li myself. I would bet my life on her loyalty. She was only commanding from the rear. The leak must have come from her scouts. Chenbai considered this, then nodded. Very well, I will retrieve her. Relief washed over her like a tidal wave. Thank you, Master. Meanwhile, amidst the steel maze of the Mangkai yard, a shadow approached the captive. Miss Lu Li. Xing Meng sneered, his eyes predatory. You seem to be under a misconception. The only reason you are still untouched is out of respect for Song Zixiang's face. If she submits to me, you become my servant. If she refuses, you all become my playthings. To emphasize the threat, he shattered his wine glass near her, the shards exploding like his patience. He leaned in, offering a fresh glass with a sinister grin. Come now, surely you won't refuse a toast. Spitting it out again would be unwise. Use the carrot or get the stick. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, calm and mocking. A figure sat nearby, casually slicing a steak. Such poor manners. Has it occurred to you that perhaps the lady simply dislikes the vintage? Xingmeng spun around, teeth grinding in fury. When did this insect get in here? Ignoring the rage, Chen Bai stepped forward, radiating the aura of a protagonist in a system manhwa. Hungry, Chen Bai asked nonchalantly. I have tested the steak. It is quite passable. The villain hesitated, sensing a dangerous aura. You are Chen Bai, gently fed Luli a bite. I am just here to bring her home. Even knowing the intruder's identity, Xingmeng didn't flinch, pouring another drink. Song Ziqiang sent you. Impressive. No, truly. You are the first to breach my perimeter without triggering a single alarm. Chen Bai didn't waste breath on banter. With a flick of his wrist, he severed the ropes, binding Luli. He offered her a warm, reassuring smile. Go on. Ziqiang is waiting for you in the car. Blushing at her savior's strength, she whispered. Yes. Watching this, the gears in Xingmeng's head turned. So Xingmeng mused, Song Zisheng belongs to you, does she? Chen Bai met his gaze, eyes burning with dominance. She does. The villain stepped forward, clapping slowly. Interesting. Very interesting. Xingmeng extended a glass, his tone shifting to business. The Queen of Jiang City is no easy steed to break. You must possess incredible techniques. He poured the wine, eyes gleaming. Why don't we exchange some? Trade secrets. I have a hunger for such power, he boasted. Of the 3 great factions in Jiang City, I have leashed the city lord. You have tamed the queen. Only the commander remains free. He raised his glass high. Help me claim the throne as king of Jiang City. I will make you my right-hand man. To our empire. Cheers. Chen Bai didn't even blink. I refuse. The rejection hit Xingmeng like a physical slap, freezing him in place. The glasses slipped from his fingers, shattering on the floor. The facade of politeness vanished. You fool, he hissed, unleashing his aura. I possess an S-rank talent, the pinnacle of power. Do you truly wish to drink the wine of death? Chen Bai stepped closer, his pressure mounting. I surveyed your little kingdom before I entered. You aren't just scavenging corpses. You are harvesting the living to create abominations. That dark power you wield brings only corruption. Honestly, you should do the world a favor and die early. Chen Bai dropped the veil, letting his true terrifying aura flood the room. And one more thing. You are not fit to tie my shoelaces. My talent is triple S rank. Xingmeng roared, activating his ability, his arm twisting into a grotesque weapon. My talent is the Star Plunderer. I can drain the attributes of any target and evolve infinitely. He laughed, maniacally drunk on his own strength. You call yourself a god. You think your rank means anything before this absolute power? A triple S rank would be akin to a deity, he sneered. Chen Bai's eyes glowed with cold amusement as he prepared to strike. You are almost right. But dead men do not need to know the details. Chen Bai analyzed his opponent with a tactical gaze. A pure combat talent that evolves, and those claws? Definitely high-tier gear. The enemy lunged, cutting the chatter. You arrogant trash. I hope your death boosts my stats. Don't let me down. But Chen Bai wasn't easy prey. He weaved through the strike. Xingmeng's claws shredded the door instead of his flesh. The miss only fueled Xingmeng's bloodlust. So, a transformation talent? Interesting, but too weak. Chen Bai slid aside, eyes narrowing. That was a skill. He's hiding his true power. I need to tread carefully. Xingmeng launched himself into the air, fist cocked back like a meteor. Go to hell. Chen Bai didn't back down. He threw a counterpunch. Boom. Their fists collided in a shockwave of raw power. At the Mangkai container port, shipping crates exploded from the impact. Chen Bai skidded forward, while Xingmeng stumbled back. Xingmeng stomped his foot, stabilizing instantly. He laughed maniacally, blocking the next strike with his bare hand like it was nothing. You okay there? Xingmeng sneered. Looking a bit tired, green flames erupted from his arms as he taunted him. Aren't you an SSS-Rank talent? Show me what you got. Chen Bai stood silent, his body trembling slightly. Then a cold smirk curled Chen Bai's lips. My talent has been active for a while. You just didn't notice. Confusion flashed in Xingmeng's eyes, but he swiped his claws, sending Chen Bai flying garbage. Your strength, agility, everything is below mine. Stop bluffing. Xingmeng flexed his dark claws, convinced of his victory. In the face of absolute power, your tricks are useless. Only the strong serve. Cough, blood sprayed from his mouth. What? What is this? This truly was a brutal system Manhwa twist. System alert: virus exceeds immunity limit. Strength -2. Spirit -4. The nightmare continued. Negative buff applied: photophobia. Hydrophobia, abnormal body temperature. Cognitive function slowed. Stamina drain increased. Xingmeng froze in terror. What is happening to me? Chen Bai walked closer. Your physique is impressive. It took this long for the virus to kick in, so how does it feel? You despicable rat, Xingmang roared. But he was finished. Chen Bai dashed in, burying his fist into Xingmang's gut. Despicable, Chen Bai scoffed. I told you my ability wasn't normal. You chose not to believe me. Dark purple tentacles erupted, wrapping around the enemy. I hope your stats are worth the trouble. System alert, human evolver, absorbed. In this awakening, Manhwa, only the ruthless survive. The Blacklight virus completed its preliminary awakening. Devour ability evolved. He could now view fragments of memories and had a chance to steal the enemy's skills. Chen Bai swiped through the notifications, a satisfied grin on his face. The virus buffs were no longer temporary active skills, they were now permanent base stats. Let's see the numbers. Before, it was plus 30 to strength and agility, plus 20 spirit, and 100% recovery. Checking the evolution data, Chen Bai nodded. Huge increase. 20 points added to every stat permanently. He picked up the dropped claw weapon. I can't just swing my blade carelessly before the apocalypse fully hits. Normal humans are too fragile for me now. Checking Xingmang's loot drop. Equipment blueprints, consumables. This guy had incredible luck. He must have hunted mutated zombies to get this strong. Chen Bai sighed. Only a C-rank blueprint. Better than nothing. His luck stat was high, but now it all belongs to me. Night had fallen over the ruined container yard. Since his regression, his talent skyrocketed from E rank to SSS. This was the ultimate leveling manhwa fantasy come to life. He even recruited Song Zicheng, the future city lord of Jiangcheng. A sleek car pulled up and the window rolled down. Master, please get in. Hunting scattered monsters before the trial starts was now a waste of his time. Violet energy pulsed around him. In these final days, he had to prepare for the chaos that would follow the descent. At the Song Villa, Chen Bai stood on the balcony overlooking the city lights. The trial is almost here. A knock echoed from the door. Enter. Song Zicheng and her intel team marched in immediately. Master, we didn't fail you. The tasks are complete. Fu Li stepped forward, clutching a thick stack of documents. The zone is marked. The hilltop villa is the core. Topography and population data are confirmed accurate. Once the apocalypse hits, we can purge the area and seize total control. Su Shen reviewed her papers. Supplies are stocked. The inventory list is in your inbox. Chen Bai nodded. He had already checked it. We've coordinated everything. Song Zicheng looked up, eyes serious. Time is running out. Any final orders? Chen Bai glanced at his phone. Good work. Leave the files on the desk. His heart raced. He sent a group message 10 minutes until the trial. Don't get cocky just because you have rare talents. The danger coming is beyond your imagination. I demand a perfect head count in 10 minutes. No exceptions. Lian Xian received the signal, crossing his legs with effortless grace. Gratitude to the monarch for the reminder. Liu Huai was still out on the streets, casually sweeping back his hair. Thanks, White Emperor. 9 minutes on the clock. The moment he spoke, his fingers flew across the screen. 8 minutes. My patience is wearing thin. In the ruins of an abandoned district, Wu Ya continued the countdown. 7 minutes. Stay calm, tyrant. But unlike the veterans, Meng Meng couldn't hide her trembling fear. 6. My lord, I can't breathe. The chat group immediately erupted with reassurance. 5 minutes left. Don't panic, little sister. Just wait. The show is about to start. At that precise moment, Chen Bai offered a solemn suggestion. You should all take a look outside. In these final 10 seconds, he needed them to witness it. Because this peaceful scenery was about to become nothing but a memory. This world was standing at the precipice of the apocalypse. Time marched on mercilessly. 7. 6. Brother Song, frail by nature, shook violently at the sight. 5 seconds. Sister Xiang, I'm terrified. Stepping up as the protector, she whispered, don't be afraid. Silence swallowed the room. No one dared to speak another word. Lu Li clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, his lips pressed into a grim line. 2. 1. June 15th. Midnight. The trial descended. The entire city crumbled into ruin as the moon was stained a blood-curdling red. The nightmare had officially manifested. The Blue Star apocalyptic trial had begun. The city skyline was reduced to rubble, and humanity lost its soul, tearing each other apart in a frenzy. To survive, humanity had no choice but to evolve. It was exactly like the logic of a leveling manhwa. Unlock talents, slaughter enemies, and hoard experience to ascend. Alien races awakened by the chaos would also join this battle royale. The Blue Star was no longer home. It was a testing ground filled with dungeons and otherworldly artifacts. Was this a catastrophe or a divine opportunity? That answer depended entirely on one's own power. Watching a plane nosedive into the earth, Chen Bai declared his creed. Use every ounce of strength to grow. Evolve or die. Suddenly, the trial offered him an unexpected gift. Temporal hourglass integration complete. Initiating connection. It lit up instantly, leaving him stunned. The hourglass of time had recognized its master. But his instincts screamed danger. Not good. They're still here. No one can know about this artifact. He roared at the top of his lungs. Everyone get out! Now, Chen Bai thought he had to hide his secret, but then, he froze. The three of them stood motionless, their faces drained of color like statues. Chen Bai scanned his surroundings in disbelief. The falling plane was suspended in midair, defying gravity. The impossible had manifested right before his eyes. He gasped, realization dawning. Time has stopped. The hourglass necklace floated weightlessly before him. It teleported Chen Bai to a pocket dimension. In a flash, it dissolved into particles of pure energy surging into his body. A system notification flashed. Temporal hourglass connection successful. Reading the wall of text on the holographic panel, the truth hit Chen Bai. He had returned to the past. It was true. The hourglass had granted him a regression. But there was more. This state could be saved and loaded. The stats on this thing were god tier. Chen Bai had drawn the ultimate lottery of skills. A confident smile played on his lips. A life-saving skill this powerful, and the cooldown is only 1 hour. Leaving the private dimension reality snapped back into motion with Ziqiang's voice. I felt like you just called out to us, Master. Did you have orders? Or was I hearing things? It was the perfect cover. Chen Bai nodded. You weren't mistaken. Everyone verify the safety of the villa immediately. The night is full of terrors. Tell everyone to stay on high alert. We begin the purge at first light. With the boss giving orders, Ziqiang and Lu Li responded in unison. Yes, sir. The next day, skyscrapers burned and black smoke choked the sky above Song Ziqiang's villa. Corpses of the undead littered the grounds. Big Sister was fired up. She wielded her blade, activating Amethyst I-Rank S, converting objects into crystal or transforming herself for absolute offense and defense. Power scales with spiritual strength. This is the Crystal Ocular Jutsu. You can inspect target attributes and modify effects based on the gap in spiritual power. Target common zombie. Agility 3. Physique 4. Spirit 0. Status adult male zombie. Infected by the Z virus. Weakness. The head. In a blink, Ziqiang delivered a strike. So fast it severed the head cleanly from the neck. Amidst the ocean of zombies, a silhouette moved with hair fluttering in the wind. Lang Xiang crouched, activating the way of the assassin. Breath concealed, presence erased, sensitivity increased. Darkness agility plus 30%. First strike attack speed, plus 100%. Meanwhile, Wu Ya unleashed a devastating blow that sent smoke billowing. He used a butcher's cleaver to decapitate the undead hordes, sending bodies flying with a single swing. One side handled the slaughter perfectly. On the other side, in the main hall of the villa, a bodyguard in glasses rushed in panic in his eyes, carrying a victim. Survivor wounded Su Shin. The healer reacted instantly. Inject the antivirus serum. I'll stabilize him now. This was the skill hyper-regeneration. It drastically boosted recovery speed for wounds and stamina, and could be cast on allies. Night fell, and a rare silence descended upon their stronghold. Chen Bai pushed open the door, assessing the situation. Looks like we're holding up better than expected. Lu Li responded with respect. Indeed. Thanks to your foresight, we hold all the tactical advantages. No accidents so far. We can rest easy. Chen Bai nodded, a weight lifting off his shoulders. Good. I leave this place in your hands. I have unfinished business. Without wasting a second, he vanished, leaving behind a trail of deep blue energy. Lu Li stood there, bewildered but loyal. Yes, understood. On the mountain roads of Shandong, Chen Bai moved at supersonic speeds. In the early stages of the apocalypse, technology like cars and guns were useless scrap metal. But with my current agility, I should make it in time. On the first day, the sky fell before my regression. I saw that thing. A symbol appeared above Jiang City University. It took me a long time to understand what it meant back then. I lived with the regret of missing it every single day. Chen Bai's expression hardened with resolve. This time, I will not let destiny slip through my fingers. His target was locked, Jiang City University. Standing in the center of the campus, he raised his hand, siphoning the life force from the surrounding corpses. Everything was proceeding according to plan. I'm here. This is the place. Every awakened human would kill to see this sigil. The mark that signaled the descent of a god's avatar. He sprinted toward the light. It was close. It was right in front of him. Just as he was about to step into the circle, footsteps echoed, blocking his path. Hold on there, awakened one. It's rare to see a kid this powerful in the tutorial phase. I am a humble merchant. Are you interested in making a trade? Hearing this, Chen Bai's eyes lit up with recognition. Absolutely. It would be my honor to trade with someone like you. I am truly humbled. The mysterious figure opened his hands in a gesture of welcome. To the untrained eye, he seemed like a simple merchant, but the air around him hummed with power. A rare encounter indeed. Chen Bai's voice trembled with excitement. I have heard the legends of your renown, gazed upon your symbols, and waited lifetimes for this very moment. Kind, fair, generous, wealthy, and all-powerful. Chen Bai placed a hand on his chest, bowing respectfully. The figure's eyes sharpened, a dangerous smile playing on his lips as he declared his true identity. I am the god of trade. Lido. The scene shifted to the ruins of Jiangcheng University. Lido pulled a gleaming green card from thin air, clearly pleased. You flatter me, young man. You flatter me too much. I feel a strange destiny between us. Take this as a greeting gift. He explained the card's power, a staple in any good system Manhwa. This is the golden member card of the Goblin Merchant Guild. Purchasing items at the Goblin Guild will grant you exclusive discounts. Chen Bai muttered internally, masking his cunning. I met him in my previous life. I know exactly how to play this game. This god was immune to standard praise, but he loved a smart investment. Knowing Lido's personality perfectly, Chen Bai accepted the card with both hands, feigning overwhelming gratitude. Thank you, Lord. You are truly as benevolent as the rumors say. With the pleasantries finished, the real business began. Very well. Since you have agreed to trade, let me show you my collection. A holographic system window, materialized S-Rank item Thunder Scepter. A weapon capable of summoning lightning to incinerate enemies while possessing devastating melee power. Exchange price 500 gold coins. Next, the S-Rank Death's Bow, a legendary sniper rifle that only a master marksman could wield. These were the masterpieces created by the Goblin Craftsman and Lido himself. Chen Bai gasped, his eyes widening. That Thunder Scepter. It was the signature weapon of the Lightning Walker in my past life, so this is where he got it. It was a treasure trove typical of a high-tier leveling manhwa. But suddenly, Chen Bai's expression darkened with regret. My apologies, Lord Lido. These treasures call to my very soul, but I cannot afford them right now. Lido nodded, anticipating this. I know. The trial has only just begun. You evolutionaries are currently poor. However, my merchandise is not trash to be given away. Work hard, gather wealth, and trade with me in the future. Hearing this dismissal, Chen Bai's gaze turned thoughtful. He had to make his move now. Chen Bai tested the waters. Lord Leto, although I cannot buy your goods, I know the rules. A god cannot directly participate in the trials. You need to invest in an evolutionary to reap the profits of this apocalypse. A confident smirk curled on Chen Bai's face. You came here looking for an investment opportunity, didn't you? Hearing this, Lido burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with interest. You smart little brat. You know quite a bit, don't you? You want me to invest in you. Chen Bai launched into his pitch. I know you possess a treasure praised by the gods themselves, a holy grail that no awakening manhwa protagonist could refuse. Invest it in me, and I promise you will not regret it. Lido remained skeptical, his voice dropping to a low growl. Investment requires a return. That item is something every deity desires. What makes you think you can generate a profit for me? He stared directly into Chen Bai's soul, his pressure weighing down the room. Even if you are a fan of mine, I do not do business that loses money. Words were not enough. To prove he was worth the risk, Chen Bai activated his skill. His arm transformed into a monstrous, terrifying limb, pulsating with raw power. He stood tall before the god, radiating confidence. Please take a look. This is my proof. Witnessing the transformation, Leto clapped his hands in delight. Marvelous, an SSS-Rank talent. This is unique, far superior to the common talents I have seen. The god tilted his head, a predatory grin on his face. This trial is indeed interesting, truly seductive potential. However, I did not plan to release that treasure so early in the game. Lido stood up slowly, his tone half joking, half threatening. Decided. Listen well, brat. I will give you one chance. You must cherish this opportunity. If I hadn't seen that talent, and if your body didn't carry that faint aura of divinity, I would never have agreed. Unable to believe his luck, Chen Bai cheered. I secured the investment. But Leto raised a hand, silencing the celebration. No. It is still not enough. Talent does not guarantee a future. Among the gods, there are many who started with merely A-rank talents yet ascended to greatness. Leto laid down his ultimatum. To receive my highest investment, you must prove your value through strength and growth. The system chimed instantly. A new quest appeared. Mission alert. The Goblin God of Trade Leto has issued the final investment quest. Round 1. Difficulty SSS-Rank. Do you accept? Chenbai didn't hesitate for a second. His voice was steady and iron-willed. Accepted. Leto produced a single gold coin. When the task is done, use this coin to summon my projection. He flicked the coin toward Chenbai. I hope you won't keep me waiting too long, kid. Chenbai caught the coin with 2 fingers, a sharp glint in his eye. Then he made one final request. Lord Leto, could you at least show me the treasure that the gods covet? Leto did not refuse. He unfurled a golden scroll, the light blinding. Naturally, the system window displayed SSS-Rank special item. Dual class scroll. It granted the user the ability to hold 2 full classes simultaneously, double the attribute growth, double the stats, and 2 sets of skills active at once. Chenbai stared in awe, whispering 2 classes. That was enough. Leto snapped the scroll shut, hiding the ultimate prize. All right, brat. The transaction is over. I must be going. Leto turned to leave a mysterious smile on his face. Today's harvest was unexpectedly delightful. I hope you survived the trial. As soon as Leto vanished, the mission panel expanded. This was the classic setup for an epic manhwa recap. SSS-Rank final investment quest details revealed. If you desire the most valuable investment from the wisest and greatest god of trade, you must present sufficient credentials. Talent is merely a stepping stone. Capability is the capital for investment. The objective appeared. Locate a hidden dungeon within the special zone Jiangcheng University. Defeat the creature that has caught Leto's interest. Harvest a specific part of its body and deliver it to him. Reward content and interpretation rights of the reward belong to the Goblin God of Trade Leto. Chenbai chuckled dryly. Interpretation rights belong to him, truly, the God of Trade. Chenbai fell silent, recalling the legends. In his past life, Leto's reputation was sterling. If he completed this SSS mission, the god surely wouldn't mistreat him. The scene shifted. Chenbai walked down the ruined university corridor, scanning the area. Strange, he muttered. Jiangcheng University has a hidden dungeon in the early apocalypse. It must be concealed deep within the shadows. I never heard of it before. He paused, hand on his chin, his mind racing to solve the puzzle before the real danger began. Chenbai landed on the asphalt, hesitating for a split second on where to begin his conquest. The scene shifts to the Jiang City University Gymnasium, where a nightmare was currently unfolding. The female students had been spared the physical torture, but the male students were being pulverized into bloody pulps by the oppressors. Tom crushed a student in a white shirt beneath his boot, a twisted grin on his face as he commanded, "Strip down, all of you. Put on a show that entertains me, and beg to become my slaves." His sneer deepened as he delivered his ultimatum, "Refuse and I will grant you death. Do you understand, you low-level trash?" But one student had a spark of defiance left, screaming, "Keep dreaming, you bastard." The air grew heavy. Tom clenched his fist, his eyes glowing with a blood-red light like a demon hungry for a kill. His voice dropped to a terrifying growl. "If you have a death wish, let me grant it. Don't worry. I'll make sure your end is comfortable." Sensing the impending slaughter, a brunette stepped forward, trembling as she tried to intervene. "Tom, stop. You've gone too far." Tom didn't hesitate. He backhanded the delicate girl with brutal force. "Get lost, you bitch." But suddenly, boom. The gym doors exploded inward, creating a massive cloud of dust that froze everyone in place. Chenbai stepped through the smoke like a god of war, his gaze colder than ice. "Hey, foreign trash, are you the one beating on these weaklings?" Oblivious to the Reaper standing before him, Tom smirked arrogantly. "That's right, you got a problem with that." In the blink of an eye, Chenbai vanished. He reappeared instantly in front of Tom, delivering a devastating blow to his core. Then perish. A lackey with curly hair charged in to help, only to explode in a mist of red. Hot blood splattered across the girl's face, freezing her in absolute terror and shock. Chenbai crushed the attacker's skull with his bare hand, then casually turned to the crowd like nothing happened. "Listen up. Any of you study medicine? I need to find something." He needed a guide familiar with the medical labs. The students murmured amongst themselves, "Medicine? Who here studies medicine?" "I'm engineering. I'm languages." Suddenly, a finger pointed at the blonde girl. "She does. She's a med student." Panic seized her as she stammered, "No, please don't kill me. I didn't hurt anyone." She tried desperately to save her own skin, babbling, "I actually love the people of Dragon Country. Look, I'm white and blonde. I'm very friendly to you guys." Her pathetic pleading made the crowd snicker, while a dark-haired girl looked away in secondhand embarrassment. She dropped to her knees, whispering, "Please spare me. I'll do whatever you want." The dark-haired girl finally spoke up. She's telling the truth. Only those two guys were the monsters. Chen Bai let out a faint chuckle. I know. Outside the gym, the golden light of a new era, or perhaps the apocalypse, illuminated the sky. He pointed a finger at the blonde. You stay. The rest of you get out. He instructed them to follow the trail of corpses he left behind to the East Mountain Villa area. Tell the people there that Chen Bai sent you. They will offer you sanctuary. A student in a blue shirt hesitated. Go now, but the campus is crawling with zombies. A girl in pink added, and the villa is miles away. Even the dark-haired girl looked uncertain. Chen Bai pointed confidently at the path he had carved. I've already slaughtered most of the undead on that route. If you survive the journey, you might just awaken as an evolved human. His expression darkened his aura, becoming heavy and oppressive. He delivered a warning that sounded more like a threat. If you're too cowardly to face a few zombies now, just wait until they evolve on a massive scale. You'll be nothing but dead meat. Terror washed over the group, but the girl in the blue shirt found resolve in his words. She nodded, eyes filled with determination. I understand. Thank you. As the group left, the blonde med student lingered, trembling. Can't I go with them? Why keep me here? Suddenly, a strange thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she mumbled, Wait, could it be? She stepped closer, her fear replaced by vanity. I see. You Dragon Country boys have a thing for beautiful foreign girls, right? That's why you kept me. You didn't have to be so rough, but I accept. Chen Bai scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I have zero interest in your body. I told you I need a guide to the medical school to retrieve something. She wanted to crawl into a hole and die of shame. Oh, sorry. I was just panicking. My ears were ringing. Desperate to regain some dignity, she shouted. But don't insult my virtue. I'm not that kind of girl. No one has ever touched me. I can prove it. He gave a dismissive smirk. Sure, that's great. Scene shift: Jiang City University Gymnasium. After climbing endless flights of stairs, she gasped for air. Hey, I can't. Take another step. Let's rest. Chen Bai's answer was instant. No. He grabbed her waist and launched into the air. The sudden acceleration tore her jacket loose. My coat? Scene shift: the medical research building. Upon landing, she glared at him. You jerk. If I hadn't clamped my legs shut, I would have lost more than just a jacket. Ignoring her whining, Chen Bai looked up at the looming structure. Is this the research facility? She pouted, but nodded, slightly annoyed. Yes. The third floor is restricted to professors. Rumor has it that it's packed with virus samples and hazardous materials. Entering the dark hallway, she clutched the hem of his shirt in fear. And? That path downstairs, it doesn't lead to a garage. It leads to the crematorium. If you want mysterious, that's the place. Chen Bai didn't blink. Understood. Follow me. Inside the room was filled with colorful test tubes and high-tech machinery humming in the silence. Standing in the heart of the virus lab at Jiang City University, Chen Bai's eyes lit up. This isn't just a lab, it's a treasure trove. He reached out his hand, absorbing the liquid from the vials like a vacuum. Makes sense to have this much flu virus. It is a university after all. Then the system notifications began to cascade. Mutated influenza D acquired. Heat sensitivity detected. Virus points +5. Influenza B acquired. Points +0.3. Influenza A acquired. The interface flashed a new alert. Sufficient viral load collected. Use points to upgrade the plague skill. This was the classic power fantasy of a system Manhwa, where even disease becomes strength. Reading the notification, a spark of interest lit up his eyes. Upgrade the common flu into a combat skill. Now, this is interesting. He didn't hesitate. System activate upgrade. A golden notification flashed. Upgrade. Successful. He unlocked the influenza skill. Chen Bai scanned the new data. I can release viral loads to infect targets within range. This was the beginning of a true leveling Manhwa legend. Infected targets suffer stat reduction and debuffs. Even a simple sneeze can interrupt spellcasting or charge attacks. The crowd control potential was insane. Effectiveness scales with the target's biology. Chen Bai let out a dark chuckle. Magnificent. Who knew a sneeze could be a weapon of mass destruction? He mentally cataloged known pathogens. I ignored biological warfare in my past life. His eyes narrowed. I need to focus on viral evolution to break through my limits. The realization hit him. This is the terrifying potential of an SSS-Rank talent. He recalled Li Du's warning. The Earth Spirit trial is a death trap. I can't save points now. He made his choice. I need raw power to survive this nightmare. He opened the Blacklight Virus skill tree. Unlock passive wall walk. Now, he could defy gravity clinging to surfaces like a spider with god-tier balance. Unlock passive combat focus. His dynamic vision sharpened instantly. The world seemed to slow down around him. Muscle control increased by 100%. Chen Bai tested his new body, throwing a casual punch into the empty air. Complete muscle manipulation, he muttered. But behind him, the girl froze in terror. That single casual swing had sent a shockwave that pulverized the concrete wall. Her heart hammered against her ribs. That shockwave. How did he do that? She realized how close she was to death. If he had hit me, I'd be nothing but red mist. Meanwhile, Chen Bai had an epiphany. I see now. It's not just about strength. With perfect muscle control, I can channel lethal force through a single finger at point-blank range. He turned to his companion. Her face was flushed crimson. Are you sick? He asked. She hid, her face flustered. No, it's nothing. Chen Bai shrugged off her awkwardness. The item isn't here. Let's head to the anatomy lab. They descended into the pitch-black underground archives. The girl trembled. Chen, there's no power down here. It's suffocating. Halt. Chen Bai froze. We're not alone. Distracted by the darkness, she slammed right into his back. Found it. He stood before a heavy iron door. Inside, strange symbols glowed like an ancient alchemy furnace. Stay here, he commanded. This is dangerous. Chen, please, she whispered, terrified. I'm afraid, but he ignored her pleas, stepping into the darkness alone. System alert. Enter dungeon cooling incinerator level requirement. 5 to 10. Chen Bai didn't blink. Confirm. He placed his hand on the cold metal. Welcome to the hidden dungeon. Clearing this cooling incinerator will grant you permanent ownership. Time limit 2 days. Failure results in the dungeon vanishing forever. No wonder this place was a secret, Chen Bai mused. It's a one-time offer. Suddenly, the corpses on the steel slabs twitched. Dead eyes snapped open. Chen Bai's aura flared. Showtime. The undead horde lunged at him like starving beasts. Chen Bai didn't retreat. He became a blur of motion, striking first. Boom, 1 hit, 1 kill. System level 5. Undead slain. 400 experience points gained. But a shadow lunged from the ceiling, a sneak attack. He took the hit, but smirked. You should have all attacked at once. He analyzed the enemy. A ceiling ambusher. Too bad your wind-up is too slow. Dai Chen Bai launched himself upwards, slamming the creature into the concrete ceiling with bone-shattering force. System level 7. Chimera Spider slain. 1,000 experience points gained. Incredible, Chen Bai grinned. This dungeon is an XP goldmine. The room crawled with twisted abominations. Fear? No. Chen Bai felt only excitement. Yes, more. Come at me. It was a massacre. He tore through the horde like a god of war. The system notifications rained down like a waterfall. EXP gained. EXP gained. A golden light enveloped him. Congratulations. Level up, 2 free attribute points acquired. He stared at the final sealed door. Your minions are dead. Stop hiding, silence. Fine, I'll drag you out myself. Suddenly, the metal groaned. A grotesque mountain of flesh oozed into the room. For the first time, Chen Bai's instincts screamed danger. What is that abomination? My instincts are never wrong. That thing is lethal. He couldn't let it evolve. I need to end this now. Chen Bai launched a devastating strike. The beast blocked his attack with terrifying speed. Take this. He unleashed the virus. System alert. Target immune. What? The creature countered. A heavy blow slammed into Chen Bai, sending him flying. Critical hit. The flesh pile mutated, towering over him, a true bioweapon. It charged. Chen Bai activated hyper-regeneration and barely danced out of death's path. A manic grin spread across his face. Finally, since my reincarnation, nothing has pushed me to my limits. He cracked his neck. Don't die on me too quickly. I need a warm-up. 1 hour later. Blood dripped from Chen Bai's face, but his eyes burned with intensity. Interesting, he panted. Infinite regeneration. Let's see whose limit breaks first. Playtime is over. Chen Bai's aura shifted as he activated Venomous Touch. Power surged through his veins. He lunged back into the fray. Let's test that immortality. Another hour later. Chen Bai stood over the battering creature, untouched by fatigue. What's wrong? Why are you slowing down? Don't tell me you're exhausted. 3rd hour. The massive beast collapsed, shivering on the floor, its regeneration failing. Chen Bai kicked the creature. Get up. I'm not satisfied yet. Finally, the monster surrendered, shrinking back into a pathetic lump of flesh. Looks like you're out of juice. Chen Bai sighed, the thrill fading. That was a good workout. He raised his foot. Rest in peace. Squelch. He crushed the core beneath his heel. System alert. Congratulations on slaughtering the level 8 biological monster boss. 10,000 experience points acquired. Level up. Current status, level 5. 2 free attribute points granted. Dungeon clearance successful. You may now exit the instance at will. The Cold Incinerator instance has been converted into a permanent dungeon. Respawn cooldown is 3 days. Would you like to upload your clear footage as a paid strategy guide? All revenue belongs to the uploader. Options available. Hide face, hide ID, set your own price. Without hesitation, he uploaded the footage, choosing to remain a shadow in the darkness. Meanwhile, at the Dongshan Villa district in Song Zixiang's residence, Suxian was in the middle of healing Ziqiang when a notification flashed before her eyes. Evolver Bai had uploaded a guide for the Nightmare difficulty Cold Incinerator levels 5 to 10. Price 1 copper coin. Curiosity piqued, the two girls tuned in immediately. Across the network, countless others flocked to witness the video uploaded by the mysterious Chen Bai. Watching the footage, Lang Cheng was thunderstruck. His speed is godlike, I have to slow the playback just to see him move. Ye Zi gasped. Bai is incredible. His strikes are devastating. Another voice chimed in with skepticism. Impossible. That monster's regeneration far outstrips Bai's. Fighting with such reckless abandon? It doesn't make sense. Meng Meng cheered. Emperor Bai has made a full recovery. Back inside the Cold Incinerator, Chen Bai crouched over the corpse. Suddenly, the system chimed. Special synthetic variant devoured. Received 300 blacklight virus specialized evolution points. He examined the strange cube in his hand, a frown creasing his brow. These specialized points aren't like standard talent points. They can only evolve blacklight abilities. He smirked. But that's more than enough. The system interrupted his thoughts. Passive capability of the blacklight virus activated. Acquired biological monster skill cell regeneration rank A. Passive. Consumes stamina or excess energy to rapidly heal the body and regenerate lost limbs. This passive skill can be toggled on or off. Chen Bai's eyes lit up with triumph. Jackpot. The drop rate for passive skills is abysmal in this leveling manhwa world. Yet, I scored a rank A skill. Now, let's see what a nightmare boss drops. The system displayed Biodemon class change scroll. Rank A unique. An evil profession that absorbs other life forms to enhance oneself. It possesses the ability to stimulate its own cellular structure, drastically boosting strength and regeneration capabilities. Warning. Excessive absorption may lead to genetic breakdown or mutation. Requirements. Level 10. Evolver, 15. Physique. Chen Bai weighed the scroll in his hand. A unique rank A class. High risk, high reward. But with my blacklight virus, the downsides are negligible. Next came the Gene Essence rank C perfect grade. Consuming it grants a massive permanent boost to physique. Limit 1 per evolver. He popped the cap. Not bad at all. He downed the serum in one gulp. As the liquid burned down his throat, the numbers rolled in. Permanent strength +2. Physique +6. Agility +3. He plucked a strange, skin-like membrane from the floor. This texture. Is it a special prop or a piece of equipment? The system identified it immediately. Skin of the Faceless Man. Special defense gear rank D. A specialized dermal product rich in genetic material. Excellent defensive properties capable of tightening loose skin. Agility +10. Physique +10. Defense +10. Body sculpting effect. Long-term use improves physique with enhanced effects for female users. Variable skin allows the wearer to alter the color and shape of any body part at will. Chen Bai frowned at the description. Variable skin. That wording is ambiguously vague. Is it physical transformation or just cosmetic gear? Right. I picked up some other odd trinkets earlier. Glancing at his inventory, he sighed. Just common trash drops. I can wear the skin under my armor at least. His gaze shifted to a book. And this skill tome looks promising. System analysis cell activation. Active skill rank D. Temporarily boosts cellular activity and recovery speed. Cooldown 10 hours. Note. This skill book is invalid for users who already possess similar abilities. Chen Bai paused. Invalid. No matter. A life-saving skill like this will fetch a high price in the chat group. He stood up. Time to go. I just need to deliver the boss's remains to Li Du to complete the quest. A smirk tugged at his lips. That merchant will never expect me to finish this quickly. He opened the interface. Requesting trade transaction. The system prompted, do you wish to exit the dungeon? His finger hovered over, no, but then he froze. Wait, something's off. He muttered, eyes narrowing. Li Du isn't just some wandering merchant, drifting aimlessly through the game. He came here with a specific purpose. He recalled the merchant's cryptic words. Today's unexpected harvest is delightful. I hope you can complete the trial. And then he had vanished. The realization hit him. His true target wasn't me. It was this specific hidden dungeon. But the rewards I got, while impressive, aren't valuable enough to summon the projection of a deity. Is his goal unrelated to the instance itself? Or did I overlook something? He scanned the room, eyes locking onto the massive furnace. If there's a blind spot, it's inside that incinerator. He crawled inside, senses on high alert. The iron cremation slab, the pile of ash walls coated in grime and grease. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He looked up into the darkness. The smokestack, I have to climb it. I can't leave until I've stripped this place of every secret. Channeling strength into his legs, he launched himself upward, running vertically along the soot-stained walls. This chimney goes on forever. It's far taller than the building outside. Finally, he reached the summit. A dead end. Chen Bai's heart sank. A sealed roof. Was there really nothing here? Impossible. Suddenly, a grotesque face emerged from the blackened bricks. Instinct took over. He slammed a fist into the visage, then froze. A system window popped up. Item face. Origin of the incinerator's anomaly unknown. Appearance facial structure. Function possesses miraculous unexplained properties. He stared at the description. It's an actual item. The will of all things cannot be spoken. And look at those question marks. This could be a fragment of an SSS-Rank artifact. Or something touched by the gods. Chen Bai grinned, staring at the mask-like object. A true treasure. This must be what Li Du was hunting for. His grip tightened. Well, finders keepers. I need to find a way to secure this for myself. In the gloomy depths of the Mingcheng University crematorium, a figure emerged from the shadows. Chen Bai had returned. The girl's eyes lit up with sheer relief as she cried out his name, scrambling to her feet. Bai, your power is absolute. Bai, I witnessed your slaughter on the broadcast. My heart, it belongs to you. Chen Bai cut through the confession. Do you have the currency? She beamed. I assisted in the zombie purge. I have my share. He needed to calculate his total assets. In this broken world, a single system coin held more value than human life. He wondered how the market would value a single copper now. The system notifications cascaded before his eyes. 869 gold, 93 silver, 15 copper coins. The numbers climbed: 894 gold, 12 silver, 45 copper. Then 912 gold, 75 silver, 32 copper. Still not enough. His eyes narrowed. He needed exactly 1,000 gold coins to unlock the dimensional warehouse. It was the only sanctuary protected by the will of the universe itself, capable of severing all external detection. It's the only safe way to stash my gear, without alerting the gods. He would have to bide his time. The mission wasn't over yet. Patience was his greatest weapon. Meanwhile, behind the medical school at Jiangcheng University, the girl looked at him with trusting eyes. Bai, are we heading to the East Mountain Wilderness now? No. Chen Bai's voice was firm. The night teems with unknown horrors. We need a sanctuary to survive the darkness. Her expression brightened. There's a high-end luxury hotel nearby. Solid infrastructure, high floors for safety. And since it's the apocalypse, it's practically empty. It was the perfect setting for a Manhwa recap scenario. Lead the way. They arrived at a love hotel near the university. Inside the room, the atmosphere shifted. The girl had already changed into a seductive nurse outfit, trying to appeal to his base desires. Chen Bai's gaze was cold. I dislike this style. Panic flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, I thought, since you chose this kind of hotel. He sat down like a king on his throne. I enjoy the view, but I detest the outfit. She blushed deeply. I'll change immediately. She returned in something more revealing, but he scoffed. No aura. Next, a black dress shirt. Lacks intelligence. A school uniform. Boring. His judgment was sharper than a blade. Aren't you a student yourself? Is this the limit of your imagination? Is there nothing more interesting? Finally, she emerged in a feral animalistic ensemble that barely covered her skin. How about this? Chen Bai nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. Acceptable. Tonight, you will be a magnificent pet. Come here. Darkness swallowed the room at the Love Hotel. After the passion subsided, Chen Bai focused his mind. System activate the dimensional warehouse function. System alert warehouse activated. 1,000 gold deducted. Inheritor selection available. The notification glowed blue. This space is impervious to all detection skills and abilities. An absolute private domain guarded by the universal will. Use it wisely. With a thought, the system confirmed the item transfer. Good. Phase 2 begins now. Chen Bai flipped a coin. Summoning sigils ignited in the air, God, Goblin, and Trade. A calculating smile curved his lips. He held all the cards. In the lore of this system, Manhwa, a legend whispered among the awakened. When trading with Leda, emotion is currency. The god observes the trader's state to adjust the rewards. Chen Bai knew this game well. To Leda, I am a high-value asset. He toyed with the item in his pocket as the sigil faded. The goblin god Leda materialized. Little monster, summoning me so soon. Did you complete the mission to prove your worth? Chen Bai tossed the item onto the floor. See for yourself. Here is the proof, a piece of the dungeon boss. The dried flesh rolled to the god's feet. Leda inspected it. Oh, withered and stale. This creature has been dead for quite some time. You finished this last night, didn't you? Why didn't you summon me immediately? Leda peered at him. You're playing hard to get because you want that scroll, aren't you? I didn't summon you because I didn't understand. Chen Bai's voice dropped. I showed you respect, yet you hid the dungeon's true difficulty. Only after entering did I realize it was nightmare difficulty. If I hadn't possessed hidden trumps, I would be a rotting corpse right now. So that's it. The god paced. I understand your anger, kid, but allow me to explain. It was a necessary trial. I cannot entrust such a legendary artifact to someone who crumbles under unexpected chaos. Do you understand now? Chen Bai nodded slowly. Fine. I accept the logic. Now, what about my reward and the next mission? Very well. Since I hid the info and you proved your strength. Leda snapped his fingers. Pick any reward you desire. And your next task, the final ring mission. Chen Bai bowed slightly, hiding his eyes. I appreciate your explanation and generosity, Lord Leda. Leda tipped his hat. Limit is B rank and below. Choose. A treasure trove materialized. Chen Bai didn't hesitate. I'll take this one. The town portal blueprint. Leda chuckled. You have a sharp eye, kid. You know exactly what you need. Now the endgame begins. As Chen Bai gripped the item, a system window shattered his view. Quest alert, God. Leda offers an SSS-Rank mission. Ultimate investment final round. Reward. 2 SSS-Rank class scrolls. Do you accept? 2 SSS-Rank scrolls. Even Chen Bai was shaken. This difficulty will be hellish. Lord Leda, you know the stakes. Even gods aren't born with SSS-Rank classes, Chen Bai noted. Leda grinned. Correct. My first class was merely A rank. The god's voice turned dark and serious. This is my greatest treasure. Naturally, it requires the greatest vessel. Anything less would be a waste of my affection. Chen Bai regained his composure. Fine. It seems I have no choice but to accept destiny. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black darkness of the East Mountain Villas, a beast crunched on human bones. Mutated rat. Level 5. Strength 18. Agility 20. A true monster of this awakening manhwa world. The level gap was too wide to see more. Hiding behind a boulder, Lang Chang trembled. They're spawning faster. Even if both our squads combine forces, that thing would slaughter us all. Chu Qiang whispered. Level 5. Its stats are quadruple ours. Ling Chung panicked. We can't fight that. This is a brutal leveling manhwa reality. Chu Qiang's brow furrowed in concentration. We can't engage. We need to put distance between us and that monster. But someone has to stay behind and track it. Lang screamed a warning as the shadows moved. Scatter, move now. But the beast was already upon them, a blur of lethal intent. Ziqiang, retreat. You have to leave, Lang cried out. But energy coalesced in Ziqiang's hands, forming a shimmering blade, as she replied through gritted teeth. It is futile. The creature. Its speed is godlike. Death lunged at the two women. Suddenly the heavens split open. A figure descended like a meteor. Chen Bai slammed into the beast with the force of a collapsing mountain. Bai Ziqiang gasped hope, returning to her eyes. As the dust settled over the fallen monster, he smirked, dusting himself off. Looks like my timing was impeccable, wasn't it? He turned to Lang. Handle the cleanup crew. Compensate the families of the fallen generously. Their sacrifice won't be in vain. Ziqiang, return with me. I need a full situation report on this disaster. Back at the Dongshan Villa Fortress, Ziqiang briefed him. While clearing the corpses, we found mutant rats. Over 3 feet long, they swarmed us. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. So the breach started in the eastern sector. Lu Li stepped forward, head bowed in shame. Forgive me, master. The beast tide was sudden. We lost 6 supply warehouses in the chaos. The death toll has surpassed 100 souls. Here is the casualty report. Her hands trembled slightly as she offered the file. He took the documents, his expression unreadable. None of you are to blame. You have fought without rest. Go now. Recover your strength. Lu Li bowed deeply. I will hunt down the remaining vermin and find their nest. Zicheng smiled softly. Your dedication is admirable, but you need sleep. However, the master needs attending to. I have a recommendation. Very well, he nodded. Zicheng turned to the door, her voice echoing slightly. Ling Yu, you may enter. The door creaked open, revealing a silhouette with dangerous curves. Ziqiang gestured to the newcomer. This is Qin Ling Yu. We rescued her from the ruins. She was a top-tier attorney before the world changed. She can draft your laws, build your empire's structure, and she is willing to belong to you entirely. Chen Bai waved a hand. Qin Ling Yu stays. The rest of you dismissed. The room emptied, leaving a heavy silence. Ling Yu finally spoke, her voice trembling like a leaf. Please, master, order me as you see fit. He reached out, lifting her chin with a finger. I hear lawyers possess sharp tongues and sharper wits. Why don't you show me exactly what you can do? Her eyes shimmered. Yes, master. She sank to her knees, face flushing crimson, and whispered, thank you for this honor. Chen Bai reclined on the sofa, shirt unbuttoned, radiating satisfied energy. Your technique is exceptional. I am quite pleased. He stood walking to the panoramic window, overlooking the ruined city. Come here. Ling Yu blinked, confused but obedient. Yes. She approached slowly. Chen Bai stared into the distance, his aura commanding. Listen closely. I am about to dictate the laws of this new world. She turned, accentuating her figure, but looked apologetic. Forgive me, master. My hearing faded. It is a side effect of my level 8 focus skill. It enhances my cognition. When I activate it, my processing speed and sensitivity skyrocket, but my brain filters out all external noise to maximize efficiency. As the tension in the room dissipated, their gazes turned outward. Chen Bai began to unveil his grand design. I brought you here to see my domain. The Dongshan Villa, the high-tier mountainside residences, and the common settlement at the base. He glanced at her sideways. Draft specific laws for each zone. Hierarchy is essential. She straightened up her professional demeanor, returning instantly. Understood. I can handle it. Do you have further commands? Chen Bai rubbed his chin, a mischievous glint entering his eyes as he scanned her form. Requests. I am intrigued by this focus skill of yours. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. Let us test just how sensitive you become when your focus is at its peak. Ling Yu's face burned with heat. She looked up at him, stammering. As you wish. The next day at the Linjiang drainage exit, Chen Bai pointed into the abyss. The blueprints and the rat tracks led us here. This is the heart of the nest. He stepped onto the ledge. I could annihilate this place with a snap of my fingers, but I need to forge you into weapons. I need a force capable of defending our home when I am conquering other lands. That is why I brought you here to grind experience. In this leveling Manhwa reality we live in, becoming a pillar of strength is the only path to survival and status. His voice boomed. Are you prepared to face death? Morale surged. They dropped to one knee in unison, voices thundering. We are ready, master. Chen Bai smiled, brushing hair from his eyes. Stand up. It is strange for grown men to call me master. From this day forth, address me as the White Emperor. Understood, White Emperor. He nodded, satisfied, and led the charge into the dank darkness of the sewers, stopping at a massive grate. With raw power, he tore the steel grate from the wall like paper. Let the hunt begin. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flashed before his eyes. Ding, special quest triggered. Dwellers of the Deep, he read aloud. He looked back. Did the system grant you the quest as well? They checked their status screens. Yes, we see it too. Leng analyzed the text. Objective: eradicate the mutant horde and slay the Rat King. Secondary objective: investigate the mutation's origin. Rewards are pending completion. The team tightened their grips on their weapons. Confirmed. White Emperor, our parameters match yours. With preparations complete, Chen Bai led them into the abyss. The darkness here is suffocating, Zicheng whispered. Good thing I prepared flares. Leng looked around, frowning. Does this place not seem suspiciously clean? A skittering sound echoed from the shadows. Chen Bai's eyes sharpened. He raised a hand. Hold. We are not alone. Screech. A tide of mutant rats exploded from the corner, fangs glistening with venom, eyes burning with hunger. Chen Bai crouched, his body morphing. One arm swelled into a titan's hammer, the other sharpened into a razor-edged claw. He grinned. Now this is a target-rich environment. The squad surged behind him, boots splashing through the muck. Violence erupted. Blood and fur flew through the air as the White Emperor began his slaughter. Ziqiang charged after, Chen Bai, sword drawn, and and battle cry ringing out. Everyone attack. If they're still breathing, double tap them. The rear guard followed close behind, finishing off the dying beasts. A sharp-eyed hunter in the back shouted with glee. Jackpot, I found a piece of rat skin equipment right here. Moments later, the squad took a breather. Ziqiang scanned the area and whispered, we cleared this section in record time. 16 pipe zones down. We're closing in on the source. Chen Bai nodded in confirmation. As the rear team regrouped, the scout pointed at a looming shadow around the bend, voice trembling. Incoming, it looks like, just a single target. Ziqiang chuckled, eyes lighting up with eagerness. Just one. Step aside, let me handle this pest. Chen Bai sat back, letting her take the lead, but tossed a casual warning. Don't get cocky. Use your detection skill first. She scoffed confidently. Obviously, her eyes narrowed as she activated her ability. Crystal Vision. A holographic ring materialized before her gaze, scanning the enemy's aura. But as the data flooded in, her confidence shattered. Wait. Something's wrong. It's a boss A. Level 7 boss monster. Her voice shook with terror. I can't read its full attributes. Strength is nearly 30, speed over 40, constitution. Before she could finish, a familiar blur of motion shot past her. White Emperor, look out, she screamed. But her jaw dropped as Chen Bai simply flashed forward, delivered a single casual scratch, and the massive mutated rat collapsed instantly. Clatter. A glowing item dropped from the corpse. The Plague Shoes. E-rank defensive gear. Agility +5 poison resistance and crowd control reduction. It was part of a set Plague, set 1 of 5. All attributes +1. Level requirement, 5. The description read, worn by the messengers of plague, spreading faith and death. Disease follows wherever they tread. Standing atop the massive carcass, Chen Bai scanned the system window, then looked at the card in his hand, muttering in confusion. Set equipment? Since when does a Rat King drop set items? With a thought, the gear materialized on his feet. He admired the craftsmanship. The grade is a bit low, but for a leveling Manhwa protagonist, collecting the full set means god-tier stat multipliers. Chen Bai straightened up, gaze intense. The Plague Rat King is dead. Now, we just need to investigate the source to complete the quest. They pushed deeper into the next sewer section. Ziqiang scanned every corner, but found nothing, sighing in frustration. 5 sections, and not even a whisker, but Chen Bai's eyes darted around, sensing a disturbance in the mana. Hold it. Wait here. Chen Bai stepped slowly into the toxic green mist ahead. With every step, the system notifications chimed like a slot machine. First absorption of spore virus. Virus points +10. First absorption of bubonic stimulant. Virus points +23. Rot virus absorbed +15. Mutated dark green spore virus +14. Black death virus absorbed +20. As the green mist vanished into his pores, Chen Bai stared at his palm. Finding germs in a sewer is normal, but the strains I'm absorbing now? These are alien to this world-classic awakening Manhwa-style hazards. The concentration is lethal even for evolved humans. His eyes narrowed dangerously. The source is close. Making a decision, Chen Bai turned back to the group. Ziqiang, you can't go any further. It's too dangerous. Retreat immediately. Understood, she replied, instantly retreating without question. Alone now, Chen Bai stepped into the darkness, a thrill rising in his chest. This is getting interesting. The virus points are spiking with every step. Just how much power will I gain when I find the source? After a few more turns, he stopped. This is it. Ahead, a dried corpse hung suspended in midair, surrounded by dancing green motes of light. Chen Bai gasped. It's a paradise of disease. He walked toward the center of the phenomenon. He paused, puzzled. A corpse. Is this dead body the source of the plague? He smirked, hand on his hip. No. Judging by the virus concentration, the origin isn't the body. It's that scroll. The corpse clutched a cylindrical object, emitting thick waves of green smoke. Chen Bai grabbed the scroll and unfurled it. He frowned. It's not a system item. There are no instructions. The text read, the high priest has sacrificed his life to leave this prophecy. For our great god during the trial, the divine fire has reached the supreme realm. We sacrifice this world to leave our god's mark within the trial. Our lives become the steps for the god's awakening. Our spirits remain with the god. Our names echo for eternity. The plague sect. All things are possessed. Living beings are immortal. Chen Bai finished reading, bewildered. Plague sect. I've never heard of that faction. He tossed the scroll aside. Whatever. I'll just absorb all this virus energy and boost my constitution stats. He focused his mind. Absorb? The green motes of light swirled like a river, rushing into Chen Bai's body. But halfway through, his eyes widened. Tendrils of mutated flesh were tearing through his sleeve. Chen Bai lost control, dropping the scroll. What the hell is happening? The air twisted into a vortex of green and purple energy, drilling straight into him. System notification special quest. Complete. Master of the Sewers. Reward. 2,000 experience points. Drawing random reward. Congratulations. You have received the skill, Wall of Flesh. The dried corpse crumbled into the water. Chen Bai clutched his arm. It had returned to normal, but a glowing mark remained on his palm. Plague Sigil. Proof of a core member of the Plague Sect. Condensed from the essence of terrifying diseases. This sigil will cause mutations in other nearby diseases. Chen Bai stared at his hand, mind racing. So this is the mark of the plague. The holographic board flickered, the content shifting. The system announced immunity to the corruption, successfully harvesting the plague mark. Conditions met. A new quest line triggered, signaling the start of the Plague Sect mission. Difficulty level, SSS. Chen Bai looked up, a whisper escaping his lips. A SSS-Rank mission. He instantly pulled up the details. The Plague Sect. A SSS-Rank objective. It was a quest to welcome the true god mentioned in their ancient prophecies. The Plague Sect had sacrificed their old god domain to descend upon this world, bringing countless treasures. Possessing the plague mark meant he was qualified to become that prophesied true god. The objective was clear. Locate the members of the Plague Sect, accept their trials, and prove his divinity. Was he the one they had been waiting for? Target. Find a plague envoy. The reward. 3 massive mysterious question marks. As he analyzed the text, he realized this wasn't just a quest. It was a path to divine authority. Memories of a beautiful silhouette from the past surfaced. Chen Bai chuckled softly, determination hardening his resolve. Becoming the plague god, would that finally give him the strength to face H.L. Jose, the plague envoy? Head on, I will find them. Suddenly, a colossal vortex manifested in the sky. He approached to investigate. A dungeon was forming. He reached out, his fingers grazing the swirling energy. The interface flashed again. System alert. The Hell difficulty dungeon plague sewer is currently generating. The system displayed the countdown: 19 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chen Bai smirked, his brow furrowing in thought. Hell tier. This would make the nightmare level iron furnace look like child's play. A full month for formation meant the quality of this dungeon would be astronomical. He decided to return in 30 days to challenge it. With that, he turned and walked away. Outside, another vortex swirled into existence. Ziqiang touched it, checking the stats before calling out. The Dongshan Sewer Dungeon is complete, difficulty normal. Level requirement 1 to 10. Entry limit 3 times a day. Stepping out from the corner, Chen Bai rubbed his wrist, whispering to himself. Levels 1 to 10, that's the perfect grinding spot for a leveling manhwa protagonist. Seeing him, she cheered. Master, you're back. I've already sent people to gather everyone for power leveling. We can't waste those 3 daily entries. Chen Bai nodded, pleased. You did well. 20 minutes later, the team had assembled. He cleared his throat. Listen up. The sewer dungeon is cramped. It's best to enter in squads of 4 to 8. Your lives come first. Loot comes second. Is that clear? The group responded in unison. Understood. Briefing over, Chen Bai turned to the group of girls nearby. All right, I'll join you for your 3rd run, but until then, you're on your own. Do not rely on me to save you. They quickly agreed. Understood, Emperor Bai. With the warnings done, he waved his hand. Form a party first, then join this chat group. Their system interfaces lit up. Notification Evolver. Number 1 Bai has requested you join the party. White Emperor Palace. Zichang gasped in shock. Your number 001. He spread his hands, nonchalant. It's just a registration order number. What is there to be surprised about? Sanggo waited, but no notification appeared. She stepped forward, demanding answers. Chen Bai, why wasn't I invited to the group? He glanced at her, brutally honest. Because I didn't invite you. He stepped closer, his tone teasing yet sharp. This is my harem. Only those with loyalty and capability get a seat at the table. A girl who pees her pants at the sight of a zombie definitely doesn't make the cut. The insult hit home. Sangha turned red, clutching her chest as she stammered a defense. You don't look down on me. I've grown up since then. Chen Bai stepped back, opening a menu of gear and provoking her further. Fine. Pick a weapon and get in the dungeon. Let's see just how much you've grown. Moments later, inside the sewer dungeon, Songji trembled, pressing herself against the damp wall as she eyed the mutant rats scavenging ahead. A dagger shook in her grip. She inched forward, tossing a warning to the sisters behind her. Do not help me. I need to handle this myself. Watching from the back, Chen Bai turned to Lu Li. I still don't know what talents you and Sangha awakened. Lu Li conjured an ethereal sword, impaling her own hand to demonstrate. My talent is illusionary thought. It is a B-rank skill. I can project illusions into reality, based on my imagination, though it lacks raw combat power. Watching Sangha struggle ahead, Lu Li continued softly. As for her talent is the C-rank Son of Heaven. It boosts experience, gain, and proficiency mastery by 50%. Chen Bai analyzed the data, his voice low. A hyper-growth type. Right now that is less useful in a fight than your illusions, but the potential is there. She confirmed it. Exactly. Meanwhile, the battle ahead ended. Sangha planted her foot on a rat corpse, clearing her throat to show off. How about that I took down 3 of them solo? This old rat was way tougher than those zombies. He approached, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased her. Not bad. Seeing how desperate you are to join my harem, I suppose I can make an exception. Sangha flushed crimson, stammering a rebuttal. Who said they wanted to join your harem? I just wanted to prove my skills. Chen Bai feigned agreement. Fair enough. I will respect your choice and withhold the invitation. Panic instantly set in. Sangha cried out. No, wait, Chen Bai grinned. Wait for what? Her face burned as she turned away, mumbling. Don't. Not send it. Can't I just join? Amusement danced in his eyes. He put his hands on his hips, enjoying the moment. Looking at your reluctant attitude, I think I'll pass. That successfully short-circuited her brain. She was furious but didn't dare explode, her face twisting into a pout, as she stuttered, you. Unable to form words, Zi Qiang stepped in, gently patting Sangha's cheek. Master, please stop teasing her. The poor girl really wants to join. This morning, she was jealous, thinking I introduced Qinling Yu to you instead of her. She even got mad at me, hearing her secrets exposed. Sangha squeaked in embarrassment. Mom Chen Bai tilted his head, relenting. Fine. For the sake of your mother's face, I will send the invite. Immediately, a holographic screen popped up. System notification Evolver, number 1,061,521. Sangji has accepted the invitation to White Emperor Palace. Sangha's mood instantly brightened. She rubbed her neck shyly before turning to run off, shouting back, I'm going to go kill more monsters. Chen Bai watched her retreating figure, a doting smile softening his face. Look at that adorable little princess. Zi Qiang chimed in. She's just stubborn, that's all. Don't worry, my lord. Once we clear this instance and return to the villa, I guarantee she'll be calling you daddy in no time. She gently touched Chen Bai's face, her eyes red with emotion and a silent promise. He glanced at her, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. A woman like you is truly decisive. Zi Qiang stretched, striking her most seductive pose. Of course. In this world, one must be decisive. The world changes too fast. Xiao Ke is a sheltered young miss who has never tasted hardship. Having a father figure like you, it's the greatest blessing she could ask for. Her eyes narrowed, hiding a deep calculation within. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel suite somewhere in the city, Liu Huai soaked in a bathtub, sighing with pure bliss. So comfortable. It's only thanks to the monarch's brilliant advice that I can live like a queen in this apocalyptic nightmare. Suddenly, the chime of destiny rang out. The system announced Evolver White's team has successfully cleared the normal mode of the Dongshan Sewer dungeon levels 1 to 10 for the first time. The system continued. Evolver White has uploaded a clearance strategy video. Viewing price 10 coins. Her eyes went wide. She sat up in the water, splashing as she shouted at the screen, the monarch. He cleared another dungeon, gently touching his avatar on the screen. Liu Huai felt a pang of regret. He's too godlike. I haven't even seen a dungeon yet. She sighed. 10 coins. Liu Huai is about to go bankrupt for this system Manhwa knowledge. The video cut to the next scene. She sat on the edge of the bed drying her hair, a storm of jealousy brewing in her heart. Why are there so many vixens around him? Elsewhere, a burly man rested his foot on his spoils of war spear on his shoulder. He watched the video, critiquing every move. This little girl has decent talent, but her combat experience? It's trash. I want to see White fight. Fast forward. On a high-rise rooftop, Crow watched the screen with hawk-like intensity, his brain working overtime to analyze the data. The monsters in the depths are high-level nightmares. Even with White's guidance, those girls shouldn't be able to clear it. In the end, the king himself will have to step in. The boss is here. He looks tough. A separate group watched together. Blake, sitting furthest away, cleared his throat. Well, how strong is this eastern lowlife really? White hair tilted his head, answering with a sneer. It's definitely no problem. We just have bad luck finding dungeons. There is no way he's stronger than Tang Mo's S-rank talent. After watching in silence, Brown Hair frowned, shattering their delusion. No, you're wrong. He just instant killed the boss. He is leagues above me. Back in the hotel room, Liu Huai flopped onto the bed, her eyes sparkling with adoration. That had to be an M-class boss. The monarch is a monster. His teaching method for those women, it's incredibly effective. She whispered a wish into the air. If only I were in the same city as the monarch. How wonderful would that be? I'm so jealous of those girls getting personal tutelage. Meanwhile, at Zai Qiang's villa inside the study, Chen Bai gave serious orders. Once everyone clears the dungeon, we'll be swimming in low-level gear. Yu Qin Ling and Yu Lu Li need to coordinate immediately. Establish the economic trading rules and equipment standards for the base. Ziqiang responded instantly. Understood. Any further orders? Pointing to the loot on the table, he said, I have something for you. Chen Bai emphasized. You understand how critical these items are. Correct. Ziqiang stayed silent, leaning in to inspect them, her eyes widening in shock. She picked them up, scanning the data. The wall of flesh and blood. It consumes organic matter to create a defensive rampart. This is far stronger than any wall we could build manually. If used correctly, its intimidation power will be absolute. Picking up a scroll, Ziqiang murmured. Returns the user to the marked city within 10 seconds after use. Material-based effect. This is a life-saving treasure. With this, we can absolutely become the sole rulers of Zhang City in this awakening Manhwa world. Picking up a suit, she continued, just change the form and it can become any equipment. He heard her brief summary and chuckled, teasing her. What's wrong? You feel like this isn't as important as the first two Zi? Qiang sat directly on the desk, leaning forward until she was dangerously close, defending her stance. How could that be? You are the true master of this domain. Therefore, an item that satisfies you is the most important of all. Chen Bai looked at the woman crawling across the desk, pressing against his chest. He smiled, asking casually, I don't understand women's items. Do you have a surprise for me? She pressed her hand against his chest, her voice dripping with honey. Oh, there is a surprise, but it's not me. Narrowing her eyes mysteriously, Ziqiang whispered, I told you. I want Xiaoke to officially call you daddy. Let me go help her. Prepare a bit. Please wait a moment, my lord. Under the starry night sky, the villa lights still burned bright. He stood there, turning away decisively, a satisfied smile remaining on his face. Chen Bai quickly equipped the gear. The system screen popped up instantly. You have equipped the plague cloak. System reminder plague set, equipped 25. All stats plus 5. Reduces the effect of weakening debuffs. Chen Bai analyzed the data calmly. 3 dungeon runs today, and I only got 1 piece of the plague set. If I run it 3 times a day, and get 1 drop each time, I'll have the full set in 3 days. He waved the screen away, happy with the progress. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A member of chat group 001 wishes to send you a private message. Chen Bai had already stepped out and closed the door. Seeing the notification, he paused in surprise. Huh, is it Meng Meng? He opened the message. It read, Greetings, Lord Monarch. I watched your strategy video. I can see you tailor combat styles based on individual talents. I am not good at fighting. So I also wish to receive your guidance. Is that possible? Please, Lord Monarch. Chen Bai realized the situation. So she wants a carry. He tapped out a reply. Guidance requires me to understand you first. If you trust me, tell me your talent. Only then can I help you. If you don't want to reveal your talent, your attributes will suffice. However, looking only at attributes won't reveal much. Receiving this reply, Meng Meng froze, stunned. She accepted the request instantly. Meanwhile, Chen Bai stared into the void, digging through the archives of his past life memories. In his previous timeline, the name Meng Meng never once surfaced. But if she's part of the pioneer group, her innate talent must be decent at the very least. But the moment he glanced at the system screen, his eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Her dreamscape points were sitting at a staggering 31. Chen Bai froze his mind, racing to process the impossible. An SSS-Rank talent. That's the kind of supernatural power with infinite growth potential. How could a powerhouse like this remain anonymous? In this brutal leveling Manhwa world, she must have perished early in the previous timeline. He needed answers fast. Tell me exactly how your talent functions, he typed. Meng Meng didn't hesitate for a second. Of course I'll explain everything. My skill Dream allows me to enter a dream dimension identical to reality. I can infiltrate others' subconsciousness and even extract items from the dreamscape. With dream weaving, I can alter reality within the dream world. Though right now, my control is limited to small adjustments. And with Shared Dream, I can invite others into my domain by creating a specific dream totem. Chen Bai analyzed the text, his expression hardening. If she kept her physical body hidden, this ability basically made her invincible. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. I can send you a dream totem picture right now. Could you please enter my world and teach me how to fight? Chen Bai rejected it immediately. I can't agree to that. Entering your domain leaves me completely defenseless. But her reply came desperate and fast. Please don't turn me away. I can sign an Evolver contract with you. I swear on my life, you won't suffer any harm. Chen Bai paused, genuinely stunned. An Evolver contract. Chen Bai paced the room, typing rapidly. That kind of binding vow is recognized by the universal will. It costs at least 10 gold coins to forge. If you have that kind of wealth already, why are you so desperate for my combat techniques? Meng rushed to explain. Monsters I kill in the dream world die in reality too. I can even tweak the drop rates of the loot within the dreamscape. That's how I farm the gold coins. I can even pay you with other rare items like these two. She attached 2 items, mental perception, a D-rank skillbook, and a city building token, an S-rank special prop. Chen Bai's jaw dropped. This ability rivals his own monarch virus. Seeing no response, Meng sent another pleading message. I'm begging you, please help me. I might be a god in the dream world, but in reality, I'm defenseless. She bit her lip, trembling her fingers, tapping frantically on the screen. I have a terrifying gut feeling. If I don't improve my combat skills now, I'm going to die. Chen Bai sighed. Her intuition was spot on. Her ability offered 0 physical enhancement. That was a fatal flaw in this awakening Manhwa universe. He typed his reply. Fine. Send over the Evolver contract. His mind was already calculating the benefits. If she's willing to go this far to bind herself, helping her is a no-brainer. With a talent that broken, he had to recruit her into his squad. The system Manhwa panel flashed open. Notification Evolver. Meng has sent you an evolution contract. Terms Meng guarantees no harm or negative impact will befall you. Violation results in the immediate stripping of Evolver status. Validity, 24 hours. He tapped the accept button without hesitation. I agree. Outside the night sky was awash with stars. Inside the Song Sijing villa, Chen Bai tossed his jacket aside and lay back on the bed, calming his breathing while reviewing the entry method. To activate the dream totem, one must relax and stare at it for 3 minutes. If the target resists mentally, it takes even longer. Gazing at Meng's image, his mind drifted like the clouds outside. If this ability evolves enough to pull people into dreams instantly, she'd be a walking nightmare. As consciousness faded, Chen Bai's eyes closed, pulled into the designated dreamscape. He materialized in a bedroom where Meng was already waiting. Their eyes locked and both froze. She was clutching a teddy bear, her face flushing crimson as she stammered. Hello, Lord Monarch. She whispered her introduction. I'm Meng. Meng as in Mencius, and Meng as in Dream. The one who sent the contract. Chen Bai replied, coolly maintaining his guard. I'm Chen Bai. Just call me Bai. So this is your dream world. This place isn't exactly suitable for combat training, is it? Meng shook her head frantically. No, not here. She smiled shyly, touching the door like it was a portal. I've prepared the gymnasium. It's not far. Chen Bai frowned as he stepped out. Instead of a hallway, he saw a mesmerizing vortex of pink light rising like mist amidst a concrete jungle. He looked around in disbelief. Is that the gym? Just how massive is your dream world? Meng shook her head, her eyes reflecting the hazy pink atmosphere. Not exactly. The dream world exists independently. It doesn't rely on me to sustain it. As a dream walker, I can only enter and reshape parts of it. From what I found, this realm mirrors the real world perfectly. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes, intrigued. A smirk tugged at his lips. I see. Fascinating. All right, let's head to the gym and start the training. She sprinted ahead, glancing back with a wave. Let's go. The scene warped instantly. Inside the gym, Meng snapped her fingers. Let there be light. Instantly, the basketball court flooded with illumination. Chen Bai glanced at her, his voice low. Are you still in middle school? Meng giggled. No, before the apocalypse descended, I was actually a web novelist. Chen Bai sat down calmly, looking up at her with a serious gaze. If you want to survive in the real world, the only way to improve is through actual combat. Don't use your dream manipulation powers against me yet. Attack me with your physical body. I need to gauge your raw fighting ability first. Meng clenched her fist, her voice trembling with pride. In this dream realm, my physical attributes will scale perfectly with my spiritual power. It is the ultimate awakening. My spirit stat currently sits at 48, so you better watch yourself. My liege. Hearing her bold claim, Chen Bai rose to his feet. Don't hold back. Strike me with everything you have. Her eyes burned with determination. All right, here I come. In a flash, Meng Meng threw her entire weight into a desperate punch, aimed straight at Chen Bai. The strike was fast, but Chen Bai shook his head in disappointment. Your center of gravity is a mess. You can launch an attack, but you can't recover. Rejected. Shame flushed Meng Meng's cheeks crimson. She abandoned form and lunged forward with both hands flailing. Chen Bai sidestepped the clumsy assault, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Is this the legendary flailing turtle fist, taught to kindergartners? His tone shifted to that of a strict instructor. First, control your balance. A punch you cannot retract is a death sentence. Second, pick a target, instead of swinging blindly at the air. Third, watch your opponent, not just your own fists. You are fighting a person, not a sandbag. After a moment, Chen Bai raised a hand to halt the session. Enough. I have gauged your current level. Just memorizing those 3 principles is sufficient for now. He let out a Chen Bai offered a faint, confident smile. Why apologize? Just focus on your training, that is enough. Comforted by his words, Meng Meng nodded with renewed vigor. Understood. Time flashed forward 7 days to the East Mountain Villa. Ziqiang reported eagerly. Master, the new rules for East Mountain have been posted in every corner. We have staff stationed at every notice board to explain them. Chen Bai exhaled a satisfied breath. The East Mountain settlement was finally on the right track. Moments later, he dropped a sudden announcement. I've finished clearing out the surrounding danger zones over the past few days. From now on, the management of this place is in your hands. I will be leaving early tomorrow morning. She jumped up, a mix of shock and regret in her voice. Why leave so soon, Master? I thought you would stay a few more days. I can't. My plague set is still missing one piece. Just then, the familiar glow of the system Manhwa interface lit up the air. Plague set 4 out of 5. All stats increased by 10. Grants debuff resistance to the user while inflicting a random viral debuff on any enemy struck. Chen Bai's voice turned raspy with ambition. I don't have time to waste grinding for a measly E-rank item here. The outside world holds opportunities and treasures far more valuable than this. I need to go out there and seize them. Ziqiang immediately threw her arms around him. Then promise you'll think of us and come back soon. Otherwise, if your White Emperor Palace suffers a flood, there will be no one around to handle it. Chen Bai smirked, amused by her implication. Oh, floods in my territory. He gripped her chin dominantly. In that case, go call the others. Tonight we need to have a very thorough discussion about installing some new drainage systems. Amidst the silence of the night, Ziqiang's sweet voice echoed. Sometime later, Chen Bai carefully closed the door. Just then, Lang Shuang approached and he reacted instantly. Looking for Ziqiang. She isn't awake yet. Lang Shuang quickly denied it. No, I actually came to find you. Chen Bai looked suspicious. What is it? Lang Shuang reported urgently. Someone is causing trouble at the settlement down at the foot of the mountain. Chen Bai's expression turned cold. You came to me for something this trivial. Weren't the rules of East Mountain already established? He glared straight at Lang Shuang. Do you not know how to handle things according to the protocol? Under Chen Bai's intense gaze, she hesitated. Apologies. We have the crowd under control, but the ringleader is one of your old classmates. Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a second. Take me to them. Lang Shuang nodded sharply. Understood. The scene shifted to the residential area at the mountain's base where Li Chen was pointing excitedly. Chen Bai is here. I see Chen Bai coming. Meanwhile, Lang Shuang scanned the crowd and reported, these are the people unhappy with the 1 coin daily fee. They want our protection for their homes, but they refuse to pay the price. Over on the other side, the man introduced himself with arrogant flair. Chen Bai, it's me, Li Chen. Chen Bai replied flatly. Li Chen, I know it's you. He didn't flinch, cutting straight to the chase. Our rules aren't strict. 1 coin. You just need to kill a single zombie. That is all. Even if you can't fight, there are profitable jobs within the settlement. So why are you gathering people here to start a riot? Li Chen retorted quickly. It's not about the money, it's about your principles. In this apocalyptic world, we are supposed to help each other. You have resources now, so you should be helping everyone survive this disaster. He smirked, his voice dripping with moral superiority. Take some advice from your former student council president Chen Bai. If you want to achieve greatness and benefit the world, abolish these fees. Do that, and everyone will be grateful to you. Chen Bai couldn't hold back a scoff of pure contempt. I'm too lazy to waste breath on trash like you. Chen Bai turned his back, his cold voice thundering across the courtyard. Everyone listen up. Here my word is the rule. If you can't handle it, get lost immediately. You have 3 minutes. If you're still here after that, I kill without mercy. Chen Bai's footsteps echoed dryly as his gaze swept over the crowd like a predator. This place runs on my rules. Accept it or scramble. 3 minutes. If you don't leave, don't expect to leave alive. Chen Bai lowered his voice, issuing a command. Lang Shuang, start the timer. She replied instantly, yes sir. Right at that moment, Li Chen smirked, launching a provocation. No need for 3 minutes. I absolutely will not leave. I am here representing the welfare of the people. Everyone stands with me. They appreciate me. Hearing this, someone in the crowd couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Cut the crap. 1 coin is nothing to the people here. Anyone complaining is either selfish or looking for a free ride. We won't protect parasites like you. In an instant, Li Chen became the target of their rage. Someone shouted, you useless trash. Can you seriously not kill a single zombie in a whole day? Another chimed in. If you can't earn a coin, come be a watchdog at my house. I'll pay you 2 coins. Just get out. We built this place. It has nothing to do with you. Li Chen trembled his face, turning pale as his voice cracked. You. All of you. Li Chen practically screamed. Fine. I'm leaving. Who wants to stay in this hellhole anyway? You just wait, Chen Bai. You'll regret driving me away. At that moment, Chen Bai walked forward slowly, his boots clicking ominously. He spoke softly. Hold on. Li Chen turned back looking smug. What? Regretting it already? Chen Bai's claws slowly extended from his fingertips. Without a word, he slashed blood, sprayed across Li Chen's face in a gruesome arc. In the blink of an eye, the body hit the floor. He looked down at the corpse, his voice low and sharp like a dagger. You were right. If I let a piece of trash leave with a grudge just to come back later, that is what I would regret. Lang Shuang checked her watch and announced to the stunned crowd, 2 minutes left. Are the rest of you not leaving? A young man fell to his knees before Chen Bai, his voice trembling. I am willing to follow the rules. For gathering and causing trouble, I accept the punishment. Please just give me 1 more chance. Chen Bai looked at him, his eyes shifting from cold to indifferent. You're a smart one. 5 coins. And after 1 month, the price returns to normal. The man nodded frantically. I accept. Thank you. Thank you so much. The rest of the crowd bowed in unison. We are also willing. Please give us another chance. Chen Bai signaled to his subordinate. The rest is up to you. Lang Shuang bowed. Understood. Please rest assured. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Mang had sent a message. Meng sounded worried. Master, it's difficult to increase my power right now. Even though my spiritual stats are high, I don't have any offensive skills at all. He offered a gentle reassurance. Patience is key. Trust that I will secure that mental assault skill book for you. Curiosity piqued, she pressed on Master. Which city are you in? The moment I leave seclusion, I'm coming to find you. He replied succinctly, Jiang City. A notification flashed instantly. That's surprisingly close. I'm currently stationed in Wuchang. Seizing the moment, he made an unexpected offer. If you are willing to follow my lead, I can come and retrieve you myself. Meng felt a bloom of joy in her chest, typing back furiously. Really? That would be amazing. As he snapped, the phone shut. A cold, calculating glint sharpened his gaze. Wuchang. In my past life, that's exactly where I triggered the S-Class Hidden Profession quest. It wasn't the legendary SSS rank, but it would serve as excellent capital for trading resources in this leveling manhwa world. Chen Bai gazed up at the endless sky, his resolve hardening into steel. Target acquired. First stop Wuchang. Meanwhile, inside a barricaded hotel in Jiang City, Luo Ping's voice was heavy with interrogation. Ji Huo, give me the status report. How much ration do we have left? Despair laced his reply. It's grim, Brother Ping. With a dozen mouths to feed, we won't last 3 days. Fury twisted his features as he gritted his teeth. It's all because of that damned elite zombie outside. That monster slaughtered 5 of us without a sound. Its sensory perception is terrifyingly high. It detects us the moment we touch the first floor, let alone try to escape. I saw a creature. Neither human nor demon. At that moment, the blood drained from Ji Huo's face, leaving him deathly pale. He forced the words out through his fear. Looks like we're destined to starve in this hellhole. Suddenly, Wei's finger stabbed toward the window. Everyone, look over there now. Outside, grotesque entities were frantically scattering. Witnessing the chaos, Luo Ping couldn't hide his shock. What in the world is that thing? I could only track a blurry afterimage. Don't tell me. It's a new, evolved variant. He rushed to shut the curtains, his voice dropping to a warning whisper. Something that can scale walls like that is a death sentence. Keep out of sight. But Wei raised a hand to stop him, her eyes wide. Hold on. That silhouette. It looks like a human. Ji Huo was paralyzed with confusion. A human impossible. Luo Ping was equally skeptical. Are you sure your eyes aren't playing tricks on you? She stared intently ahead, voice firm. There is absolutely no mistake. Don't forget my sensory awakening skill. Yi Shue's voice turned grave as she issued a warning. Target is moving rapidly, straight toward us. A colossal monstrosity crashed into view before the group. Meanwhile, Chen Bai observed the beast with calm detachment. A tyrant class. Interesting. Excellent. A truly unexpected windfall. He happened to possess a weapon blueprint requiring the bones of a tyrant. His voice dropped to a calculating rumble. Smashing it with the giant hammer would shatter the skeletal structure, ruining the material completion rate and the item drop chance. Dark purple energy erupted from Chen Bai, coiling around his arm like a chaotic flame. He roared coldly, "Then I'll just sever the head." Inside, Ji Huo trembled, his face pressed against the glass in terror. It's too fast to track. What's the situation? Ye Shui urged them back frantically. Stop looking. You'll get us all killed. Wei swallowed hard, her face draining of color. The clash has begun. Wait, his hands. They just morphed into razor-sharp claws. Luo Ping gritted his teeth. I told you it has to be a monster. No human in this awakening manhwa reality can grow claws like that. Suddenly, her tone shifted, eyes locked on the scene outside. He just executed the monster. And now, it looks like he's consuming its essence. Wei's eyes widened as she caught a fleeting glimpse. Wait, I know that face. Back on the street, the tyrant's corpse lay at Chen Bai's feet as the system interface flooded his vision. You have eliminated the tyrant zombie virus elite. Type offensive and defensive hybrid. Reward 2,000 experience points. Devour successful. Target Tier 3 mutant tyrant. Blacklight virus compatibility confirmed. All attributes increased. Acquired 800 virus points. Blacklight virus evolution points 500. Notification. The system Manhwa logic has unlocked a new morph muscle mass reinforcement. New morph acquired armored shield. Chen Bai inspected his arm with satisfaction. Muscle reinforcement. It amplifies every fiber without distorting my physique like the other transformations. Practical. My defense has nearly doubled. Not a bad haul. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air from above, causing Wei to scream involuntarily. Chen Bai. It's really Chen Bai. Startled, he snapped his head toward the source of the noise. Who's there? As he looked up, the silhouettes of Luo Ping and Wei came into focus. Chen Bai paused, scanning the massive structure before locking his gaze onto a specific window frame. Luo Ping clamped his hand over her mouth, hissing in anger. Wei, are you insane? How can you be certain that thing is the Chen Bai you know? What if it's a mimic? A monster wearing his skin? Ye Shui added sharply. Exactly. He effortlessly slaughtered the beast that trapped us here. If you have a death wish, don't drag us down with you. Suddenly, from the street below, a calm voice drifted up. Is someone up there? Greetings. I am Chen Bai. Did I hear someone call my name? Wei immediately scrambled to her phone, reaching out to a mutual contact. Chen Bai, it's me, Shi Wei. As she peeked out, she saw Chen Bai hanging casually from the window, his gaze cold as ice. Oh, your eldest Miss Song's best friend. I thought it was someone else, he scoffed. Shi Wei's eyes lit up with hope. Chen Bai, do you know how Sister Song is doing? Is she safe? Moments later, inside a hotel in Jiang City, Chen Bai's voice cut through the silence. I've established a stronghold at the Dongshan Villa district. There are already hundreds of survivors living there. Song Ziqiang is helping me manage the base, so Sister Song is perfectly safe. Shi Wei's eyes welled up with tears of relief. Really? Luo Ping immediately cast a skeptical look. He built a base with hundreds of people, just like that. Another student hesitated. You mean the Queen of Jiang City is actually working for you? You're bluffing, aren't you, bro? Chen Bai remained calm, his voice radiating an unshakable confidence. You'll know once you get there. I don't waste my breath on lies that can be easily exposed. Suddenly, the door handle rattled violently, a shout rang out. Ah, Chen Bai, he spun around. Qi Zheng, the man rushed in, overflowing with excitement. I swore I heard someone call your name. Zhao Mu stared in disbelief. It really is Chen Bai. He scrambled to his feet. What are you doing here? Qi Zheng threw his arm around Chen Bai's shoulder, explaining rapidly. That day in Zhanglin, brother Zhang wanted to help beauty queen Wei with her part-time job, so he brought a whole crew along. Zhao Mu chimed in. We wanted to invite you, but Li Feng insisted you were too busy to come. Hearing this, Chen Bai made a sudden offer. Are there many Jiang University students here? If you want, you can all retreat to my stronghold at the Dongshan Villas. Suddenly, a devilish smirk played on his lips. But there is one rule. The rent is 1 copper coin per day. Can you accept those terms? Of course, Luoping agreed without hesitation, though anxiety flickered in his eyes as he assessed the situation. If that monster wasn't blocking us, we could have even been farming gold coins by now. But the road to the base is treacherous. Can you escort us? Chen Bai cut him off. I have unfinished business. But don't worry, on my way here, I only encountered a single tyrant-class monster. The group looked disgruntled. Wait, you didn't see any other monsters? That just proves how unlucky we are. Just then, Chen Bai waved his hand. A stack of cards materialized as he swiped through his inventory. Qi Zheng Blockhead and you too, Shi Wei. These are low-tier items I can't use. Take them. Chen Bai stood up abruptly. I need to move fast. You know where the base is, so I'll be going ahead. Luo Ping nodded gratefully. Thanks, Chen Bai. Qi Zheng called out worry in his voice. Stay safe, Chen Bai. The protagonist leaped from the rooftop, soaring effortlessly to the opposite building. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Rong Meng Meng requests a chat. Master, she messaged seriously. Your King Han is complaining in the group chat. I think my new ability might be useful for him. Chen Bai replied instantly, I'm in too many groups. Just tell me what happened. He paused, frowning. My King Han. Does she mean Han Xiao? Back at the hotel, Zhao Mu spoke with urgency. Brother Jiang, we need to head to the stronghold immediately. Luo Ping's voice was grave. Every evolved human makes the base safer. In this apocalyptic world, strength in numbers is everything. He frowned, his tone turning cold. True, but we must prepare. Crossing Jiang City to get to Dongshan is no small feat. Meanwhile, Li Feng pushed up his glasses, whispering, wait a moment. He froze, surprised to see a familiar silhouette return. Chen Bai, why are you back? Shi Wei rushed forward. Is something wrong? He replied calmly. I just need a temporary room to handle some business. Zhao Mu quickly suggested. You can bunk with Qi Zhang. And me, Chen Bai teased. And give up my privacy. I need to be alone. He smirked. Fine, take my room. We'll guard the living room for you. Suddenly, Shi Wei gasped, remembering something. Right. She called out desperately. Chen Bai, wait. Catching him in the hallway, she asked, I forgot to ask. Do you know Sister Song's evolution ID? I need to add her to my friends list. Chen Bai lowered his voice. 990225. Qi Zheng interjected. Chen Bai, what about yours? Zhao Mu and I want to add you too. Chen Bai turned and recited a simple sequence. 0, 0, 1. The room froze in absolute shock. After a beat of silence, Qi Zheng burst into laughter. We all evolved, but your terrible sense of humor clearly didn't. But behind him, Zhao Mu gripped his shoulder tightly. Qi Zheng. Just add him and see. Suddenly a system notification chimed. Evolved 101 White, accepted your friend request. He screamed in disbelief. Someone nudged him. Qi Zheng. Don't just stand there like an idiot, let's go. 10 minutes later, whispers erupted among the group. Is Chen Bai's ID real one? Asked in awe. That number is legendary. Zhao Mu whispered. He said it's the order of evolution. That means, in this entire awakening Manhwa world, he was the very first to rise. Sudden realization struck him. Wait, do you remember what Chen Bai posted in the dorm chat group? That tip about the school moving the physical exam to mid-June? Qi Zheng nodded rapidly. Of course, we looked like idiots working out for a week straight because of that. A heavy silence fell. Then, the terrifying question. Hold on. Does that mean Chen Bai knew the apocalypse was coming? Zhao Mu laughed nervously. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But hey, thanks to him, we were physically ready, right? Qi Zheng nodded slowly. True. We survived because of the intel Chen Bai gave us. Zhao Mu grinned with pride. Exactly. Suddenly, Qi Zheng's focus shifted. Hey, beauty queen Wei, why is your face beat red? Shi Wei bolted toward the door. Nothing. I need to go to my room. And don't forget Chen Bai's arrangements, nobody disturb him. Slam. The door shut tight. Outside, Shi Wei leaned against the wall, face burning with embarrassment. She whispered Chen Bai before frantically typing a message. Brother Song, it's me Wei, Shi Wei. On the other end, Song Zijing replied instantly. Wei, how did you get this private frequency? She admitted, honestly Chen Bai gave it to me. Song Zijing scoffed, I knew it. That guy can't step outside without flirting with death or women. Wei probed further. You're his best friend, right? That means we're all on the same side, Song replied. Without hesitation, naturally. Wei sent a cheerful reply. Perfect. When we all group up, It won't just be the two of you anymore, it'll be a trio. Song Zijing was baffled. What are you talking about? Wei drifted into a delusion, muttering to herself. Does he feel the same way? Could this be destiny? Then the realization hit her. Chen Bai and Brother Song. Living together. Just then, Li Feng's voice broke the silence. Listen to me, Brother Luo. This situation isn't as simple as it looks. He accused boldly, Chen Bai is definitely scamming us. His story is full of holes. Luo Ping nodded without thinking. I smell a rat too. He scoffed, and that nonsense about Song Zijing managing his base, please. It sounds like a classic power trip. Meanwhile, Wei stood frozen, overwhelmed by the barrage of conflicting information. At that moment, the system chimed within the dreamscape. Chen Bai descended from the sky like a deity, a calm smile playing on his lips. Apologies, everyone. I had to arrange a few contingencies in reality before logging in. His gaze swept the area before settling on the group. Looks like I'm the final piece of the puzzle. Standing before him were Wu Ya, Han Xiao, and Meng Meng. Han Xiao threw back his hood, his voice ringing with excitement. Emperor Bai, I'm Han Xiao. It's an honor to finally meet the legend in the flesh. I knew you'd be impressive, but damn, you're even 30% more handsome than I imagined. Meng Meng rolled her eyes, sighing. Kiss ass. Han Xiao grinned shamelessly. Hey, I only speak the truth. Then the brooding figure stepped forward. Greetings, my liege. I am Wu Ya. Meng Meng mentioned she had an extra slot for the party. My talent is fear manifestation, an SS rank ability that brings nightmares to life. Han Xiao's jaw practically hit the floor. You're kidding. Does that mean my S-rank mind control is actually the trash tier of this group? Chen Bai narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation. Your talent might lack raw firepower, but your luck. That's a whole different story. He glanced at the girl. If you had triggered this scenario a few days ago, even Meng Meng wouldn't have been able to save you. Back then, she could only pull consciousness into the dreamscape, but using the dream nest as a core, that's the game changer that allows us to project directly to your location. He gestured toward her. Truth be told, she only mastered that technique yesterday. Han Xiao threw his head back, laughing. Then the heavens really are smiling on me, but Chen Bai's expression hardened. Focus. Meng Meng can sustain the four of us, but the clock is ticking. Tell us exactly what kind of hell we're walking into. Han Xiao's fingers danced in the air as he pulled up the data. It's an exclusive S-rank quest. I'm sharing the quest window now. It's close, so let's move while I brief you. This is a classic awakening Manhwa mystery scenario. I found an old medical file in my father's estate from Hongqing Mental Hospital. It listed an aunt I never knew existed. The diagnosis was bizarre. Why was she erased from the family history? And, more importantly, is this genetic madness the source of my own powerful mental attributes? The answers are buried in that asylum. The scene shifted, looming shadows swallowing the light. Han Xiao's voice dropped to a whisper. Welcome to Hongqing Mental Hospital. By the time I found it, the place had already mutated into a dungeon instance. He turned to Chen Bai, his playfulness gone. I tried to solo it once. He crossed his arms, frustration burning in his eyes. I had to retreat almost immediately. The mobs range from level 5 to 12, but on nightmare difficulty, they're unkillable for me. I was stuck, unable to grind or advance. And when I bailed, the will of the universe warned me that something inside had marked me. If I came back alone, I'd be dead. Chen Bai just smiled, radiance emanating from him. I know. Leave it to me. Silence fell. Then the cold mechanical voice of the system shattered the quiet. Do you wish to enter the Hongqing Mental Hospital instance? A smirk curled Chen Bai's lip. Let's hunt. Inside the instance, Wu Ya scanned the rotting corridors and scoffed. Just trash mobs. Meng Meng shivered, sensing the atmosphere. Careful. Something feels wrong about the energy here. Don't get cocky, Han Xiao warned. Even the fodder here hits like a truck. Suddenly, a twisted nurse monster manifested, her body contorted in grotesque angles. Wu Ya didn't flinch. He stepped into the line of fire. Hold back. I want to test my limits on this thing. The creature shrieked and lunged. But behind Wu Ya, the specter of his SS-rank fear manifestation rose like a demon. The monster collapsed mid-air, paralyzed. It stared in absolute terror at the entity looming behind him. Wu Ya snapped his fingers. Fear mode detonation. Lightning crackled, engulfing the beast in a violent surge. System corrupted nurse eliminated. EXP distributed. Meng Meng giggled nervously. Wow, you look more like the villain boss than the actual monsters. Chen Bai chuckled. Impressive control. Han Xiao pumped a fist. That was absolute fire. A skill book dropped. Piercing Mind Blast unleashes a sharp mental explosion in a target area. Warning. The sonic resonance will attract nearby enemies. Wuya held up the glowing card. First drop, and it's a rare skill. Luck really is on our side. Chenbai nodded, keeping the pace. Han Xiao Meng Meng, you two are the mental type users. Sort it out between you. Han Xiao waved it off immediately. I pass. I'm only here for the quest item. Besides, my kit already covers that base. Meng Meng's eyes sparkled as she grabbed the card. Then, don't mind if I do. Thanks, guys. The card dissolved into particles of light as she absorbed the technique. Just then, Chenbai threw out a wild idea. Meng Meng, why not test that skill of yours right now? Meng Meng hesitated, worry clouding her face. But master, the damage range is tiny, while the sound range is massive. If I do that, every monster in the ward will come running. Seeing her panic, he comforted her with a gentle, calculated smile. That is exactly what I want. The monster luring function is the key here. Hunting them one by one is too much of a hassle. Trust me, nothing will go wrong. His words acted like a buff, instantly boosting her confidence. She nodded firmly. Okay, without wasting a second. Meng Meng launched her attack into the void. Telekinetic blast. In a heartbeat, dozens of monsters began to swarm. Chenbai smiled. Everything going according to his script. The aggro effect is even better than I expected. Under the dim, flickering lights of the abandoned apartment, dozens of twisted figures shambled toward the survivors like a wave of death. Han Xiao stepped back, fear gripping him. There are way too many dungeon monsters here. Behind him, Wu Ya snapped a warning, his eyes sharp. Everyone stay focused. Don't get distracted. Amidst the chaos, Meng Meng looked up at Chenbai, her voice trembling. Master, are you sure we can handle this many mobs? He tilted his head slightly, his deep voice resonating with absolute authority. Of course. It is not a problem. Chenbai stood motionless, his eyes glowing with intensity. This is the perfect chance to test my newly upgraded skills in this leveling manhwa scenario. Hearing this, Han Xiao felt a surge of courage. He shouted, if the team leader says so, then I'm relieved. Kill them all. Han Xiao swung his arm, sending a group of zombies flying with brute force. From the shadows, Wu Ya quietly chanted a spell of pure terror. Darkness. He looked up and screamed, strangulate. Meanwhile, on Meng Meng's side, the air in front of her suddenly exploded. Both Han Xiao and Wu Ya spun around in shock. Oh my god, is that? In that moment, Meng Meng hoisted a massive rocket launcher onto her shoulder. She whispered with glee, awesome, one more shot. Han Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity. A rocket launcher, her dream creation ability, is absolutely broken. Later on, will Boss Meng Meng be summoning a Gundam? Wu Ya answered with dead seriousness. It is definitely possible. But then he turned his gaze elsewhere, suspicion rising in his heart. Why hasn't the team leader attacked yet? Meanwhile, Chenbai stood frozen, his mind racing. I finally charged the energy to the limit. The casting speed of this skill is too slow. Charging it mid-battle is a pain. A moment later, a sinister grin spread across his face. All right, it is time. Chenbai crouched down and slammed both hands into the floor. Countless spikes erupted from the earth below, skewering the monsters instantly. In a flash, the entire battlefield was wiped clean. Witnessing the devastation, Meng Meng gasped. Master, you're too strong. Han Xiao's jaw dropped. Holy crap, is that the White Emperor Wu Ya? Was stunned into silence. He muttered, he killed them all. Just then, two zombies quietly crept up behind Chenbai. He seemed caught off guard, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Han Xiao rushed forward, desperate to help. There are two left, I'll take care of them. Chenbai suddenly blocked him. Wait, I kept these two nurse-head mini-bosses alive on purpose. Han Xiao froze, watching in disbelief, as Chenbai turned. Captured. He caught them with a single hand. The system chimed in. Ability Blacklight Devour Evolution. You may choose to view the target's memories. There is a probability of absorbing any of the target's skills. Chenbai thought to himself. Reading and absorbing memories. I haven't used this feature since I first got it. A symbol appeared on the monster nurse and she began to scream in panic. What is this? What is happening to me? Suddenly, the nurse saw herself tied to a cross in a vision. She screamed in pure madness. Don't come over here, I beg you. Stay away. A bystander in the memory whispered, Nurse Kang, please keep your voice down. Chenbai slowly reached out toward her. Scared out of her mind. Why is her mental resilience so low? And you plan to offer yourself to your master. What a pity. A crazy woman can only serve as next month's sacrifice. Another figure in the memory tried to comfort her. Nurse Wang, don't be too sad. Everyone is just rejecting you because of what happened to Nurse Kang. The woman nodded slightly. I know. I liked Nurse Kang very much too. Then she unconsciously muttered a number. 16. 16. Such a good person, so beautiful. Why did she suddenly go insane? Snapping back to reality, Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. 16. And a demon formation. I figured it out. When I was a demon hunter in my past life, I heard rumors about a mental hospital dungeon in the demon city linked to the occult. It could even summon a devil. It was a pity that back then my level was way too high for this dungeon. I only read related posts on the evolution forums and didn't pay it much attention. With that thought, he gave the order. Alright, let's look for clues about the hidden quest. Everyone stay sharp. Do not split up. Chen Bai looked into the distance, his voice cutting through the silence. There is a high chance a powerful entity exists here. Half an hour later, deep in the abandoned hospital, Han Xiao stretched his back. We lured all the monsters out earlier. We haven't seen a single one for ages. We've searched 3 floors and found nothing. Meng Meng interrupted him. It's not that we found nothing. The number 16 appears here, with terrifying frequency. Unlike the others, Wu Ya was anxious, staring intently at Chen Bai. I don't care about 16 or 18. I just want to know why the dungeon boss hasn't made a move yet. Is he so scared of the White Emperor that he's hiding? Chen Bai didn't turn around, answering coolly. Young man, you seem a bit reckless. Suddenly, the situation descended into chaos as the group shouted, "Who's there? Come out." Right then, the sound of footsteps echoed from nowhere. From the darkness, an old, gruesome voice spoke, slowly introducing itself. I am the Dean of Hongxing Mental Hospital. I am also the messenger sent by Solomon, the 16th demon god of the 72 pillars. Meng Meng instantly raised her guard. He is a demon, Wu Ya analyzed cautiously. A demon god's messenger. The Dean smirked, his voice dripping with malice. Pretending to be calm is useless. Becoming a sacrifice for my master is your only destiny. But you, girl, if you are willing to serve my master loyally and bear his children, he squinted his eyes at them, I might spare your life. Meng Meng exploded with rage. In your dreams, go have your master's babies yourself, you creep. At the same time, Chen Bai curled his lip, his face full of disdain. A low-level devil modified from a human, aren't you a little too arrogant? He glared at the creature, provoking him. If you actually have any power, then show it to your grandpa here. Quit playing these stupid games. The celebration was cut short. A voice dry as old bones echoed from the darkness. Pitiful humans. You truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The pressure in the room skyrocketed. Allow me to educate you on the true meaning of power bestowed by the master. A psychic shockwave slammed into them like a tsunami. Han Xiao doubled over, clutching his head as blood drained from his face. His body locked up in sheer terror. What is this pressure? Meng Meng fell to her knees, groaning in agony. It hurts. To make it stop. Chen Bai stood his ground, his expression darkening. Damn it, Chen Bai cursed internally. I hate fighting mental types. It's constant, unavoidable suppression that bypasses physical defense. My raw stats are high, but without a dedicated mental defense skill, I'm a sitting duck in a war of attrition. There's only one option, end this. Now, Chen Bai exploded into motion, launching a devastating punch aimed right at the source. The entity Chang Lin merely tilted his head, looking at Chen Bai like a bug in a jar. Suddenly, the world erupted in flames. Chen Bai summoned a shield instantly. The impact shook the foundation. Chang Lin let out a cold, mocking laugh. Oh, you actually survived that. Perhaps you aren't completely worthless after all. His voice boomed like thunder across the battlefield. You can never hope to breach my hell's black flames. You have already lost to my overwhelming mental suppression. The crushing pressure slammed back onto Chen Bai, freezing him in place as if gravity had increased tenfold. Sensing victory, Chang Lin roared, You are cornered. There is no escape for you now. In this despair, struggle and scream all you want. Show me your hopeless faces. Suddenly, Han Xiao lifted his head, a dark chuckle escaping his lips as a blinding light erupted from his body. Wu Ya watched in shock, his eyes widening. The mental suppression. Is it dissipating? Meng Meng turned on Han Xiao, shouting amidst the chaos. Why didn't you unleash that kind of power sooner? He scratched his head with a forced smile. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I just released a bit of my mental energy, and it somehow countered his pressure. Across the battlefield, Cheng Lin spoke, realization dawning on him. Han Xiao, so you are a descendant of the Han family. You carry the master's bloodline. He sneered with disdain. Do not think your bloodline alone will save you. My hell's black flames will still reduce you all to ash. Unfazed Han Xiao fired back a sharp retort. Hey, aren't you just the master's loyal dog? Why are you trying to slaughter your master's descendant? Aren't you afraid your owner will stomp you to death? Chang Lin exploded with fury, his voice shaking the walls. Your family is nothing but a clan of traitors. Killing you might even earn me a reward from the master. Now, become dust within my inferno. Chang Lin leaned back, gathering his energy, and roared hell, sensing imminent death. Wu Ya charged forward. Don't let him breathe fire. Stop him now. But suddenly Chang Lin let out a massive sneeze, and the gathering flames instantly snuffed out. Seizing the moment, Chen Bai remarked casually, "What's wrong, old man?" Caught a cold, Han Xiao looked puzzled. Is this some kind of new strategy? Chen Bai noted. The effect was slower than I anticipated. I guess the physique of a devil-class entity isn't too shabby. Chang Lin hacked and coughed, his fury mixing with confusion. You, what have you done to me? Chen Bai stepped closer, whispering like a phantom. It's just a little skill to keep you sneezing. I actually just leveled it up recently. As expected of a system Manhwa ability, this skill is called the pulmonary infection flu. Once the infection is released, it enters the first stage within 1 second to 10 minutes, depending on the physical gap between the user and the target. In stage 1, all attributes decline, and 3 to 5 random disease debuffs appear. Crucially, any channeling spells are interrupted by sneezing, leading to inaccuracy, delays, or total failure. When it hits stage 2, physical constitution drops by more than half. Chang Lin looked horrified, screaming in denial. Impossible. How could a being like me get sick? Chen Bai continued. Stage 2 reduces recovery by 90% and shatters concentration. 5 to 10 random diseases strike. Respiratory function begins to fail. Chang Lin's voice grew weak and raspy. I am a high-tier life form. How is this? No, Chen Bai corrected cold-heartedly. Stage 3 is total respiratory failure. The boss jerked his head up, trembling violently. Chen Bai smirked. The effect is impressive, isn't it? Even devils need to breathe. It was definitely worth the massive amount of virus points I spent. The system chimed. Defeated dungeon boss Hell's Apostle, Chang Lin level 12. Based on combat contribution, awarded 30,000 experience points. After a moment, he turned slowly, only to find his team shivering in the corner. Chen Bai pointed in annoyance. What are you guys doing? They covered their mouths, muffling their voices. Brother the virus. Mang whined. Master, please. I don't want to catch a cold. Chen Bai couldn't help but laugh. Relax. Unless I specifically target you, you won't get infected. Mang gasped in awe. So strong, White Emperor, that skill is absolutely invincible. He cut her off coldly. Stop the flattery. It only worked so well because this devil had a weak constitution. Many monsters don't need to breathe at all. Chen Bai turned to Han Xiao. I received the clearance notification and the strategy video. How about your quest? Han Xiao checked his status panel in panic. Why didn't I get a mission completion notification? Then there must still be a hidden side quest within this dungeon. We need to find it. He paused. Oh, right. I plan to upload the clearance video. Does anyone want to show their face and become famous? Wu Ya replied instantly. Please blur my face, Captain. Mang chimed in. Mine too. Han Xiao nodded cautiously. Let's keep it low profile. But first, let's see what loot the boss dropped, then help me find the quest clues. Elsewhere, a screen displayed the footage. Evolver by leads team members Mang, Han Xiao, and Wu Ya. Clearing Nightmare Dungeon Red Star Mental Hospital levels 5 to 12. Strategy video uploaded. Cost 5 coins per view. Ziqiang glanced over while Qizheng watched intently from start to finish. Meanwhile, Siwei's jaw nearly hit the floor in sheer astonishment. Unlike the skepticism of the crowd, Li Feng smirked with amusement. But on the screen, a masked figure stood in a high-rise in River City. Ye Shui's voice rang out with certainty. He may be hiding his face, but those twin daggers, those claw techniques, I would recognize that fighting style anywhere. I've analyzed the combat footage from the White Time archives. There is absolutely no doubt that is Chen Bai. Shui shot a look of pure disdain at the group. Cat, got your tongue. Just a moment ago, you two experts were swearing on your lives that Chen Bai was nothing but a liar. Li Feng looked like he'd been slapped, completely stunned. He stammered, but isn't Chen Bai supposed to still be in his hotel room? Panic rising, Li Feng pivoted, turning desperately to Luo Ping. Even if that is him, it just proves his combat power is high. It doesn't prove that the sanctuary or base he bragged about actually exists. Suddenly, Luo Ping jumped to his feet, trembling. He gritted his teeth. Exactly. In fact, this situation is even more terrifying than we thought. Don't you get it? Luo Ping's imagination ran wild with horror. What if he's luring us to his base just to raise us like livestock, to feed on us, to fuel his own power? That is the true nightmare scenario. But before his fear could spread, Shi Wei's voice cut through the air like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. Li Feng dropped the act. We all can see you just have beef with Chen Bai, because he didn't share any high-tier gear with you. And you, Luo Ping. Still stubborn, she smirked, pulling up her interface. Then feast your eyes on this video I just received. It might change your tune. A grotesque monstrosity filled the screen, an indistinct nightmare of flesh. Ye Shu screamed terror, gripping her heart. Ah, what kind of hellish creature is that Shi Wei? Why would you show us this? Shi Wei replied coolly. Songgye just sent it to me. Watch closely. The image sharpened, pulling every eye toward the horror in the frame. Li Feng's voice trembled, his face pale. This is the footage from the River City Villa District. Songa suddenly popped into the frame, cheerful as ever. Behold, the flesh and bone wall. It protects the perimeter of our sanctuary by consuming corpses. Shi Wei, I bet you're scared witless right now, aren't you? She panned the camera back, making a proposal. You wanted to see the base, right? Well, take a good look. Calls through the cosmic will aren't cheap classic system manhwa rules, so I only bought 10 minutes. She grinned. Enough to give you the grand tour from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Song Ji's tone turned playful. The foot of the mountain is for the masses. The entry fee is just 1 coin a day. Anyone can join the safe zone. But if you cause trouble, you lose your life. She pointed the camera upward. The mountainside is where our relatives live. We're even planning to expand the entertainment district soon. And this is the peak. The Villa District. My current home. You recognize it, don't you? Few people live up here on the summit, but it is an absolute fortress. No ordinary person can step foot in this sanctuary. At the last second, Songa looked straight into the lens, a wry smile playing on her lips. Though you might end up living here too. Chen Bai hasn't made a move on me yet, but with a pervert like him, it's only a matter of time. Suddenly, her voice turned inviting. Anyway, hurry up and get here. We have so much to catch up on. Fine. I'm hitting the dungeon to raise my stats immediately. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance against a monster like Chen Bai. Ye Shua paused, a sudden doubt crossing her mind. Wait, did you ask Songa how many women are in Chen Bai's harem? Shi Wei blushed, looking away. That is irrelevant. Yi Shui looked down, regret washing over her. She really should have screened the content before sharing it with everyone. Li Feng stepped forward, trying to salvage his dignity. Well, that settles it. Who knew Chen Bai was this OP? I was just, playing devil's advocate earlier for the sake of discussion. Luo Ping suddenly blurted out. I can't be Chen Bai's woman. Shi Wei recoiled immediately, her voice dripping with annoyance. What is wrong with you? Who said anything about you becoming his woman? Luo Ping panicked, grasping at straws. He's a player. He has too many girls. You won't like it. Then he confessed. I'm not like that. I only have eyes for you. The air grew heavy for a split second before Shi Wei's expression turned to ice. Stop. Don't take another step. Her voice was steady, leaving no room for hope. Luo Ping. Who you want, or how many people you want, means nothing to me. I have rejected you countless times before. Her voice dropped final and crushing. Let me make this crystal clear one more time. I feel absolutely nothing for you. Stop liking me. Meanwhile, inside the demon capital Dream Realm, at the Red Star Mental Hospital dungeon 4th floor, Chen Bai examined the corpse of the boss. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike his mind. System alerts: special bloodline atoms detected within the entity. Host can choose to devour or extract. Absorbing will impact the blacklight virus and the host's physique. Chen Bai decided coldly. Reward my minions. No. Extract it for me. Exclude. System special entity devoured. 500 evolution points gained for the blacklight virus. Passive activated skill absorption. Acquired rank A skill Hellfire Body. System extracted. Bloodline has crystallized into an item. Item description: weak demon. Bloodline atom. Type consumable, rank A. A pharmaceutical essence condensed from the body of a demon. Effect upon consumption, grants a weak demonic bloodline. Requirements: spirit 20 or higher. Physique 20 or higher. He stared at the vial in his hand. This is the bloodline atom. Chen Bai gripped it tight. A smirk forming on his lips. Extracting it turned it into an item. I thought it would just vanish into the system. He turned to his team. Report. What dropped? Han Zhao whispered, trembling with excitement. A lot. A ridiculous amount of loot, boss. A rank A class change scroll Hell Messenger. And a rank A skill book Hell Black Flame Meng Meng. Held up a blueprint happily. Plus an armor design and a rank D equipment piece. Blueprint Shepherd's Horn. Crafting details rank C to S armor. Materials required: Purebred Demon Horn X1. Abyss Hellfire Dark Crystal X1. Note: final item grade is determined by the quality of the materials used. As typical in a high-stakes manhwa recap, the narrator explained, when the S-Rank Shepherd's Horn appears, it is unique. No one else can ever obtain an S-Rank Shepherd's Horn again. Chenbai's voice deepened. The horn of a purebred devil, perfect. I know exactly where to use this. His tone was decisive, like a man playing 4D chess. I will take this blueprint. The class change scroll goes to Han Xiao, who possesses the demon bloodline. The skillbook is for Meng. Wu Ya, you provided crucial support, so this equipment is yours. Wu Ya grinned. Then I thank you, White Emperor. Han Xiao marveled. Such reasonable distribution. White Emperor is truly god tier. Then he shrank back slightly, reminding them, the final step is helping me find the quest clue. I, Little Han, thank everyone in advance for your help. The air grew still as the scene shifted to the director's office. Demon City Dreamscape. Dungeon Red Star Mental Hospital. 4th floor Dean's office. Han Xiao's eyes scanned the room. I think the clue must be here unless the Demon Dean had a secret chamber. He shoved the door open. But before he could finish his sentence, a terrified scream ripped from his throat. What the hell is that? Before Han Xiao loomed a colossal statue. Meng trembled, stammering, how? How can a mere statue possess such an overwhelming aura? Chenbai explained slowly, his voice calm. What kind of monster is this? This is Zepar, the 16th pillar among King Solomon's 72 demon gods. He is the master that Director Lin worships. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. The reason this statue pulses with such terrifying energy is because Zepar has descended into this vessel in some form. How intriguing. I wonder if that corrupt director actually discovered a method to summon this calamity. About a century ago, a woman from the Han clan fell in love with Zepar's projection here on the Blue Star. Since that day, every generation of the Han family has been cursed to birth twins, a dragon, and a phoenix. The daughter is fated to remain here forever when she comes of age, destined to become the bride of the demon god Zepar. In cruel contrast, the son is allowed to marry and live a normal life, completely ignorant of the dark truth. The scene shifted to the dreamscape of the Demon City. Inside the Red Star Mental Hospital 4th floor director's office, Meng stood there, clutching a tattered ancient tome, her voice ringing out with clarity. Over a decade ago, Han Xiao's father somehow uncovered the terrifying truth behind the Han family's inheritance. To break the chains of fate, to save his daughter from a lifetime of imprisonment, serving a demon, he chose to end her life the moment she was born. But Zhao Changlin discovered the plan, stopped Han Yang, and reported the betrayal to Zepar. For his treachery, Han Yang was stripped of his bloodline. The newborn sister was then taken by Zepar, raised in the shadows to fulfill her destiny. As a reward for his loyalty, Zhao Changlin was gifted a demonic bloodline. Meng tossed the book aside with a look of cold disgust. That's basically the gist of this lunatic director's diary. It's mostly filled with jealousy toward the Han family's bloodline and insults, calling Han Yang a fool. There are also records of his merits, rewards, and oaths of eternal loyalty. Piecing this information together was the absolute limit of what we could find. At that moment, Han Xiao expressed his deep gratitude. Boss Meng, right after you finished speaking, I received the next quest notification. Thank you truly. Though reading those words, it tore me apart. It's all thanks to you. She shook her head gently. Don't mention it. I enjoy unraveling mysteries this way. Meng then shifted her gaze toward the ominous statue. Master, you've been analyzing that statue since we walked in. Is something wrong? Chenbai carefully placed his hand on the cold stone, speaking in riddles. Of course there is. Suddenly, the entire room began to quake violently. Wu Ya looked at Chenbai in panic. What is happening? Han Xiao cursed instinctively. Damn it. A secret chamber revealed. Meng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. There was still something hidden here. The scene shifted to the exterior, where a blood-red light swallowed the sky. Meanwhile, Han Xiao took careful steps, his voice trembling. At this depth, we must have descended from the 4th floor straight into the bowels of the earth, right? At least 2 or 3 levels underground. I've been counting the steps. Chenbai smirked, his eyes narrowing. We should be arriving any second now. He boldly offered his deduction. If I'm right, what lies below is either where Zhao Changlin summoned Zepar, a communication altar, or a sacrificial ground for the demon god. The moment they stepped inside, a chilling sight greeted them: rows of crucifixes standing over a dark magic circle inscribed on the floor. Wu Ya scanned the area on high alert. The stench of blood here. It's suffocating. Meng approached with curiosity. Master, what exactly are you looking for? I've shared the data. See for yourselves. Hell Teleportation Array Core. A core engraved with the complete formation of Hell. Effect. Can trigger the Red Star Mental Hospital Dungeon to activate Zeppar's summoning circle. Requirement. Sacrifice. 16 lives complete with souls and blood. Note. This is a unique item. The summoned demon god is bound by the rules of this awakening manhwa reality, limiting its level to 12. After summoning the dungeon, difficulty will skyrocket to hell mode. Han Xiao gasped in shock. Summoning a demon god. Wu Ya's eyes widened. There are level restrictions after summoning. Does that mean? Meng Meng cut in casually. Master, if we summon the demon god and kill it, wouldn't we strike it rich? Chenbai suddenly asked. I'm only level 8. What about you guys? She lowered her head. Level 5. Wu Ya answered shortly. 4. Han Xiao quickly added. 3. Almost 4. Chen Bai raised his head, his gaze piercing through their delusions. Exactly. If we summon it, you'll be wiped out instantly. You're not even level 10, you have no class and no gear. Where do you get the courage to challenge a level 12 demon god? Facing the harsh questioning, he laughed sheepishly. But, isn't the White Emperor here with us? Chen Bai looked even more helpless. He spoke softly. Even with me, it's impossible. There is a massive difference between a diluted bloodline and an actual demon god. Surely you realize that. Wait until you reach the dungeon's level cap and obtain a class, then come back. Seizing the chance, Wu Ya quickly requested. Then next time you absolutely have to carry me big shots. Meng Meng winked playfully. Deal. You'll be our priority. Once they were back outside, she asked carefully. So the dungeon is cleared. Is there anything else you want to do, Great Masters? Han Xiao hesitated before speaking up. There's still one thing I'm not clear about. His voice dropped to a gravelly whisper, questioning the very nature of this hell. Another demon sibling exists. Did these abominations spawn the instant the apocalypse began? Chen Bai leaned in, his gaze piercing through the gloom. Whether they crawled out of the void or were always lurking in the shadows matters little. What matters is that they are here right now. Why bring this up now? Chen Bai pressed his eyes, narrowing. Think back. Did you notice anything strange about your father before the system initialized? Han Xiao shook his head, a bitter smile on his lips. Not at all. We weren't exactly close. To my eyes, he was just an ordinary average man. His life was painfully mundane, he continued, voice hollow. The only exceptional thing happened after the end. He didn't turn into a regular walker. He became a mutant. Wu Ya's eyes widened with thrill. A demonic zombie. Now, that's a rare spawn. Han Xiao's expression hardened. No, nothing so grandiose. It wasn't demonic in nature. A gruesome memory resurfaced, making his voice tremble. He mutated into a plague zombie. His skin. It was festering with vile purple and toxic green pustules. The sheer terror of it froze me. I couldn't bring myself to even graze him. He clenched his fist. But that fear became my catalyst. It forced me to awaken my telekinetic powers just to keep him at bay. In a twisted way, it was his final gift to me. Chen Bai's brow furrowed in thought. A plague zombie. Han Xiao nodded grimly. Yeah, it had to be the chemical plant where he worked. His co-workers in the district manifested the same corruption marks. A dangerous glint flashed in Chen Bai's eyes. That chemical plant. It's the key link to the SSS-Rank Plague Sect questline. Chen Bai made his move. I have a keen interest in that facility. When we head to the demon capital, you're acting as my guide. Han Xiao beamed, accepting the command. Done. Consider it handled. Suddenly, Wu Ya cut in, her tone light but sharp. Hey, White Emperor. I've got a query about my ability mechanics. Chen Bai turned to address the squad. Go ahead. If anyone has intel or system queries, speak up now. We level up faster by sharing data. A smirk played on his lips. Not a bad haul for a single conversation. I've just unlocked a critical clue for the Plague Lord's hidden quest. Time passed. Chen Bai drifted into a deep restorative slumber. Jiang City. Hotel room 1503. Seeing his team writing in agony on the floor, he nearly roared. What the hell happened to you guys? A weak whisper replied Chen Bai. He rushed forward, catching them before they collapsed. Explain this, he demanded. I explicitly ordered you not to enter my room. I flooded this space with high-grade viral defenses to stop intruders. Zhao Mu hacked violently, coughing up blood. I've stacked over 20 negative status effects. It feels like a plague. Qi Zheng gasped, interrupting him. My stats. All 30 attributes have plummeted to 0. Damn it, Chen Bai, do you have a cleanse potion? Chen Bai's expression turned stern. I've already purged the virus from your systems. Your stats will regen shortly. He stood up. Rest here. I have business to finish outside. Shi Wei stumbled toward him, panic in her eyes. Chen Bai Wei Jiang Luoping. He's planning to murder you. The revelation struck like a thunderclap, though it left him more baffled than afraid. Kill me, he raised an eyebrow. On what grounds? She lowered her head, her face a mask of misery. He and Li Feng refused to believe your stronghold existed. To prove it, I asked Sister Song to send video proof, but I didn't anticipate her reaction. Shi Wei's voice trembled. After she rejected him, he snapped. He screamed your name like a lunatic. He thinks you're the source of all his misery. He believes if he eliminates you, his world will reset to normal. Chen Bai let out a cold, incredulous laugh. Is the man brain dead? What kind of twisted logic is that? Shi Wei's sadness turned to fury. He's a complete narcissist. He's always threatened any guy who dares to get close to me. He went so far as to force my childhood friend to drop out of school just to isolate me. If Sister Song hadn't shielded me, she said bitterly, he would have used his dirty tricks on me, just like he did to those other girls. From the inner room, a chorus of hacking coughs echoed. Shi Wei clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. Being trapped in this hotel with him, every day felt like an eternity in hell. Luckily, his awakened talent is trash, so he couldn't force himself on me. She looked up, determination burning in her eyes. You know what? Chen Bai, seeing your power now, and knowing Sister Song is alive, it gives me hope. Suddenly, the coughing ceased. A deathly silence filled the corridor. Shi Wei glanced at the door. Jiang Luoping has been soaking in your viral trap for a while now. Will it kill him? Chen Bai shook his head. Not immediately. The viral load debuffs his stats heavily, but it takes time to drain his HP to 0. A dark look crossed her face. Then, I have a suggestion. He leaned in, intrigued. Oh, what do you have in mind? Shi Wei's voice was ice cold. I despise him. I want his death to be agonizing. I want him to die in absolute despair. Inside the room, Jiang Luoping lay paralyzed on the floor. His vision blurred, framing a nightmare Shi Wei and Chen Bai locked in a passionate embrace. Chen Bai pulled back, wiping his lip with a smirk. To crush a man's spirit, a kiss is a lethal weapon. She smiled, a mix of vengeance and shyness. It worked. And don't get any ideas. That was my first kiss. 2 days later. The outskirts of Wuchang Forest. Song Zicheng initiated a private voice chat. Chen Bai answered instantly. Status report. Song Zixiang's warm voice came through. Just calling to update you. Our extraction team secured Shi Wei and the squad along the river route. They are en route to base now. Excellent work, Chen Bai commended. Back in the villa study, Song Zicheng shifted her tone. There's one more thing. The Evolution Forum is blowing up. Everyone is buzzing about a mysterious elite chat group. Experts are claiming you're the admin. They say it's a sanctuary for pioneers, those who awakened early like the protagonists of a leveling manhwa. Song Zixiang stared intently at her screen. Is the intel accurate? Chen Bai paused for a beat before replying. You mean chat group number 1? Naturally. Did you forget the recruitment post I had you boost last week? Her lips parted in realization. So, all those high-ranking experts, they'll eventually be working under our banner. Exactly. Now about the threads inside the Evolution Forum's chat group 1. How should we manage the information flow? Chen Bai reassured him immediately. Don't worry about that. I'll make a decision after reviewing the data. Just send me the title of the forum post with the highest engagement. Understood. Organizing it now. Top post. A pre-apocalypse thread confirms that the user calling himself White Emperor predicted the universal trial. It feels like we are living in a system manhwa. Analysis of White's video guide. Evidence suggests many top-tier experts are actually members of the same chat group. Since monsters appeared before the trial, human evolution is possible. The owner of chat group 002 states that, based on experience, chat group 001 was likely created before the trial began. A moment later, Chen Bai frowned in thought. It seems the time has come to officially activate chat group 001. Chen Bai stared intensely at the screen, monologuing to himself. This won't just grant me immense influence and power. It will instill a sense of collective honor among the members. It will make recruiting those high-level experts much smoother in the future. Withered leaves crunched beneath Chen Bai's feet. System, you have entered the hidden realm, village of the evil faith. Hearing this, a confident smile spread across his face. Finally, I've arrived. In my past life, this is where I found the hidden realm for the professional S-Class Demon Hunter job change quest. Quest 1. Prevent the villagers from summoning the evil spirit. Difficulty D. System alert. All participants will receive 500 experience points upon completion and may exit the hidden realm. Quest 2. Eradicate all C-rank corrupted villagers. Upon completion, all survivors will be rewarded with 1,500 experience points and granted permission to leave this dungeon. Quest 3. Annihilate the evil spirits summoned by the villagers and slaughter every S-rank corrupted villager. The reward is 5,000 experience points and a C-rank low-level demon bloodline potion. In a twist of fate, Yi Qing shouted with manic excitement. Listen up everyone, we just need to charge into the Hidden Realm clear Quest 2, and then we can all escape safely. The loot distribution is set to party random mode to ensure a fair system Manhwa experience for everyone. Even if you do not roll an item, you will be compensated with gold coins. Brother Chiang promised I absolutely will not let anyone suffer a loss. In my past life, desperate for a few coins, I believed Brother Chiang's lies. He had joined my team to enter this very dungeon. Who could have guessed that the marksman Brother Chiang would intentionally miss every crucial shot? His calculated mistakes allowed the villagers to summon a horde of evil spirits. Yet, he took his own crew and retreated from the combat zone. His vile goal was to use our lives as cannon fodder to weaken the monster wave. He waved his hand coldly, sentencing us to death. You lot have only one path to survival: weaken that demon until I am satisfied with its health bar. By the time everyone realized it was a death trap, Brother Chiang had already locked down the battlefield. He mercilessly slaughtered any evolving humans who tried to flee the perimeter. That bastard Yi Qiang had recruited nearly 100 people, all solo players, and struggling small groups from the area. No one could organize an effective resistance in time. Countless souls died in vain, crushed between the pincer attack of the evil spirits and Brother Chiang's treachery. Realizing there was no escape, the survivors had no choice but to turn back and fight the demons. But their struggle for a sliver of life was completely futile. Yi Qiang gripped his weapon, signaling his team with twisted glee. Brothers, charge! Only when the last outsider fell did Brother Chiang lead his main force toward the exhausted boss. But what he never calculated was that I was still breathing. I knew that if I were discovered, I would be silenced forever, so I remained as silent as a shadow. While they were distracted by the boss raid, I barely managed to crawl to the edge of the instance. I tried to trigger the escape mechanism available after completing quests 1 and 2. Then a strange coincidence occurred. Right as I was about to exit the dungeon, they managed to kill the boss, and the system began the loot roll. The system notification chimed. Rolling for the S-Rank Demon Hunter class change scroll. Alert, your roll is 100. Notification: you have obtained the S-Rank Demon Hunter class change scroll. They set up the random distribution to lure cannon fodder into their trap, but in this classic leveling manhwa twist, they lost the ultimate prize to their own greed. This truly proves that the heavens have eyes. Wuchang City outskirts village Hidden Realm. On the path outside, that group searched frantically for me later, forcing me to flee Wuchang and find a new place to restart my life. Thinking back on it, Chen Bai smirked. It is a pity I could not see the look on Brother Chiang's face back then. But as his words trailed off, he froze. Chen Bai looked down in shock. The corrupted villagers are already dead. That means someone is already inside the instance. He muttered unconsciously, in my past life, Yi Qiang did not kill the demon and clear this dungeon for another 2 months. Chen Bai tried to calm himself. There is no need to worry about someone being ahead of me. But who could possibly have discovered this hidden realm so early? Wuchang Outskirts Village Hidden Realm. Central Zone Announcement. Quest 2 complete. Experience rewards distributed. You may now exit via the village edge. A flash of joy crossed his face as Yi Qiang sneered. Excellent work. Brother Zhang Long's judgment was spot on as always. Since Quest 2 is done, we can leave. Let's go, brothers. We will return to kill this boss later. As the group turned to leave silently, a voice rang out. Brother Chiang, someone else has entered. Chen Bai suddenly appeared walking past the group. Are you all leaving so soon? He turned with a provocative grin. Then, I will be taking over this boss. You guys do not mind, right? Yi Qiang replied unexpectedly. Not at all. Feel free. Chen Bai lowered his head, hiding a cold smile. So it is Brother Chiang. I never expected them to find this awakening manhwa dungeon so early. Yi Qiang called out a warning. Be careful, kid. That is a level 11 demon boss. Chen Bai waved dismissively. Thanks for the tip. Watch your step on the way out. Just then the monster roared. What an interesting little bug we have here. It seems you do not fear me. Or perhaps you know you are about to die, so you have accepted your fate calmly. Facing the boss's crushing pressure, Chen Bai chuckled softly. I just forgot that it has been a long time since I faced a lone hunter demon. I usually want to exterminate every low-level spirit like you. Hearing this, the monster's rage exploded. It screamed frantically. You are just a puny human. Die for me. Chen Bai moved his sword with practiced ease, whispering into the air. As a demon hunter with decades of experience from my past life, I have slaughtered countless trashes like you. Every weakness, every twitch of muscle, even the flow of mana within its veins, I see it all clearly. With a final strike, the monster's blood-soaked body crashes to the ground. System notification. You have slain the Al Orlando Hunter, a level 11 boss. Gained 13,500 experience points. Mission 3 complete. Reward 5,000 experience and 1 bottle of C-rank low-tier demon bloodline potion. Chen Bai stares coldly at the loot, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. It seems his skills haven't rusted one bit in this intense system Manhwa world. Meanwhile, the spectators can't contain their excitement. Brother Chiang, look, I got the participation reward. 5,000 experience, and a bloodline item. Another chimes in, I got one too, but then a frown mars his face. Wait, did he just one-shot that thing? Zhonglong asks nervously. Brother Chiang, is he planning to devour the boss's corpse? Yi Qiang nods, his expression grim. Yeah. Let's go check it out. System notification. You have successfully devoured the special gene. Gained 350 exclusive evolution points for the Blacklight virus. System notification. Useless genes discarded. Obtained 1 bottle of A-rank common demon bloodline potion. Chen Bai speaks slowly, his voice laced with ice. Why did you come back? Planning to fight me for the spoils of war? Yi Qiang forces a calm, thin smile. His lips curl into a mocking grin. You must be joking. You soloed the final boss. Where would I get the guts to demand a share? Chen Bai's eyes narrow like daggers. You preach righteousness, but I've already seen the rot beneath your mask. Moments later, he glances at the items in his hand, eyes glinting with interest. Not bad. This boss actually dropped some high-tier loot suitable for a leveling manhwa protagonist. Look at this. B-rank Hunter Bloodline Potion, A-rank Demon Bloodline Potion, and even an S-rank Demon Hunter class transfer scroll. Chen Bai turns abruptly. Does this seriously not tempt you? Just then, Zhang Long tosses a potion bottle back to him. He speaks carefully. Brother Chang, these are just the drops we picked up. Saying we don't want the rest would be a lie. Zhang Long adds hurriedly. But we know the rules of the wasteland. You cleared the mission. The loot belongs to the victor. We aren't stupid enough to break that code. Yi Qiang's eyes flash his gaze, scanning Chen Bai as if trying to dissect his very soul. Chen Bai smirks amused. Sounds reasonable. Then his tone drops to absolute zero. But you came back for a reason, and I doubt it was just to congratulate me. Speak your mind? Yi Qiang waves his hands defensively. Honestly, nothing sinister. I just want to make a connection. Little brother, where is your base of operations? He laughs awkwardly. You see, my younger brother is currently cleaning up the western Wuchang suburbs. I'd hate for him to accidentally trespass on your territory. Chen Bai's pupils constrict. The western suburbs Meng. She's hiding in a small district near the gym in that exact area. This guy looks polite on the surface, but he's fishing for intel. He wants to know if I'm in their way. Chen Bai lowers his voice, playing it cool. Relax. My base is over in Jiang City. I only know of a gym in the western Wuchang suburbs, nothing more. As he speaks, Chen Bai calculates rapidly. I need to find out how close their forces are to Meng. Yi Qiang immediately switches to a friendly tone. Ah, we just took over that gym a few days ago. We're currently tidying up the surroundings. With your strength, you must command a significant force in Jiang City, right? Let's be friends and support each other. But Chen Bai feels a pit form in his stomach. They've already cleared the gym. When people like him say cleaning up in an awakening manhwa context, they mean conquest and slaughter. That explains it. That's why nobody knew about Meng in my past life. She must have been purged by these bastards. System notification. New message from Meng. Chen Bai signals them. Hold on. Suddenly, a trembling voice echoes from the screen. Master Meng. Suddenly, a swarm of evolved humans appeared in my district. They're going door to door searching for something. At this rate, they'll find me any second. Chen Bai's expression turns thunderous. They are purging zombies and survivors alike. Do not let them in. I'm coming right now. Seeing Yi Qiang's hand reaching out, Chen Bai snaps, glancing sharply. You, what do you think you're doing? In a flash, Chen Bai binds the man with cold fury roaring. D-skill activation devour. As he absorbs the essence, memories flood into Chen Bai's mind. But the memories are fragmented shards. He can't pinpoint the exact location of the Jinhui International District, where Meng lives, nor the specific location of the stadium. The scene shifts to a different perspective. Chen Bai stares at the fleeing survivor. I need a guide. You warned me about the boss earlier. You seem to know a lot more than you let on. Scene transition. A high-rise in the western Wuchang suburbs. Jinhui International Community Building. 16 Room 1. Meng Meng's apartment. Screams echo from outside. Is anyone there? Open the damn door. A man bangs violently on the metal. I'm counting to 3. If nobody answers, we're breaking in. Inside, Meng Meng trembles in terror. She whispers, trying to sound tough. You are not welcome here. Leave now. If you break in, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing the sweet feminine voice, the thug grins lecherously. Brothers, hear that? There's a woman inside. His lackey jeers. Hey little lady, how exactly are you going to be ruthless? Another thug laughs darkly. Don't worry, darling. Get yourself ready. Big brothers are coming in to comfort you right now. Meng Meng screams hysterical. Scram. A psychic shockwave distorts the air. Outside, the thugs clutch their heads and vomit blood instantly. Her weapon clatters to the floor. Meng Meng collapses, coughing violently. A look of helplessness washes over her face. Damn it. This manhwa recap moment reminds me that psychic skills require physical stamina. Just 1 second of usage and my voice is broken, my energy drained. She freezes. It's quiet outside. With my current mental power, that blast should have at least knocked them unconscious. Moments later, a weak rasping voice drifts through the door. The dying thug speaks into a walkie-talkie. Brothers. Meet at building 16 12th floor. There's a chick here. Mental attack ability. My squad is wiped out. Come capture her. She used a massive blast. She won't be able to use it again for a while. She's a sitting duck. 10 minutes later, the banging returns louder and more aggressive. Meng Meng looks at the door in despair. They're back already, it seems. I have no choice but to fight to the death. Suddenly, a door burst open, followed by heavy footsteps. A man's gaze landed on Meng Meng. Well, a little beauty. Why are you sweating so much? Little sister, are you tired? Why did you not scream this time? You have such a beautiful body. It would be a shame if your screams sounded ugly. Let Big Brother here save you. Girls shouldn't be shouting and fighting anyway. Watching the group close in anxiety flooded her heart. Based on her remaining stamina and mental power, she calculated she could launch exactly one more Hell Black Flame. Meng Meng roared in fury. You can all go to hell, Hell Black Flame. Immediately after she gasped for air, thinking, Master was right. The 4 attributes must complement each other. It is dangerous if one stat is too high while others are low. Just then, another group stepped in. The leader smirked. Brothers, it looks like this little girl is out of juice. Another thug mocked. Hey, beauty, are you going to obediently kneel and lick, or do you choose death? Pick one. Meng Meng groaned, clutching her head. Her headache was splitting, and consciousness was fading. She reached out desperately. No, I will not fall into their hands. One of the thugs shouted. Why are you still asking? The girl obviously chose death already. Come on, brothers, get her. The thugs swarmed Meng Meng like hungry wolves. One roared, grab her. This wretched girl still dares to resist. Despair swallowed her whole as she screamed, save me, someone please. From the darkness, a savior emerged. Chen Bai shattered the window, crashing in like a bolt of lightning, and planting his foot squarely in a thug's face. He caught her falling form, his touch gentle against the chaos. A bitter smile touched her lips. Master, is that really you? I am sorry, Meng Meng. I was too weak. His voice softened, wrapping around her like a shield. Do not blame yourself. You did well. Rest now. I will handle the trash. Chen Bai's gaze turned murderous as he faced the mob. You dare touch my disciple. None of you are leaving this room alive today. The thugs exchanged terrified glances, whispering in fear. Where did he come from? She had backup. Standing before them was a reaper in black, radiating pure death. Kill him, they screamed, rushing forward blindly. But before they could blink, thunderous kicks sent them flying. They stood zero chance against an awakener. Blood sprayed the air. One thug crumpled instantly, while another smashed headfirst into the wall, knocked cold by the sheer impact. The Reaper's cold eyes swept the room. Is that all of them? Suddenly, a weak whimper broke the silence. Master. Meng Meng curled up on the sofa, drenched in cold sweat. It hurts. Please stop, she moaned. Chen Bai checked her vitals immediately. Physical exhaustion combined with mental overload. She was suffering from mana backlash and hallucinations. Her mind wandered the abyss. Master, where are you? Frowning at her pain, he grasped her hand firmly and stroked her hair to anchor her spirit. I am right here, Meng Meng. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered from behind. Another thug charged in, swinging a massive axe with killing intent. Chen Bai spun like a whirlwind. His kick slammed the attacker into the concrete. He returned to her side instantly, his voice steady as a mountain. Fear not, your master will protect you. Fury ignited in his eyes. He channeled his aura and stomped the ground, shattering the floor tiles and sending the thug rolling in agony. He swore an oath then, and there no one would ever hurt her again. An hour passed. The violence faded into silence, leaving only the sound of steady breathing in the room. Meng Meng slept peacefully on Chen Bai's lap, color returning to her cheeks. Surrounded by broken bodies, a hand suddenly crept through the cracked door. Chen Bai's eyes snapped up. Zhang Long peeked in nervously. It is me, Mr. Bai, just me. Chen Bai kept stroking Meng Meng's hair, his voice turning icy. If you are standing here, it means Chen Yichang's entire squad has been wiped out, correct? Zhang Long dropped to his knees, trembling. Yes, Mr. Bai. Just as you planned, I lured them into the trap. The monsters finished them off. Chen Yichang's elite forces are gone. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. And the survivors? Are they your friends or family? Zhang Long shook his head frantically. No, Mr. Bai, I have no extended family. Only my wife and child matter to me. I possess the A-rank talent truth vision. That tyrant Chen Yiqiang found out and held my family hostage to force me to work for him. Shame filled his voice. If my talent were trash, my family would have been abused and slaughtered just like my neighbors were. Chen Bai nodded, his gaze softening. I see. Your talent is useful, and you were the only one who warned me about the boss monster. I owe you for that. Will you follow me to Jiangcheng City? Zhang Long froze, stuttering in disbelief. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Bai smiled faintly. You are not forced to come. I am not a tyrant like Chen Yichang. I do not rule through fear. I respect your choice, Zhang Long. Panic seized the man. No, of course I'm willing to follow you. I hesitated, because many innocent people are still enslaved at the settlement, just like my family. Chen Bai nodded. We can take them in. However, moving a large group to Jiangcheng immediately is dangerous. Open your inventory. Stay in Wuchang for now and stabilize the situation. Chen Bai flicked a vial from his spatial storage. Take this potion. It will boost your power significantly. I have also sent a friend request via the system. Contact me once things are stable. Then you can decide whether to build a base here or move to Jiangcheng. Zhang Long bowed deeply. Thank you. Thank you so much. After he left, the room fell quiet, Meng Meng still deep in slumber. Chen Bai opened his interface and scowled. What the hell, I just gave away a potion and now my inventory looks like this. A grotesque demon face appeared in the grid, its mouth gaping wide, staring hungrily at the demon bloodline potion. Strange. This did not happen when I looted the dungeon. I deposited the class change scroll and the bloodline potion together. He studied the slots. Let's try moving it. In this leveling manhwa, even the inventory system held deadly secrets. The demon face seemed to crave that potion. Its unblinking eyes were locked onto the vials, its jaw unhinged, in a silent scream of hunger. Chen Bai weighed the mask in his hand, a thought crossing his mind. These low-quality bloodline potions were trash to him anyway. Why not feed the beast? After all, this was the treasure Lei Duo had been desperate to possess. Perhaps a little snack would unlock a hidden attribute. One by one, he tossed the vials into the mask's gaping maw. Keep eating. Have them all. 5 minutes later, the mask's expression twisted into a satisfied grin. Chen Bai frowned. That's it. You devoured my entire stock just to feel full. Fine. Special grade artifacts have expensive tastes, I suppose. Suddenly, the mask retched, spitting out a purple pulsating lump. Chen Bai stared at the object on the ground. Does this thing eat and excrete from the same hole? What is this filth? Do I have to clean up after it now? He picked it up and his eyes went wide. Appraisal complete. A+ rank common demon bloodline essence. A consumable item formed by condensing demonic power through a secret technique. The higher the requirements, the more potent the effect. It required 75 points in both strength and agility just to consume. Chen Bai's eyes blazed with excitement. The mask wasn't just eating. It was a purification machine. Combined with the demon blood he could farm from the secret realm, he now had an infinite generator of high-grade resources. It was the ultimate cheat code in this awakening manhwa reality. Then, he remembered the scroll. The S-Rank Demon Hunter class change scroll. A unique item that only dropped from the first kill of a pureblood demon. Completing the quest within would transform this parchment into the legendary Demon Hunter job class. The mission requirements were brutal. Enter the first layer of the abyss. Slaughter 100 demons and 100 fallen ones to prove his worth. Leaving the deep to conquer the abyss. Chen Bai crushed the scroll in his grip. He wouldn't just scrape by this time. He was going to turn the demon's stronghold into his personal hunting ground. Suddenly, a soft movement caught his attention. Her eyes fluttered open, hazy with sleep. She sat up, rubbing her face like a confused child. The moment she saw Chen Bai, the dam broke. "Master." She threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Master, you're alive." Chen Bai gently patted her back, his voice softening. "It's okay. I'm here. The nightmare is over. I killed every last one of them." Meng Meng took a deep, shaky breath. "Master, I'm too weak in the real world. I need to train my body. I need to double my efforts." He smiled and ruffled her hair. "Physical training is too slow. Your focus is the core of any leveling manhwa, gaining experience and mastering your skills." Meng Meng looked down, tears welling up again. "But the experience points needed are astronomical. And I already cleared out all the monsters in the dream world." She sniffled, looking defeated. "I can't travel far, and I can't find any dungeons." Chen Bai tilted her chin up. "How are you feeling physically? Rest for a bit, and then we'll head to Jiang City. There are plenty of dungeons there." Hearing the name Jiang City, her sadness vanished instantly. "I feel great, no rest needed. Let's go right now to Jiang City." Chen Bai laughed, catching her hand as she tried to bolt. "Hold on." He scooped her up into his arms effortlessly. "Walking is too slow. We'd never make it by next month at your pace." Meng Meng's face turned crimson, freezing in his embrace as they launched out the window. "Keep your eyes closed. If the wind pressure gets too high, tap my shoulder." She nodded, burying her face in his chest. He leaped, vanishing into the skyline like a phantom. Moments later, they touched down in a desolate forest. Wuchang outskirts, the entrance to a hidden secret realm. They landed on cracked, dry earth. The system chimed. "You have entered the Demon Faith Village." Meng Meng gasped, looking around. Whoa, the atmosphere changed instantly. "So this is a secret realm," Chen Bai explained as he walked. "The main difference between this and a normal dungeon is the entrance. Only a cleared realm gives an entry prompt. For an evolver, stumbling into a new secret realm is usually a death sentence." Meng Meng looked at him with starry eyes. "Master knows everything, so should I go pull the monsters for you?" His voice turned serious. "No, this isn't the dream world. One mistake here means death. Stay near the exit where it's safe." Before she could blink, he was gone. As he moved through the shadows, Chen Bai analyzed the situation. The quest had updated. It wasn't just about killing demons anymore. He had to slaughter every guard and the Dark Priest. No bloodline potion reward listed. Strange. But it didn't matter. The boss was going to die first, regardless. Wuchang's secret realm. Central Square. The air here shimmered with a psychedelic evil energy. High above, Chen Bai surveyed the area. An intruder, the cultists below spotted him drawing their bows. A sacrifice for the demon lord. But before their arrows could fly, Chen Bai's silhouette dissolved into mist. The guard froze, confused. A split second later, a thunderous impact shattered his spine. Instant annihilation. Chaos erupted in the square. The boss roared, trying to rally a defense, but Chen Bai was a blur of violence. System notification. Level 15. Dark Priest, Chen Dahai slain. 45,000 experience gained. Special blood factor detected. Absorb or discard. Absorption will trigger an evolution in the Blacklight virus. A savage grin spread across his face. Perfect. This system Manhwa logic was finally paying off. He could devour them all. In that case, I'm digging in. His blade became a whirlwind of death, harvesting heads with surgical precision. Notification. Low-grade C-rank demon bloodline potion extracted. Chen Bai nodded. Even the mini-bosses dropped loot. He checked the elite corpses. They dropped potions too. Only the trash mobs were empty. Makes sense. Scarcity creates value. Meanwhile, back at the entrance, Meng Meng sat on a large rock, swinging her legs patiently waiting for her master to return from his slaughter. Master killed the boss and cleared the elites. Meng Meng thought, chin resting on her hand. He won't leave me behind, but I have 0 experience points. I need to catch up. A familiar voice snapped her back to reality. Meng Meng, charge your ultimate skill. Chen Bai commanded, unleash your maximum destruction range. Do not worry, these mobs are weakened. With your spirit stats, you can wipe them out. She didn't hesitate. A massive ring of energy erupted from her body. The system notifications began to scroll like a waterfall. System level 10, corrupted villager slain. Plus 250 experience. System level 12, corrupted woman slain. Plus 400 experience. System level 1, traveler slain. Plus 300 experience. System level 14, corrupted butcher slain. Plus 500 experience. System corrupted farmer slain. Plus 300 experience. Level up plus 2 free attribute points. Meng Meng gasped as golden light bathed her. Whoa. System quest complete. All targets eliminated. You may leave the instance. She sat on a rock, grinning from ear to ear. Master, I jumped straight to level 6.5. Look at all this experience. Chenbai smiled, hands on his hips. Not bad. I just hit level 9 myself. Overcome with raw emotion, Meng Meng leaped from the boulder, wrapping her arms around him in a joyous embrace. Thank you, Master. You lured all those monsters just for me. I love you, Master. But right then, a holographic screen popped up, a staple of any good system, Manhwa. Ziqiang was requesting a video call. He accepted the call instantly. Seeing her face on the screen, his brow furrowed. What's wrong? You look pale. Did something happen? The screen flickered, displaying the Heroes Guild tag, her expression grave. Master, we need your help immediately. A goblin claiming to be the god of trade has appeared in the residential area. Chen Bai froze. A vision of an arrogant smiling face flashed through his mind. The god of trade. He immediately fired back. Loida, why is that guy at the residential zone? Ziqiang's eyes widened in surprise. You actually know him? She shook her head, glancing towards the Wushuang Mountains. It's a long story, but I'll keep this brief. After observing our settlement for a day, that Loida character approached me. He's offering a silver grade A city building token as an investment. But there are strings attached. We have to build a Goblin Chamber of Commerce in the Prime District once the city is established, and grant them lifetime tax exemption. Chen Bai rubbed his chin deep in thought. High-tier city building tokens were legendary artifacts. A city recognized by the will of the universe unlocked incredible system functions. This investment brings us nothing but benefits. It's a win-win. Ziqiang exhaled sharply, the tension leaving her shoulders. Wonderful. I thought the same thing. However, there's a catch. We can't save this token for later. The terms require us to activate it immediately. Chen Bai nodded, his strategic mind racing. A grade A construction quest will trigger a massive monster siege. Our current defenses might struggle against that wave. But don't worry, I'll be back within 24 hours. Ziqiang bit her lip, hesitating. Should I try to stall him for a day until you return to accept the deal personally? Chen Bai smiled, his voice calming. No need. This is Loida's investment in you, not me. Besides, I've already secured other investments in the past. Oh, and make sure to stroke his ego. Praise Loida to the high heavens and casually mention my name. Ziqiang nodded firmly. Understood. Leave it to me. By the time dawn broke, Chen Bai had wrapped up his business. Meng Meng, get over here. She dashed over instantly. Coming, Master. He opened his inventory, projecting a holographic display of high-tier equipment. These are all the spare items I have. They're yours now to boost your stats. Equip whatever maximizes your physical attributes. Meng Meng looked a bit dazed by the sudden generosity, but nodded quickly. Okay, Master Bud. What should I pick? Chen Bai explained his urgency. There's an emergency at the base. I'm afraid if I run at full speed, you'll be left in the dust without these buffs. Meng Meng's jaw dropped. Oh, I see. Moments later, Meng Meng re-emerged, looking like a totally different person, decked out in a long coat, tactical mask, and combat boots. She beamed behind her mask. Master, I'm all set. My physical stats just broke past 30, and my defense skyrocketed. Chen Bai flashed a thumbs up. Perfect. Meanwhile, back at the base, Ziqiang faced the merchant. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Loida. We've decided to accept your investment. In the lavish living room of the Song Zijing Villa at the Dongshan settlement, Loida nodded approvingly. You truly are a capable and decisive woman. Building a shelter of this magnitude in the apocalypse is impressive enough. But maintaining order among thousands of evolved humans, that is a rare talent. She smiled gracefully, playing the game. You flatter me, sir. My management skills aren't even a fraction of yours. Oh, great god of trade, it is truly our honor that you chose to invest in us. The goblin looked visibly pleased. What a humble girl, he thought. I am increasingly convinced that you will build the finest city for the evolved. Loida clasped his hands together, his demeanor polite yet calculating. When that day comes, I hope you will look favorably upon our Goblin Chamber of Commerce. Ziqiang bowed elegantly. That goes without saying. She continued to butter him up, just as instructed. To be honest, the true leader of our settlement has admired your legend for a long time. When he heard the Goblin Chamber would be established here, he abandoned his expedition and is currently rushing back at full speed. Loida blinked, genuinely surprised. Oh, who might that be? At this stage, very few evolved humans are even aware of my existence. She smiled with pride. I'm certain you know him. His name is Chen Bai, and he mentioned he has accepted your investments before. The moment that name hit the air, Loida's face went pale. His polite facade shattered. He waved his hands frantically. That guy. No, absolutely not. Cancel the investment. Ziqiang started. What? Why can't you invest? Loida turned the token over in his hand, a complex expression crossing his face. No. I just didn't expect that brat to be the one running this place. If that little monster is here, then this token is far more appropriate. Ziqiang gasped. A gold token. Loida laid out a glowing tablet on the table. Correct. An S-class Golden City building token. A mere grade A construction quest wouldn't even be a challenge for that kid. The goblin's dark eyes glinted with greed and anticipation. If he returns in time, you might even trigger an S-class monster siege. The rewards would be astronomical. A holographic notification flashed before her eyes. Lei Duo had transferred the ultimate quest, invest in the S-rank Golden City construction. Ziqiang froze, realizing she was looking at a legendary Golden City token. The mission parameters were brutal. After a mere 24 hours of preparation, the token would activate, and every monster in the vicinity would undergo a berserk power-up. It wouldn't just be a wave. It would be an endless tsunami of beasts targeting the city core. They had to survive a 5-day siege to complete the awakening, but the rewards were god-tier. Upon success, a radius of 10,000 meters would be recognized by the universe will itself, granting them the supreme benefits of a golden city. Ziqiang leaned over the tactical map, her heart racing. This territory was massive, far larger than a standard A-rank zone. Lei Duo's eyes gleamed with the thrill of high risk and high reward. Do you have the guts for this? He seemed to ask. Ziqiang took a deep breath, a confident smirk forming on her lips. With the White Emperor here, there is nothing in this apocalypse I fear. 1 day later, at the Dongshan settlement atop the Grand Villa Terrace, the silhouette Ziqiang had been praying for finally descended from the sky. Chen Bai landed softly, cradling Meng Meng in his arms like a sleeping princess. Took longer than expected, he muttered. The monsters were already swarming, so I had to carve a bloody path through them. Ziqiang rushed forward, relief washing over her. You're back, that's all that matters. In his arms, Meng Meng remained deep in a comatose slumber, oblivious to the world. Chen Bai nodded. I need to get her to bed. Brief me on the situation while we walk. Ziqiang fell into step beside him. The siege begins in less than 20 minutes. We have established 3 defensive lines utilizing the natural terrain. The front-facing Jiang City is our primary kill zone. Contingency plans are in place. Inside the master bedroom, Ziqiang produced a heavy suitcase. This is everything we managed to scrape together on such short notice. Chen Bai gently laid Meng Meng on the bed before turning his gaze to the suitcase. You did well. Excellent work. She pushed the case toward him. And there is this. We cleared the sewer instance dungeon and finally completed the full plague equipment set for you. He nodded, genuine appreciation in his eyes. Thank you. Choosing you as my second in command was truly one of my best strategic moves. Her eyes softened with gratitude. Being chosen by you. That was my greatest fortune. She stepped closer, a hint of adoration in her gaze. I was terrified, honestly. But seeing you calm enough to carry a girl home, it somehow puts my heart at ease. Chen Bai offered a faint, mysterious smile. She is not just some girl I saved. She is my direct disciple and her potential rivals, even my own. He pointed to the sleeping figure. Get Brother Song to watch over her. If her eyelids even flutter, I want to know immediately. Gazing at her peaceful face, his voice turned serious. She is the trump card for this settlement's survival. Negligence is not an option. Ziqiang snapped to attention. Understood. Ziqiang followed him out the atmosphere, shifting from tender to martial. Chen Bai's aura flared. Let's go. It is time to greet our guests. The scene shifted to the desolate lands below Dongshan Mountain. Thousands of wide-eyed zombies snarled, their hunger palpable as they massed against the walls. Chen Bai surveyed the horde from the ramparts. So this is the might of an S-rank siege. It felt like a scene straight out of a manhwa recap, where the difficulty spikes to impossible levels. In his past life, the White Emperor City was merely B-rank. This was a different beast entirely. The sea of undead below was dense enough to blot out the earth. Chen Bai's expression darkened. The difference in difficulty was heaven and earth. 3 minutes remained until the slaughter began. Standing high above the Dongshan stronghold, Chen Bai looked down like a general inspecting a battlefield, the black tide of death surging at the gates. On the wall, Ziqiang sat beside a young girl with a sound transmission talent. The speakers crackled to life, echoing across the entire settlement. Citizens of Dongshan, we stand on the precipice of a 5-day hell march against the monster horde. Old and young alike froze listening to the broadcast. But do not let fear take you, the voice boomed. We possess the most impregnable walls, the richest resources, and the most unshakable reinforcements in this apocalypse. We have over 100 B-rank awakeners, 10 elites with A or S-rank talents, and leading us, 2 legends with SSS-Rank power. Defeat is impossible. Survive these 5 days, and we will claim the title of the world's supreme territory. Fight for this city, and you will live like kings, enjoying privileges and infrastructure no other survivors possess. 1 minute remains. Are you ready to harvest experience and gold from the corpses of our enemies? The roar of the crowd shook the heavens. We are ready. The morale was explosive. Chen Bai smirked, impressed by the energy. Excellent speech, he noted. Ziqiang smiled. It is easy to be confident when I have you and your disciple backing me up. Chen Bai glanced at the young broadcaster. Her amplification talent is useful. Get her to the safe zone immediately. On it. He turned to Lu Li. How was the broadcast set up? Perfect, she replied. I bought the highest tier drone camera from the system store controlled directly by Will. Staring down at the abyss of monsters, Chen Bai gave the order. Good. Let the world watch us ascend. Lu Li nodded. Streaming now. With 60 seconds on the clock, the Evolutionary Forum went nuclear. It was the ultimate leveling manhwa event, a live broadcast of the S-Rank Golden City defense. Jiang City. Is this clickbait? They are charging a whole gold coin just to watch. That's robbery. User Invincible Hero typed. Are they insane? My entire guild barely killed a boss that dropped a D-rank token. User Ghost Butterfly added, is this real footage? Look at that swarm. User Erickson posted coordinates. If they survive this, I am moving there immediately. User Rodak, New World Emperor raged. Damn, these Easterners always getting ahead. The countdown timer burned in the air. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The barrier fell. The buffed monstrosities shrieked a tsunami of claws and teeth crashing against the city. The war had begun. Leng Chang exclaimed in shock. Wait, the monsters are still getting stronger. Damn it, we should have wiped out the unbuffed zombies sooner. Ziqiang shook her head. Chen Bai knew they would mutate. He said the experience points and copper coin drops from enhanced monsters are significantly higher. Suddenly, Chen Bai soared into the air. In a flash, he tore through the sky, crashing down to slaughter the zombie horde like the hero of a leveling manhwa. Attributes are tripled, but so are the rewards. Plague Transmission. The skill activated instantly. A 5-stack combo boosted all stats by 15 while inflicting a massive resistance debuff on everything he touched. The undead didn't stand a chance. With every swing of Chen Bai's arm, rotten limbs flew in all directions. Plague Transmission cooldown 5 hours. Effect spreads, infection, at breakneck speed, to a single target, causing long-term corrosion damage and severe stat reduction. It's a god-tier crowd control skill. The damage isn't the highlight, it's the contagion. This will make defending the city a walk in the park. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. What's this spiritual fluctuation? The infected zombies were piling up while the healthy ones were actively backing away from them. A realization struck Chen Bai like lightning. A zombie lord. There's a commander controlling this herd from the shadows. No wonder these undead aren't trampling each other in a chaotic frenzy. They are marching forward with military precision. If I can locate the commander, this legion becomes nothing but a leaderless mob. But without the overlord's coordinates, hunting blindly would waste precious time. Cold calculation flashed in his eyes, yet he hesitated for a fraction of a second. If I abandon the front lines to hunt the boss now, the zombie lord will seize the opening and unleash the full force of the monster tide against the base. The defenders would suffer catastrophic casualties. Yet if I don't strike the head of the snake now, the horde will encircle us completely, and I'll be pinned down, unable to leave at all. To resolve this tactical deadlock perfectly, there is only one option. I need Meng Meng's power. Chen Bai tightened his grip on the shield, charging into the fray while projecting his thoughts. Wake up. I need you, Meng Meng. Her eyes fluttered open, a single tear glistening like a diamond on her lashes. Leng Chang rushed over, beaming with relief. You're finally awake. Meng Meng blinked, disoriented. Who are you? It's me, your master. The news was instantly relayed to the front lines. Meng Meng is conscious. I'm briefing her on the situation now. Chen Bai smiled, a weight lifting from his shoulders. Excellent. Mental messages from Meng Meng immediately flooded his mind. Master, forgive me. I pushed my flight speed to the limit and couldn't handle the wind pressure. My stamina bottomed out, and I blacked out. Brother Song updated me on the crisis. I'll enter the dream realm immediately to hunt the monsters for you. But before she could dive into the astral plane, Chen Bai stopped her. No rush. I need to give you a target profile. Use your dreamwalking ability to scan for a specific type of zombie. Listen closely. Chen Bai projected the image. Humanoid body shoulder pads like biological armor, a massive cranium protected by a bone mesh cage, and psychic tentacles extending from its back. Its mental energy is immense. She immediately turned to Lang Chang. I need to dive in. Little brother, guard my physical body. Don't let anyone get close. Thanks. Lang Chang gaped. You're sleeping again, that fast. But Meng Meng had already slipped into the dream dimension, standing high above the city, her eyes widening at the horror below. Whoa, that is a massive horde. The Dongshan gathering point looked like a tiny island in a sea of rot. Meng Meng took a deep breath, extended her hands, and began to weave reality. Dream creation instantly. Massive boulders materialized from the sky, raining down with devastating force and crushing the monster waves. She pumped her fist, hyped up. Yeah, the dream realm is totally overpowered. She stretched her virtual body, dancing a little jig. Okay, focus. Time to find that ugly zombie, Master described. Her form dissolved into the atmosphere, wrapped in a soft pink aura. I can't fail the mission Master gave me, she whispered to the wind. The scene shifts back to reality. At Dongshan Mountain late afternoon. After hours of visceral slaughter, Chen Bai exhaled, finally stepping back inside the safety of the walls. He grabbed a water bottle from Zicheng, chugging it down. Zicheng, give me the damage report. Casualties and wall integrity. Don't sugarcoat it. Her face was glowing with relief. Thanks to your one-man massacre on the front lines, we have 0 fatalities. Since you thinned out the herd, the monsters reaching the wall were manageable. We cleared several waves with only minor injuries. Chen Bai nodded, finishing the water as he analyzed the data. The wall structure is holding strong. Honestly, you should rest. Let the others take the night shift. But the tension on Chen Bai's face didn't soften. He shook his head. No, this situation is far from optimistic. Zicheng gasped, realizing what he meant. The Lord. A chill ran down her spine. So that class of monster really exists. Yes, today we only fought enhanced foot soldiers. The special variants were suspiciously rare. Chen Bai's expression darkened. My gut tells me this overlord is hoarding its elite forces, charging up for one devastating all-out strike. Just then, Lu Li arrived with Meng Meng skipping down the stairs. The little girl waved her hands, beaming. Master. Chen Bai's face softened. Meng Meng. Behind her, Lu Li was sprinting to keep up, looking anxious. Ziqiang watched silently. Seeing the streamer, Chen Bai immediately issued a command. Tell Lu Li to cut the live stream. Now. Ziqiang nodded. Moments later, she reported, Emperor Bai, all drones have been diverted by the will of the universe. Chen Bai nodded coldly. Good. Meng Meng's ability is our ace in the hole. It must remain a secret from the world. Understood. Meng Meng ran up, panting for breath. He patted her back gently. Why the rush? Did you find the warlord? She looked up, her eyes filled with sincerity and guilt. I sensed powerful mental fluctuations a few times, but they were short bursts. I could only get a general direction. I couldn't lock onto the specific coordinates. I'm sorry, Master. Chen Bai looked at her seriously, his voice steady. Stop apologizing. I know you gave it everything you had. Meng Meng wiped the sweat from her forehead, her gaze sharpening. But I didn't come back empty-handed. She turned to Lu Li. Map, please. Here. She focused, pointing to specific red zones. I didn't find the boss, but I found suspicious clusters of special infected. Each of these spots has hundreds of elites. Like here, near the Zhang City Farmers Market. There are nearly 300 red-eyed butchers. They're over 2 meters tall. The Dongjiang Plaza was a nightmare, crawling with armless abominations and jawless horrors. The Riverside Tower was infested with speed types swarming like insects. The commercial district, a breeding ground for hulking muscle-bound brutes. Chen Bai analyzed the threat with a cold gaze. Tanks, hunters, screamers, all second-stage evolved monstrosities. Sui Qiang nodded grimly beside him. You're right, they're planning a massacre. She tilted her head, eyes searching. White Emperor. Just how overwhelming is the power of a Stage 2 evolution? Weighing the intel Meng Meng provided, Chen Bai's expression darkened. The gravity of the situation settled in. Minimum level 10. If there's an army of 1,000 gathered. Even with my strength, victory isn't guaranteed against those numbers. The air grew heavy. Suffocating tension filled the room as every eye turned to him for salvation. Chen Bai continued, his voice steady. Under the zombie lord's command, they won't duel me. They'll breach the walls and slaughter the citizens. It will become a twisted race against death. Survival rates would drop below 10%. Sui Qiang's eyes narrowed. We must assassinate the commander. I'll search for a sensory type awakener immediately. Chen Bai smirked, shaking his head. No need. I know exactly the man for the job. He activated his comms instantly. Han, can you track psychic fluctuations? Han scoffed. You kidding, White Emperor? I'm the master of mental arts. I can feel every ripple. Good. I need you. It involves that zombie lord I mentioned on the stream. Copy that. Brief me on the plan, boss. Day 2 of the siege. The Dongshan Villa District. Inside the ethereal dream space dimension, Han gaped at the scenery. This is your base. The stream only showed the defensive walls. I didn't know you lived like a king in a villa complex. He grinned eagerly. Hey, White Emperor. If I join the squad, do I get a room here? Chenbai chuckled. Consider it done. Take your pick of the empty villas. Han pumped his fist. Yes, you're the best boss. I'm going all out today. I'm prepped and ready. Meng Meng tilted her head, eyes bright. Master, which abominations are we purging first? Chen Bai's gaze locked onto the riverside tower. A monolith infested with crawling horrors defying gravity on the glass walls. Chen Bai's voice turned icy. Those hunters are the only ones capable of scaling our defenses. They are the true predators of this siege. He glanced at his ally with absolute trust. The zombie lord won't give them up without a fight. It knows we're coming. When the critical moment arrives, Han, you're up. Han adjusted his stance, oozing confidence. Leave it to me. Chen Bai and Meng Meng soared into the sky. Let's go, Meng Meng. Right behind you, Han stood alone on the wall, stunned. He watched them vanish into the clouds. Man, maybe I should figure out how to levitate with my telekinesis. In the dream realm, Meng Meng unleashed her full power. Pink wings unfurled, carrying her through the air. Hee hee, I really am overpowered in here. Suddenly, the swarm surged upwards. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Too fast, I can't dodge. Death leaped from the glass walls. Panic seized her as the beast closed in. Then a streak of lightning tore through the sky. Meng Meng, freeze. An aura of absolute destruction erupted. Grade A skill Hellfire Prison. Soul-burning flames consumed the battlefield, inflicting double torment on body and spirit. The undead shrieked in agony as the inferno incinerated their flesh and souls, turning them to ash before they hit the ground. A radiant barrier formed around Meng Meng, a sanctuary protecting her from the chaos. Chen Bai crushed a zombie's skull. Devour. Essence flooded into him. The system chimed. Elite variant consumed. Stage 3 Speed Hunter. 200 virus points gained. UV evolution points acquired. It was the satisfying grind of a leveling manhwa come to life. Meng Meng floated to his side, trembling slightly. It's only day 2. How are there so many elites gathering already? Speed types rally quickly. Chen Bai surveyed the ruin with sharp eyes. We're looking at the entire undead population of Jiang City and beyond. Standing atop the world, his voice was calm. More will come, but by then the Lord will be a corpse. Without a commander, they're just mindless beasts. Riffraff, not even worth mentioning. Danger past. Meng Meng's eyes sparkled with battle lust. So do we go hunt down another nest? Chen Bai caught a transmission signal between his fingers. He smirked. Change of plans. His eyes gleamed. Han found it. We have the Lord's coordinates. The scene shifted to the northeast mountains. Inside the dream space, Han pointed toward a jagged ravine. The psychic signal is coming from there. Chen Bai frowned. Hiding in our rear guard. This monster possesses terrifying intelligence. Han cracked his knuckles, adrenaline pumping. White Emperor, let's raid the boss right now. I'm ready. But Chen Bai shook his head, decisive. No, we return to the real world first. Han blinked. Huh, why? For the live stream. This boss is the perfect stepping stone for my legend. He looked at Han. You did well. If it drops loot suitable for you, it's yours. Han scratched his head, grinning like a fool. Thanks, boss. Chen Bai turned to the girl. Time to wake up. Meng Meng, take Han and farm some stage 2 elites. Her eyes widened. Which type? Screamers. Psychic types. Perfect for you two to counter. Physically weak, but their sonic attacks are deadly. For enhanced zombies, that is a high threat concentration. Man Meng and Han Xiao nodded in unison. Got it. Master, we promise to complete the mission. The scene cuts to the mountains northeast of the base. This is the ruins of Jiang City. Chen Bai approached stealthily. Close. I can't scan them, but the stench of high-tier evolutionary virus is thick here. Suddenly, a black shadow blitzed him from behind, fingers like scythes, aiming for his throat. Chen Bai froze. A hunter, this evolution type focuses purely on speed, far surpassing a standard stalker. The beast lunged, ready to shred him to ribbons. Chen Bai analyzed the threat instantly. These must be the royal guards the Lord keeps close. They specialize in close-quarters combat. Their speed rivals my own. Instead of dodging, he raised his arm to block, plotting his counter. I need to feign weakness, show a gap in my defense, and bait them into a fatal error. He struggled against the creature, mind racing. If this turns into a drawn-out brawl, the noise will alert the others. If the Lord moves its nest, I lose my chance. Chenbai sensed another hunter flanking him from the rear. Now, he smirked the prey, becoming the predator in a split second. The hunter, expecting an easy kill, couldn't react in time. Chenbai slammed the beast into the pavement, his devour skill activating to consume its essence like a true awakening manhwa protagonist. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Elite Mutant devoured. Speed-type Hunter Stage 4. Ultraviolet virus abilities enhanced. This is the thrill of a leveling manhwa world. Reward 1,000 virus points. 750 evolution points. The notifications didn't stop there. Elite Mutant assimilation complete. 9,000 virus points acquired. However, due to repeated consumption, returns were diminished by 10%. Chenbai gripped the hunter's crescent-shaped claws, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Time to test out the new form. The system chimed again. Ultraviolet virus morph razor blade form unlocked. He laughed, adrenaline surging through his veins. His mental power was overflowing. His gaze snapped to the treetops, locking onto a lurking shadow. I thought you'd use that chance to run. Did you seriously think you could kill me? The remaining hunter revealed itself, tentacles vibrating with killing intent. Chenbai grit his teeth, stomping the ground to launch himself skyward. Big mistake. With a single devastating strike, he flattened the beast against the earth. That boss was disappointing, he thought. Suddenly, a sweet voice called out, "White Emperor." A girl rushed over, throwing herself into his arms with a sigh of relief. Thanks to the White Emperor slaying the Lord, the monster wave lost its commander. Cleaning up the rest will be a breeze. Chenbai blinked in surprise, as other girls gathered around, eyes sparkling with admiration. We have to celebrate our villain's victory. You really are the most reliable man alive. His owner immediately clung to his arm, massaging his sore muscles. Chenbai smirked, teasing her. You really know my weak spots, and exactly what I like. But suddenly, his gaze darkened. He muttered under his breath. An illusion materialized before him, but he only scoffed. An illusion of this low level? Don't embarrass yourself. He glanced back, his voice dripping with arrogance. You can cast illusions, but you can't cloud my basic judgment. That means your mental power stat is far lower than mine. The hidden disruptor finally stepped out of the shadows, growling through razor-sharp teeth. Chenbai's lips curled up, his eyes blazing with anticipation. So it's the zombie lord. In the suffocating darkness, Chenbai stood tall and unyielding, staring down the monster before him. Behind the creature, magical tentacles spread out, ready to ensnare their prey. Instantly, the livestream chat exploded with comments. Wait, was that a hallucination? No wonder he swung at the air twice. Too bad the stream didn't show the illusion. I thought there was a stealth monster. This high-tier zombie doesn't seem that strong for an awakening manhwa boss. Haha, not strong. You go kill one then. Even the Icheng team only killed a mantis zombie recently, and they're all A-rank talents. I'm from Icheng too, and that's our strongest squad. But this streamer just said the mental type evolution zombie has lower stats than him. Did I hear that right? You heard right. Sounds fake to me. I bet this whole siege is staged by some scammer. Laugh my ass off. There are always clowns who refuse to accept reality. Just then, a sudden system announcement flashed across the screen, piquing everyone's curiosity. Everyone switched to livestream room 3. The main attack has started. At the Jiangcheng fortress walls, a nightmare scenario unfolded. Monsters poured from nowhere, slaughtering the defenders. Roars echoed through the city as the horde threatened to swallow everything in its path. Stage 2, Strength-type evolution zombie, the Berserk Giant. A single stomp from this beast sent tremors through the earth. Puny humans were tossed into the air like ragdolls, helpless against its raw power. Facing this destruction, Ziqiang didn't flinch. Her cold eyes scanned the battlefield as mana gathered in her palm. Her voice rang out. Stay alert, kill the zombies being thrown over the walls first. The civilians watched in terror as the defenders' talents flared to life. B-rank talent gladiator specialist. Throwing accuracy increased. Impact damage. Increased throwing force. Increased C-rank talent. Soul arrow control. Able to alter the trajectory of fired arrows. C-rank talent invisible barrier. Increases air resistance in a designated area. The wind screamed as bodies were flung like fallen leaves. The monster stood gaping, waiting to catch fresh meat in its maw. Moments later it landed, shaking the heavens and the earth. In that instant, the atmosphere exploded. The beast emitted waves of purple light, creating a massive shockwave that left everyone reeling and dizzy. Elsewhere, defenders scrambled in panic, their screams tearing through the air. Section 4 of the wall has been breached. They're throwing zombies at the breach. Just then, she appeared wrapped in a violet aura, her voice calm, yet commanding. Do not panic. Hold your positions. Ziqiang summoned a colossal weapon and hurled it straight into the heart of that grotesque purple light, freezing time itself. Her voice was steel. Amethyst corpse blade, she unleashed a barrage, chain thrust strike, and a blinding light tore through the gloomy night. The monster howled in agony, thrashing in despair. Ziqiang's gaze was razor-sharp as she raised her hand, purple energy swirling around her fingers. Ziqiang shouted Amethyst Spike Hammer. Instantly, a massive pillar of light crashed down upon the beast. Before he could even react, a gut-wrenching scream tore from his throat. The very air seemed to freeze in terror. Amidst the chaos, she stepped forward, a Valkyrie with an overwhelming aura. Her eyes burned with conviction as she commanded, "Hold the line. The White Emperor will slaughter their commander soon. Survive this wave, and victory is ours." The battlefield quaked under the force of the collision screams, echoing like a funeral dirge from the distance. Kill them all. Suddenly, the system interface lit up. The comment section was going wild. She's insanely powerful. Forget the stream, I'm heading out. Mommy, I want to be her loyal hound. I prefer the one in the back, a queen and an assassin combo. God, I'm in love. Wake up and stop dreaming she belongs to the White Emperor. Hey, shift the camera. Look at the White Emperor's side. Hurry. Damn it. How are there still so many high-tier undead? Suddenly the sky erupted in a blinding flash. Azure and violet lights twisted together, spreading a corrupting plague through the air. Bathed in that blinding radiance, over the gathering point in Jung City, the monsters went berserk. It was a clash of titans. The tyrant versus the tracker, locked in a death grip. The barrage of comments flooded the screen without pause. Holy crap, what kind of abomination is that? That's a mutated tyrant, evolved for pure strength. It's called a tracker, damn it. Bro, you know your stuff. Have you fought one? Nah, I'm new here. The White Emperor was the one who named them. Beams of light coalesced into a raging sea of fire, roaring toward Chenbai. But in this intensity, typical of a leveling Manhwa, his eyes simply glowed cold and terrifyingly calm. The chat exploded with analysis for the newbies. Listen up. The White Emperor waited for the Lord to summon its minions before attacking. He's too arrogant. That cockiness is going to cost him his life. Ha, just haters jealous of true power. At that exact moment, a suffocating white mist swirled up, completely swallowing Chenbai. A heartbeat later, violet energy exploded outward, his aura crushed down like a mountain, backing the enemy into a corner. The heretic energy condensed, leaving the livestream audience gasping in awe. A self-proclaimed expert typed rapidly, "Let me educate you noobs. That's the heretic phosphorus fire. It's on the same tier as the Lord itself. It looks like a mental mutation, but is it an attack type?" That thing kept attacking him. Why did Chenbai ignore it? Idiot. Obviously, he's prioritizing the Lord first. Exactly. In a chaotic melee like this, getting trapped in an illusion means instant death. Chenbai flashed out of the mist like a phantom. The giant beast screamed in madness, trembling violently before collapsing to the earth. A comment flashed across the screen. That was the Lord's final guardian. It's a strength type mutated meat mountain. I've seen a physique type even bigger than that. Stop bluffing. No, it's real. The entire city of Quan was practically swallowed by a massive slimy meat mountain. I was miles away and I could still see the horror. Violet aura erupted like a volcano. Chenbai's eyes flashed, his voice cutting through the stifling air like a blade. Is that all it takes to block my path? Hellfire immolation. From the heavens, a pillar of dark energy crashed down on the monster like the Reaper's scythe. The beast hissed, writhing in pure agony. The creature's face twisted, teeth grinding against the crushing pressure of his dominance. Suddenly, a demonic arm dripping with corruption slowly extended from the shadows. Below, Chenbai stood immovable, his face burning with righteous fury. He spoke coldly, trying to run. It's far too late for that. The audience couldn't type fast enough. Is the Lord dead already? Forget the stream, I'm heading to the battlefield. Go check it out and report back to us as soon as possible. The frontline zombies descended into chaos, trampling one another in a frenzy. With the Lord dead, the Horde lost all control. They didn't even notice the massive fatty zombie being tossed aside. That Lord was truly a disaster for them all. Realizing it couldn't match his power, the behemoth desperately launched its massive bulk from above, aiming to crush Chenbai into paste. But the predator became the prey. Chenbai's counterattack slammed into it, with the weight of the heavens crushing the beast instantly. Boom, rubble and debris blasted in every direction. Dust choked the air, obscuring the destruction. The monster, beaten into submission, trembled uncontrollably, its eyes filled with absolute despair. Chen Bai didn't hesitate. Like a relentless god of death, he charged through the smoke, delivering a devastating kick. He wasn't going to give it a second to breathe. His expression darkened shadows, veiling his eyes. "Who gave you permission to eat my loot?" Faster than the beast could blink, Chen Bai's sword slashed down a purple arc, slicing through black blood. The comment section buzzed with confusion. Wait, can't the White Emperor absorb monsters? Why isn't he devouring these guys? Maybe it's too risky mid-combat, but during the corpse tide, he absorbed them left and right. Those were small fry. You can't compare trash mobs to these elite enemies. Despite the punishment, the monster refused to die. It swung a razor-sharp blade, cleaving the air. The attack was sudden, forcing Chen Bai to barely dodge by a hair's breadth. Chen Bai leaned back, his sharp gaze analyzing every detail. The corner of his mouth curled up into a chilling smirk. "Your strength has faded," he noted coolly. "It seems the weakening effect of the plague infection is doing its job." Without a pause, Chen Bai launched another assault, leaving the dazed monster no time to react. A thunderous blow crashed down. His voice dripped with mockery. "Your resistance to the heretic's soul-refining fire is impressive. I think I'll borrow that durability for myself." Boom. The atmosphere shattered. Magical energy surged from Chen Bai's body, causing the monster's jaw to drop, its eyes bulging in sheer terror. With surgical precision, Chen Bai delivered a strike that launched the creature straight into the swirling vortex of violet light. It was over. Chen Bai stood amidst the desolate ruins, his gaze cold as ice. Around him, the fallen giants lay defeated, yet their corpses still radiated a lingering, terrifying pressure. Chen Bai raised his hand, and two mysterious cards materialized from thin air. "My luck isn't half bad today," he mused. This was the reward mechanism typical of a system manhwa. I never expected the materials I've been hunting for so long to be gathered so neatly in one place. Fate is truly on my side. A translucent system window popped up. Biochemical disaster rank C crafting blueprint. Required materials: zombie claw, root of the meat mountain, bone of the tyrant, heart of the heretic, and brain of the lord. Reading the data, Chen Bai nodded. These are all supreme grade materials, a whole tier above what the blueprint requires. I have a feeling I'm about to craft something legendary. Before his eyes, the second card flipped over, revealing its secrets. Zombie claw, rank E. Attributes: agility, +10, strength, +8. Passive hits apply bleed. Attached skill: Ghost Shadow Claw. Active effect increases agility by 10% and attack speed by 20%. Requirements: agility 25 or higher, evolutionary level 2 or higher. Demonic energy twisted the space around them. Bones, a heart, and strange artifacts floated in the air, radiating a terrifying power. The comment section went wild. "Holy shit, are we actually seeing this right now? Those are raw materials dropping from a zombie corpse. You can use those to craft gear. I can't even imagine the value. Oh my god. Can the White Emperor show us the stats after combining them? Keep dreaming. Why would he reveal such a god-tier item's stats to us?" Chen Bai narrowed his eyes at the loot, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. A pair of black gloves, glowing with purple light, appeared in his hands, pulsing with killing intent. The status window popped up. Biohazard disaster. Special weapon. Gloves. Grade X. All attributes +8. The viewers lost their minds. He's looking at the stats I want to see too. Wait, he looks kinda annoyed. The stats must be trash. Probably C grade. He doesn't look satisfied at all. I agree, C grade isn't worth the effort for killing that zombie. The surrounding space grew increasingly eerie. Demonic shadows bared their fangs and lunged from the darkness. A new system notification flashed before his eyes. Active skill: Host Controller. Grants absolute domination over 3 targets with lower mental stats. Active skill: Tracker's Bone. Agility and strength boosted by 30%, while attack speed surges by 50%, decaying with every passing second. The duration is locked at 50 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. The monster's eyes burned crimson, their maws gaping wide, as if to swallow the world whole. The system interface flashed the stats of the mutated Flesh Mountain root. Active effect: Slaughter Recovery. Killing enemies now triggers a vampiric state, instantly restoring special energy, mental power, health, and physical stamina. With every kill, all basic attributes, except mental power, increase by 1 point. This is the essence of a leveling manhwa system: infinite growth without stacking limits. Duration: 20 minutes. Chen Bai stood tall, eyes blazing like stars, his body wreathed in a terrifying ghostly purple aura. Item: Heart of the Phosphorus Heretic. The active skill releases a psychokinetic force field for both offense and defense, crushing mental attacks and unleashing spiritual pressure. His face was a mask of cold, arrogant confidence. He realized this gear had triggered a rare crafting effect, unlocking a special ability, Disaster Evolution. After equipping the biochemical disaster, if he slaughters 100,000 mutant hosts and 100 high-tier variants, this item evolves into a mature phylactery. Chen Bai paused, his voice cutting through the air. A mature phylactery. His tone dropped, contemplating the immense power within his grasp. Even though these wretched creatures were stripped of their core parts, the leftovers still held immense absorption value. Could this fodder push his black light virus to the next stage of evolution? With a thought, Chen Bai unleashed purple tendrils, draining the last dregs of life force from the fallen monsters like a demon lord. Suddenly, the system interface dominated his vision, densely packed with skill descriptions and evolution paths. This was the peak of an awakening Manhwa experience. System Alert Devoured Special Variant. Speed Tyrant Stage 4. Gained 1,200 virus points. Devouring Elite Variant. Mental Host Stage 4. Gained 1,500 virus points. System Alert Devoured Giant Flesh Mountain Strength. Type Stage 4. Gained 1,200 virus points. System Alert Devoured Phosphorus Heretic Mental Type Stage 4. Gained 1,300 virus points. System Alert Unlocked New Black Light Virus Ability Whip Fist. Unlocked Ability Thermal Tracking. System Alert Unlocked Virus Tracking and the new Hammer Fist form Earthshaker Smash. Black Light Virus Basic Awakening Progress has reached 30%. The advanced skill tree was finally open. He stared at the violet energy pulsing in his hand, his mind racing with the possibilities of this new form. He opened the Black Light Virus Awakening panel. On the glowing blue interface, a cascade of skills appeared. Chen Bai's fingers danced across the screen, reviewing his arsenal. Standing like a god of war, he declared coldly. First, I'll dump all my evolution points into the Black Light Virus. Chen Bai clenched his fists, energy swirling around him, waiting to erupt. He whispered, "It is done. If this treasure evolves into a mature phylactery, the abilities it grants will be nothing short of legendary. I can't wait to test this power." Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Bai activated the skill, his body transforming into a streak of light that shot into the heavens. A notification explained the move Aerial Dash. Consume stamina to fly or change trajectory mid-air. The cost increases with consecutive uses. Meanwhile, in a villa at Jiang City, Lu Li watched the screens with a sharp gaze, speaking to Zi Qiang. Sister Zi Qiang, the battle on the White Emperor's side is over. He is currently rushing back towards the city wall. I am adjusting all cameras to broadcast the Universal Will directly to the battlefield. Back at the base, inside the command tent, Zi Qiang was receiving treatment. Hearing the report, she replied decisively, "Understood, Lu Li. Keep monitoring." Zi Qiang turned to the woman beside her, her voice full of trust. "Su Xin, you've worked hard. You haven't rested a single moment since the battle began. Once this wave ends, go get some sleep." Su Xin smiled softly, raising her hand. "I can still keep going. There were many casualties in that last attack. I cannot abandon them now." Zi Qiang stood up, her voice gentle but commanding. "You must rest. You aren't the only healer with a talent here. Besides, the White Emperor won't be happy if you collapse." Zi Qiang paused, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "If our private celebration lacks your healing touch later, we sisters will be in big trouble." Su Xin gasped, unable to believe her ears. "Huh, celebrate me." Before she could finish, a voice cut through the tent flaps, shattering the mood. "Zi Jing, listen to me closely." Ling Yu's voice was deadly serious, cutting through the tension like a knife. "Our situation has gone from bad to catastrophic. The boss might be dead, shattering their command structure, but the nightmare isn't over yet. The horde isn't retreating. The undead within a 1-kilometer radius can still smell our blood. They are driven by pure hatred and are charging the settlement in a frenzy." Her eyes hardened with tactical resolve. "The high-tier mutants have lost their king, but that just makes them more dangerous. They've formed a massive leaderless swarm." Shi Wei's analysis is grim. 3 defense lines have already crumbled. Sectors 6 through 8 in the west are in critical condition. Our tank division has been overrun. From the observation deck in Jiang City, Shi Wei watched the defensive line collapse. A voice crackled over the comms, tense and urgent. "Shi Wei, report. What is your status on the ground?" Surrounded by a sea of gore and chaos, Shi Wei clenched her fists. Panic began to bleed into her voice. "The west wall is failing. My calculations give us 3 minutes max before a total breach. We need reinforcements immediately." The blood wall is being devoured faster than it can regenerate. It won't hold. Her eyes glowed with desperate blue light, blood trickling from her lips, but she refused to yield. Shi-Wei focused, pushing her mind to the limit. Activating A-rank talent, the mind's eye. Nothing escaped her vision. She locked onto every target, burning mental energy to process the chaotic battlefield instantly for the system Manhwa interface. Back in the command center, Ling Yu watched her vitals drop on the screen, her expression darkening. She's been coordinating this entire war with her ability since the first wave. Her mental state is on the verge of shattering. Zi Qiang stood silently, her gaze deep. She knew exactly how much her friends and that man were sacrificing for this victory. She turned, eyes blazing with a warrior's resolve. I'm taking the front lines. Restrain Shi-Wei if you have to, but make her rest. Ling Yu nodded sharply. Understood. Under a darkened, ominous sky, a silhouette flashed atop the city walls. Song Ge had arrived. Behind the brave soldiers facing death, she hefted a massive greatsword and shouted, "Sister Lang Chang, I brought the cavalry." Lang Chang didn't even look back, raising a hand to stop them. Her aura was freezing cold, sharp as a blade. Stay back. These monsters move faster than sight. You weaklings will only get slaughtered. Suddenly, shadows lunged from the darkness. Screams erupted. Sister Lang Chang. She ignored the warning, swinging her massive blade as the horde lunged. Everyone charge. From the shadows, Chen Bai watched silently. Ling Chang told you to stay put. Why do you always choose the hard way? As if sensing him, Song Ge cried out, Chen Bai. He launched himself into the fray. One kick sent the beasts flying in a shower of light. He didn't stop moving, roaring over the noise of battle. Get the wounded out of here. Tell everyone the Lord is dead. I will handle the rest. The soldiers froze in shock. The Lord is dead. The White Emperor. He has returned. The earth groaned under his feet as gravity distorted. Chen Bai's voice boomed across the battlefield like thunder. Seismic smash. Song Ge grinned, watching the carnage. The victory is ours. Chen Bai's weapon danced, obliterating the horde with a whip-like strike. On the ridge, the reinforcements raised their weapons, screaming in unison, "The Lord is dead. The White Emperor is back." Chen Bai smiled, his aura flaring with confidence. Heat tracking activated. Victory is inevitable. Then one cold command. Kill. A purple comet slammed into the earth. High-level skill, Amethyst Breaker die. Flames roared to the heavens, swallowing the monsters in an inferno of destruction. Kill them all. 4 days later. The smoke still hadn't cleared. Chen Bai stood amidst the ruins. The price of this awakening Manhwa battle was far higher than I calculated. Indeed, the city walls are pulverized. 5 days of hell have left nothing but rubble. Zi Qiang stood beside him, her heart heavy. We were arrogant. We underestimated the enemy and overestimated our own limits. If not for you and Meng Meng, we would be corpses right now. Suddenly, a voice cut through the gloom. You should be celebrating. Li Du stepped out of the gray mist, his voice dripping with icy sarcasm and arrogance. It looks pathetic, but honestly, I expected more of you to die. Congratulations on a perfect clearance. He spread his arms, mocking them. Now comes the real reward. It is time to build your kingdom. Welcome to the Post-Descent Challenge. System alert. First city, investment quest. Complete reward S-Rank. Golden City creation. Token location. The Wall Ruins. Zi Qiang frowned. So, we just build the city and we're safe. Li Du laughed. Of course not. Chen Bai didn't waste a second. Let's go. We need to activate that token at the gathering point immediately. Scene shift to the foot of East Mountain. The survivors gathered around a strange light. What? What is that? It just materialized out of nowhere. The veteran shouted, "Stay back. It implies danger." Item City Heart. Exclusive to Evolvers. Usage establishes a fortified stronghold. The boy's eyes went wide. It's the City Heart. This belongs to Lady Song Zi Qiang. The crowd parted in awe. Look, the White Emperor and the Iron Queen have arrived. Chen Bai strode in, looking around. Oh, so we are using this place? Zi Qiang nodded. Yes. Before deciding, I had a specialist survey the land. This location is perfect. Her expression turned serious. It includes mountains and plains for natural defense, with resources and key structures nearby. There is also a massive plain in Zhang City and a waterway for transport. He leaned in close, his hand resting on her shoulder. As expected of you, your planning is flawless. Let's go. Time to establish our city-state. Just then, Ziqiang glanced back, a cunning smirk curving her lips. Wait. I have a question for Mr. Li Du. She turned sharply, addressing the projection. Apologies, esteemed Li Du. This is your investment, but I want Chen Bai to be the city lord. Li Du sneered. Don't ask me. The city heart belongs to you. Just fulfill your promise to build the Earth Star Chamber of Commerce in the Central District. With his approval, Zi Qiong patted Chen Bai on the back. Go ahead. I have transferred the authority to you. The Universal will chimed in. You have received authority. Use the city heart yes. System alert. Please name city-state number S001. Chen Bai's gaze sharpened like a blade as a cold thought flashed through his mind. It was high time to revisit the path of vengeance. Without hesitation, he whispered the name that would shake the world. White Emperor City. The universe's will resonated instantly. Name confirmed. Opening city management panel. S-class item detected. Heart of the city. Owner receives increased experience and a massive 20% drop rate boost. This was the dream start for any leveling manhwa protagonist. Within White Emperor City territory, all stats increase by 100%. Defensive protocol available enemy stats reduced by 50%. It was an impregnable fortress. The system continued its bombardment of rewards. Granted supreme management rights. All attributes within the city boosted by 80%. A global announcement thundered through the skies, notifying every evolver on the planet. Evolver Chen Bai has established the S001 City White Emperor 10,000 reputation points awarded. Below the crowd erupted into a frenzy. 3 free attribute points, someone shouted, checking their status screen. Beside him, another survivor gritted his teeth in envy. I only got 2 points, damn it. If I knew this, I would have risked my life to kill more monsters, but the jealousy quickly turned to awe as they chanted in unison, long live the White Emperor, long live the Queen. The system chimed again for Chen Bai. City defense quest complete. 100% experience reward granted. 3 extra free attribute points awarded for top contribution. This was the efficiency of a true system manhwa user. Watching the scene unfold, Li Du clapped his hands, a satisfied chuckle escaping his lips. Good. Very good. Zi Qiang turned around, puzzled by the merchant's delight. Lord Li Du, did something good happen? Li Du's eyes gleamed with the thrill of a perfect deal. Chen Bai secured the city lord position. You hold the highest management rights. This aligns perfectly with my interests. A flawless transaction where everyone wins. He grinned the look of a man who just hit the jackpot. This investment is officially concluded. I am extremely pleased with the results. Li Du stepped closer to Chen Bai, his tone shifting to business. It is time for me to continue my journey. Do not forget to complete my investment mission quickly, young man. Chen Bai forced a smile, sweat forming on his brow. About that, just how difficult is this mission of yours? Do you have any idea? Li Du didn't answer directly, just offering a cryptic smile. I trust you, young man. As the merchant walked away, Chen Bai turned to Zi Qiang and handed her a glowing object. This is the Golden City construction reward I just drew from the gacha. Didn't you have a preliminary layout plan? Find a good spot for these. It was an S-class Galaxy supercomputing core, the pinnacle of cosmic technology. It could generate blueprints for mechanical units used in trials and possessed infinite growth potential. Postscript. The idiot-proof operating system only offers basic functions. But if you master the manual controls, its power will exceed your wildest imagination. Integrated automated production lines. Just feed it materials and it handles the rest. Zi Qiang looked at the device completely bewildered. Seeing her confusion, Chen Bai quickly explained. The vehicles and machinery it builds can be used for grinding levels. With this, our gathering place will evolve at light speed. Zi Qiang frowned, her worries not yet eased. But the world has changed, even with guns. Chen Bai cut her off, knowing what she was thinking. The weapons from this production line aren't the scrap metal we used before the apocalypse. These weapons have stats. You need to abandon your pre-apocalypse logic. This is an awakening manhwa world now. Look, the city management panel might seem empty right now. He turned to her, his eyes burning with intensity. But later, when we unlock exclusive city blueprints, you'll be overwhelmed by the options. Chen Bai started listing examples to prove his point. Like the S-Class Bio Backup Center. It can clone your body, essentially giving you a second life. Or the S-Class Anti-Gravity Foundation. It allows us to build a literal castle in the sky. These are designs only an S-Class city can utilize. Zi Qiang gripped the scroll tightly, determination flooding her veins. I understand now. Our city will become the strongest legend in the future. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed from the distance. Master, master. Meng sprinted towards him, eager to show off. I killed a super monster in the dream world and unlocked 3 new skills. Master, look at this. The system window popped up. Meng shares skill description, enhanced dream totem. White noise. The totem emits a frequency that forces targets into deep slumber. Enhancement, raging drowsiness. The hypnotic power is massively amplified. Includes mental suggestion causing targets to relax and lose focus completely. Chenbai nodded in approval. Excellent choice. Now you don't need eye contact to put them to sleep. Combined with raging drowsiness, this will be devastating in real-world combat. Receiving the praise, Meng Meng beamed, unable to hide her happiness. She smiled radiantly. You flatter me, master. This is the exact combo you told me to build. After analyzing my skill tree, Meng Meng pointed excitedly to the next line. Master, check the third one. I picked this new unlock myself. Dream Entry Enhancement Waking Dream. Dream Visitor. You can choose to return to reality from any active dream totem. It can also pull anyone inside the dream back to the real world instantly. Chenbai froze his eyes, widening in shock. Wait, isn't that essentially teleportation? She nodded sharply, confirming the theory. Exactly. If I drag Han Xiao into the dream realm, now I can use the dream totem to warp directly to his location. Better yet, you don't even need to go yourself. You can transport Master straight to him. Hearing this, Chenbai couldn't help but be impressed. When it comes to picking the right abilities, you've already reached the level of a true master. Meng Meng lowered her gaze, feigning modesty. I'm only good at picking skills. Everything else, I'm still a novice. Her eyes lit up. Master, are you free? I really want to test the effects of this new awakening ability. Chenbai didn't hesitate. Why not? Head to the training grounds on the mountainside first. I will join you shortly. She beamed with joy. Understood. Moments later, he turned to give his next order. Ziqiang, gather a squad with varying levels of mental strength. We need to test the combat efficiency of Meng Meng's new skill in a real leveling manhwa scenario. She nodded instantly, her efficiency on full display. No problem. Once I've rounded up the guinea pigs, I'll have them assemble at the mountainside training grounds. Suddenly, Ziqiang slithered closer, draping her arms around Chenbai's neck. Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper. But don't train until late at night, okay? Someone is already prepared and waiting. Tonight is all about rewarding our Lord City Master. A knowing smile played on his lips. Humph, I know. Ziqiang leaned in even closer, her warm breath tickling his ear. I heard Xiaoge has prepared a special surprise just for you. The scene shifted to the opulent villa of Song Ziqiang, where the Jiang City elite gathered. From a shadowy corner, a beauty stepped out wearing an outfit designed to destroy a man's reasoning. Seeing this, the other woman nodded in approval. Perfect. Lock that one in. Immediately, she spun around and shouted to the group. Sisters, do you have the confidence to make Chenbai beg for mercy in tonight's raid? The woman turned back, nodding with overflowing pride. Of course we're confident, but Xiaoge, don't be like last time, fainting before the battle even starts, the woman screamed in protest. That absolutely will not happen again. All my free attribute points from leveling up went straight into Constitution. Meanwhile, back at the base, Chenbai asked curiously, why was Meng Meng looking for you? Ziqiang didn't hide anything. She asked if there were any dungeons nearby. She's hungry to farm experience points. Hearing this, he gave a crucial instruction. Tell her to find me after she clears the instance. I have a task for her. She leaned softly against Chenbai's shoulder, her voice sweet as honey. Okay, I've already sent the message. Just then, Ziqiang looked up, a mischievous smirk curling her lips. By the way, White Emperor, everyone is actually dying for some guidance on combat techniques and skill builds. Suddenly, a woman popped her head out from the foot of the bed, chirping excitedly. That's right. That's right. Chenbai caressed her cheek with one hand, while the other wandered dangerously down her leg. He asked gently, Your C-rank talent tree is visible at a glance. It barely has any branches. You still need guidance for that. She nodded furiously, like a chick pecking rice. I want it. Seeing her enthusiasm, a faint smile crossed Chenbai's face. He finally relented. Fine. Both of you take screenshots of your skill trees and send them to me. At that moment, the system Manhwa interface illuminated the room. Chenbai frowned slightly. S-Class, Violet Star Pupil. 3 different evolutionary paths. Not bad. Ziqiang snuggled into his chest, whispering low. Well, I feel like the Violet Star evolution path is the most useful. Chenbai countered softly. But you are a queen, not a vanguard warrior. Your priority for leveling up should be evolving the Violet Eye and boosting spirit reinforcement. He carefully analyzed the data. Violet Eye of Insight, Boundless Depth, Noble Pupil. These abilities let you deconstruct your opponent. Adding control abilities suits your style perfectly. Ziqiang leaned over, murmuring the descriptions. Violet Eye of Insight sees through attributes. If the gap in mental power is large enough, I can even read minds with boundless depth. She fell into deep thought, her expression tightening as she processed the potential. Her lips moved silently. If they look at me, they enter a dazed state, losing all sense of direction due to noble pupil. Right then, Chenbai turned his attention to the person behind him. Next up, let's look at your A-rank skill overview. She nodded hesitantly. I only have 2 skill trees. He stared seriously at the holographic screen. Chenbai began his expert tutorial. Having fewer skills isn't an issue. Put points into this first vision threat. In their field of view, you become a high-priority threat. Then unlock See What I See. This allows vision sharing with teammates. Once mastered, you will be an indispensable god-tier support. After a moment, she nodded obediently. Understood. I'll unlock those 2 skills as fast as I can. He injected some confidence into her. Keep it up. Your base ability kit is actually already terrifying. Done with her, Chenbai shifted his focus. Lu Li, your B-rank illusion image actually has a skill that can create miracles. She pointed at herself bewildered. Me, I've looked at my skills. I don't have any damage capabilities at all. Chenbai lay back down, his voice turning gentle yet profound. No. Look at this. Falsehood becomes truth. This skill has a bizarre effect. If the enemy doesn't understand the illusion, to them, the illusion is reality. Do you understand? If he believes the nuclear bomb and the illusion is real, then he will genuinely be obliterated by a nuclear explosion. Chenbai's lips curved into a wicked smile. That is exactly why this skill has no damage description. Because with this, anything is possible. Hearing this, Zai Qiang gasped in shock. That ability is too broken, and that's just a B-rank talent. Chenbai glanced at her and corrected. Not exactly. Lu Li's talent lacks energy fluctuations or killing intent. Pure illusions are usually easy to spot. Success or failure depends entirely on Lu Li's acting skills. He shifted towards the head of the bed. Su Xin, it's your turn. Let's review your B-rank advanced skills. Chenbai gave his professional evaluation. You should balance your points across stamina, flesh, and spirit recovery. Since your skills affect you first, you must be active to help others recover. He concluded with high praise. Your ability is simple, but incredibly practical. I haven't seen a better healing talent than yours in a long time. Suddenly, Rose threw herself onto Chenbai, clinging to his neck. She pouted playfully. Is Sister Su Xin done yet? Is it finally my turn? He blatantly ignored her, his eyes locking onto the final C-rank gamer girl. Next is Ling Yu's B-rank focus specialization. She giggled softly. Thank you, Master. Immediately, Chenbai's expression turned serious. Your ability looks like simple, quick thinking, but it's actually a god-tier talent for dueling. By locking onto a target, you can accelerate your thought process and filter out all useless noise. He emphasized every word. So you must choose skills that aid in combat judgment. You need to practice one-on-one battles against enemies with different talents. Nearby, Ling Yu bowed deeply, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Master. Please let Ling Yu use her actions to repay your guidance. Hellrose watched with a scowl, clearly annoyed. That girl is totally obsessed with you. I bet I could stab her right now, and she wouldn't even feel it. Chenbai frowned. That's actually a problem. He suddenly snapped his fingers in front of Ling Yu's face. Ling Yu blinked, startled by the sound. Master Chenbai's expression turned serious. You must learn to control the timing and target of your focus's state. If you can't turn it off, that talent becomes a fatal weakness. She whispered softly, I understand. I will practice controlling it. Seeing an opening, Hellrose rushed forward. My turn. My turn. Chenbai analyzed her screen intensely. Evaluation rank A. Intelligence. Talent rank C. Increased experience, gain, and proficiency rates. Good. Very good. Don't skip any usable skills. Once you dump all your points here, your comprehension will increase tenfold. Chenbai looked at her with a satisfied smile. 10 times the learning speed. 10 times the skill proficiency. Basically, you'll grow 10 times faster than a normal human. By then, you'll master every fighting stance and combat technique instantly. He smirked, teasing her. You'll be a true monster. My raw power might never match yours, but don't underestimate my technique. I might just bring you to your knees with skill alone. She bit down on his hand in protest. You bully Chenbai, I'll bite you to death. Just then, Zicheng stepped forward to intervene. All right, the White Emperor has laid out our path to power. Lu Li leaned forward, her voice steely yet gentle. We must cultivate with everything we have. Do not let the White Emperor Palace lose face. The crowd roared in unison. Yes, we will give our lives for the cause. Outside, Lengchang let out a heavy sigh. Personal guidance on skill trees from the Emperor Man, I wish I had that kind of luck. The next morning in the demon capital, Ma Du's eyes snapped open. He sat up, buzzing with energy. Elder Mu's technique is insane. Did she really teleport the guildmaster here? Just then, a system message from Meng Meng pinged. Master, that teleportation range was brutal. My head is spinning. Chen Bai replied instantly. Your spiritual energy was drained in a split second. Go recover immediately. Ma Du scrambled up his curiosity, getting the better of him. White Emperor, how goes the construction of your city? Chen Bai didn't even turn around as he answered. Every calculation and arrangement is complete. Everyone is grinding hard to build the ultimate White Emperor city. Then Chen Bai lowered his voice. By the way, how many attribute points did you get for the city build? You and Meng Meng slaughtered quite a few special variants in the Dream Realm, didn't you? Ma Du froze, looking utterly mortified. Just 1 point. When Elder Ming and I fought the screaming zombies, an accident happened. Their sonic scream shattered my focus while I was flying. I passed out mid-air, fell and died from impact. A heavy silence descended upon the room. Chen Bai turned away, completely done. Do not tell anyone you belong to my party. The second-hand embarrassment is killing me. Panic seized Ma Du's heart. He reached out desperately. Wait, White Emperor, only you and Meng Meng know. My reputation is safe. To save face, I'll take you to that chemical plant right now. Chen Bai flashed a grin. Relax, I was just teasing. Pack up, we move out immediately. Relief washed over Ma Du. Oh, thank God. Awesome. Moments later, Chen Bai stared at the glowing seal on his hand. The SSS-Rank plague seal. It's been pulsing since I teleported here. It seems Han Xiao was right. The zombie outbreak at the chemical plant is connected. Meanwhile, Ma Du rushed to the window, eager for action. White Emperor, let's fly this way, Chen Bai smirked. Order has just been restored to the city. I need to be quick. I wonder what kind of legendary loot an SSS-Rank quest will drop. Chen Bai opened his interface. Back in Jiang City, I never dared to inspect this mask. I couldn't risk Lidu sensing I had stolen it. The system displayed the item details. High-grade demon blood essence. Rank S. Type consumable. Refined demon blood crystals. Purified to unleash absolute power. Usage requirements. None. Chen Bai's eyes widened. I never expected bloodline potions could be refined into an S-rank essence, and the best part, no level restriction to use it. Han Xiao, scouting ahead, shouted with excitement. There it is, White Emperor, the place with the green mist. The duo descended slowly toward the ominous zone. Chen Bai stepped forward, aura steady. Do you know the layout? Han Xiao nodded confidently. I researched it before the apocalypse began. That answer put Chen Bai at ease. Good. Let's raid this dungeon. Suddenly, Han Xiao froze, fear creeping onto his face. He clearly didn't want to venture deeper. Do I have to go in too? That green mist and those fungal growths? My instincts are screaming danger. Chen Bai chuckled, reassuring him. Hey, relax. As long as you stay within 10 meters of me, you're invincible. Besides, this is your father's workplace. Bringing you here might trigger a hidden quest for you. Hearing that, Han Xiao's hesitation vanished. He pulled out a mask and strapped it on. Understood, White Emperor. Suddenly, a butterfly-shaped seal ignited on Chen Bai's palm. Plague seal activated. Next mission for the Plague Sect unlocked. Mission Rank A. The Plague Factory. A special mutation has turned this zone into a virus paradise. Objective: locate the source. Rewards 10,000 points and A-rank bacteria culture skill. Determination flashed in his eyes. He was ready for war. Here goes. He thrust his hands into the green mist, absorbing the viral toxicity. Since hitting level 10, my talent has evolved. My control over viruses has skyrocketed. This was the true advantage of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Thanks to this awakening, Chen Bai strolled through the toxic fog. He looked like he was taking a walk in the park. Incredible. Every microbe and virus within 10 meters is under my absolute command. Han Xiao watched from behind, jaw dropped. How can you enjoy a hellhole like this? You really are a monster. Chen Bai shot him a sharp glance. Are you calling me a pervert? Before he could answer, Han Xiao pointed at the sky in terror. White Emperor monster above. Chen Bai's arm twitched. A mutated mosquito. In a split second, he launched himself off the ground like a missile. His arms slashed through the air like a legendary blade. He sliced the beast in two instantly. Landing gracefully, he dusted himself off. I hate mosquitoes. Han Xiao spotted something else. White Emperor, look. That mosquito was guarding this fungus. It looks like a crafting material for this dungeon. He reached out to grab the glowing green mushroom. Stop, Chen Bai warned with a smile. Unless you want a quick death, don't touch that. Having your lungs rot is slightly less painful than your hands melting off. Han Xiao scrambled back in horror. Noted. Chen Bai calmly plucked the deadly fungus, a perfect hybrid of plague, virus, and bacteria. Then he took a massive bite out of it. Han Xiao watched eyes popping out of his skull. You ate it, White Emperor. Are you insane? Chen Bai chewed calmly. Relax. I'm immune to this trash. The system Manhwa interface chimed instantly. Consumed deadly fungal virus. Gained 150 virus points. Chen Bai tossed the rest into his maw, chewing with savage satisfaction. Not bad. This single mouthful of virus holds more energy than a squad of elite zombies. Just then, the familiar chime of the system rang out. System alert: deadly fungal virus absorbed. Gained 350 virus points. Dusting off his hands, he pushed forward. Let's move. We're heading to the factory floor and the break room where your father worked. Han Xiao hesitated for a split second before responding. Understood, White Emperor. Moments later, they arrived at the Devil's capital, the residential quarters for the Plague Factory staff. Han Xiao scanned the area, his eyes narrowing. My father's workspace has already been swept. Nothing stands out. The next clue for the mission isn't here. Chen Bai issued a cold command. Then join me in hunting down the source of this plague. But listen well, if I tell you to run, you vanish instantly. Done. I won't hesitate, and I definitely won't be dead weight. The duo stepped out into the open, probing the surrounding sectors. Chen Bai pointed toward a looming structure. That area has the highest concentration of viral energy. Do you know what it is? Han Xiao stepped closer, squinting. That must be the sewage treatment plant. Chemical runoff gets dumped there. Inside, there are two massive abyssal pools. I went in once. Just the fumes were enough to make me dizzy. It's a breeding ground for viral fungi. Chen Bai kicked the heavy doors open, and together, they stepped into the belly of the beast, the sewage treatment plant. Instantly, Chen Bai shifted into a combat stance. Dark energy swirled around him, causing Han Xiao to gasp in pure shock. Holy shit! The White Emperor's voice cut through the air like a blade. Wrap yourself in spiritual energy. Don't let the plague corruption touch you if you drift too far from me. Han Xiao nodded frantically. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a cloaked figure materialized from the shadows, its voice dripping with gloom. O children of the plague, servants of the viral truth. The entity leaped from above, arms raised high. Offspring of the sect Chen Bai, seizing the initiative, launched a preemptive strike. He slammed into the creature named Bukasumi, forcing it to stagger back. But the attack didn't even scratch the surface. His defense was impenetrable. My blade is my strongest form of attack, yet it did nothing. An A-rank boss, with this level of defense. In a leveling manhwa like this, that's absurd for the starter zone. Suddenly Bukasumi fell to his knees, murmuring words that baffled Chen Bai. To our destined deity, we offer the highest rites and our most devout prayers. May our destined God ignite the divine flame and spread the blessing of the plague to every corner of the world. Han Xiao whispered, confused. White Emperor, is it bowing to you? Chen Bai hesitated. I'm not sure. Maybe. But Bukasumi immediately confirmed it. There was no mistake, he was kneeling to Chen Bai. Great God, ordained by fate, Bukasumi is ready to offer everything to you. My life, my soul, I, Bishop of the Plague Bukasumi Israel, level 71, am yours. Chen Bai's eyes widened as a memory surfaced. A third-turned saint level 71. In my past life, I capped out at level 79. Why would a powerhouse like this appear in the tutorial phase? When Meng Meng took a master, her spiritual sense was only D rank. Yet despite the level gap, he can sense my potential. Unbelievable. He has 0 defense up against me. Chen Bai tested the waters. Am I truly your destined god? Bukasumi answered with absolute conviction. Yes, the high priest paid with his life to guide your arrival to our sect. You received the mark of the plague at the very start of the trial. There is no doubt you are the divinity we have been waiting for. The corner of Chen Bai's mouth curled up. Excitement surged through his mind. In my past life, rumors said high-grade talents came with unique hidden fates. That was the real treasure. This must be the hidden destiny of the virus monarch class, the plague god. This feeling, it's far more potent than Han Xiao's demon bloodline from the original storyline. Chen Bai pressed on. Then what can you do for me? Bukasumi smiled, as if he had been waiting an eternity for this question. We paid a terrible price to enter this trial early, solely to assist you. The creature looked ecstatic. What fortune! To think I would meet you so soon. Every member of our sect here can offer you a treasure from the plague cult corresponding to their power level. Apologies, but we cannot simply hand over all the treasures at once. We must avoid detection by the universal will. Chen Bai stood tall before him. Fine by me. Bukasumi bowed. Thank you for your benevolence, destined god. Please tell me, What artifact do you desire? Chen Bai smirked, his eyes gleaming. Do you have a class change scroll? Bukasumi froze, stunned by the request. A class change scroll. He lowered his staff and bowed his head deeply. Naturally, we do. Without hesitation, he displayed the treasures. S-Rank Plague Knight, S-Rank Insect Master, and the sect's most precious jewel, the SS-Rank Doom Child. Han Xiao gasped from the backline. SS-Rank. But Chen Bai remained unmoved. He let out a sigh. Do you have anything SSS-Rank? Bukasumi looked up, speaking with brutal honesty. You may not know, but starting with an SSS-Rank profession is statistically impossible. Many gods started as A rank or even B rank and ascended to SSS. Chen Bai's expression darkened, his voice dropping to absolute zero. I know that, but I only want an SSS rank class change scroll. Suddenly tears streamed down the monster's face as he repeated the words, only SSS rank. He threw his arms up, laughing and crying in a frenzy. This is our future god. The plague sect truly has a chance for revival. Chen Bai blinked, slightly awkward at the outburst. He softened his tone. Look, if you don't have it, I'll look at the other items. But Bukasumi beamed at him, his voice trembling with manic joy. No, there is a way. We have a method to obtain an SSS rank scroll. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow. Is that so? The creature remained kneeling. Yes, it is not guaranteed and you must seize it yourself. How? Chen Bai demanded. Bukasumi's face practically glowed as he revealed the path. I can tear open a special hidden instance. It leads to the greatest plague event in the history of the Blue Planet. You must enter and harvest the seeds of plague, etched into history. Those seeds can be condensed into a class change scroll. There is a high probability it will manifest as SSS rank. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, weighing the odds. If there's a chance, then I have to take it. Bukasumi raised his staff, chanting the final decree. I sacrifice my life, my power, and my soul. Let my existence become the stairway for my god open. The divine path of the plague. In an instant, his body ignited. Green flames of purgatory consumed him as he screamed in agony, his physical form disintegrating into ash right before their eyes. Moments later, Basumi was completely erased from existence. Only his staff remained clattering to the cold ground. Suddenly, a holographic screen flashed before Chen Bai, a classic trope of this system Manhwa, asking if he dared to enter a hidden solo dungeon. The haunting wails of 80 million lost souls echoed in the air. The countdown timer was ticking down mercilessly. 2 minutes 56 seconds, and 13 milliseconds remaining. Before stepping into the abyss, Chen Bai glanced back at Han Xiao. This is a solo instance, he said with a cool detachment. I can't carry you inside. Han Xiao rubbed his neck, looking relieved rather than offended. White Emperor, if a boss that powerful had to be sacrificed just to open the gate, I wouldn't dare step foot in there anyway. Chen Bai looked up at the towering portal, his expression unreadable. The window of opportunity is closing fast. I'll teleport you out first. If I leave you here, you'll either be eaten by insects or rot from the plague before you can walk out on your own. True to his word, with a wave of his hand, he warped Han Jiao all the way to Magic City, right near the quarantine zone factories. Then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished back to the dedicated portal. Han Xiao stood there completely disoriented. What just happened? Recovering from the shock, he opened his system interface, sat down on the curb, and typed into the global chat channel. User Your King Han typed, I'm in Magic City. Just parted ways with the White Emperor. You guys won't believe the insanity I just witnessed. Yazi immediately replied, what's the status on the White Emperor? User I am not a sword immortal chimed in. Ask him when he and Meng Meng are free. I'm stuck on a dungeon run and need a carry. Han Xiao shot back, sword immortal, don't hold your breath. The White Emperor doesn't have time for small fry like us. User Overlord threatened. Stop stalling with the secrets, or I'll come to Magic City and put a few ventilation holes in you myself. Han Xiao panicked, typing furiously, whoa, chill. Put the spear away, Overlord, I'm talking okay. Listen to this. A superpowered NPC literally knelt down and offered a class change scroll to the White Emperor, and he rejected it. Overlord stared at the screen, unable to process the absurdity. He typed back, define superpowered. Han Xiao replied, the guy was wearing basic cloth armor, yet he tanked the White Emperor's full-force attacks without a scratch. His defense was absolute. Overlord was stunned. That's impossible. Crow joined the chat, equally shocked. And what about the class change scroll? Han Xiao dropped the stats, 2 S-rank scrolls and 1 double S-rank. Crow's jaw hit the floor. Even Shuai Chuan, usually quiet, couldn't stay silent. And the White Emperor still wasn't satisfied. Han Xiao confirmed. He said it himself. If it isn't triple S rank, he doesn't want it. Yazi was practically eating popcorn, reading the drama. Han Xiao continued. And then, the NPC sacrificed his own life just to open a dungeon for the White Emperor to hunt for a triple S scroll. Yazi gasped. He sacrificed himself. The chat room exploded with chatter. User, heir of the 5 lotuses mused, the gap between the White Emperor and us. It's larger than the gap between us and regular civilians. Overlord admitted. Every time I think I'm hot stuff, after a killing spree news about the White Emperor comes along and crushes my ego. Han Xiao advised. Stop looking for trouble. Don't try to compare yourself to a god. Just use his name to flex on others. Han Xiao added. Just being in the same group, chat room 001, with the White Emperor is the ultimate flex, isn't it? Yazi replied. True, but I don't want to ride his coattails. I want to be the one he notices. Meanwhile, Chen Bai had stepped into the secret solo instance. Suddenly, a mysterious necklace materialized around his neck. An hourglass, he muttered. He didn't know where it came from, but instinct told him to hide it. He tucked it beneath his shirt and scanned his surroundings. He stood before a massive white structure, a Roman stone gate. Is this dungeon? Florence. He moved cautiously, his senses on high alert. This is definitely medieval Florence, the capital of art, he thought. He walked deeper into the city, but the eerily empty streets unsettled him. Where is everyone? Why is this place a ghost town? Suddenly, a ragged cough echoed from a dark alleyway, freezing him in his tracks. A figure in a heavy cloak and hood was huddled there. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes and approached. Seeing him, the cloaked figure curled into a ball, coughing violently and waving him away. No, stay back, stranger. I am a filthy sinner. I have been punished by God with this pestilence. Chen Bai reached out, placing a hand gently on the figure's head to extract the virus. His voice was soft yet commanding. You poor soul. Do you wish to live? The system chimed. Absorbed Black Death virus. Absorbed bubonic plague. Virus points increased by 3. He looked at his palm, realization dawning. So it is the Black Death. Another notification pinged, marking a pivotal moment in this leveling manhwa. Contact with Black Death confirmed. Unlocking Plague Faction Hidden Quest. Seeds of Pestilence. The Wailing of 80 million souls. The quest description scrolled before his eyes. In the history of the Blue Star, the Black Death claimed at least 80 million lives. The plague ravaged this land. The Plague Sect has the responsibility and power to harvest these seeds of sickness. Mission objective: collect plague seeds. Reward: harvested seeds will be converted into a plague-type class change scroll upon completion. Chen Bai frowned, his mind racing. Plague seeds. How am I supposed to collect those? The mechanics aren't clear. I need to figure this out first. The cloaked figure, now completely cured, pulled back her hood. Her eyes went wide with shock. I feel fine. She turned to him, making a holy sign with her hand. Thank you, oh, messenger of the divine. Thank you for banishing my sickness. I pledge my life to serve and follow you. Chen Bai touched the eagle mask, resting on his shoulder, a plan forming in his mind. Perfect. I need followers to spread my name. Gathering intel and items will be much faster with a cult behind me. He donned the mask, his voice dripping with false humility. You don't need to call me a saint. I am no messenger of the divine spirits. The girl named Elena looked at him with serious devotion. Then, which god do you serve? Chen Bai stepped forward, a shadow falling over his face. I am not a messenger. He extended a hand, deciding to use Elena as the catalyst for his grand design. I am the god of plague himself. Go. Tell everyone. Tell them I can purge their sickness. Tell them to gather at the Lord's Square to meet me. Elena stood alone in the street and began to scream at the top of her lungs. People who suffer from the rot, hear me. The god of plague has descended upon the mortal realm. He awaits us at the Lord's Square. A beatific smile of relief was plastered on her face. We must go to the square. The god of plague will destroy the virus within us. Following Elena's voice, fearful eyes peeked through the cracks of boarded-up windows. They stared at the girl walking fearlessly down the street, preaching salvation. Those who bear the pain of the plague, come to the square. High above, a shadowy figure watched her progress. Elena shouted to the hidden faces, if you don't believe, look at me. You all know who I am. I am cured. Even the terrified souls hiding indoors couldn't suppress their curiosity. Who was screaming out there? It was poor Elena, her voice thick with bitter emotion. That poor girl must have lost her mind to the fever. But as if sensing their doubts, Elena desperately poured out her story. I am Elena, daughter of the wealthy merchant Henry. My father donated his entire fortune to the church. Yet my whole family still perished from the plague. Look at me now. Henry's daughter has completely recovered. Hearing this, an old woman finally dared to peek out. Are you truly healed? She asked. her voice trembling. Elena challenged them with newfound confidence. You've heard me shouting. For so long have I coughed even once. Seeing the crowd hesitate, Elena continued her impassioned plea. Everyone look at me. The god of diseases has cleansed me of the sickness. You don't need to donate money or let them bleed you dry. You don't need empty prayers. Just go to the Lord's Square. Suddenly, a cautious hand reached out to touch her forehead. The woman gasped in pure shock. It's true. It's actually true. No fever, no coughing, tears streamed down her face like rain. Oh heavens, can my children really be saved? The scene shifted to a clear blue sky. Chen Bai strolled through the streets of medieval Europe, arriving at the Lord's Square in Florence to assess the situation. This was the 14th century, a dark era where treating the Black Death relied entirely on blind faith and the barbaric practice of bloodletting. During this time, the Black Death claimed the lives of 25 million people in Europe alone. Globally, the death toll soared past 80 million. Chen Bai's heart felt heavy like a boulder sat upon his chest. If the source of the virus wasn't here, would he have to scour the entire world? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Great and merciful God of diseases, Elena arrived, leading a group of coughing desperate souls to Chen Bai. Please forgive my lack of etiquette earlier. I did not know how to properly address a deity. Following your command, I have brought everyone I could. Seeing the suffering crowd, Chen Bai didn't hesitate for a second. Come closer, he urged gently. Do not be afraid, you poor children. The villagers widened their eyes in skepticism. To prove his power, Chen Bai reached out toward a family of 3. May you be free from the plague's grasp. Invisible currents of energy flowed from his fingertips, siphoning the virus straight out of the young boy's body, calming his trembling instantly. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, watching Chen Bai absorb the deadly pathogen into his own being. Moments later, clarity returned to their eyes. Mom, Dad, the boy looked at his mother, his voice steady. Don't cry, Mom. It doesn't hurt anymore. He looked at her with concern. Are you still in pain? The mother choked back a sob. No, my sweet boy. I'm not in pain anymore either. A wave of reverence washed over the crowd as they showered him with praise. It's a miracle. The pain is gone. My fever has broken. My strength is returning. This is truly a divine miracle. Praise the Lord of the Church of Light, one shouted. Another immediately corrected him. You fool. This isn't the church's God. Don't insult the great God of diseases. Instantly, they all fell to their knees. Great one, thank you for saving us from this hell. We will believe in you forever, God of diseases. But Chen Bai, uninterested in shallow fame, quickly instructed them. Stand up. You may still feel weak. The plague has ravaged your bodies, and the damage takes time to heal. Leave this place. Go home and rest. You will recover fully in time. Chen Bai's gaze then shifted to the gathering crowd behind them. Go quickly. Behind the healed family, countless more sick children waited for salvation. As they left, Chen Bai spoke with the dignity of a true hero. I do not desire your worship. All I desire is a world where you are no longer tormented by disease. Hearing these selfless words, the old woman wept uncontrollably. Oh heavens, to think you care so much for sinners like us, how can we ever praise your greatness enough? Elena stepped forward, waving her arms to rally the crowd. We must not burden our Savior any longer. Those who have recovered, follow me away from the Arno Bridge. Let us spread the news of the God's compassion throughout all of Florence. Suddenly, the heavy menacing sound of armored boots approached. The crowd panicked and scattered like frightened birds. The church knights are here. The lead knight bellowed with arrogant authority. We received a report. Someone here dares to impersonate a god and spread heresy. Civilians clear the area immediately. He looked down at Chen Bai with pure contempt. So, you are the one spreading these pagan lies. I heard you call yourself the god of diseases. The knight drew his blade, his patience gone. Disease is a punishment from the divine. How could there be a god representing it? You foolish heretic. But Chen Bai didn't flinch. Instead, a faint, calculating smile played on his lips. In a flash, a heavy blade slashed through the air. Chen Bai stood calm as 3 swords pierced his body, his mind operating with the cold logic of a leveling manhwa protagonist. This was the perfect opportunity to ascend to true godhood. Another knight, thinking the battle won, raised his sword in threat. The heretic is dead. Why haven't you sinners repented for your crimes yet? Kneel and beg for forgiveness. You were seduced by heresy, and that is why you suffer from the plague. But his rant was cut short by the trembling voices of his subordinates. Sea Captain. The soldiers watched in horror as Chen Bai removed his mask, revealing a face without a single scratch. Elena rushed forward, grabbing a stone. Damn you, how dare you? Hearing her rage, Chen Bai raised a hand to stop her. Stop. Elena, I am unharmed. But Elena was seething with indignation. I know that. The great god of diseases obviously cannot be harmed by mortal steel. But the fact that they dared to raise their swords against you. She couldn't contain her fury. You must punish these ignorant knights of the Church of Light. Bring down your divine wrath upon them. The knights took a step back, genuine fear in their eyes. But Chen Bai interrupted Elena with a calm voice. No, Elena, you are mistaken. They cannot hurt me, so I hold no grudge. I will not punish them. Even if they stab me 1,000 times, I will continue to save the people from this plague. The crowd waited for those words, and when they came, relief and adoration exploded on their faces. This was a true God, a truly merciful Savior. Oh heavens, the benevolent God of diseases, we will follow you until the end of time. The knights stood frozen, shocked by the overwhelming aura of faith surrounding him. Elsewhere, Bishop Haken was trembling with rage. That damned heretic. In just 3 days, he has turned 90% of the city into his believers. Today is Sunday, yet only 7 people came to the cathedral. Unable to accept reality, he turned his fury toward his subordinate John. Bishop John. That day in the Lord's Square. The holy knight should have executed him on the spot. Yet you stood in my way. Now look at us, our forces scattered, only 5 knights remaining. We can't even guard the sanctuary. His voice dripped with disdain for the intruder. But Bishop John didn't flinch his gaze, locking onto Archbishop Haken with unwavering conviction. You witnessed the miracle of the last 3 days yourself. John's eyes drifted toward the window, lost in the memory of the impossible. He descended like a phantom. In mere 72 hours, he swept through the city, purging the Black Death from every soul. In John's mind, the image of Chen Bai working his divine arts played vividly. John was forced to accept a terrifying truth. This man was legitimate. He didn't just heal. He taught the believers how to suppress the pestilence's growth. He guided the faithful to nurse the survivors back to health. At the center of it all stood Elena, commanding the relief efforts like a battle-hardened saint. Against all logic, John felt a compulsion to protect Chen Bai. His teachings were arcane, strange words like microbes, hygiene, and bacteria, yet not once did he demand servitude from the flock. The silhouette of the mysterious savior burned itself into John's subconscious once again. Lost in thought, John continued his defense. He told the masses that a benevolent deity would never force kind souls to slaughter one another over mere dogma. If we had struck him down that day, the people would have seen us as the demons, and him as the true God. There would be no ambiguity. Hearing this confession, Haken's face twisted. You sound less like a bishop, and more like a cultist of the plague sect. His teeth ground together in fury. Do you fear nothing for the Holy See? For our Lord, John stepped forward, a sudden enlightenment dawning in his eyes. Our Lord is the supreme true God. He requires no protection from mortals like us. The ones we must fear for are ourselves. With a heavy heart, he admitted, I have already dispatched a full report to the Pope. Meanwhile, in a secluded space, an ethereal purple aura swirled around a singular object. This was the plague seed condensed from the viral essence extracted from the entire city of Florence. Constructing the plague seed was a triumph, yet looking at the meager amount condensed from a whole city, it was a grim realization for this leveling manhwa protagonist. A holographic system window flashed open, silencing the room. Item Plague Seed. Type Black Death. Condensation progress 0.001%. Skill acquired Pillar of Pestilence. This ability allowed him to erect a totem where believers could pray, undergo baptism, and channel their sickness directly into the construct. The accumulated sickness would transmute into the plague seed. It seems I must traverse the entire globe to fully awaken this power, he mused. Suddenly, Elena burst through the doors. My lord, your most loyal followers await your presence. Chen Bai nodded calmly. Understood. I'm coming. He stepped out to a sea of cheering faces, Elena prostrating herself at his feet. Chen Bai gazed down from his vantage point, stoic as a statue. All things decay, but life is eternal. Silence fell as he spoke. The plague of Florence has been purged. Destiny calls me elsewhere. But before I depart, I bestow upon you a final gift. At his command, the Pillar of Pestilence materialized from the void. Behold, those who offer prayer and accept baptism before this totem shall be cleansed of affliction. Ecstasy swept through the crowd. Praise the Great One. Thank you for this divine miracle. Yet the awakening Manhwa hero had more to say. Do not become dependent on this artifact. Once I leave this plane of existence, its power will fade. Commit my teachings to memory, the origins of disease prevention, treatment, and the scientific method. Chen Bai patiently instilled the philosophy of true civilization into their minds. Fear not, my children. You can coexist with the microscopic world. Used wisely, Even the smallest organisms can aid humanity. Above all, never forget the tenets of the plague sect. Elena rushed to his side, cheeks flushed with devotion. We shall etch your wisdom into our souls, my lord. We will honor the plague sect forever. We will erect a cathedral for the plague sect, on this very ground, and spread your gospel to the four corners of the earth. Chen Bai gently patted her head. A rare moment of warmth. Thank you. I leave the future in your hands. Time was short. He could not linger. May you never suffer from the pestilence again. Farewell. As he turned, the roar of the populace shook the heavens. All things decay, but life is eternal. Even after exiting the city gates, the thunderous chant followed him. Every word resonated clearly in Chen Bai's ears. All things decay. He couldn't help but marvel. He had traveled miles, yet the voices of the city remained audible, carried by sheer spiritual intensity. The fanaticism of this era's people exceeds all calculations. A glint of satisfaction sparked in Chen Bai's eyes. Perfect. This is exactly what I need to speedrun this system manhwa scenario. This devotion will drastically accelerate the plague seed harvesting process. He strode forward, his pace in rhythm with the spinning world. Divine status acts as a beacon, drawing the harvest to me. It saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Without the title of a god condensing, the seed would take a decade. Now, I've shaved years off the timeline. Chen Bai's mind began to scheme. I will play this role of deity until I clear this instance. Days passed, and the scene shifted to the heart of the enemy's territory. St. Peter's Basilica, Vatican. Sound slammed his head to the floor in reverence. Your Holiness, may the Lord's grace be upon you. You summoned me. The figure on the throne wasted no breath. The Eastern Crusade has failed. The Lord is displeased. And in the chaos, a demon has unleashed a plague to torment the flock. The Pope's voice dropped an octave as he shifted focus to the thorn in his side. In this hour of weakness, a heretic has risen. He exploits the sickness to steal souls from the Church of Light. Hearing this, the captain of the Holy Knights sprang to his feet. Do you speak of the charlatan, calling himself the plague god? Do these peasants lack brains? It's like a bad plot point in a manhwa recap falling for such obvious trickery. The Pope raised a hand, silencing him. No. The man walked a path of miracles from Florence to the Holy City. He has genuinely eradicated the Black Death. San stood frozen, his worldview cracking. He actually cured it. Then could he be? The Pope caught the flicker of doubt and instantly crushed it. Do not be fooled, Saon. Only the one who created the poison possesses the antidote. He is a demon who unleashed the plague solely to retrieve it for his own glory. He planned to use this fabricated miracle to blind the faithful of the Radiant Church, draining them dry and ensuring their souls would never witness the gates of paradise. Just as calculated hatred began to boil within the enemy, that cunning devil actually fell for the trap. His entire scheme had been laid bare in this very conversation. The heretic had finally arrived at the Vatican. I have lured him into the open, the Pope sneered, ensuring the masses gathered to witness the spectacle. He strode purposefully toward the holy artifact, his intent murderous. Saum wielded the spear of Longinus. Execute this demon before the eyes of the faithful and declare the supreme might of our Lord. Burning with righteous fury, the knight swore his oath. For the glory of our Lord, to purge this filth from the world. He prayed for divine strength to slay the enemy and reveal the truth. The scene shifts to the Grand Plaza, where the young guide pointed with innocent excitement. Look, it is the greatest square in all the Vatican. After leading Chen Bai to the center, the boy turned to leave. Please wait here, sir. I will go announce your arrival to the people. Everyone knows of your legendary deeds. They have been waiting for you. Chen Bai smiled, a rare warmth in his eyes. Thank you, little one. Go on now. I will wait. As the boy vanished into the crowd, Chen Bai's thoughts darkened. After leaving Florence, every branch of the Radiant Church had barred their gates, branding him a monster in this manhwa recap. Yet here in the heart of the enemy, he was welcomed with open arms by the healthy. He scoffed internally. A transparent trap. How utterly despicable. High above, the exquisitely carved symbol of the Radiant Church loomed, casting a long shadow over the square. Chen Bai deciphered their intent immediately. It seemed the church could no longer hide their desperation to maintain control. They intended to crush him here, in their seat of power. Perfect. This was the golden opportunity he had been waiting for, to dismantle this corrupt system once and for all. Come then, he thought, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Show me what pathetic tricks you have prepared. Across the square, a dark-haired man frowned at the sight. The man shouted to the gathering crowd. Hurry, the Holy See is about to pass judgment on the heretic who claims to cure the plague. He pointed an accusing finger at Chen Bai's solitary figure. Can he truly cure the Black Death? a blonde woman whispered, pulling her cloak tighter against the chill of uncertainty. It must be a lie, her companion scoffed. If it were true, would the Holy See condemn him? In the distance, the Pope emerged, his face twisted in a mask of holy revulsion. Vile demon, the Pope bellowed. The Lord has decreed your destruction. Beside him, San raised his weapon, his expression, the picture of fanatical courage. Before the spear of Longinus, there is no escape. Prepare to die, spawn of hell. Chen Bai merely smirked, his gaze, cold and analytical. The Pope and his elite knights he noted like a player analyzing a leveling Manhwa boss. How thoughtful of them to prepare such a grand stage. Chen Bai raised his head, radiating an aura of dominance. He spread his arms wide. Servants of the glorious Lord, I descended to this world to eradicate the plague. How dare you use his name to slander me as a demon? The Pope let out a sharp, derisive laugh that echoed through the square. He pointed a trembling finger at Chen Bai. Lies, all of it. The Lord has spoken to me directly. You are a devil from the abyss, using poison to shake the people's faith. As he spun his web of deceit, the Pope's excitement grew, a manic grin stretching across his face. First you unleash the plague to torment humanity, and then you offer a cure. You seek only to seduce the ignorant and lead them away from God's light. A ripple of unease went through the crowd. The blonde woman's face fell. He can cure the plague, but at such a cost. It is true, a man insisted. I saw his miracles on the road to Florence. Beside him, a woman in a black cloak collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. She clutched her child desperately. Why does it matter? Why won't the Holy See let him save us first? My son is dying. The Pope's eyes darted to the commotion. He suppressed a surge of rage. The terror of the plague was loosening his grip on their minds. Disgust flashed across his features before he raised his hands, commanding silence with a theatrical gesture. If you simply cured the sick, the Lord might show mercy, he lied smoothly. But your sin lies in the dark magic you use to ensnare their souls. The Pope's voice dropped to a condemning growl. You doom them to eternal torment in the fires of hell. Horror washed over the crowd. Is that the truth? They whispered, stepping back in fear. What a vicious monster. The tide turned instantly. Kill him, judgment. Burn the heretic. Chen Bai stood amidst the roar, unshakable. Sound seized the moment. With a roar of righteous indignation, he charged the spear aimed straight for Chen Bai's heart. Die, devil, the believer screamed. The spear struck, but stopped dead, against a single raised finger. A brilliant golden aura exploded from the impact, typical of a high-tier awakening manhwa. Salon strained until his muscles screamed, but he could not move the weapon an inch. Chen Bai looked at the spear with bored indifference. Give it up. This spear has already tasted the blood of God's Son once. It refuses to commit such a sin a second time. Do not force it. Salon's face twisted in pure shock. His mind reeled as he stared at the immovable wall before him. Impossible. Chen Bai sidestepped the knight, as if he were airwalking casually toward the Pope. I wondered why the church tried so hard to stop me from saving lives. Hands in his pockets, Chen Bai tilted his head, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. But seeing you now, a demon wearing the Pope's skin. It all makes sense. You call me the evil one. The Pope ground his teeth, veins bulging. What madness are you spouting, heretic? Preposterous, a bystander scoffed. The Pope, a demon, the man is insane. Chen Bai's fist clenched, energy gathering for a devastating blow. Whether you are a demon or not, the world is about to find out. Chen Bai's fist connected with the Pope's neck, sending shockwaves through the air. The impact forced the old man's mouth open, spraying spittle. Protect his holiness, the knights screamed, drawing their blades in a frenzy. He killed the Pope. Attack chaos erupted. Sam turned around, eyes widening in horror as he saw the supreme leader crumpled on the stone floor. Rage blazed in his eyes as he glared at Chen Bai like a wild beast. You bastard, I was actually bewitched by your tongue, distracted by your treacherous questions. You truly are a demon in human skin. In stark contrast, Chen Bai stood like an immovable mountain, looking down at the trembling Pope, with cold indifference. His command thundered with authority. Reveal your true form, you filth that dares to usurp the Holy See. Sauron froze mid-step, his face a mask of pure shock. He stammered, completely unable to process the scene before him. What is happening? Suddenly, a twisted horn ripped through the Pope's forehead. He bared his teeth in a grotesque, spine-chilling grin. Terror seized the crowd at the sight of this monstrosity, and they scrambled back in fear. There was no mistaking it. That was the horn of a devil. What twisted fate had befallen the Holy Father? His body swelled with grotesque muscle as he hunched over, stalking toward Chen Bai like a beast. I will slaughter you, he roared. Seeing this, the corner of Chen Bai's lip curled into a satisfied smirk. It was all playing out exactly according to his script. This is exactly what I needed. His mind flashed back to his own terrifying form, the dark tentacles erupting from his back, and claws that could shred steel. My true abilities are far too horrifying for the primitive minds of this era. If I unleashed my power now, these sheep would instantly believe the Pope's accusations against me. Within the unseen inventory of the system, Chenbai calmly materialized an object into his hand, a sinister stone-like artifact. Debating him is pointless, and simply killing him with a virus wouldn't be dramatic enough to sway the masses. Luckily, he had his trump card, the Class A Demon Bloodline Essence, harvested during his quest to save Meng Meng. He recalled that split second earlier, his attack on the Pope was merely a delivery system. He had crushed the essence directly into the old man's body, mixing it with the zombie virus for a foolproof double-layer trap. System item used: Class A Demon Bloodline Essence, Grade C+ compatibility. Instantaneously, the Pope's form twisted, his eyes burning with hellfire crimson. Perfect. No matter which effect took hold, the congregation would now see their leader for what he truly was, a monster. Suddenly, the corrupted Pope unhinged his jaw, gathering a volatile sphere of dark flames within his throat. The inferno blasted into the crowd. Panic erupted as people fled for their lives. A demon. It's a real demon. Run. Amidst the chaos of this manhwa recap moment, Chenbai simply bowed slightly, watching the beautiful destruction with a calm smile. The demonic horns and hellfire were the signature traits of the bloodline essence. The checkmate was already set. The requirements to handle a Class A demon bloodline were far too harsh for a mere mortal. Meanwhile, Sauron stood paralyzed, his world crumbling. His face was a portrait of despair. He could not deny the truth before his eyes. The Pope, his holy leader, was an agent of hell. Chenbai watched dispassionately as the creature writhed on the stone floor. He was pleased. The old man's frail human vessel would soon collapse under the overwhelming pressure of such potent demonic power. Stepping forward, Chenbai positioned himself behind Sauron. He raised his arms high, radiating the aura of a divine judge. The forces of hell have usurped the papacy, twisting the holy scriptures and poisoning the faithful. And yet you dared to stop me from purging this plague and healing these innocent souls. Unforgivable. His brow furrowed with intense focus as he pointed a finger of judgment at the writhing beast. Today, I bring down divine punishment upon your wretched existence. Instantly, the Pope's body detonated. Black ichor sprayed across the sanctuary as his form was torn asunder. Sauron's eyes rolled back in horror, and the crowd gasped in collective shock. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. He killed the demon. The savior destroyed the beast. Overwhelmed by guilt and awe, Sauron collapsed to his knees at Chenbai's feet. He bowed his head until it touched the ground. I, Commander Sauron, of the Holy Knights, beg for your absolution. My mind was clouded by the devil's trickery. I have sinned by obstructing your holy work. I am ready to accept any punishment. Chenbai extended a hand toward the fallen knight, a benevolent smile softening his features, his eyes filled with infinite mercy. I admire your courage and your unshakable faith. But know this, brave knight, God does not punish humanity. In truth, God does not concern himself with such trifles. I have descended to this realm for one purpose, only to bear the burden of all sickness. Sauron trembled, his heart, deeply moved by this display of sacrifice. He looked up, tears of reverence in his eyes. I understand now, O great and merciful God of plague. I will immediately bring every afflicted soul in the city to receive your salvation. With that, Chenbai gently took the hand of a small sick girl. He beamed a radiant, charismatic smile at the surrounding believers. Since the Vatican destroyed the demons, their power has crumbled and my plague sect has risen from the ashes. There are no longer any obstacles for me in Europe. This was the efficiency of a true system manhwa protagonist. The name of the plague god has spread like wildfire. Every city suffering from the epidemic is now preparing grand ceremonies to welcome my arrival. Donning his tattered ascetic cloak once more, Chenbai left his footprints across the vast map. The roots of his plague had already deeply infested every city and village across the European continent. But condensing the plague seed is far from over. He pressed onward, traversing the scorching sands of Africa, the vast lands of Asia, and the islands of Oceania, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations. A purple stone orbited by tiny artifacts hovered above his palm. It had been 1 year, several months, and 12 grueling days. Finally, the synthesis was complete. Perched on the steps of a ruined temple, Chenbai stared into the distance with satisfaction, a sharp glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Now, I only need to recall the plague roots. Even though this dungeon lacked a boss-level combatant, the logistical difficulty was S tier. These thoughts drifted through his mind as he gazed down at the sprawling citadel below. If I had known this instance would devour so much time, I never would have entered. In a standard leveling, Manhwa speed is everything. 1.5 years before the apocalypse is too precious to waste. Chen Bai stood with hands on his hips overlooking the city. Suddenly, the system notification chimed in his ear. Do you wish to recall all plague seeds stored in the totem? Excitement lit up his face. A brilliant smile broke out as he commanded yes. At that exact moment, High Priestess Elena led the congregation to kneel before the towering plague totem. She clasped her hands in deep reverence. O great God of plague! May your journey be smooth, and may your divine plan come to fruition. Suddenly, her body stiffened. Her eyes widened in shock, staring at the totem. A nearby believer frowned, stepping closer to ask High Priestess, "What is happening?" Priestess Elena, the god's totem. Why is it fading? Tears streamed down Elena's cheeks, yet she smiled with overwhelming gratitude. Our God. He has completed his pilgrimage. He is returning to the divine realm. Placing a hand over her heart, she turned to the confused believer, her eyes shining with faith. Everyone recite the holy teachings the God bestowed upon us. Let him hear us one last time so he knows his wisdom is etched into our very souls. The man hesitated for a heartbeat, stunned by her presence, but quickly bowed to her will. As you command, High Priestess. Elena clasped her hands together, a prayer forming on her lips as a gentle beatific smile graced her face. We call ourselves the Plague Sect. Elena's voice rang out perfectly, harmonized with the cloaked figures standing like shadows behind her, not because we worship disaster or crave destruction, nor do we sing praises to decay and death. Below on the streets, the citizens froze their eyes, locked on the sudden divine radiance piercing the heavens. As one, they pressed their hands over their hearts, bowing their heads in absolute reverence as their voices joined the chant. It is because we dream of a paradise where peace reigns, where every soul is healthy and filled with joy. Beams of light, braided together, spiraling around the towering plague pillar, illuminating the priestesses, kneeling in devotion at its base. Their voices merged into a single powerful vow. We seek to understand the plague so it may never possess the power to harm us again. Elena's eyes remained shut, her expression serene, despite the blinding aura radiating from the pillar. We seek to control the plague, to forge it into a weapon that shatters true evil. The chant grew louder, a symphony of faith echoing through the city. In our past ignorance lost in darkness, we once slaughtered each other. Hoods drawn low over their heads, the women whispered the sacred truth. Now, knowing the nature of the plague, we live in harmony, inviolable and united. A pillar of brilliance suddenly erupted before them, shooting into the sky. A heavy silence fell over the entire city, making the holy light burn even brighter against the darkness. In the future, when we master the plague, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder. Soun at the head of the knightly order bowed his head just as deeply as the rest, humbled by the majesty of the plague pillar. Ultimately, the plague shall become our shield. Nearby monks sat in deep meditation before offerings of golden fruit, swearing their spiritual energy to protect all living things. Beside them, Taoist masters in yin-yang robes thrust their hands forward. It shall make the demons who plague this world tremble in fear and chaos. Even in the desolate silence of the desert, tribesmen prostrated themselves as the pillar glowed. Its light seemed to stretch across the curvature of the earth itself, connecting all life. It shall command the respect of bloodthirsty fiends. It shall annihilate the enemies of life. Violet tendrils of light, wrapped around the globe like the grasp of a cosmic entity claiming the world. All matter eventually decays toward ruin, but the billions of souls shall rise together, evolving endlessly, eternal and undying. All things rot, yet life remains immortal. Chen Bai's voice echoed slowly, narrating the scene of the plague pillar, standing proud and ominous in the heart of the city. All things rot, yet life remains immortal. The prayers of Elena and the faithful transcended space, reaching Chen Bai's ears. He spread his arms wide, closing his eyes to feel the very concept of decay. Life remains immortal. I hear them, he whispered into the void. It is their voices praying for the glory of their Lord to shine upon the world forever. Chen Bai snapped his eyes open, scanning the empty air with a look of intrigue. Are these truly their sincere prayers? But before he could ponder further, the system interrupted him. Mission complete. Exiting dungeon. The scene shifted, and the gloomy industrial interior of a factory materialized around him. A classic transition for a leveling manhwa. Plague Factory Demon Capital. The system interface shimmered into view, generating mission rewards. A scroll floated down from the ether, bathed in sparkling light. Chen Bai landed softly, raising an eyebrow as the item fell into his grasp. It was the SSS-Rank class change scroll, Catastrophe of Life and Death. Creation brings infinite possibility. Contact brings infinite surprise. Conflict brings infinite disaster. Destruction brings infinite rebirth. Fear not, for you are a component of the catastrophe itself. The catastrophe of life and death is a power that rightfully belongs to you. Requirement: must possess the SSS-Rank talent Virus Monarch. Chen Bai ran his finger over the scroll, a smirk playing on his lips as he analyzed the item. I don't recognize this specific ability. Honestly, I'm tempted to trigger the class change right now just to see what happens. But the mission from Li Du requires me to find 2 scrolls, not necessarily obtain 2 SSS classes. His trench coat fluttered in the wind as he strode purposefully toward the exit. I have 1 SSS scroll in hand. Now I need to prep for the second one. If my intel is right, the next SSS class scroll lies deep within the abyss. Suddenly, a jarring notification popped up. Plague Factory mission failed. Chen Bai paused, genuinely surprised. He looked up, confusion written on his face. What is this? Didn't I already locate the source of the Plague Factory? Blue light swirled at his feet, but he was too focused on the error message to care. No, wait. When I found Fukusumi, the system never actually gave me a completion notification. It seems the source of the plague required for the mission was something that had mutated specifically because of his existence. When he died from the sacrifice, the source likely lost its power supply and dissipated. That explains the mission failure. He looked at the rows of giant withered mushrooms lining the path. It was probably these mushrooms, wasn't it? He shoved one hand into his pocket, using the other to navigate the holographic system interface. Chen Bai exited the factory instance. I wonder how White Emperor City is holding up. And the group chat. A holographic screen materialized. Chen Bai to Song Ziqiang. What is the current status of White Emperor City? What power levels have you all reached? Song Ziqiang. We have officially begun reconstruction. I've selected the site for the supercomputing center and the production lines. Everyone has been training hard based on the guidance you gave us. Song Ziqiang, but it's only been 4.5 days. We're busy building, so our combat power hasn't changed much. Chen Bai froze. He frowned, muttering in disbelief as the realization hit him. 4.5 days, I spent 1.5 years inside that dungeon. He instinctively grabbed the hourglass hanging from his neck. It has to be the hourglass, he deduced. Since it bound to me, it became one with my consciousness, activating and hiding based on my will. He gripped the artifact tighter. I remember controlling it in the past. But this time it manifested inside the dungeon on its own, and it's the only thing capable of compressing a year into a day. Suddenly, the global chat exploded with frantic messages from the team. Your friend Han Wong bro, I just got a notification that the Plague Factory mission for me and White Emperor failed. Crow Ye Z. Where is White Emperor? Is White Emperor okay? Shui Chuan Chen Bai? What about the SSS scroll mission? Did you get the item? Overlord, forget the class change scroll. We don't even know if White Emperor is alive. Liu Huai, calm down. Just because a mission failed doesn't mean he's dead. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Bai scrolled through the holographic interface. It seemed Han Xiao had also triggered a quest, though it was certainly different from his own. After all, only he possessed the mark of the plague. A bead of sweat traced a path down his cheek, but his lips curled into an amused smirk. It was time to see what kind of chaos his teammates had stirred up in the group chat while he was away. The screen was flooded with messages of concern, a warmth that actually lifted his spirits. They were convinced that Chen Bai had failed the Plague Factory mission. Yi Zi typed, "Is the White Emperor sad? I can offer a warm hug." Liu Huai chimed in, "I will adopt the sad White Emperor after his failed mission. I have plenty of warm places for him, and not just a hug." Yi Zi snapped back, "Liu Huai, come fight me right now." The crow added a gloomy note. The White Emperor actually failed the mission. My god. Shui Chuan typed, "It is okay, leader. You are still the strongest player I have ever met." Overlord added, "Real men never fear failure, though it is a pity about losing that SSS class profession. Your King Han messaged that dungeon was opened by sacrificing a level 70 boss. Failing it is perfectly normal." Without a word, Chen Bai dropped an image of a glowing red scroll into the chat. It was the SSS class transfer scroll, the disaster of creation and destruction. It read, "All things born bring infinite possibilities. All things touching bring infinite surprises. All things fighting bring endless calamity. All things dying bring infinite new life. Do not fear, for you are a part of the disaster of creation and destruction. This power is inherently yours." Requirement: must possess the SSS class Virus Monarch talent. Chen Bai crossed his arms, a devilish grin playing on his lips as he waited for the inevitable explosion. The chat room instantly detonated messages, flying by faster than the eye could see. Yazi, Lu Huai, and Crow were screaming, "Do you see this? Is he even speaking human language right now?" Shuaichuan typed, "Congratulations. Congratulations, Overlord." Simply posted, "Holy crap, an SSS class profession." The more he looked at their reactions, the wider Chen Bai's smile became. Han Xiao typed, "White Emperor, should we upgrade our chat group into an official alliance now?" Overlord asked, "What is an alliance? Like a League of Legends?" Yeezy explained, "I know this. After upgrading, we can display our alliance tag whenever we speak or make announcements." Liu Huai added, "I am reading the upgrade guide. There are many benefits, but the cost is quite steep." Chen Bai began walking toward the other side of the room, typing his reply as he moved. Chen Bai wrote, "I have had this intention for a long time. I just did not know if my brothers and sisters in the group would agree to it." He continued, "After all, an alliance is an organization. If one person prospers, we all prosper. The group resources will be much more abundant." Chen Bai looked genuinely pleased as he watched the chat flow. In his mind, he could clearly picture Han Xiao's smug, satisfied face. At that moment, Han Xiao was likely pulling his blankets up, getting cozy. He typed, "Leader White Emperor, start a vote. Do we upgrade to an alliance? Everyone take your time, no need to rush. If more than 2/3 agree, we will upgrade." Your King Han typed, "Understood. Also, the White Emperor just finished a dungeon. Do you need to come to my place to rest? My bed is already warm." As soon as the message popped up, Chen Bai facepalmed in helplessness and immediately waved his hand to shut down the system interface. Chen Bai muttered to himself, "Who wants to sleep in your warm bed?" He typed back, "Just get me a villa in the demon capital. I need a place to crash." Han Xiao replied, "Okay, White Emperor." System off. Standing before a massive luxurious villa, Chen Bai looked up and nodded in approval. The real estate Han Xiao recommended certainly had an impressive atmosphere. His expression shifted to one of excitement. Chen Bai smiled, activating his senses. Thermal tracking and virus detection showed no living creatures nearby. It seemed safe. Meanwhile, inside the house, Yan Shui squeezed her hands together in terror, looking at her sister. "Sister, someone just came in. I am so scared." Yan Qi immediately stepped in front of her. She furrowed her brows, trying to comfort her sibling. "Do not be afraid. I will go deal with that guy." Panic rose in Yan Shui's chest, and she cried out, "No. Do not kill anyone, sister. Just chase him away." Unaware of the hiders, Chen Bai threw himself onto the bed, arms behind his head, one leg draped over the other. This was the life. Just spread a little virus and rest easy. He thought to himself, "I should try using that herbal pillow I grabbed from the Chinese medicine doctor in the dungeon." Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out an orange pillow embroidered with luxurious patterns. He sighed contentedly. Using this during a break really does improve sleep quality. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes snapped open wide with shock. Glowing text from the system materialized in the air, offering a description he had never expected. Spirit Calming Pillow, crafted from a secret esoteric formula. Long-term use improves sleep quality and provides slight defense against mental intrusion. Calms the spirit and extends longevity. Prolonged usage can help the user's mental fortitude become solid and even grow stronger. He sat bolt upright, staring intensely at the blue system panel. His voice was filled with confusion. Why did it become a system item? In the dungeon, it was clearly just a normal herbal pillow. Chen Bai's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his mind racing. What is going on? What happened to the items in my inventory? A detailed porcelain vase appeared next with a D-rank label. Song Dynasty Blue Dragon Vase. C-rank. City-state prop. Exhibition item. Suspected to be the crystallized blood and sweat of a master craftsman. When displayed in a city-state museum, it grants functional buffs to city facilities. Next, a glowing relic appeared, its stats flashing before his eyes. Living body relic. C-rank. Special material. A physical body tempered through high heat and a sealed environment. A rare crafting material. When carried, luck increases by 1. Defense against evil energy increases by 5. Following that, a coin engraved with a city image appeared labeled as D-rank. Murabit gold coin. City-state level. Exhibition prop. An ancient coin that has weathered the passage of time. Displaying it in a museum increases income for city facilities. Finally, a green ring, with an eye symbol in the center floated up. Eye of Horus golden ring. C-rank equipment. Accessory. A decorative ring bearing the symbol of Horus. Recovery speed increased by 5%. Can actively release a shield once. This shield recharges by absorbing moonlight. Chen Bai scrutinized each image, his mind reeling with possibilities. This is insane. Did more than half the junk I brought out of the dungeon turn into powerful items? I have never heard of normal objects from a dungeon transforming into system props like this. It defied the logic of every leveling manhwa he had ever read. Wait, I also brought back the Spear of Longinus. In his past life, that was the signature SS-class weapon of a supreme emperor. He had definitely taken a second look at it. Chen Bai reached out his fingers, trembling slightly as he touched the frame containing the image of the legendary spear, lost in deep thought. Before I left the Vatican, the Paladin commander gifted me this, knowing my fascination with the Spear of Longinus. With a smirk, Chen Bai pulled the legendary weapon from his inventory. But even a relic of legend is just a prop here. The interface flashed, Spear of Longinus Unawakened, Rank F, a polearm that boosts all attributes by 3 and repels the shadows. A holy artifact, designed to purge the wicked. It deals double damage to creatures of darkness, the fallen, and the abyss. The seal is broken by the blood of the corrupt. To trigger the initial awakening, 10 evil entities must be slaughtered. Chen Bai's eyes danced with amusement as he inspected the prize. A wicked grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Relics like the spear always existed on the blue planet, but with the universal will's descent, a classic turn of events, in a system manhwa, they've transformed into items with unique, hidden stats. He recalled a figure clad in majestic armor. The reason is a mystery, but right now, the only Spear of Longinus belongs to me. Without this spear, can you still rise to become the Emperor of Power, Mr. Loki? Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his hand, forcing him to drop the weapon. Confusion clouded his gaze. Why the pain? He looked down at his palm now, red, swollen, and covered in burns. Is the spear rejecting its new master? Chen Bai stared at his trembling hand. It seems I fall into its target category, darkness, corruption, and the abyss. In the eyes of this holy weapon, I am the enemy. He glared at the spear. Unusable. If an F-rank seal burns me, an S-rank awakening would melt flesh from bone. It is the ultimate counter to my existence. He activated his magic to store it away. Rot in my inventory then. At least I've removed one threat from this world that could kill me. His eyes snapped to the door as it creaked open. A sudden chill ran down his spine, an instinctual warning of danger. Locked from the inside, a blade whistled through the air. With reflexes honed by battle, Chen Bai's fingers clamped around the steel just inches from his face. His expression hardened into ice. Cold calculation took over. No body heat. Invisible. A creature of pure spirit energy is manipulating this blade. But if it relies on throwing kitchen knives, its level is pathetic. He tossed the knife aside, mind racing. Hellfire would incinerate the spirit instantly, but it would also turn my room into ashes. He released the blade, a sigh escaping his lips. What a headache. 300 spirit points, yet I lack a single skill to strike a ghost. As he dodged the returning blade, his eyes remained glued to the system interface. He needed to spend his virus points from the dungeon raid on a solution. The blacklight virus has no effect on spiritual entities. What about a mental type strain? He stood up, ignoring the blade that buried itself in his mattress. If there's no pathogen, can I not unlock the skill tree? Time to see if any virus in my arsenal can evolve into a psychic weapon. Chen Bai stood calm, hands in pockets, mocking the floating dagger. Got it. I have enough points for a full evolution. System notifications flooded his vision. Enhancement successful. Zombie virus evolved into ancestor virus. Ancestor virus evolved into T-virus. T-virus mutated into psionic T-virus strain. The knife clattered helplessly to the floor. Chen Bai stared at the empty air, a smirk playing on his lips. Done playing, did you run? Let's reveal what you really are. The purple system window glowed, signaling a power-up worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. Special skill unlocked, psionic T-virus telepathy mastery. Psychic perception activated. Virus optimization complete. Subskill psychic vision unlocked. He lowered his gaze, his consciousness expanding into the spiritual realm. The shimmering forms of two girls appeared. Yan Shui clung desperate to her sister's waist. Sister, stop, let's just go, she cried, through gritted teeth. I'm going to kill him, the intruder who dared enter our home. Yan Qi raged. Chen Bai watched the spectral drama, eyebrows raised. A complete spirit form with high intelligence. This isn't a low-level ghost, so why resort to flinging kitchen knives? A cruel smile touched his lips. A blue magic circle flared on his forehead. Let's lock them down with telekinesis and see what makes them tick. Yan Qi struggled against the invisible bind, snarling like a wild beast. Die, intruder. I will protect my sister. The system analyzed the threat. Target Yan Qi. Twin Spirit Awakener. Rank S, Malicious Spirit. Level 2. Spirit 15. Talent telekinesis possession S-Rank malice. Yan Shui looked at him with tear-filled eyes, voice trembling. He doesn't want to hurt us. Sister, please calm down. Her data flashed up. Yan Shui. Twin Spirit Awakener. Rank S Benevolent Spirit. Level 2. Spirit 15. Talent Telekinesis. Soothing S-Rank Kindness. Chen Bai rubbed his chin in thought. 2 Awakeners in 1. And spirits transformed by their talents. I haven't seen many like this. Yan Qi gripped her knife and lunged. Chen Bai exploded, with mana catching her wrist effortlessly. Yan Qi was it. Chill out. I'm not here to hurt you. Surely you can sense the massive gap in our power? My spirit power is 20 times yours. Consider this your final warning. Keep acting up, and I will erase both you and your sister. Yan Shui rushed forward, grabbing Yan Qi's arm. Big brother, please don't hurt her. Chen Bai smiled, sitting on the bed with the casual air of a king. I'll spare you, but from now on, you obey me. Yan Qi glared at him, pure venom in her eyes. You bastard. Who are you calling brother? What kind of sick, twisted thoughts do you have come at me? Don't you dare bully my sister. Chen Bai looked at her, a playful mockery in his voice. Perverted thoughts. Please. You're the one whose mind is in the gutter, aren't you? Her face flushed, crimson shame, transforming instantly into rage. I'm going to kill you. Chen Bai raised a hand, demanding absolute silence. Stand right there. I have questions. Do you two even realize the catastrophe that has befallen this world? Do you know how to operate the evolver masks? Yan Shu turned to him, her hands clasping gently over her heart, her voice soft as a breeze. Big brother, we know the truth. We use the masks and we follow the Manhwa recap forums religiously to understand the changes. Yan Qi scoffed her disdain, dripping like poison. Of course we know. The weak died like bugs. Good riddance. Chen Bai cut straight to the point. Then explain this. Why are you still stuck at level 2? Too cowardly to hunt monsters for EXP. Yan Shui stammered, looking down. I stopped my sister. Her expression darkened, eyes filled with sorrow. Those monsters. They used to be human beings, didn't they? I couldn't bear to hurt them. Besides, they aren't strong enough to truly harm us yet. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed into cold slits. Idiot. The nightmares that can crush you are coming. Do you really think your pathetic level 2 strength will save you then? Listen well. Your talents are a double-edged sword because your power is tethered to your volatile emotions. He scanned them, his gaze heavy with warning. If you let feelings dictate your power, you'll devolve into either a mindless saint or a fragile, bloodthirsty berserker. Yan Shui and Yan Qi obeyed, closing their eyes to sense the mana core within. Chen Bai commanded focus. Feel the energy flow and bring it under absolute control. Use logic to drive your will. Yan Shui cried out with determination. I must save everyone. I will be a shield for the innocent. Yan Qi hunched over, fists trembling with rage. I'll slaughter every dog in this trash heap of a world. Anyone who dares look at my sister wrong dies. Chen Bai analyzed their aura. Their rationality was already being corroded by the system's influence. He rested his hands on his legs, his voice cutting through the air like steel. Without proper discipline, you two will degrade into low-tier spirits in no time. Slaves to instinct. Pure monsters. Chen Bai stood up, looming over Yan Shui and Yan Qi as he calculated his next move. To train spirits corrupted by emotional force, I must first suppress that turbulent energy completely. A wicked smirk touched his lips as he wove a magic circle. I'll use my telekinesis to toy with them. A perfect chance to refine my mental control. Chen Bai unleashed a wave of psychic suppression, crushing down on the sisters with the weight of a mountain. She twisted in the invisible grip, screaming, "What are you doing?" His grin widened, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Resist me. Fight back until your energy runs dry. Chen Bai raised his hand, manipulating the mana flow, puppeteering their bodies like dolls to his will. This is excellent practice for my telekinetic shaping. My mental arts were lacking in my past life, but not this time. The girls trembled, forced into contorted postures as they fought the pressure. Sweat beaded on Chen Bai's brow, but his smile remained fixed. Controlling two spirits simultaneously allows for general manipulation, but my fine motor control is still sloppy. Their resistance makes the movements jagged. Suddenly, their expressions smoothed out, surrendering to the mana stream. Chen Bai frowned, observing the sudden shift. You stopped resisting. You still have reserves. Do you think I'm bluffing, that I won't actually hurt you? He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. You don't get it. If you don't master your emotions, you become mindless beasts. Chen Bai's eyes flashed with intensity as he roared. If that's your fate, I might as well end you right here. Energy exploded, shredding their garments. Screams echoed. Moments later, the room fell silent. The sisters huddled together, covered only by thin sheets. Chen Bai sat casually on the bed nearby, smirking. Test time. A monster is attacking a human. What is your move? Yan Sui clutched the sheet, her eyes clear and focused. I save the human. Then I execute the beast. Yan Qi answered sharply. Assess the threat. If it's killable, eliminate the monster immediately. Chen Bai nodded, satisfied. Excellent. Your rationality has returned. Good and evil remain, but the madness is gone. You are no longer controlled by the energy. Yan Shui smiled, a genuine saintly aura returning. Thank you. Yan Qi, however, ground her teeth, glaring. Big brother. The humiliation you put us through. I will make you pay for it one day. Chen Bai ignored the threat and stood up. Before you were leaking power, but with your yin-yang hidden talent, passive absorption is your nature. We start from zero. I'll teach you the basics of mana materialization. He raised a hand, smiling brightly at them. Project your accumulated energy outward. Form it into armor and clothing. The sisters stared at him in shock. A red ribbon materialized on Yan Shue's hair, while a black gauntlet formed around Yan Qi's arm. Chen Bai observed their progress. Your mastery determines your defense. Once you grasp this, I'll take you power leveling this weekend. Night fell over the city. The destination, the Crimson Spirit Hospital instance. A classic setting for an awakening manhwa. Yan Shui floated in the air, casting a restoration spell on the wounded good spirit. Technique Mercy of the Ruined Heart. Meanwhile, Yan Qi launched a devastating strike, knocking back the evil spirit. Technique Twisted Malice. She grinned, spreading her arms wide. Grade Yin Thief of Wicked Thoughts. Yan Shui and Yan Qi unleashed a devastating combo. The corrupted nurse spirit didn't stand a chance against their overwhelming pressure. The mini-boss crumbled into dust. Yan Qi rushed over, clinging to Chen Bai's arm with a proud smirk. How was that, boss? We crushed it, right? Chen Bai's expression remained cold as he pointed at her hand. Stop trying to secretly inject your malice into me. It won't work. Yan Qi pouted, yanking her hand back in frustration. It only failed because you're a monster yourself. Your soul is too dark for my malice to take root. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes widened as a system notification flashed from Meng Meng. A wall of text appeared on his screen. Meng Meng's message read, Master Chen, the Sword Immortal needs our help. It's a nightmare difficulty hidden dungeon in this leveling manhwa world. He says I really am not the Sword Immortal, but he's begging for aid. Brother Chen, if you have time, please help. I'll forward the dungeon details now. Chen Bai replied instantly. Understood. Is there a slot for my sister? Send the coordinates. The system window popped up with the details. Dungeon, the Shu Mountain Path. Difficulty Nightmare. Description, the path to Shu Mountain is harder than ascending to the heavens. An ancient peak where no immortals tread. Only the ghostly echoes of clashing swords resonate through the void. The path is endless. Those who seek the peak must navigate through the clouds of destiny. One wrong step on these mossy stones means plummeting into the abyss. Without the immortal's blessing, death is certain. Entry requirements. A party of 4 is mandatory. Only the party leader can trigger the entrance. Level cap maximum, level 10. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. So that's why they were desperate. The level restriction. He stood in silence, searching his memories. I never heard of a sword immortal in my past life. He must have perished in this very dungeon because he couldn't find a reliable team. The global chat exploded with messages. Chen Bai is taking the slot. I haven't done my class transfer yet. I'm still level 10. Let's team up. The Overlord Guild needs that spot. Fair Play Lu is here. I'm the real deal. The chat scrolled furiously. Sorry everyone, the Sword Immortal has already decided. King Han, are you manipulating things behind the scenes again? Old Taoist, did you sell out to the sword? Immortal Overlord, how much is he paying? I'll pay double. Forget the price, I just want in. Zixun finally typed a response to calm the mob. Relax everyone. This dungeon is deeply tied to traditional cultivation lore. That is why I chose Brother Zhen Xu and Chen Bai for this system manhwa quest. I promise the next dungeon slot will go to the guild. My apologies. Chen Bai closed the chat interface with a satisfied grin. He turned to the girls. That's it for today. We're heading back. Yan Qi clenched her fist, bloodlust still burning in her eyes. We're stopping already, I can still fight. Let me kill more. Chen Bai's gaze turned icy as he shut her down. Enough. The monsters ahead deal mental damage. Go now, and you'll just be feeding them your sanity. Yan Shui smiled sweetly, obeying her master without a single word of protest. The scene shifted to a humble cottage, shrouded in thick mist. The entrance to the Shu Mountain dungeon. Meng Meng waved excitedly. as Chen Bai materialized. "Master Chen, over here," she beamed, gesturing to the man beside her. "Master, allow me to introduce Zhen Shu, the Taoist master." Zhen Shu bowed respectfully, hands clasped. "It is an honor, Senior Chen. Please just call me Zhen Shu." Suddenly, a head popped up with a cheeky grin. The young man slapped Zhen Shu on the shoulder, laughing. "Brother Chen, finally, we meet in the flesh." He pointed a thumb at himself, brimming with confidence. "I am the one and only. I really am not the sword immortal. My real name is Zisun." Chen Bai nodded politely. "Good to meet you both. Soon." Chen Bai's eyes went wide as he noticed the arsenal on Zishun's back. "All those blades. Is your talent related to weapon mastery?" Zishun grinned, eager to show off. "Sharp eyes. Check this out. System window talent. Sword Immortal Rank S. Passive generates sword chi, based on spirit stats. Ability. Can create original sword arts. Creating a new skill permanently increases all base stats. The stat boost depends on the grade of the created skill." Chen Bai analyzed the data, impressed. "Infinite growth potential. That is a terrifying talent." Zishun rubbed the back of his head, blushing slightly. "You flatter me, big brother Chen. It's nothing special." Chen Bai wasted no time. He extended his hand toward the foggy peaks. "If everyone is ready, let's conquer this awakening Manhwa challenge. Let's move out." Zishun pumped his fist in the air. "Let's go." The party stepped onto the ancient mountain path. The air grew heavy with mystery. Zishun took point, looking back at the group. Did everyone get the quest prompt? Chen Bai stared at the peak, hidden in the clouds. "Simple. We climb from here until we reach the heavens. That completes the Shu Mountain path." Meng Meng read the guide with a worried frown. "Warning. The path is treacherous. Do not underestimate it." Chen Bai's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "I love a good surprise. Let's see what this mountain has in store for us." Zhen Shu looked up, his voice trembling slightly. "The fog. It's getting thicker." Chen Bai scanned the surroundings, his senses on high alert. "Watch your step. This fog is likely the first trial." Suddenly, a haunting voice echoed through the mist. "The mountain road is hard. The path is steep." Chen Bai didn't hesitate. He activated his speed skill, dashing toward the voice. "Hello there, old man." But then, he froze. Chen Bai planted his foot on a rock, sweat forming on his brow. He stared at the figure that remained just out of reach. "I sprinted with everything I had, but I couldn't get a single inch closer." A realization struck him. Could this be? He fired a magic bolt from his hand. The energy passed right through the singing old man. The figure continued to chant undisturbed. "The mountain road is hard. The 5 elements block the way." The old man's form didn't even flicker. Chen Bai nodded to himself. "Just as I thought. An illusion." Zishun walked up confused. "Master Chen, what's wrong with that NPC?" Chen Bai turned to his team, his voice serious. "He's a guide. Listen closely to his lyrics. They hold the key to surviving this dungeon." With a squinty-eyed grin, he pointed a finger skyward, mimicking the old man's eerie chant. "I heard it clearly." He said, "The 5 elements of heaven and earth are a nightmare to cross," singing it with an agonizingly slow rhythm. Zhen Shu lowered his head, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. "This mist represents water within the 5 elements. Could this blinding ascent through the fog be our very first trial?" The old man's voice echoed again with another cryptic verse. "Water rises, mist blinds the eye. Amidst the fog lie flowers, but for the traveler there is no return." Chen Bai furrowed his brows as a chill ran down his spine. Something was wrong. Death was lurking nearby. A blue holographic screen flashed before him. "System alert. The biochemical disaster gloves have been equipped." He clenched his fists, his gaze piercing the veil of fog ahead. Rage flared in Chen Bai's widened eyes, his teeth grinding together. Suddenly, a streak of lethal energy tore through the air, aiming straight for his throat. With godlike reflexes, Chen Bai manifested a shield, blocking the incoming strike with a deafening clang while he calmly analyzed the weapon. The force behind this blade was terrifyingly tyrannical. Even with my monstrous physical stats, combined with the shield's defense, it still managed to pierce through. The sword abruptly retracted from the shield of its own accord. Meng Meng watched in horror as Chen Bai slid back a few steps, crying out, "Master, did that attack wound you?" Zishun's expression darkened, his voice booming with urgency. "Everyone stay sharp. My sensory abilities can't detect its sword intent at all." Zishu scanned the rear, shouting a command. "Fellow Taoist Chu, activate the talisman I gave you now. My spiritual power is also blind to its location." He instantly raised the paper charm high, conjuring a massive golden circle that enveloped the entire party in a protective dome. Golden Light Guardian Charm Zhenshu fell into a combat stance, rapidly calculating the coordinates. Incoming from the Due East Lightning Arts. A blade wrapped in golden magical energy shrieked through the air. Chenbai watched unflinching as it slammed directly into the shield right before his eyes. He placed his palm against the golden ripples where the sword had struck, sensing its vibration. Truly a magnificent blade. Sweat beaded on Zhenshu's forehead as his eyes went wide with panic. White Emperor? Watch out. The golden light barrier is at its limit. But just as the shield shattered into fragments of light, Chenbai calmly gripped the blade with his bare hand. Relax. I have already subdued it. Meng gasped in pure admiration. Master, you are simply godlike. Zhenshu laughed awkwardly, completely baffled by the situation. Just when exactly did you manage to tame that thing? Zishun stared at the scene, unable to comprehend. That flying sword likely possesses a spirit, doesn't it? So why did it stop resisting him entirely? Chenbai admired the weapon in his grasp before pulling up the blue interface. Let me demonstrate just how terrifying this blade truly is. System analysis: 5 elements, sword, spirit, jade, water dragon. Level 12. Strength 60. Speed 120. Constitution 60. Spirit 60. The jade water dragon grows stronger with moisture. When submerged in water, all attributes differ by a factor of 10, and armor penetration also multiplies by 10. However, without water, all stats plummet to 1/10 of their original value. 5 elements interaction combat against metal attribute sword spirits grants bonus metal attributes. However, fighting against earth attribute spirits will severely debuff all stats. If the 5 elements are completed, all attributes enter a frenzied state and double. Sword fusion allows it to attach to other blades, granting skill boosts and attribute bonuses. Zhenshu wiped the sweat from his face and scratched his head, speaking in a flustered tone. The more water vapor, the greater the might. No wonder my golden light barrier couldn't hold it for even half a second. In this dense water mist, its power was likely amplified 3 to 5 times over. Zishun beamed with a bright smile, offering his praise. An exceptional sword housing an exceptional spirit. Chenbai lowered the weapon, offering a thought. Honestly, this sword spirit would be far more effective in the hands of Chu Zishun. But I control it through a special system ability, so I can't transfer it. Zishun waved his hand with a wry smile, rejecting the notion. No need. I prefer to nurture a sword spirit personally. That is the only way to forge a true bond between master and blade. Meng held up 5 fingers, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master, if the 5 elements are the trial, does that mean there are 5 distinct sword spirits waiting for us to collect? Chenbai gazed deeply at the sword, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Unfortunately, my current limit allows me to control only 3. Perhaps in the future I shall return to claim the complete set of 5. The system displayed the trait for the High Lord class brain from the biochemical disaster set. It allows the permanent domination of 3 entities whose spirit stats do not exceed the user's own. This is the broken power of a system Manhwa protagonist. He looked up at the stone steps winding up the mountain. The immediate threat has been neutralized. Let us continue our ascent. Zhenshu grinned his eyes, turning into crescents. Senior White Emperor is truly omnipotent. This poor Taoist feels that with you here, this dungeon will be a walk in the park. Zishun tightened his grip on his hilt, a realization dawning in his mind. Now I understand why Raven handed over such valuable gear and skill books just to secure a spot on this team. Time flowed on. 10 minutes later, he scanned the surroundings, noticing the oppressive fog had vanished and broke the silence. The fog has lifted. It appears the first stage is cleared. Meng stretched her limbs, sighing dramatically. This mountain path is endless. If we have to pass all 5 elements, does that mean we've only finished 20% of the journey? Suddenly, Zishun's eyes widened. He pointed ahead, shouting, "Everyone, look at that." He pointed toward a grove of hazy trees in the distance, his voice filled with shock. It's the 100 herb patch. Chenbai silently shifted his gaze to where he pointed. The straw-hatted old man's raspy voice drifted through the air again. The shoe path is hard, oh so hard. The 5 elements of heaven and earth are impossible to guard. A tree with a grotesque spine-chilling appearance loomed before Chenbai's squad. As the song faded, a gargantuan white radish burst from the earth. The forest is teeming with monsters. Even the vegetation has gained sentience. Terrifying. Chenbai gripped his blade tighter, shifting into a defensive stance, with a spark of interest in his eyes. Looks like we're in for a chaotic brawl. Not bad at all. He watched as an army of white radishes sprouted from the ground, their numbers multiplying by the second. Chenbai raised an eyebrow, a savage grin spreading across his face. Perfect. This is exactly the kind of chaos I live for. Zhenshu carefully scanned the perimeter. Based on the lyrics of that song, this checkpoint must be hiding countless monsters within the underbrush. The sword is likely concealed in the grass as well. However, the blood drained from Zaisun's face terror, replacing his curiosity. There is no need to decipher the woodcutter's song anymore. He saw a sight that froze him in place. It was already over. Chenbai had unleashed his blade and massacred every single monster in the blink of an eye. The weapon in his hand was a supreme treasure. 5-element sword spirit wood hidden emerald. Level 12, strength 50, speed 120, constitution 70, spirit 60, passive ability verdant ambush. In lush vegetation, its power surges, multiplying all max attributes by 5. It can merge with any plant life to accumulate destructive energy. Once fully charged, it erupts with 10 times the destructive force and piercing power. The cycle of the 5 elements is now under his command. Chenbai smirked, visibly pleased with the devastating damage output of his latest test strike. Water nourishes wood perfectly. It blends with any flora for a surprise attack. Seeing Zhen Shu and the others frozen in place, Meng Meng waved frantically. Hey, don't just stand there dazed. We need to keep moving. The two men exchanged a look of utter defeat. They were really starting to question their life choices leading up to this point. The mysterious elder in the conical hat led the way, his eerie chant echoing constantly. The road to Shu is treacherous. The 5 elements bar the way. Jagged rocks wait to crush bone and flesh into the abyss. Chenbai and Zixun looked up, their eyes widening in shock. A relentless sandstorm began to howl, turning their journey into a brutal test of endurance. Zhen Shu reached his breaking point and activated his cultivation technique. I can't take this anymore, golden light defense. But before he could finish, a hand shot out to stop him. Hold on. Meng Meng produced a pair of goggles. I didn't craft this high-tier talisman for nothing. Put this on. As soon as he wore it, his expression brightened instantly. Whoa, Boss Meng Meng, your inventory is seriously stacked. She puffed out her chest, basking in the praise. Heh, I made it using my dream creation skill. Chenbai nodded, ready to press on. Good. At least visibility won't be an issue. Still, a sliver of anxiety remained. The sand couldn't blind them, but the stinging wind was a constant annoyance. Suddenly, a deafening boom tore through the air, instantly putting the entire party on high alert. Massive boulders rained down, knocking Chenbai and Zixun straight off the cliff edge. Zixu screamed in panic. Brother Chu Sr. by. Beside him, Meng Meng was equally terrified. Master, he peered into the abyss, his mind racing. What do we do, Senior Meng Meng? The sandstorm is too thick. I can't see where they landed. She forced herself to breathe, trying to salvage the situation. It's okay. I'll find them. Just then, a powerful aura surged from below, causing Meng Meng to freeze in confusion. Master. Luckily, both of them were safe. Zixun coughed, his voice raspy. Boss Meng Meng. Water. Please. I just swallowed a ton of sand. Chenbai was feeling the strain. This system Manhwa dungeon restricts flight. My mid-air dash consumes way too much stamina. He wiped his brow. Just a few uses and I'm already sweating. If I hadn't jumped, we'd be in serious trouble. Hearing his grumbling, Meng Meng kept her mouth shut, not daring to utter a single word of complaint. Zhen Shu tried to strategize seriously. I think we need a plan. How do we stop the cliff-severing sword from knocking us down again? He glared at the harsh weather. This sandstorm blocks spiritual detection. I can't predict the timing or location of the next attack. Chenbai, however, remained completely unfazed. As if he had a walkthrough, he explained, simple. Before the wall attacks, there's a vibration for exactly half a second. Feel it with your mind, don't let the sand distract you. The moment you feel the tremor, dodge immediately. Zixun's eyes lit up with admiration. As expected of Senior Bai, he figured out the mechanic in a single try. After a brief respite, Chenbai commanded the team to move out. All right, stand here and wait for the next wave. If anyone can't react in time, stick close to me. Meng Meng nodded obediently. Yes, master. On the other side, Zhen Shu and Zixun followed suit. Roger that, Brother Bai understood Senior. But they hadn't gone far when that thunderous boom echoed again. Channeling every ounce of strength, they sprinted and narrowly evaded the strike. Chenbai dusted himself off, satisfied. Perfect. Looks like we've cracked the pattern of the cliff-severing sword. Now let's speedrun this stage. Meng Meng suddenly piped up. Master the Earth, Spirit Sword should be here, right? Don't you want to claim it? He shook his head instantly. Pass. Zhen Shu stepped up to explain. The Earth Spirit Sword doesn't synchronize with Senior Bai's water and wood dual swords. In fact, Earth suppresses water. It would be a debuff. Chenbai nodded. Exactly. My capacity is limited to 3 swords right now. The final slot has to be either metal or fire. Time blurred as they marched. The old guide chanted his ominous verse again. The road to Shu is difficult. The 5 elements bar the gate. The scorching sun burns, the soul eyes blur, and words fail. Zhen Shu looked like he was about to collapse from the heat. Oh God. I'm done for. I'm literally being roasted alive. I've stopped sweating entirely. Dehydration. Zi soon wiped a bead of sweat. Is the fire spirit sword trying to cook us to death? This has to be the most sadistic sword spirit I've ever encountered. Meng Meng wasn't faring any better. Every time she summoned water, it hissed and evaporated instantly. Even her sunshade artifact dissolved into nothingness. Master, your disciple is turning into jerky. Chen Bai, seeing everyone at their limit, offered a grim encouragement. Don't rush. It's coming. Explosion isn't the only form of fire. His gaze turned cold and calculating. A slow burn. Waiting patiently for the world to provide enough fuel. When the fire finally erupts, that is the true essence of fire. Zishun's sharp instincts kicked in. Wait, Big Boss Bai. Are you saying you've already calculated exactly when the fire sword spirit will appear? Chen Bai smiled with the confidence of a Manhwa recap protagonist. Of course. The woodcutter's song gave the clue. Wait until eyes blur and words fail. But Zhen Shu was already past that point, stumbling blindly as his vision swam. Then Before he could finish, a blade materialized out of thin air, hovering right before Zhen Shu's face. He turned pale with terror, but a hand snatched the blade. Chen Bai grinned. Gotcha. In his hand lay the Fire Spirit Sword, a transcendent grade level 12 artifact, power 70, speed 100, physique 70, spirit 60. Its special trait, the higher the temperature, the more devastating its power. If the ambient temperature exceeds 100 degrees, all stats multiply by 10. It can cloak itself in sunlight, ignoring terrain, and instantly evaporate water within a targeted range. He inspected the blade, urging the group forward. I've tamed the Fire Spirit Sword. Let's clear this section quickly, we need to rehydrate now. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they found relief. Zishun collapsed on the ground, chugging water. Oh, that hits the spot. But their peace was short-lived as the old man reappeared. The road to Shu is treacherous. The 5 elements bar the gate. Golden light flashes, cleaving flesh from bone, severing the path. Chen Bai processed the riddle. Sounds like the metal spirit sword is a pure combat trial. He cracked his knuckles. Perfect. I'm still pissed off about that sunburn. I've got the Fire Spirit Sword now. So this metal sword is about to have a very bad day. Before long, Chen Bai's party reached the foot of a jagged mountain. The aura had screamed that they had entered the Metal Spirit Sword's territory. It seemed this would be a straightforward boss fight. A solitary sword stood embedded in the clearing. Zi Sun squinted at it, confused. Is that an unfinished blade? It looks unrefined. Zhen Shu's sharp eyes instantly spotted the hidden potential. A power raw, unrefined, and waiting to be unleashed. A golden glint flashed from the shadows, radiating an aura that screamed danger. Chen Bai observed it for a second and nodded. Right, but there is no need to overthink it. Without a second of hesitation, he threw himself into the fray. I will know once I hit it. Chen Bai swung his blade with full force, every strike dripping with murderous intent. The sound of metal clashing rang out like a bell, but the enemy sword instantly repaired itself. Chen Bai did not panic. Instead, a confident smirk played on his lips. I get it now. He stood his ground against the floating blade. You have the kind of ability often seen in a system manhwa, where your power scales up after every attack, right? Chen Bai felt zero anxiety. Whether it was 100 refinements or true gold, it did not matter what fancy name the ability had. His gaze suddenly sharpened into a glare of absolute focus. Then show me what you have got. Chen Bai flipped midair, channeling every ounce of his energy into his fist for a single devastating critical hit. The moment Chen Bai struck the very earth, shattered into dust. From a distance, Zhen Shu watched in stunned silence. Did you guys hear what Senior Chen just said? Zishun stared intently at Chen Bai's back. I heard it. I was wondering if that sword could level up infinitely. Worry was written all over his face. I was thinking the exact same thing. Back on the battlefield, a gleaming sword lay fallen on the ground. Chen Bai's hand trembled as he gripped it. So this is the golden light. It is as thin as a cicada's wing, but the resistance force is insane. He ran a quick diagnostic based on his senses. Strength estimate is near 200. It must have sacrificed constitution to boost attack and speed. A classic glass cannon build. Chen Bai applied force trying to bend it. Let us see what your durability stat really is. In an instant, the legendary blade shattered into pieces. The system notification chimed, target golden spirit sword eliminated. Experience points gained 25,000. Reward based on combat contribution. He looked at the dissolving particles with disdain. Durability was barely a 10. Good thing I did not choose the golden sword path. I hate the feeling of betting everything on a final strike. Besides that, guy died way too easily. Just then Mung Mung and the others ran up with urgent news. The woodcutter has appeared outside. That familiar eerie voice echoed through the mountains again. The road to Shu Mountain is hard. Harder than climbing the heavens. This time, the old man walked right past Chen Bai. The 5 elements span the mountain, the road is endless and treacherous. Old man's advice. Turn back. If your Dao heart is shaky, the road stays closed. The group watched the old figure drift away. Better to return than seek immortality in vain. Better to return. Mung Mung blinked confused. Master, what does he mean by that? Chen Bai pondered for a moment before the realization hit him. Not good. He immediately barked orders. Zi Shun. From now on we walk the long road. You take point. Zhen Chu quickly caught on to the hidden meaning. I understand. The road is endless for those who doubt. This dungeon belongs to you, Chen Bai, so you are the only one truly seeking the Dao here. Chen Bai listened to the analysis, unable to hold back his admiration. This Taoist brother has high comprehension, so tell me what is the hidden meaning behind the woodcutter descending the mountain? Zhen Chu scratched his head sheepish. That part. I cannot say for sure. Chen Bai frowned, his expression darkening. I feel like it is a deception. It lures people into taking shortcuts. After a long journey, one realizes the true path was beneath their feet all along. He broke it down further. When that old woodcutter passed us, I felt a chill run down my spine. He is an executioner, designed to kill anyone trying to leave the mountain. Z-Sun panicked. We are doomed. Why did I not see that? Am I not worthy of clearing this stage? Chen Bai whispered to comfort him. As long as you have the heart to seek the Dao, you pass. Just stay firm. I do not want to be stuck on this endless road forever either. Please pull yourself together. Zi-Shun puffed out his chest, confidence returning. Seeking the Dao. Of course I have that. My resolve is rock solid. Time flew by. 4 hours later, the team stood victorious. The secret instance, Shu Mountain Path, was cleared. Powerful auras shot into the sky as the rewards rained down. The system announced that all surviving members received the special clear reward, the Shu Mountain Token. It was the satisfying payout every fan of a leveling manhwa waits for. A massive treasure chest materialized. Rewards distributed. Players may leave the instance at any time. This instance is now closed and will convert into a standard dungeon for all evolvers to use. In Chen Bai's hand sat the Shu Mountain Token, a special grade item. Holding this grants the title Disciple of Shu Mountain. Equipping the title unlocks access to the special map levels 10 through 89. The token is character bound, cannot be traded, gifted, or lent. Chen Bai was internally shocked. Level 10 to 89. That level range is insane. Shu Mountain. Truly a formidable faction. Chen Bai composed himself and planned the next move. My priority is finding the second SSS rank scroll. I must complete the class advancement quest. If I fail to change classes, I will be stuck at level 10 forever. With his class advancement complete, his eyes turned toward Mount Shu. Zi Shun, knowing his place, offered a gesture of respect. Lord Bai, the rewards have been approved. Please take your pick. Chen Bai replied with a faint smile. My thanks. He quickly added, Lord Bai gets first pick. Dream Master is second. Zhen Shu bowed his head, voice dripping with humility. No need to save anything for me. Just obtaining this token is already a fortune beyond my wildest dreams. Meanwhile, back at the luxury villa, Chen Bai lay sprawled on the bed, utterly drained. Yan Shui's face lit up the moment his eyes fluttered open. You're finally awake, Yan Shui chirped. But Yan Qi, her vibe was ice cold. Sleeping in broad daylight. Your body must be incredibly weak. Chen Bai wasn't about to let that slide. Me weak. Listen, even if you used your full spiritual power, you couldn't touch a single material object. What makes you think you could defeat me? She didn't back down from the challenge. Oh, you're bragging now. Want to test that theory? I bet I could take you down in 3 seconds flat. Chen Bai recounted the earlier events. I found a skill book in the dungeon that suits you perfectly. He dangled it in front of Yan Qi with a smirk. But first, you have to knock me down. Fine. The skill is yours if you win. Time blurred. Eventually, Yan Qi collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. No, I can't. My spirit form is about to dissipate. Yan Xue wasn't faring any better. Me too. Chen Bai sat on the bed, the picture of arrogance. Now, do you see the gap between us? And I didn't even fight back. Yan Qi floated closer, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Hey, tell me, is there a girl you like? Do you always treat others with such kid gloves? The coveted book materialized in his hand. I just have high stats and perfect force control. Seeing how hard you two tried, consider this a reward. He tossed the manual toward them. But reality was cruel. The book passed right through Yan Qi's translucent hands and thudded onto the floor. Chen Bai froze an awkward silence, filling the room. Yan Qi looked down, disappointment shadowing her face. We will learn it once we recover our physical forms. The skill book wasn't going anywhere. He didn't want to drag this out. Learn it whenever you're ready. As for me, it is time I handled my own business. Yan Shui drifted closer, voice soft. Brother, are you leaving? You promised to take us to Jiang City. Remember, Chen Bai began summoning his gear. This is urgent. I will take you both when I return. Her eyes crinkled into a smile. Okay, we will wait for you. In his hand lay the scroll for the S-Rank Demon Hunter class change. The system notifications were screaming at him. It was time to head into the abyss and secure the legendary SSS rank scroll. This was the peak of a true leveling Manhwa experience. Anxiety gnawed at him. If he didn't complete Li Du's mission, he would be stuck at level 10 forever. The system interface flashed before his eyes. S-Rank Demon Hunter mission scroll drops only from the first pureblood demon killed. A unique special class transfer item. Completing the internal quest converts this into the Demon Hunter class scroll. Did he have it? He hesitated, weighing his options. Honestly, when he first got this, he never planned to chase the other scroll. That trial was known as the God Slayer, an impossible feat even for the strongest. But after a moment of deep contemplation, Chen Bai made his choice. Without any other leads on the SSS item, he had to gamble everything on this attempt. In a flash, he arrived at the first layer of the abyss. The demons went into a frenzy the moment they smelled fresh meat. A human, it's a human, devour him. Chen Bai didn't even flinch. In his past life, after becoming a demon hunter, the abyss was his second home. Strangely, being back here felt welcoming. The system chimed with an update. Mission progress: sinking demons, 3 out of 100. He analyzed the screen. The scroll quest requires entering the first layer and killing 100 rippers and 100 sinking demons to complete the objective. He sheathed his weapon, mind racing. Completing the quest ejects me from the abyss immediately. I need to hold back and hide my true strength. Chen Bai scanned the desolate landscape. He was only using this quest as a ticket in. His real goal was the trial at the abyss well. A day passed in a blur. He leaped into the air. I cannot finish this quest yet. So annoying. The sinking demons and rippers on the first layer were swarming like locusts, their stupidity only matched by their persistence. Chen Bai frowned, irritation bubbling up. Even if I shake off this pack, the next wave gathers the second I slow down. Suddenly he froze, staring at the horizon. The abyss well. It was erupting. This was the one scenario he desperately wanted to avoid. Just my rotten luck. The eruption didn't stop the trial, but it flooded the abyss with chaotic energy. Every creature with a drop of demon blood was currently getting a massive power boost. This phenomenon brought a new nightmare. Countless demon blood eggs were hatching, birthing an endless army of monsters. There was no time to think. Chen Bai sprinted, pushing his agility to the limit. Thousands of enemies rained from the sky. Stopping now meant certain death by encirclement. Debris crashed around him. If he accidentally killed enough trash mobs to finish the quest while fighting out, he'd be booted out. Suddenly, a blade shrieked through the air, aiming straight for his heart. He sidestepped with supernatural reflexes, the sword burying itself deep into the rock. A heavy foot slammed onto the hilt a split second later. It was a level 16 demon warrior Fergus. His sneered voice, grating like grinding stones. Look what I found. A premium dinner. Human, you should kneel and thank me. You have the honor of filling Lord Fergus's belly. Chen Bai didn't miss a beat. A pure-blood demon warrior on the first layer. Rare indeed. You must have crawled up from the deeper levels. Fergus grinned. Sharp eyes. For a coward who only knows how to run, you know a lot about our kind. You even speak the demonic tongue. But knowledge means nothing when you are just food on a plate. Chen Bai smirked, realizing the prey had walked right into the trap. Only knows how to run, huh? Do you know why only low IQ trash, like rippers, were chasing me? The demon lost patience, ripping his sword from the ground and charging. I don't care, I'll make you scream the answer before you die. I'm feeling merciful, so I'll start eating from your head. Chen Bai's gaze turned icy. Let me tell you right now. In a blur of motion, his blade flashed a strike so fast, Fergus couldn't even comprehend it. No. Impossible. The demon crumbled to the ground, life fading. Chen Bai sheathed his sword, looking down with cold disdain. Because I already killed everything else that had a brain. The screech of demons interrupted his thoughts. Seeing monsters spawning nearby, Chen Bai's urgency grew. We need to move. Fast. Or we will be swarmed. Time marched on. 6 days later, Chen Bai stood at the edge of the deep well abyss, looking up at the distant peaks. Finally here. It looked close, but the trek was brutal. He collapsed on the ground exhausted. In my past life, when I became a hunter, demons used to hide in this area. The demons on the first floor barely dare to approach this spot. It is the perfect safe zone to rest before the challenge. Chen Bai opened his system interface to check his inventory, feeding his mask the demon blood pills he had farmed over the last few days. Backpack and secret storage are completely stuffed. I wonder what grade of bloodline essence these tens of thousands of rank B to D items will synthesize. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. A real human here. Interesting. Chen Bai heard the voice and turned around. The newcomer continued speaking. My servants told me a human was walking straight toward the deep well. Standing there was the Kotao fish demon, a boss monster around level 17 or 18. The beast roared ferociously. You nearly wiped out every other demon species except for the inferiors and the sinking demons. The fish demon grinned. It seems the culprit is you. Devil's whispers echoed in the air. Chen Bai froze his eyes, locking onto the monstrosity before him. A crying peach fish demon. Here on the first floor, that shouldn't exist. But hesitation wasn't in his nature. Battle stance taken. What is it with you pests? Do you all enjoy strolling through the volatile eruption zones of the abyss? Well, his shame ignited into a roaring fury. I, the demon prince, descended personally, just to slaughter you. How dare a measly human act so haughty in the abyss? The fish demon swung his trident, shattering the water's surface. A violent torrent surged toward Chen Bai, the deadly aqua blade strike. But the moment the water made contact, Chen Bai's body erupted. A blazing inferno of purgatory body fire exploded outward, turning the air scorching red. Chen Bai's refining power surged instantly, vaporizing the fish demon's attack into steam. As the flames on his skin flickered out, he asked coldly, "A demon prince, you say? Which floor lord spawned you?" The fish demon didn't back down, screaming his heritage. My royal father is the lord of the 17th floor. Fueled by arrogance, he thrust his trident straight at Chen Bai's heart, sneering with every ounce of his malice. You're just trash-wielding cheap hellfire, pissing your pants? Yet Chen Bai didn't flinch. He simply flexed muscles, tearing with power as a mocking grin spread across his face. He extended a hand, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Before the fish demon could even blink, Chen Bai had already slammed him into the unforgiving earth. As he rose, the spectral swords on his back vibrated with irritation. We were about to enjoy a delicious meal, and you had to interrupt, they seemed to grumble. The fish demon scrambled up, but Chen Bai sighed. The entity in my inventory is very displeased about this delay. Since the fish demon ruined the mood, Chen Bai let the swords pierce straight through him. His expression darkened, voice dripping with murderous intent. To make amends, use your blood as the appetizer. A grotesque mask materialized, unhinging its jaw to devour the blood essence greedily. Chen Bai stood tall, collecting the dropped blood vials with poorly hidden glee. His inventory was practically overflowing with tens of thousands of these precious items. I wonder what grade of treasure I can synthesize from this. He also snatched the demon's weapon. Blackwater Trident. Rank C. Polearm. Strength plus 25. Agility plus 25. Passive effect grants underwater breathing and enhanced night vision in total darkness. Active skill treading wave level 1. Unleashes a powerful hydro strike. Requirements strength 60 level 15. Acquiring a new skill brought a satisfied smirk to Chen Bai's face. Underwater breathing. Not bad. Might come in handy someday. With the roadblock removed, his focus returned to the true mission of this leveling manhwa. The distraction was over. It was time. Chen Bai leaped onto the rim of the volcano, gazing down into the endless dark below. Peering into the depths, realization struck. He focused on the abyss, finally understanding the cryptic warning. Crimson text materialized in the void, a sinister notification for Chen Bai. He felt it. Here it comes. His body trembled involuntarily before the sheer presence of the abyss, but he forced his will to stabilize. It has recognized you as an intelligent life form. Panic clawed at his heart. Was this the terror of gazing into the abyss that Nietzsche warned about? But retreat was impossible. Fall back now, and he'd be left in the dust forever. No second chances. It has observed your level 10. He gripped his trembling arm, fighting the fear. In his past life, countless level 10 geniuses and disciples of peerless masters halted here. Only 1 in 10,000 could withstand this gaze. And in the end, none of them returned alive. Voices from the deep hammered his psyche. It has seen you. You have not yet class changed. It has seen you. You possess no bloodline. It sees all. You possess no S-rank gear. You have no temporary external buffs. Everything you own, you plundered with your own hands. Your power belongs solely to you. You have the will to control your destiny. You are ignorant of the horror ahead. Your name, your fear, your hatred, it sees it all. You have no divine protection. He gasped for air, barely maintaining sanity. Then a new message flashed, leaving Chen Bai stunned. It has judged you qualified, opening the path to the Abyss trial. He collapsed to his knees, a satisfied grin breaking through the exhaustion as he read the golden text. It has judged you qualified. The Abyss trial awaits. Upon completion, you will receive the SSS-Rank class Change Scroll Lord of the Abyss. This item is soul-bound to the completer. The notification confirmed his wildest hopes. Completion. Reward SSS-Rank class Change Scroll Lord of the Abyss. This scroll is strictly bound to the victor. The system then presented Chen Bai with an ultimatum. Leap into the abyss. To begin. Retreat constitutes permanent forfeiture. It was time. He stood up, will forged in steel, and chose to plummet into the darkness. As Chen Bai fell, the system rules manifested. Trial objective. Defeat the phantom avatars of the floor lords. Defeat the level 10 demon lords of each floor under restricted conditions. Rest period per floor. 1 minute to 1 hour. If a floor lacks a lord, a projection from the previous floor will be generated. Warning: participant status will be restored to original limits after each round. All items and skill cooldowns will be reset to 0. All equipment will be fully repaired. Trial commences upon landing. The restoration condition caught Chen Bai off guard. Reset all cooldowns. That means the 70-year cooldown on my hourglass of time will also reset. Suddenly, a crimson alert blared, catching him completely off balance. Error. Restoration failed. Cannot restore trial challenger to peak state. Damn it. He never expected a critical bug in this system. Manhwa logic. Skill return to the past active. Revert to any point in history, erasing the alternate timeline. Current cooldown: 72 years, 6 months, and 7 days. This skill cannot be affected by cooldown reduction effects. As the dreaded notification flashed, the hourglass materialized around his neck, weighing down on him with the heaviness of impending doom. The hourglass of time materialized in the air. It seemed the abyss rules couldn't block this divine item. What now? His body was free-falling into the endless void. Suddenly, the system pinged a new skill for this Manhwa recap. Active skill time reversal. You can return to any point in the past. However, all progress made in the abandoned timeline will be erased. Restriction. You cannot return to the time before entering the abyss. Cooldown: none. Challenger status fully restored. The trial of the abyss had begun. Chen Bai stuck the landing and tucked the hourglass necklace under his shirt. A secret trump card. Fate was on his side. With the cooldown gone, this leveling Manhwa challenge was just a playground. He was ready. Floor 1. A low-rank demon warlord stood waiting, blade resting on its shoulder. Special clear condition: none. Chen Bai stared at the beast and smirked. A low-rank demon? Is that the best you've got? Pathetic. With a single slash, he cleaved the beast in two. Floor 1 cleared. Please select recovery time. He didn't stop there. Momentum building, he crushed the next beast effortlessly. Floor 2 cleared. It didn't matter what level they were. Floor 5 cleared. Floor 17 annihilated. Chen Bai was tearing through the abyss. He became a master of arms, switching weapons for every kill. Floor 26 cleared. One man against an army of demons, yet he stood tall like a god of war. Floor 34 cleared. He was speed-running the abyss. Floor 41 cleared. Floor 59 dust. Please select recovery time. Floor 66. Perish human. Your journey ends here, roared the beast in the demon tongue. Boss Blood Armor Lord Otto. A notification flashed. Special condition: fatal weak point damage only. Regular attacks to other body parts would deal 0 damage. Chen Bai paused, seeing the towering figure of Otto. His brute force advantage was gone. Damn it, a puzzle boss. From floor 50 onwards, his stat dominance was fading. 2 lives of combat experience versus a demon born for war. Plus, these handicap rules. Steel clashed. Otto's blade bit deep into Chen Bai's shoulder, but Chen Bai's sword buried itself in the demon's gut. Pain flared, but Chen Bai remained calm. He calculated every move. Stats alone wouldn't save him here. He had to gamble flesh for information to find the weak point. Both warriors ripped their blades free in a spray of blood. Chen Bai leaped back to reset. Otto tossed his weapon aside, arrogant. Futile struggle. Just die, he bellowed in the demon tongue. Chen Bai's eyes went wide. The blade impaled him. Otto yanked the steel from Chen Bai's chest, laughing at his prey. Human, your regeneration is impressive, the demon sneered. But your brain is empty. The demon turned his back, certain of victory. The abyss empowers me. You never stood a chance. But Chen Bai activated self-recovery. He opened his eyes, a cold light shining within. You celebrated too soon. Otto spun around in shock. Too late. Chen Bai tore into the demon's exposed ribs. Otto howled as his body began to disintegrate. He couldn't understand. How? With the boss dusted, the notification chimed. Floor 66 cleared. The only fool here is you, Chen Bai scoffed. He had taken the hits on purpose to bait the opening. Arrogance is a slow and insidious killer. Thanks for the easy win. Finally, the end was in sight. The 100th floor. Boss the fallen gold demon. Condition none. Chen Bai frowned at the system Manhwa interface. The weakest type. The chamber was empty. Chen Bai scanned the shadows. Where are you? Playing hide and seek. Silence hung heavy in the air. Chen Bai analyzed the situation, his mind racing. The abyss is chaotic. Even a weak monster can become a lord under the right circumstances. Never underestimate the unknown. He realized the trap. Come out. Suddenly, the shadow behind him elongated. A blade materialized from the darkness. A chill ran down his spine. He spun around, but the demon's blade was already at his neck. As the fatal slash across Chen Bai's throat faded into nothingness, he gasped for air, his mind racing with doubt. On the first floor of the abyss, he had been instantly slaughtered not once, but twice. Even triggering his poison hand state the moment the blade fell hadn't saved him. Death was instantaneous. The demon gave him no time to think, launching another ferocious assault. This was the Abyss Floor 1 Lord the Rifting Demon, a level 10 warrior class. The condition for this floor was brutal, like an awakening Manhwa nightmare. Lowly human, prepare to die, roared the beast. But relying on his maxed-out agility, Chen Bai turned the tables, smashing a critical blow into the creature's neck. If he hadn't used his fading consciousness to trigger the time regression, he would be dead for real. With the demon prostrate on the ground, Chen Bai demanded answers with cold fury. Tell me, what is the deal with the fallen demon on the 100th floor? You know the lord of the 100th floor, the demon sneered. But the beast was obstinate. It refused to spill the secrets. Even if I knew, I would never tell a human like you. Looking at the stubborn creature, Chen Bai realized force was useless. System notification, floor 1 cleared. Please select your recovery period. These demons knew they were mere projections and feared no death. But pain, that was a different story. He needed a new method to extract intel about floor 100 before finishing this trash off. Analyzing the data, he moved forward to the next zone. The Abyss Floor 72. The Burning Steps. Fallen demons were the lowest trash of the demon race, with base stats lower than a human foot soldier. For one to become the lord of the 72nd floor like a glitch in a leveling manhwa, it must have been sheer dumb luck. Yet even at death's door, the demon remained arrogant. Human, you will pay for your hubris. You are destined to die at the hands of the fallen demon. Chen Bai looked down at the dying wretch with a sneer. Ridiculous. Are you telling me there is a fallen demon lord even deeper in the abyss? The demon finally cracked, revealing the truth. Lord Jubert of the 100th floor, a legendary shadow sword demon who evolved from a lowly fallen demon body. His shadow blade once slaughtered a demon Grand Duke. Before the creature could finish its curse, you will surely die. Chen Bai crushed its skull beneath his boot. Thanks for the intel. System floor 72 cleared. Please select recovery time. In the blink of an eye, he descended to the 100th floor of the abyss. He pieced together the clues he had gathered. Shadow Sword Demon, a class only achievable by a 3rd advancement Dark Assassin, rank S. Beyond their one-hit kill capability, they could manipulate shadows to unleash erratic, unpredictable sword strikes that defied logic. Chen Bai placed a hand over his heart, steeling his resolve. He had no advantage against a Shadow Sword Demon, but against the base stats of a fallen demon he had the upper hand. He leaped into the air, his strategy already formed. He had to be hyper-aware of his own shadow at all times. Avoid the shadows. Keep moving. Deploy the virus. As long as the boss chased him, Chen Bai would leave a trail of contagion in his wake, ensuring the enemy was infected. He finally vaulted out of the chasm, landing on solid ground, but his mind was still calculating every possible outcome, like a grandmaster playing chess. It had been too long. Constant vigilance was draining his mental energy. He had to activate the poison hand state to recover his focus, or he would lose his edge. Chen Bai rose slowly, scanning the perimeter. Suddenly, a force weighed him down. A blinding light erupted. Was this a trap? While his guard was momentarily down, a demonic figure materialized in the sky, slowly emerging from the void. No, the monster struck. With godlike agility, Chen Bai dodged and launched 3 swords in a counter-offensive. Lord Jubert had finally revealed himself. Sheath your blade, human. You have won, the entity declared. This was the Abyss Floor 100 Shadow Sword Demon Jubert level 10. Coughing violently, he revealed the truth. The limitations of this system Manhwa trial bind my power, and your virus has already ravaged my body. That final strike was all I had left. Yet Chen Bai did not lower his guard. Is that so? As Jubert began to disintegrate into particles of light, he acknowledged the human skill. Be careful, human. If you survive this trial, I welcome you to challenge the true 100th floor of the Abyss again. With your current strength clearing, the tower is impossible. But I hope you prove me wrong. System floor, 100 cleared. Please select recovery time. Watching the demon fade, Chen Bai replied calmly, I will succeed, Jubert. He made a silent vow. Next time, I will master your sword arts. In an instant, Chen Bai found himself inside a magnificent, opulent palace, the Abyss Floor 200. Greetings, Lord. Standing before him was the ruler of the 200th floor, the fallen angel Elmia. Chen Bai wasted no time on pleasantries. You summoned me. Shall we begin the combat trial? Identify 6-winged fallen angel Elmia level 10. Special conditions. None. Elmia lounged on her throne, waving him off. Fight impossible. Cleaning up the blood in this palace is such a hassle. She smiled, her eyes gleaming with absolute confidence and a hint of amusement. I was tempted to just let you pass, but my curiosity got the better of me. Elmia beckoned with a slender finger. Come sit. A decanter of fine wine and 2 crystal glasses materialized on the table between them. Chen Bai approached without fear. Curious about what Lady Elmia, she feigned innocence before dropping a barb. With your mediocre strength, how did you manage to crawl all the way to the 200th floor, even if you got lucky against that annoying Jubert? That fool who only knows training and cheap sneak attacks. She leaned forward, demanding an answer. What happens next? There are monsters ahead, far more terrifying than him. Leaning back, he kept his cards close to his chest. My trump card for victory is not for Lady Elmia's ears. Elmia propped her chin on her hand, offering a deal. I don't care about your secrets. I'm just bored to death stuck in here. Drink with me, tell me how you survived this Manhwa recap-worthy journey, and I'll let you pass. Deal. Chen Bai poured the wine, his demeanor calm. Very well. What does Lady Elmia wish to know? Elmia's eyes narrowed with intensity. I want to know. She paused, disgusted. About that repulsive thing on floor 105. That slime monster. It seemed Elmia enjoyed gossip about her fellow demons. Abyss Floor 105. The Lord of Aberrations, the amalgamation of flesh and blood, Cerubus. Level 10. Scene change. It was a living swamp, Chen Bai explained. A mass of gluttonous flesh covering the floor. One touch and you're consumed. It ate faster than I could regenerate. The moment I stepped in half, my body was gone. Elmia swirled her wine-glass, eyes gleaming. So how did you survive that nightmare? Chen Bai shrugged casually. He was hungry, so I fed him, but I'm a little hard to digest. I fed him hundreds of my own arms. Eventually, he got severe food poisoning and melted into sludge. Elmia tapped her nail against the crystal glass. Fascinating. You turned his gluttony into his grave. Chen Bai flexed his arm. It wasn't a walk in the park. Ripping your own limbs off hurts like hell. Elmia leaned in, thirsty for more stories. And the rotten Lord Fingu, the one who cowers beneath the ocean, floor 136. The deep-sea Lord Vingu. That Chen Bai sighed was an underwater brawl. He flashed 3 fingers, mocking the fallen demon with a cold smirk. Don't blame me. Blame your nephew for gifting me this god-tier gear. Elmia giggled, finding his arrogance amusing. You really know how to milk a situation, she teased. But that girl on floor 153, she offered no openings to exploit. The memory of a terrifying savage demon surfaced. Floor 153. The 10-star mutant lord, the Balrog Flame Spirit. A hellscape of magma on the mountainside. Even Chen Bai had to respect that monster's overwhelming power. True, he admitted, his voice serious. She was a nightmare. I died 15 times just trying to scratch her. That demon was a wall he could barely climb. Her hellish heat nullified my virus completely, and that magma body made physical attacks useless. Chen Bai had lost an arm in that brutal clash. He watched her dive back into the lava and cursed, damn it, hiding again. Every time she took damage, she retreated into the molten core to regenerate. Chen Bai sighed, recalling the sheer exhaustion. It took 5 whole days just to drain that magma lake and starve her of her enthusiasm. Only then could I kill her. He didn't hide the truth. She was the toughest boss I've faced in 200 floors. Seizing the moment, Elmia brought up another horror from the abyss. If we're talking about nightmares, the master of floor 186 isn't far behind. Chen Bai grimaced. Don't. In this happy moment, don't mention her. A bloated demon wallowing in a swamp of filth. Floor 186, the pile of rotting flesh. The 10-star mutant Lord Queen of Filthomandus. Chen Bai swirled the wine in his glass, his face twisting. In the entire abyss, nothing is more vile than her. She lives in a pit of rotting corpses and excrement, yet she finds it comfortable. The mere thought of that demon filled his eyes with undisguised disgust. I barely managed to scrub that stench from my memory. Why bring it up? Now, this wine tastes like ash. Elmia curled up on her throne, watching him closely. Her combat power isn't high, yet no demon dares challenge her for territory. She stared intently at the glass in his hand, her gaze turning sharp. But before I mentioned her, you still hadn't taken a single sip. The charade was over. Chen Bai stopped pretending and exposed Elmia's lethal scheme. All right, you got me. I don't have a death wish. Drinking wine infused with the spirit power of a fallen angel lord, that's suicide. He had been here before. He had died here before. Don't look so shocked. I already died once from drinking this. I'm not making that mistake again. Elmia wasn't surprised that he saw through it. Fine. My little scare tactic failed. If you had drunk it, a single thought from me would have shredded your soul into pieces. What a pity. No easy way to kill you while lying down, huh? Chen Bai stood up, his aura flaring. So do we fight standing up then? But Elmia sank back into her chair, waving him off. Nah, pass. I'm too lazy to move. Chen Bai looked at her baffled. You truly are lazy to a legendary degree. The show was over. Elmia shooed him away. Get lost. Go away, I need my beauty sleep. Maintaining these projections costs way too much energy anyway. Before he vanished, she dropped a chilling warning. Just know this. The strong ones are still ahead. 6 of them even bear the title of God. I don't need to lift a finger to see you crushed. The system notification flashed before his eyes. Floor 200 cleared. Please select recovery time. This was the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa world. Elmia's words haunted him. 6 beings with the title of God. Are they true divinities? He selected a 1-hour break. His mind raced with calculations for the battles ahead. Against other lords, I can abuse the hourglass to regress and retry infinitely. But against 6 gods, Chen Bai sat on the bed, in the rest space deep in thought. The countdown began. True gods control the laws of reality. The stakes in this system, Manhwa had just skyrocketed. He could only pray. I have to hope they don't have the power to instant kill me, or erase my existence entirely. Chen Bai gripped the hourglass of time, his resolve hardening. As long as I can use the regression mechanic, even if it's a god, I will find a way to kill it. Chen Bai woke up in a desolate wasteland. Deep Abyss Floor 235. The 10-star mutant Lord Abyssal Eye Salisbury. Special condition, infinite hypnosis. Sleep forever in the illusion human. His vision blurred instantly, and his body went rigid. Salisbury grinned, watching his prey. I wonder what sweet dreams you're having. Inside the illusion, Chen Bai saw Hell Rose kneeling on the ground. Master Chen Bai, please accept my devotion. In this twisted manhwa recap of his desires, he was surrounded by countless adoring women. She looked up with teary eyes. I am willing to give everything to serve you. To be your servant, your slave, your tool, or even your toy. It is my eternal honor. Chen Bai's expression was ice cold. He sneered. If I told you to hand over your authority and then go die, would you do it? The harsh words shattered her heart. Tears streamed down her face. As Hell Rose begged, Master, do you still not trust me? I am absolutely loyal to you. Chen Bai dismissed her display with icy indifference. Drop the act. I know exactly what kind of woman you are. You are simply desperate to survive. Your ambition forbids true loyalty. That concept has never existed in your timeline. He suddenly tilted her chin up, his eyes cold and commanding. However, I can grant you mercy and spare your wretched life. She responded with obsessive devotion. Thank you, Master. I will do anything for you. Chen Bai materialized a chain from thin air. Then wear this. Tether yourself to the gate and serve as my watchdog. The collar clattered to the floor, right before Hell Rose's terrified gaze. Despair washed over her, forcing her head low, in absolute submission. Meanwhile, he returned to his throne, asking nonchalantly, What is the matter? Do you refuse? But Hellrose suddenly snatched the collar and fastened it around her own neck. To be a dog for the Divine Lord is my eternal glory. The scene blurred, dissolving back into the savage reality of the abyss floor. 235. Chenbai muttered, "Were you speaking just now?" "That is correct. That is the sound a loyal hound should make." Salisbury clicked his tongue in amusement. This human truly knows how to entertain himself. The demon began to approach his target. "Do not fear. Once I absorb your soul, you will remain in my body forever, enjoying a beautiful eternal dream." But the swords resting on the ground suddenly vibrated, and in the next second they launched a coordinated assault. A system notification flashed, reminding him of the clear condition, see through and escape Salisbury's illusion, a classic trope in this system Manhwa. Chenbai spoke calmly. "Although this dream is pleasant, it is not reality. Dreaming forever would be terribly boring." His words threw Salisbury into visible confusion. "When did you see through my illusion? And how could you break free without me noticing?" The protagonist smiled inwardly. Seeing through it was child's play. Because you cannot mimic the pressure of a god. Perhaps your true form could, but in this trial you are merely M-rank. At his mental command, Chenbai's weapons returned to him. Escaping was even simpler. Because my sword spirits were never dragged into your illusion. They possess autonomous thought. Salisbury narrowed his eyes, his voice turning shrill. "So you could have killed me long ago, but you chose to toy with me." Chenbai placed his hands on his hips, looking down. "No, I do not want you. I simply wanted to rest for a moment. After clearing 200 floors, my mental state was completely exhausted." He recalled how he had staggered forward alone in the darkness. Those 200 floors held nearly 1,000 traces of battle, conspiracy, and calculation. While strength and physique can be restored, the accumulated stress and chaos cannot be easily purged. If not for this hallucination, my will might have collapsed entirely. His mind snapped back to the present. Chenbai smirked, thinking, "Luckily, it helped me recall my original mindset, preventing me from becoming a madman trapped in this endless leveling Manhwa abyss. So, I should actually be thanking you." Salisbury was even more baffled. "You were using my ultimate illusion as a nap room because you were tired from the abyss." "You arrogant brat." The demon had not yet turned away, but Chenbai continued. "You do not need to worry. There will not be many battles left." Chenbai asked, "So we are approaching the final floors?" Salisbury looked up and replied, "There are less than 3 floors remaining. Regardless, the number of floors is irrelevant now." Chenbai interrupted. "You seem unaware. There are no sovereign levels left. The will of the abyss summons former lords of the floors to fight me. The ferocious monster on floor 215 used to be the lord of floor 192. With these bare hands I fought it for 3 rounds. The demon glanced sideways, denying it. No, I am not talking about that. I speak of the total collapse into the void caused by conflict. Battles between true powerhouses destroy multiple layers of space simultaneously. The deeper you go, the more common this becomes." Chenbai looked momentarily stunned. "Is that the truth?" He clasped his hands in a respectful salute. "Thank you, Salisbury. After I pass this trial, I will visit you if fate allows." The demon laughed aloud. "Then I will let you experience the perfect illusion. If you cannot break this one, I will never let you leave." The system suddenly chimed, "Floor 235 complete. Please select recovery time." He cracked his knuckles, speaking with absolute confidence. 1 second. Internally, he thought, "Come on, I am in peak condition." Moments later, notifications flooded his vision. Floor 236 collapsed, moving to 237. Floor 237 collapsed, entering 238. Floor 238 collapsed, entering 239. Chenbai stared at the streak of light before him. Skipped. The collapsed floors can actually be bypassed. How many floors are gone? In an instant, he flew forward, muttering, "I actually skipped 44 floors. Just how much of this world has been destroyed?" In the blink of an eye, Chenbai landed in a strange new location. System alert: floor 279. Boss Bull, Demon Lord, Lord of Beasts, Baphomet level 10. Clear condition: defeat Baphomet. After navigating the maze, he frowned, analyzing the situation. Baphomet, the Lord of Beasts. I know him. The god of the Tauran race, the faith of the barbaric class, and one of the 6 true gods mentioned by the fallen angels. Bloodstains marred the floor, the air heavy with gloom, the maze dark and surreal. Although the first 200 floors were brutal, the true challenge begins now. Rumor has it, he attacks anyone who enters the maze, so I must stay sharp. Chenbai focused intently on the path ahead, completely unaware that Baphomet had already manifested his colossal frame and glowing red eyes right behind him. Behind Chenbai, the fur-covered monstrosity approached with silent, lethal intent. but the protagonist's instinct screamed, causing him to spin around. Baphomet launched a powerful strike, but Chenbai's reaction speed was god tier. He parried using raw force to knock the beast's massive arm aside first. Immediately following up, he transmuted his hand into a blade, slashing straight through the creature's body in a fatal critical hit. Baphomet collapsed to the ground before it could even mount a defense. With the threat neutralized, Chenbai checked the body cautiously. Is it dead? Suddenly he flinched. No, something is wrong. The corpse. It is sinking. Chenbai swung his hand and leaped forward to intercept, but the body vanished faster than he could move. He missed. Chenbai looked confused. It just dissolved into blood and vanished. Is this a mechanism to prevent blood clones from invading? Everything I know about the Beast Monarch is just rumor. It seems I have to figure this out the hard way. Just like that, 10 minutes passed in eerie silence. As he wandered the labyrinth, the looming shadow of Baphomet materialized once again. Chenbai cheered internally. Here it comes again. This time, he met the charge head-on with a savage headbutt. Spirit Sensing activated to buff his stats, his power surging far beyond the previous exchange. Both sides recoiled, and the enemy's stat block finally appeared. Baphomet level 2, Strength 150, Agility 125, Constitution 175, Spirit 150, Innate Ability Unknown, Skill War God's Hormone. The more you desire battle, the higher your strength and agility climb. The more you enjoy the fight, the more your stats explode. Max increase 6 times. This was the broken power scaling typical of an awakening manhwa. Chenbai was stunned. Tier 2 already. This passive is a bug. He waited for the beast to lunge, then impaled Baphomet with earth spikes. Chenbai analyzed calmly. When I entered the maze, that was a level 1 Baphomet. Information gathered. He executed the beast instantly. That was a level 3. The level 4 went down easy too. He realized the pattern. The deeper I go, the higher their level spikes. Chenbai slaughtered a level 5 Baphomet. Strength 450, Agility 375, Constitution 550, Spirit 450. Exhaustion weighed on him. I have to fight 10 of these. This level 5 already matches my base stats. Still, he dragged his battered body forward. If a level 10 shows up, no focus. Just keep moving. 30 minutes later, Chenbai ripped a steak from a corpse, panting. Damn it, they get bigger every time they level up. A massive level 7 Baphomet roared, charging like a freight train. In that moment, he remained calm. My spirit stat is too low compared to it. I can't even read its specific attributes anymore. But in the heat of this manhwa recap battle, the truth hit him hard. Its attributes weren't just higher, they were skyrocketing to 1.5, maybe even double his own. A devastating haymaker smashed into the wall, shattering the stone like glass. The relentless assault forced Chenbai to his knees, his stamina draining fast. With such overwhelming stats, the virus needed time to rot it from the inside, time he didn't have. Lying on the cold floor, his mind raced. He needed a breakthrough to crush this Baphomet. Back at the maze's entrance, he dragged his battered body up. It was time for round 2. He had a theory. What if he spared the low-level beast? Instead of killing it, the level 1 Baphomet lunged, but Chenbai was already gone, slipping past the attack like a ghost. Chenbai moved with the silence of an assassin. Ahead lay the spawn point for the level 2 Baphomet. He crossed the line, scanning left and right. Nothing, could it be? He didn't hesitate, sprinting straight into the level 8 zone territory he had never dared to tread before. His brow furrowed. Was the system really this broken? Just spare the first one and walk free? No. His instinct screamed that something was wrong. Distraction is fatal. A shadow lunged from the void behind him. He barely turned his head before bam. A devastating strike sent blood spraying across the corridor. Gasps tore from his throat. That was too close. One more second and his resurrection skill would have been useless. That speed. It completely outclassed his reaction time. Chenbai forced himself to stop and think. That monster was easily level 8, maybe higher. But why did a boss-tier enemy spawn right on top of him? The low-level mobs had vanished completely. The puzzle pieces started to click. Realization struck like lightning. There weren't multiple enemies. There was only one Baphomet in this entire system manhwa dungeon, and it was hunting him. He slowly retreated toward the entrance. If he killed it, it would respawn deeper and stronger. But if he spared it, it would stalk him like a relentless shadow. Chenbai ran the numbers. At the entrance, its stats were garbage, making it easy to kite. But the deeper he went into the maze, the more the system buffed the beast. A smirk played on his lips. As its level rose, so did its speed. Being caught wasn't a possibility, it was an inevitability. He rubbed his chin, eyes gleaming. If it chased him, he had time to let the virus fester. But there was a catch. Every time it leveled up, it would gain a massive stat boost. He snapped his fingers, opening the system interface. He needed to check his virus points. Was there an upgrade that could turn the tide? A new skill card flashed: Mind Worm. Description: converts user's spiritual power into a parasite that infests the target's psyche. Effect: drastically reduces the target's mental stability. It breeds darkness, triggering psychotic breaks and driving the victim toward self-destruction. Chen Bai's expression turned predatory. He had overlooked this gem, a sub-skill unlocked alongside his telekinesis. Confidence surged through him. Mental instability would cripple the Baphomet's bloodlust and tank its attributes. It was the perfect counter. Baphomet, your time is up. Chen Bai faced the beast, his aura calm as a still lake. Come on. At level 1, you're not even worth the effort. He grabbed the beast by its horns and dragged it along like a ragdoll. The level 1 creature was too mindless to resist his dominance. Chen Bai sneered. Don't worry, you'll get your power boost soon. He stopped at a shadowy junction. We're here. Suddenly, the beast convulsed, grinding its teeth in agony. Boom! The transformation hit. It ascended to level 2. Strength 45. Agility 36. Vitality 54. Spirit 45. Passive skill War. God's adrenaline tripled, but the mind worm was already digging into its brain. The Baphomet shook violently. A low, guttural growl, vibrating in its throat. You, wretched human, the system logs flashed rapidly. Lung infection active. Base stats plummeting. Fatigue setting in. Breathing critical. The mind worm was feasting on its sanity. Chen Bai watched coldly. His hypothesis was correct. In this awakening Manhwa, leveling up broke the limits, but it didn't cleanse the debuffs. Evolution was just an unlock key, not a heal. He crossed his arms, the victory, already calculated in his mind. 1 hour later, they reached the heart of the maze, the central arena. The final stage was set. Chen Bai hurled the beast upward. Using his telekinesis, he suspended the Baphomet in midair as it evolved, controlling the battlefield. Just as planned, it hit level 9 while helpless in the sky. Now, Chen Bai drew his blade and launched himself into the air. A killing strike. But clang, the Baphomet blocked it effortlessly. Chen Bai's eyes widened. It stopped me. It should have been on death's door. Level 10 must have granted an insane attribute multiplier. The level 10 Baphomet roared, shaking the dungeon. Strength, 600. Agility, 560. Vitality, 640. Spirit, 600. Even without invincibility, its stats refused to drop below base value, despite the infection tearing its lungs apart. Chen Bai landed, skidding back, his senses dialed up to 11. This was going to be a real boss fight. No wonder his stats dwarf mine, he's a monster. But then Baphomet's voice cut through the tension. Human, tell me, why are we even doing this? Why must we fight? He started negotiating with a heavy heart. Fighting is pointless. It's meaningless. Beside him, the status window flashed. The active skill Mind Maggot was in full effect. It was inflicting chaos, depression, and crippling self-doubt. Chen Bai suppressed a grin. Mind Maggot, you absolute MVP. If he's having an existential crisis, I'm taking the easy win. Baphomet just collapsed onto the floor, totally defeated by his own thoughts. I've spent my whole life preparing for war. I even destroyed 44 floors of the abyss, just for the thrill of battle. He let out a soul-crushing sigh. I don't know why I was so obsessed with violence. Life is a void. Existing like this, it's just a waste of oxygen. Chen Bai seized the moment, voice dripping with faux sympathy. So you did all that? Well, thank you. Baphomet, let me help you end this suffering. Let me grant you release. But the demon just waved him off, drowning in apathy. Don't bother. Killing me won't change anything. Chen Bai paused. What do you mean? Baphomet explained the cruel mechanics of this system Manhwa world. In this maze arena, once we reach max stats, we respawn infinitely. You and I, we're trapped in an endless loop. I used to think forcing submission was true victory, the demon mused. Do you think I'm losing my mind? Chen Bai answered carefully. Well, you are giving off some seriously dangerous vibes. If he respawns now, with his debuffs wiped and HP fully restored, I'll be instant killed. I can't let that happen. Then Baphomet dropped the bombshell. You know what I forfeit. Go on. Leave me here to ponder the meaning of existence. There has to be more to life than violence. A system alert popped up instantly. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 279. Chen Bai jolted awake in the safe zone, cold sweat soaking his back. That was terrifying. That monster's final stats must have hit 3,000. My average stats are barely over 500. If not for the Mind Maggot skill, I would have been dust. Chen Bai turned to the interface, face serious. System, the first god is down. What kind of nightmare awaits me next? The system pinged a reply. Warning, floor 350 of the abyss. It's a dimension held together by massive pillars supporting entire continents. Aside from the first floor, this is the largest territory in the Eye of the Abyss. The Eye of the Abyss usually looks like a floating cone or a volcanic crater on other floors. It's anchored by a pillar of violet light and shrouded in ominous black aura. His next destination was the desolate wasteland of Abyss Floor 350. He strode in with the confidence of a protagonist. Mind Maggot is basically a cheat code. Since floor 279, I've only had to regress 3 times. I wonder what kind of floor master rules this place. In the distance, a massive serpentine shadow loomed. Target identified. The boss data flashed before his eyes. Floor 350 Master Demon Serpent. The World Eater Unifrit. Level 10. The clear condition. Pass the trial of the 9 heads. Failure, penalty, death. Suddenly a voice boomed. Found you, little human brothers, step back, I'll play with him first. Chen Bai cranked his neck back to look up. It was the second god, the World Eater. A legendary 9-headed serpent wielding the authority of gluttony. I have almost zero intel on this guy. I'm definitely going to die a few times figuring this out. Unifrit, number 9, swooped down. How should I test a tiny thing like you? You're actually quite pleasing to the eye. Are you considered a top-tier visual among humans? Chen Bai activated his charisma. Not compared to you. Your scales are exquisite, your eyes shine like gems, and that flower on your head, stunning. You must be the beauty queen of the serpent race, right? The snake's mood meter instantly maxed out. Oh my. You think so? You have excellent taste, human. You pass my trial. He bowed with the grace of a noble. Thank you, my beautiful lady. Her smile practically blinded him. Such manners. You must be a true gentleman back in your world. Number 9 nudged the head next to her. Wake up, Appa. Number 8. It's your turn. The massive head groggily opened its eyes. My turn already. Still half asleep. Number 8 lazily tossed out a question. All right, human, what is 1 plus 1? Chen Bai didn't hesitate. 2. Number 8 yawned. Correct. Congratulations, you pass. Chen Bai stood there dumbfounded. Is this for real? He's as lazy as the fallen angel on floor 200. Sensing the judgment, Number 8 explained. Don't look at me like that. The world is too beautiful for bloodshed. Why fight when we can just vibe? Isn't peace the ultimate test? Suddenly, heads 5 and 6 roared into the frame, aggressive aura flaring. Move, it lazybones. Get out of the way. It's our turn to shine. Number 9 tried to mediate. Calm down, brothers. Number 5 hissed. I am the guardian of the flood. The other head snapped back. And I am the lord of everlasting fire. Chen Bai kept his cool. So mighty guardians. What is your trial? Number 5 sneered, glaring at his brother. This flame brain refuses to admit defeat. Tell him. Human. Isn't he an idiot? Everyone knows water extinguishes fire. Number 6 roared back, flames erupting nonsense. Enough heat evaporates any puddle. I don't fear his splashes. He just wants to be the superior head. You decide, human. Chen Bai's smile froze on his face. This wasn't a quiz. It was a death trap. The system window dinged with the quest details. Trial of water support head 5 and force head 6 to admit inferiority. Trial of fire support head 6 and force head 5 to admit inferiority. Chen Bai stared up at the 2 gargantuan heads. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. This was a logic deadlock. Failure means instant death. But this is a paradox. Seeing him motionless, one head hissed. Human, why are you stalling? Water beats fire, it's universal law. Are you dense? The other head screamed. Don't listen to that trash. Clearly I am the dominant element. Are you blind? Cornered, Chen Bai gripped his arm, eyes narrowing. There's no diplomatic solution here. A dark realization hit him. If I want to pass, I have to remove one of the variables from the equation. In a split second, his arm morphed into a jagged blade. He launched himself off the ground like a cannonball. Slash. The blade bit deep into flesh, making the behemoths shriek in shock. You treacherous worm. What are you doing? Watching the chaos. Head number 3 just sighed heavily. Those 2 idiots. Head number 4 burst out laughing. You gave the human an impossible choice. Of course, he tried to chop you up. It's basic logic. The 2 wounded heads yelled back. What do you mean impossible? Our trial was perfect. But then realization dawned in their reptilian eyes. Number 5 spoke up, voice trembling. One of the serpents hissed, I see. Perhaps he thinks any answer he gives us will lead to death. The other head nodded in agreement. Precisely. A smart mortal. Chen Bai looked at the colossal twin serpents and forced a crooked smile. They loomed over him, their ancient rivalry still the only thing on their minds. You have passed my trial, the first snake boomed. Forget the riddles. The second interrupted. Mine too. Just tell us who is the supreme one. Chen Bai had to make a choice. For world-devouring entities, they act like petty children, he thought. To survive, he flipped the script. Instead of answering, he asked a question of his own. Do you even know your own limits? Have you never tested your strength against each other? The serpent scoffed. We share a body. A real battle would be suicide. Exactly, the fire snake hissed. If not for our shared existence, I would have incinerated him eons ago. Snake number 5 roared back. Bullshit, I would drain the life out of you first. Chen Bai stood below, seizing the moment. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Why not use your astral projections to fight? Go all out without harming your physical body. He gave a thumbs up, looking like the voice of reason. That settles it much better than asking a mere mortal, like me. After all, I can't comprehend your divine power. The serpent's eyes lit up with excitement. The bait was taken. Human, you're absolutely right. This is the perfect opportunity to school you properly. I hope after this crushing defeat, you'll finally learn how to show respect to the absolute strong. The alpha serpent suddenly materialized, imposing its massive bulk between the two quarreling sides. Enough. Save your bloodshed until the trials are concluded. The others bowed their heads in instant submission. Understood, big brother. Yes, boss. Without missing a beat, the sixth snake produced an ancient tome, launching into its inquiry for Chen Bai. My test is simple. Born amidst the cosmos, I received an invitation to voyage among the stars. However, before the universal trials commenced, I never once set foot on the blue star. Can you regale me with the history and tales of your world? The seventh snake slithered closer, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Count me in too. Does the blue star have breathtaking scenery and delicious cuisine? Tell us everything. Satisfy my curiosity and consider my trial passed. The second snake joined the intellectual interrogation. I prefer deep contemplation. Do you humans have any renowned thinkers or philosophers? If you can explain their ideologies to me, then consider my test cleared as well. But the third snake was practically vibrating with rage. He roared at his siblings. Why the hell are we turning this into a tea party? Are you planning a storytelling festival? How long are these tests going to take? Step aside. I'll go first. I have no patience for this nonsense. He unhinged his massive jaw, unleashing a terrifying offensive immediately. You filthy human, take this. He condensed a sphere of chaotic energy, sending waves of oppressive power rippling through the air. When I hit level 10, the power of gluttony granted me this unique skill. Try to handle this trash, and don't you dare dodge. Chen Bai didn't flinch. Instead, a confident smirk played on his lips. A unique skill at only level 10, as expected of a god-tier entity. He extended both hands, manifesting a protective barrier to intercept the third snake's bombardment. This projectile is slow, and its devouring range is limited, but the gravitational pull is immense. I'll use psychokinesis to stall it first. But mere seconds later, his defense shattered like glass. I can't block it. What kind of insane devouring attribute is this? This force is far superior to the blacklight virus, which could only consume biological flesh. The third snake looked down with smug satisfaction. He taunted Chen Bai human. This is merely the prototype of my devouring bomb capped at level 10. Do you really think you can withstand the mechanics of a high-tier system Manhwa skill? Chen Bai's arm morphed into a heavy shield to brace against the devouring bomb, his feet skidding backward across the ground. The second snake narrowed his eyes, analyzing the tactic. He's synchronizing with your skill's velocity, retreating slowly to let his regeneration factor outpace the damage. The third snake blinked in surprise. He's actually quite sharp, so he realized the skill has a consumption limit. The snake opened its maw again, ready to pump maximum output into the devouring bomb. However, when devouring energy hits critical mass, the skill is prone to boom. Chen Bai's shield disintegrated as a catastrophic explosion engulfed the area, sending dust clouds billowing into the sky. The third snake scoffed confidently. The detonation damage is triple the absorbed energy. The ninth snake watched with wide eyes, asking Brother 3, did you just blow that human to smithereens? The seventh snake turned its head away dramatically. As a pacifist, I simply cannot bear to watch such bloody scenes. But as the dust settled, the ninth snake spotted a silhouette standing amidst the smoke. It cheered. Awesome. That human seems to be alive. Chen Bai checked his status window. That explosion was intense, but thankfully not enough to one-shot me. He grinned up at the aggressor. Hey brother 3, does this count as a pass? The snake fumed, refusing to admit a mere human withstood his ultimate attack. You humans are resilient, I'll give you that. Unscathed. Fine. Let's try that again. With more power, the second snake slithered forward, his voice ice cold. Your trial is over. Stand down and stop making a scene. As the command fell, the energy gathering in the third snake's throat instantly dissipated. He flinched, grumbling, fine. If I'd known, I would have used the damn upgraded version from the start. The second snake then lowered its massive head toward Chen Bai. Now it is time to conclude our business. Enlighten us with the philosophy of mankind. Snakes 4 and 7 also chimed in with their demands. I want history, scenery, delicacies. Got it. Chen Bai winked at them, oozing charisma. Piece of cake. Moments later, after Chen Bai wove his tails, the snakes chattered happily. Human philosophy is fascinating. You pass my test. So, that is your history. You've officially passed. Move along. Chen Bai, not wanting to waste a second, immediately asked, so what is the final trial? The Alpha Serpent replied, I have no specific test for you. Number 5 and number 6 are currently going all out to decide a winner between them. If you can survive until their duel concludes, I will consider my trial passed. Chen Bai accepted the condition instantly. This floor is massive, he thought. I just need to keep my distance. He crossed his arms, glancing up at the serpents, his expression hardening with suspicion. The solutions to these 9 trials were so obvious even a blind man could see them. Were these gods simply too lazy to act? Or was there a hidden conspiracy behind this Manhwa recap scenario? Deep in the abyss, on floor 350, the battle had finally ended. Snake number 5 roared with laughter, having crushed number 6. He stared down at his defeated brother with pure arrogance. I won. Do you acknowledge my strength now? But number 6 spat back, refusing to yield. It was only level 10. You only beat me when we were weaklings. I refuse to accept this. Snake number 5 merely scoffed, his serpentine eyes filled with mockery. Your level was too low, the terrain was bad, you were in a bad mood, you had not awakened yet. You always have an excuse. Seeing them bicker like children, the fiery-tempered snake number 3 finally snapped. Enough. Both of you shut your traps. His voice dripped with irritation. Second, brother and old fourth, already decided to let the human pass. I am already in a foul mood, so do not tempt me to violence. Snake number 4, realizing he was being called out quickly, stepped in to clarify. Third, brother, think of this as an investment. Letting the human clear the level brings us only benefits, no harm. His tone turned serious. If this human can defeat the Guardians, he has a chance to clear the entire Abyss trials and become the new Lord of the Abyss. Snake number 3 instantly argued back. Use your brain. A Lord of the Abyss who owes us a favor also has the power of devouring. Do you really think he will bring us benefits instead of eating us? But eventually his anger subsided. Fine, assume you are right. But I highly doubt he can even survive the next floor. Floor 375. That wolf god assassin. Who knows where he got his assassination authority? He is insidious and his stealth drains 0 energy. Snake number 3's eyes gleamed with sadistic glee. How can that brat possibly survive a Manhwa recap boss like that? Meanwhile, Chen Bai had arrived at the gateway to the 375th floor. The system immediately pinged him with the level details. Floor 375, the Wolf Lord. The God of Assassins, Zinogre level 10. Special clearing conditions? None. Chen Bai paused, rubbing his chin as he analyzed the blue holographic screen. An assassin type. This is going to be a headache. His eyes darted left and right, scanning every shadow as he moved with extreme caution. My worst matchup is an invisible assassin who can end the fight in a single strike. But even with his guard up, he failed to notice the tripwire until his foot snagged the rope. The snare tightened around his ankle and violently yanked him forward. Chen Bai panicked for a split second before instinct took over. His arm morphed, transforming into a razor-sharp blade. He slashed at the rope, binding his leg. It snapped instantly, but the sudden release threw off his balance, sending him tumbling backward. As he fell, he realized with horror that the ground beneath him was paved with lethal spikes. Chen Bai engaged his core, twisting his body in midair to dodge the bed of needles. He kicked off the air, propelling himself backward, and digging his feet into the ground to skid to a halt. But the trap chain had only just begun. A massive net dropped from the canopy above. Chen Bai sliced through it, with a clean cut and dashed out, but the enemy was relentless. Bad move. The black orbs attached to the net were not weights, they were proximity bombs. His blade triggered them. A deafening explosion ripped through the forest. Fire and black smoke instantly engulfed Chen Bai's vision. Blinded, he was forced to retreat, scrambling to find a safe path. He stayed low to the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I have not even seen the boss yet, and I have already been forced to use my defensive skills. Suddenly, the surrounding vegetation came alive. Vines shot out, wrapping around his limbs. Chen Bai roared in annoyance. Are you kidding me? How many traps are there? To burn them all away, he activated his hellfire body. The demonic flames turned the plants to ash in an instant. The withered vines crumbled to the dirt. Chen Bai stepped out of the inferno, the embers of hellfire still dancing on his skin. God of assassins, more like the god of traps. He furrowed his brow, scanning the forest. What a dirty, underhanded fighting style. Suddenly, a voice whispered directly behind his ear. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Bai jumped, spinning around wildly, but there was nobody there. Desperate to find the source, he activated every detection skill he had. Thermal tracking, telekinetic vision. Finally, he caught a blur. A silhouette was diving from the canopy above, ready to strike. Die, human. He was too slow. The wolf god's claws tore through him before he could raise a defense. Reality warped. Time rewound. Chen Bai once again stood at the entrance of floor 375. He massaged his temples, a migraine setting in. This is insane. His base stats are way higher than mine. He has infinite traps and a stealth ability that bypasses my thermal sensors. The system mercilessly repeated the introduction. Floor 375. The Wolf Lord. The God of Assassins Zinogre. Special conditions, none. Chen Bai walked forward slowly, already formulating a new plan. Last time, the chain traps kept me too busy to release the virus. This time, biological warfare comes first. Chen Bai raised his hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips. If I can infect Zinogre, I can use my virus vision to lock onto his location. His arm shifted into battle mode. And as for the traps, I have a brute force solution for that. Chen Bai slammed his hand into the earth. The ground cracked and shattered as massive tentacles of earth spiked upward. His subterranean attack tore through the soil, triggering and destroying every trap the wolf god had laid. With the path cleared, Chen Bai used a movement skill to flash forward. Seeing the wreckage of the traps, he hissed through his teeth. Holy crap! Spike pits, nooses, heavenly nets, quicksand, razor leaves. There were nearly 100 traps in a 20-meter radius, and every single one was different. Suddenly, Zinogre flickered into existence right behind him, phasing in and out of reality. Human, I can tolerate your poison, but destroying my forest is unforgivable. Before Chen Bai could react, a claw pierced his heart. Dead again. Time rewound. This time, panic started to set in. He knows everything. He has been watching me from right next to me the entire time. He stared at the faint silhouette, revealed by his thermal vision, agonizing over the strategy. How do I break this deadlock? Abyss floor, 375. Chen Bai was flattened into the dirt by Zinogre. Reset. The 5th attempt. The hourglass artifact on his neck vibrated. Reset. The 8th attempt. An explosion hurled Chen Bai backward. The hourglass activated again. He gasped for air, his lungs burning. It is no use. He is not as strong as the third boss, but he is still 3 times faster than me. Chen Bai staggered to his feet, swaying dizzily. The forest is a minefield. One wrong step means a critical hit or instant death. He frowned, his mind racing. The only win condition is the virus, but the moment he feels his stats drop from the infection, he goes for the kill instantly. Chen Bai forced himself to move forward. The mental parasites will not stop him. They will just make him lose his temper. He leaped onto a slanted cliff face running along the wall. There is only one way to win this. Chen Bai flipped backward in midair, unleashing a cloud of pathogens. Lung infection virus. Mental parasite worms. I will flood this entire zone with plague. The moment he touched the ground, he sensed the vibration. Zinog Yu was on the move. He's here. Chen Bai slammed his fist into the earth, activating his trap, intending to delay and drain the enemy. Spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the target. He glanced back, seeing Zinog Yu caught in the snare. Success. Chen Bai sprinted forward, setting more traps and calculating the optimal escape route. As long as I can drag his stats down to my level, I'll have the confidence to kill him. But the enemy soared into the air roaring. Human, you dare mock me. Zinog Yu descended like a meteor, his hand piercing straight through Chen Bai's chest. Chen Bai gave a faint bloody smile as the hourglass flipped. In a flash, he was back at the starting point. Time regression. Attempt number M. Chen Bai smiled arrogantly. With every return to the past, I get further. Zinog Yu, you've already lost. Regression number 15. He successfully landed a god-tier punch on the enemy. The hourglass vibrated again. Another loop. Chen Bai glanced back, a smirk on his face. Regression number 23. Utilizing the stone spikes as pillars, he wove a colossal net of chains, a barrier specifically designed to intercept Xenog. Xenog, you've already lost. The sky screamed as heavy explosives detonated, breaking free from the net. Chen Bai roared, with the fury of a man possessed. You filthy human, I will drag you through hell before you die. Victory was already in his grasp. A cold smirk curled his lips. Rush all you want. The faster you move, the deeper you sink into the grave I've dug for you. Chen Bai spun, summoning a shield, his killing intent overflowing. Just like before, the beast couldn't control its bloodlust. But Xenog Yu was a monster. Its razor claws shattered his defense like glass. The impact sent him skidding back. His mind raced, calculating the odds in this leveling manhwa. The beast's raw power attributes were double his own. Will you keep charging into death, or wait for a miracle? He ignored the explosions erupting around him. The beast lunged like a mad dog, but Chen Bai's eyes burned with the thrill of the hunt. Gotcha! Chen Bai raised his left hand. Flesh and bone warped instantly, morphing his arm into a lethal gleaming blade. The stat gap didn't matter anymore. The beast was wounded, its dominance broken. It was time to gamble everything. Chen Bai launched himself into the air, driving his blade straight through Xenog Yu's heart. They clashed in mid-air, a dance of steel and blood. Moments later, battered and gasping for air, the protagonist collapsed. The battle was finally won. As Xenog Yu's corpse dissolved into the void, the system chime rang out. Level 350 cleared. Please select recovery time. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Until the very end, that monster outclassed him in raw stats. If not for its weak combat style, he would be dead. 1 hour recovery, he commanded. In the safety of the rest zone, Chen Bai stared at his shredded sleeve. His expression darkened. It's completely destroyed. Equipment wasn't invincible. His legendary plague set was dust. Chen Bai muttered to the empty air. Of the 6 gods, only 3 remain. Then a memory sparked. That's right. He rubbed his chin. Heros had warned him about an Abyss Lord, the Queen of Succubi. She should be waiting around floor 400. The monarch of pleasure, the mistress of the whip. Even Heroes, a godlike figure, walked on eggshells around that terrifying woman. He stepped into the forest darkness. Was she next? Welcome to Abyss Floor 400. But instead of a queen, he looked down from a cliff to see a sea of rotting hands clawing out of the earth. Calmly sliding on his gloves, he realized the truth. This wasn't the succubus queen's court. This was an endless ocean of the undead legion. Summoning his flying blades, he smirked. Aside from those light-eating snakes, this might be the easiest grind yet. He activated the passive skill attached to the biochemical calamity material, a mutated muscle power that turned slaughter into sustenance. Every kill triggered a recovery state, refilling his special energy, mental force, and healing his wounds instantly. But the real cheat, every kill granted +1 to all basic attributes, unlimited, stacking duration 20 minutes. His swords became a meat grinder, harvesting the undead below. Chen Bai stood arrogantly, arms crossed, listening to the sweet symphony of system notifications. Strength +1, agility +1, physique +1. It was music to his ears. He tore through the zombie horde like a scythe through wheat. It felt like a classic tower defense game, but this time he didn't have a nexus to protect. He was the calamity. He scanned the battlefield. With his new flying sword adding range to his arsenal, he could easily keep his attribute buffs stacked over 2,000. Suddenly, Chen Bai launched himself skyward. He crashed down like a meteor, slamming both fists into the earth, unleashing a devastating seismic shockwave. Simultaneously, he deployed a psychokinetic barrier. Show yourself. The moment the thought formed, a shadow struck, shattering his mental defense in a single blow. Chen Bai exhaled sharply, blocked it. That was close. He glared at Gaben. That telekinetic spear was a monster, but with his buffed stats, he had to end this in a blitzkrieg. No hesitation, Chen Bai flashed forward, driving his claws deep into the enemy's gut. Gabun's eyes widened in shock. You actually found my real body. Chen Bai ripped his hand free, clutching a glowing sphere of light. Gaben whispered, fading. A human full of miracles and secrets. You aren't the strongest, but you always strike the fatal point at the perfect moment. Chen Bai crushed the soul sphere in his grip. His inner voice replied coldly. Of course I did. You've already killed me twice in this simulation, you bastard. The system Manhwa interface flashed the floor results. Abyss Floor 400. The Ferryman Gabun. Resurrections used too. A faint smile touched Chen Bai's lips. Thanks for the compliment, but I have a date with destiny. The Phantom of Gabun knelt behind him. I will be waiting for your triumphant return at the real 400th floor. We shall speak properly then. He bowed his head. Now go. Mercantus is waiting. Chen Bai repeated the name. Floor 437. The King of Pleasure Succubus, Race Mercantus. Grade 10. Special conditions none. Mercantus draped herself languidly over her bed, eyeing the intruder. A human challenging the abyss. My. You actually survived long enough to reach my chamber. Chen Bai walked forward, his steps slowing. He stared entranced, a flush creeping up his cheeks. Is this Mercantus? She's breathtaking. Her aura alone made his heart hammer against his ribs like a war drum. Suddenly, a sharp flash of clarity, Chen Bai shook his head violently, shattering the illusion clouding his mind. Too close, Chen Bai furrowed his brows, his guard instantly maxed out. That charm technique. I can't let her seduce me into submission. Mercantus lounged on the bed, a vision of absolute sin, curling her finger at him. Come here, darling. I can taste the desire radiating from your soul. It's your nature after all. Why fight the inevitable? Chen Bai's body burned as her voice bypassed his defenses, igniting his blood. Mercantus rose her gaze, predatory. If you won't come to me, then I suppose I must come to you. She licked her lips, a predator eyeing its prey. Your desire is already tearing your body apart from the inside. The demoness extended her long tongue, tasting the air between them. Does it hurt? Holding it back must be agony. Just kneel. With a physique like yours, you would make an exquisite pet for my collection. She glided closer, her voice a devilish whisper that clouded his mind. On your knees. Worship me and kiss my toes. Let me brand you with my whip. Call me master, and I promise, obedient little pets are rewarded generously. Her tail brushed against him, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing his sluggish reaction, Mercantus laughed triumphantly. Typical male. You lasted longer than the others, I'll give you that. But in the end, you're all willing to throw away everything just to satisfy your lust. As she looked down at his kneeling form, Chen Bai's consciousness drifted. His mind flashed back to a critical memory at Hiros's restaurant. The mental cultivation technique you taught me is incredible. That succubus I encountered on the mission couldn't even scratch my mental barriers. Hiros set her fork down with elegant precision. Naturally. I developed that technique specifically to counter the goddess of lust herself, Mercantus. Her lips curled into a knowing smirk. There is a fascinating irony regarding that abyss demoness. Chen Bai raised a brow. Oh, do tell. She analyzed the situation calmly. When she inherited the authority of lust, the man she had admired for years instantly fell victim to her passive charm. Consumed by desire, he turned into a pathetic groveling mess just to please her. It completely shattered her perception of men. Hiros chuckled softly. Now, whenever she meets someone who catches her eye, she tests them with her full seductive power. It is a secret very few are privy to. She paused, locking eyes with him. The irony is the goddess of lust is actually a pure succubus who has never known the touch of a man. Chen Bai was stunned. You're kidding. Seriously. Hiros propped her chin on her hand. Chen, if you ever let yourself get charmed by her, the results might be quite entertaining. After all, deep in your bones, you are someone who would rather die with nothing than bow your head to someone you don't respect. Chen Bai gave a wry smile. You misunderstand me. I know when to submit. I'm loyal to those with true power. Like you, for instance. Hiros's eyes twinkled. Is that so? Back in the present, Chen Bai stood in silence for a beat, staring down the goddess. Then he gave his answer. Hell no. With his mutated left hand, the protagonist of this manhwa recap lunged forward. She flinched, retreating just in time, but her reflexes were god tier. Mercantus backflipped gracefully, snapping a leather whip into existence. Foolish human, you cannot defeat me, just kneel. Surrender is the only way you'll find bliss. In a flash, the whip snaked out and bound Chen Bai tight. He roared, in your dreams, it's victory or death. I'll never lick your boots. Unfazed Mercantus sat back on the bed, posing provocatively. Stubborn. Let's see how long that resolve lasts. I'm so terribly lonely, you see. It would be wonderful to have a good dog to play with. The thorns on the whip dug into his flesh. Chen Bai gritted his teeth against the pain. Damn it. This whip. His body trembled. It was just a binding. So why was he completely paralyzed? Worse, the sharp pain from the thorns was shifting, morphing into an unbearable itch. This was getting dangerous. Mercantus ran her tongue along the handle of her weapon. How does it feel? This is the whip of love's punishment. It's enhanced by my divine authority. It exerts absolute control over anyone desperate to release their primal instincts. Chen Bai growled low in his throat. If you want to break me, you'll need more than this. I'd give this opening act a passing grade. Barely. What other tricks do you have? Put some effort into it. Being sloppy just makes you look weak. Mikantis tightened her grip, the leather creaking as she sauntered toward him. Oh, your fighting spirit hasn't been extinguished yet. Still, talking big. You really are entertaining. She cupped his face and planted a kiss. Perhaps you need a little extra seasoning to truly understand your situation. Chenbai felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, and then his eyes rolled back white, consuming his vision. He plunged deep into his own subconscious. Floating in a chaotic void, the realization hit him. She was a goddess. If he faced her true power, there was no way he could escape her control. Suddenly, Hirose's image manifested in the endless space. Listen to me. Reason does not always have to strangle your instincts to death. Proper release isn't a crime. Hirose gazed at him, her voice echoing. As long as you maintain the will to pull yourself back from the brink at the very last moment, that is enough. Chenbai stared at his hand, then clenched it into a fist. Determination flooded his eyes. This was the turning point of this awakening manhwa. I'm ready. Let's do this. Back on floor 437, pitch-black armor materialized instantly around Chenbai. Mikantis lashed out, sending him flying, but she gritted her teeth in confusion. What is this? My influence should have turned his brain to mush. He should be begging for pleasure, not fighting. I've never met a male who could remain this rock-solid after being completely charmed. Before she could finish her thought, Chenbai vanished from her sight. He flashed behind her. In an instant, Chenbai locked her in a bear hug, his hand clamping around her throat. Mikantis gasped, "Gah pain." The spikes on his armor dug into her. Giving her no time to react, Chenbai launched them both into the air, driving them straight toward the bed in the corner. Mikantis slammed into the mattress pinned. She strained to look back at him, her eyes flashing cold. I have no choice. I have to kill him. She commanded her razor-sharp tail to impale him from behind. But just inches from his heart, the strike froze. Chenbai had stopped too. Mikantis panted heavily, her mind racing. Can I really bring myself to kill him? He's the first male who hasn't submitted to my charm. Chenbai glanced back at the deadly tail hovering near his spine. You stopped. But if you're offering yourself on a silver platter, don't blame me for being rude. On the bed, Mikantis stopped, resisting a sly smile playing on her lips. Whatever. It's just a projection clone after all. She purred at him. I'm truly curious, little human. If you lose your mind to desire, what will you do to me? Show me your primal nature. Time blurred. 3 whole days passed in a frenzy. Chenbai lay on the bed, gasping for air, sweat dripping from his brow. It had been a battle of legendary proportions, in more ways than one. The system screen flickered. Abyss floor 437 cleared. Resurrection 0. Status extractions 21. Chenbai struggled to sit up, his body drained. Level cleared. Select recovery time. Give me 1 hour, he groaned. Slowly rising, he tallied his victories. Bullhead, 9-headed snake, wolf undead, and now Mikantis. Have I really surpassed 5 gods? Chenbai murmured. The first 5 all had weaknesses I could exploit, mechanics I could game to snatch victory. But what kind of monster is the 6th? Long after Chenbai departed deep in the true abyss at floor 437, a piercing shriek echoed through the succubus palace. A terrified handmaiden rushed in. My noble queen, what is the matter? Do you have orders? But Mikantis lay there, dazed, her body trembling with phantom sensations. I never expected my clone to experience something so intense. Her face flushed a deep crimson. So this is what it feels like to be conquered. Mikantis bolted upright on her bed, gritting her teeth. I should just dive down to the 500th floor of the abyss and kill that bastard right now. Flashbacks of the last 3 days flooded her mind. If he could conquer the trials and storm the divine floor, she might just feel that exhilaration one more time. The thought struck her like lightning, snapping her consciousness back to the harsh reality. Mikantis scolded herself in a whisper. Kill the entity on the 500th floor, don't make me laugh. I'm nowhere near the level of a monarch. She sighed deeply. What a pity. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss on floor 500, a monstrosity perched atop a peak looked down at Chenbai. A human, making it this far. Now that is a surprise. Agaris, the guardian of the floor, and a 10th-tier demon monarch of the Eternal Night Clan, stood to his full height. If you clear this final trial, your existence will become a legend. However, you will never reach that status. Because your journey ends right here. Chenbai didn't waste breath on words. He kicked off the ground, launching himself into the air. Shut your mouth. His eyes darted around, scanning the battlefield. He activated his thermal tracking and spiritual vision while unleashing a torrent of plague virus and mind-eater bugs. But the darkness was absolute. Thermal vision was useless, and his telekinesis hit a void. At this rate, I'm going to die quite a few times. Chen Bai analyzed the situation puzzled. It's been a while, so why hasn't he attacked yet? Suddenly, the system chimed. Congratulations, you have cleared floor 500. Please select your recovery period. Chen Bai stared at the blue window, completely bewildered. What is this glitch? This isn't a normal leveling manhwa progression. Agaris's voice cut through. Interesting human. The demon monarch watched him from a distant peak, his body slowly dissolving into particles of light. I truly hope our paths cross again. Chen Bai stood there dumbfounded. What does that mean? Why did he let me pass? Watching Agaris fade away completely, Chen Bai cursed. Damn it, why can't these monsters ever speak plainly? Riddlers like him deserve to be wiped out. The system interrupted with a new update. Recovery time selected, 1 second. It prompted him again. Minimum recovery time is 1 minute. If you select less than 1 minute, you will instantly advance to the next floor. Confirm. Without hesitation, he replied, yes. The moment he warped, a notification flashed, floor 501 has collapsed. Proceeding to floor 502. Chen Bai frowned. Not this again. How many floors have vanished this time? I've already surpassed the 6 gods. There shouldn't be many floors left. Suddenly gravity took hold, plunging him straight down to floor 600. Current floor, Lord absent. Extracting data of the former demon lord. Manifesting void shadow. Please prepare for combat. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed. I skipped a whole 100 floors. The system announced floor 600 boss Satan, avatar of the 10th tier demon. Special conditions none. Chen Bai was stunned. Satan, impossible. The traitor of the abyss, the creator of hell, the evil god from the legends. A crimson flame erupted behind him, accompanied by a voice dripping with ancient power. I never expected my consciousness to be awakened within the abyss again. Satan materialized from the fire. So this wretched 600th floor still exists. Seeing the figure, Chen Bai's pupils constricted in fear. Satan locked eyes with him and slowly applauded. Oh, so a mortal actually survived the trials of the abyss to stand before me. He chuckled softly. Such astonishing power for a human. Tell me, what is your name? Chen Bai remained silent, staring him down. This guy talks too much. While Chen Bai secretly released his viruses behind his back, Satan continued his monologue. If my main body hadn't perished, I would have loved to meet you properly on the outside. Someday, we should sit down and talk. Believe it or not, I've never been fond of mindless slaughter. Chen Bai was shocked. His main body is dead. Seeing no response, Satan's voice dropped an octave. Not in a talking mood. A chilling smile spread across Satan's face as he raised a hand. Very well. Let's see what gave you the confidence to come this far. In a blur of motion, Satan launched a devastating punch. Chen Bai blocked it, shock registering on his face. You can wield the flames of hell, Satan smirked. Fighting my hellfire with your own? Clever yet incredibly foolish. Did you forget that I am the Lord of Hell? Instantly, Chen Bai's own flames turned against him, locking his body in place. Damn it, I can't move. The hellfire won't obey my command to retract. His body trembled involuntarily. He couldn't burn it away, only dodge. But using his power just gave Satan more ammunition. I need to find a way to reverse this situation. Satan circled him like a predator. You've come so far only to die again. What a tragic waste. How about a deal? Why don't we cooperate? Chen Bai glared at him. Is paralyzing me your idea of cooperation? Satan laughed. Ah, my apologies. That was rude of me. He waved a hand, and the hellfire binding Chen Bai vanished. Catching his breath, Chen Bai asked warily, Speak. What kind of cooperation? Satan's eyes gleamed. My physical form is long gone, but the abyss's trial has reconstituted my consciousness. This is a rare opportunity. Chen Bai reminded him coldly, You are just a phantom. Satan clicked his tongue. It is complex. The abyss constructs these illusions based on the life imprints of every entity it has devoured. If we can preserve my life imprint and smuggle it out of the abyss. A calculating glint appeared in his empty gaze. I could be reborn. Chen Bai didn't blink. And what is the price? Satan shrugged nonchalantly. No price. Just get me out of here. In return, you will receive a portion of my inheritance located in hell. Consider it a signing bonus. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. 0 risk and a massive reward. Do you take me for a fool? He sighed. Fine. How do I help you? Satan quickly materialized a ring. My life imprint will inhabit this vessel. You merely need to carry it out of the abyss. He handed the ring to Chen Bai. Once we escape, the ring is yours. Chen Bai accepted it. This ring, the system window popped up displaying the item's insane stats. Item King of Hell, Ring of Solomon. Rank, SSS. Agility and physique, increased by 50%. Spirit increased by 200. All attributes increased by 3,000. Sealed within are the soul imprints of the 72 legendary demon gods of the Inferno. It grants the power to summon and command them to a terrifying degree. The Ring of the Abyssal Sage. It reduces the requirement for learning any skill by 80%. Cooldown times for all skills are slashed by half, and minor skills see their cooldowns cut by 50% as well. When entering the Hell King, form all physical attributes skyrocket by 100%. Furthermore, skill cooldowns become non-existent for the entire duration. This godlike state lasts for 15 seconds. The gates of Hell are a treasure intrinsically linked to a fragment of the Hell God's own power. Inside Hell, all personal abilities are amplified significantly. The gates can be opened at will. No equipment requirements. Just a single message. Wear this, and ascend the throne of the Hell King. Chenbai's jaw dropped as he stared at the ring. What the hell? Why would he give me a god-tier artifact like this? He silently assessed Satan, his mind racing. I absolutely cannot trust him, but I can't defeat him either. I don't even know his true objective. How do I break this deadlock? Chenbai slid the ring onto his finger and commanded Hell King mode, but nothing happened. The air remained still. He turned to Satan. Is this ring a fake? Satan shook his head, a sly grin forming. It doesn't fully belong to you yet. Regrettably, I have nothing else right now to prove my sincerity. He feigned helplessness. After all, I am merely a remnant soul born from a life imprint. Only I can truly utilize this ring. Before he could finish, Chenbai launched a surprise attack. Sorry, but trust isn't in my vocabulary right now. Satan looked at him unfazed. Instead of anger, a cold, mocking smile played on his lips. He waved his hand, and hellfire erupted, engulfing Chenbai instantly. Did you really think avoiding the hellfire meant you were safe? As long as the power of hellfire burns within your veins, you can never defy the commands of the Hell God. Chenbai was instantly paralyzed, his status locked down by the overwhelming force. He collapsed to the ground, glaring up at the demon. And if I refuse to cooperate, Satan clicked his tongue in disappointment. Are you still trying to test my patience? Fine. I have no desire to kill you yet. Killing you means waiting for another candidate who can survive the Abyss trial. Who knows how many centuries that will take? He shrugged, his presence looming like a mountain. I can wait here for an eternity until someone else arrives willing to make a deal. Chenbai glanced at Satan, calculating his odds. Fine. Let's not waste any more time. I agree to your terms. The system chimed in, marking a pivotal moment in this awakening Manhwa saga. Floor 600 cleared. You have passed all tests of the Abyss Lord. Abyss trial complete. Chenbai landed softly on the ground, taking in the new surroundings. Before him stood a stone pedestal, holding an object wrapped in a pulsating purple light. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. Is that the Void Scroll? Suddenly, a strange black aura gathered around the artifact. The ominous energy condensed, sinking into the scroll. Chenbai watched in awe. It looks like it needs time to fully materialize. If that's the case, I need to organize my inventory first. He smirked confidently. My condition is stable, and the time reversal skill is ready to go. Chenbai twisted the ring on his finger. Your Excellency, you can come out now. We have left the 600th floor of the Abyss. A crimson mist poured from the ring and Satan materialized, radiating dominating power. He surveyed the area and chuckled. Behold, this is the true authority of the Abyss Overlord class change scroll. He explained, his voice booming with pride. Chenbai, your name will be sung across the myriad realms. You have completed a trial that no god was thought capable of clearing. Chenbai replied humbly, no, I didn't truly defeat you. In fact, I played right into your schemes. Satan waved off the comment. No. The fact that you defeated Mercantis is already a miracle. Chenbai stayed silent for a moment, then smiled. So Agaris on the 500th floor really was your subordinate? The demon admitted it freely. Correct. Among the 72 demon gods I conquered, Agaris was the second to fall. Chenbai pressed on. You've left the 600th floor. Can we consider our partnership concluded? Satan hurriedly interjected. Ah, no. There is one final step. You still haven't claimed the ring, nor the legacy I left behind in hell, have you? A twisted smile crept onto his face. Chenbai looked skeptical. Are you really going to give me all that? Satan nodded. Of course. I am a devil of my word. I guarantee it. His expression darkened, revealing his true sinister intent. I guarantee your body will enjoy those gifts. Not only that, but I will use your body to reach the highest pinnacle of existence. Satan dissolved into smoke and rushed back into the ring. Panic surged through Chenbai. Damn it. His goal is to devour my soul. and hijack this vessel. He wants to seize my body. Satan's laughter echoed with manic glee. Finally, I've done it, Abyss Overlord. This is the fresh start I need to conquer the heavens. But suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes shifted. The tension vanished. My soul has no protection, or so you thought. I need to rewind immediately. Satan screamed in horror. No, how can a mortal soul withstand this? Impossible. What is this power? The evil soul of Satan was crushed, forced back into the dormant state within the ring. Chen Bai thought to himself, cool as ice. I can feel my soul is intact. The sands of time hourglass is bound to my soul. That's why Satan failed. But I can't confirm if he's been completely destroyed yet. Is he still lurking in the shadows waiting for a second chance? He looked at the ring and scoffed. You okay in there, Your Excellency? I'm still waiting for you to use my body to rule the universe. Silence. No movement. Chen Bai muttered. Better not to gamble on whether he's dead or alive. Either way, this ring is his vessel. He slid the ring off his finger. I can't be greedy. I have to destroy it to ensure my safety. The atmosphere grew heavy as the system interface popped up. It displayed the data for the Ring of the Hell Lord. Item name, Ring of Solomon D. Status damaged, accessory type ring. All attributes, +3. 72 seals active. The destruction of the seals has reduced this artifact's power to 1/10,000th of its original glory. Collect the souls of the 72 demon gods to lift the seals. Insufficient souls to unlock attributes. Ability. The gates of hell can be opened to traverse the underworld. Cooldown 10 days. Requirement. Level 5 equipment or higher. Tip. Wear this and sit upon the throne of the Hell Lord. Prerequisite. Recover the lost power of the ring. Chen Bai stared at the description and sneered. What kind of defective trash is this? Well, at least I won't feel any heartache destroying a broken item like this. Xia Wuzheng appeared shrunken and pathetic in his mini-demon form. Hold on. My dear Chen Bai, surely we can come to an arrangement. He put on a desperate, ingratiating smile. Right. Chen Bai's gaze was cold as ice. Speak. The demon groveled immediately. Oh glorious. Chen Bai, you are the supreme existence across the myriad realms. Your power terrifies me. And your wisdom is beyond comprehension. Your legend echoes through every dimension. Xia Wuzheng begged, his pride completely shattered. I will offer you everything I own. I only ask for mercy, spare this lowly life. Chen Bai looked away unimpressed. Cut the crap. Your word is worth nothing. Hand over the goods. Sweat beaded on Xia's forehead. You know, in this form, I carry nothing, but my treasury in hell remains intact. Please trust me. Chen Bai frowned, his voice dropping an octave. You expect me to accept a blank check? Panic seized the demon. No, no. You can verify the magical signature. The treasure is yours, I swear it. Fine, Chen Bai decided. I'll let you out when I'm ready to collect. Until then, enjoy your stay in my inventory. My dear Chen Bai, surely I can walk beside you, Xia wheedled. Chen Bai's reply was freezing. Don't push your luck. The system's inventory is the only place you won't cause trouble. It's for your own safety, not that you have a choice. As the demon vanished into storage, Chen Bai gripped a scroll. Success. The second SSS-Rank. Job change scroll. The interface flared to life. The hallmark of a top-tier system. Manhwa. Class Lord of the Abyss. Rank SSS. The Abyss. The final destination of all things, the cradle of absolute despair. A realm of madness, tyranny and bloodshed formed the universe's shadow here. A darkness so absolute, it devoured everything. Even the will of the universe couldn't penetrate it. Even gods feared to tread on this unholy ground. Requirement level 10. Clear the Abyss trial. Leaving this in the standard inventory is too risky, Chen Bai mused. I'll store it alongside the Scourge of Life item for safekeeping. Now to summon Li Du and complete the quest. Then the dual-class awakening begins. The first layer of the Abyss was suffocatingly grim. Chen Bai held a coin aloft. He flicked the coin into the air. I'm not leaving the Abyss just yet. Summoning him here is the strategic move. The coin chimed against the ground. Instantly, a dimensional rift tore open, revealing the shimmering silhouette of Li Du. The merchant surveyed the gloom. Kid, why summon me to this godforsaken wasteland? Li Du scoffed. My guild has branches in hell, but here, these brainless Abyss demons don't understand the art of the deal. Chen Bai smirked. I take it this isn't your favorite vacation spot. Aside from the demons, it's a void of boredom. Li Du retorted, pointing back. Why am I here, kid? That coin was strictly for closing our investment contract. He grinned slyly. If you're using it to beg for help, the next favor is going to cost you extra. Chen Bai cut to the chase. Tell me, Sir Li do you have the contract and my reward ready? The merchant didn't hesitate. Naturally, plus, the acknowledgement from the universe will. His eyes narrowed playfully. But, did you actually succeed? 2 SSS-Rank scrolls. Chen Bai didn't waste breath on words. With a wave of his hand, a scroll materialized. Li Du's eyes widened. That energy. Pure abyss power. Fascinating. You actually found a class compatible with your nature. Impressive, he praised. Now, where is the second one? Suddenly, Li Du froze. Wait, we are in the abyss. A realization hit him. He scanned the darkness paranoid. No, impossible. There are other SSS scrolls here. It can't be that one. No living creature could claim it. Even Sha Wuzheng failed that trial. Chen Bai calmly summoned the second scroll. Sir Li Du, were you referring to this? The merchant's jaw dropped. That? Li Du screamed, losing all composure. Damn it, the Lord of the Abyss greed exploded from him, manifesting as a demonic aura, hungering for the scroll. Chen Bai tensed. Killing intent. Was Li Du planning to steal it? But just as quickly, the merchant shrugged, a mysterious smile returning to his face. Chen Bai remained vigilant. Li Du chuckled smoothly. My dear Chen Bai, you consistently perform miracles that defy my wildest calculations. He tossed a new scroll to Chen Bai. The dual-class item is yours. Chen Bai caught it mind racing. What was that surge of malice just now? He was ready to kill me a second ago. Why the sudden shift? He unfurled the scroll, the mystical text glowing before him. Investment Agreement Evolver. Chen Bai, number 001, has acquired 2 SSS-Rank job change scrolls, completing the quest. Investor Li Du hereby grants the dual-class scroll. Clause. In the future, Chen Bai must repay Investor Li Du with resources or items of equal value to the dual-class scroll. Li Du smiled like a cat that got the cream. The investment is concluded, the pact is sealed. We are now eternal partners. He pondered the terms. No strict rules on time or location, only a requirement for value. A blank check like this proved just how much Li Du trusted him and his potential. The merchant made his pitch. My dear Mr. Tran, once you bring the abyss under control, allow me to open a trade guild there. We'll teach those demons the true meaning of commerce. Let's show them that trade is the only path to mutual prosperity. Tran Bok accepted with casual confidence. Of course, consider it done. Internally, however, he analyzed the old goblin scheme. The abyss was vast, with layers the size of planets teeming with rare resources. Just the mining rights alone would generate astronomical profits. Lido was the investor, and Tran Bok was the asset. They shook hands, sealing the pact. Lido beamed with greed and delight. My dear Mr. Tran, you wouldn't mind using it right now, would you? Let me witness a miracle. The system interface materialized, displaying the item. Special Prop SSS-Rank Dual-Class Scroll. This was the pinnacle of goblin alchemy and engineering. It allowed an evolver to hold 2 classes simultaneously, a game-breaking advantage. It boosted skill growth and stats in parallel. This was Lido's trump card, the treasure of the goblin god of commerce, usable only at level 10 before class transfer. Tran Bok crushed the scroll in his hand. Like the protagonist of a top-tier leveling manhwa, he simply replied, "Why would I mind?" The system chimed, special prop used. Class limit increased to 2. He stood there savoring the surge of energy flooding his veins. Class advancement. A pillar of terrifying power erupted from Tran Bok, piercing the sky. Lido shielded his face. This was the power of the virus, the power of the abyss itself. The shockwaves from his awakening rattled the very depths of the abyss. Rupert looked up from the pit. Such a phenomenon. That sensation. Has a human actually cleared the trials? Baphomet muttered from his throne. Is it that despicable brat who broke my will to fight? He actually pulled it off. The demon slammed his fist in frustration. I refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, Winfried questioned, did our bet pay off? Mechanus's voice dripped with anticipation. It is him. Now things are getting interesting. Agaris shouted in pure euphoria. Great monarch, you have finally succeeded. He laughed maniacally. He has returned. Now let our hell become the ruler of the heavens and 10,000 worlds. Suddenly, the will of the universe broadcasted a message. Congratulations, Evolver Tran Bok, for completing the first-class transfer. The Universal Trial Ground enters the next phase. Regional rankings unlocked. Meanwhile, in the White Eagle Empire, inside the varied playground dungeon, a grotesque clown lunged at a challenger. The man was Anthony Doggett, holder of the SSS-Rank talent, the Variegated. The clown fired 4 orbs from its rotund belly. Suddenly, its stomach spun like a buzzsaw, forcing Anthony to dodge desperately. He instantly morphed into a snake man, sneering internally. Humph, I've already seen through every one of your cheap tricks. While the clown looked around in confusion, missing its target, Anthony had already slithered behind a rock formation. In a flash, the red balloon on the clown's head exploded. Anthony coiled around the monster, his claws slicing through the final balloon. I win. As the clown's head burst open, a shimmering scroll dropped. Anthony snatched it from the air, laughing with arrogant triumph. Success, he muttered as he walked. You always look down on me, but this time is different. The first one to advance is definitely me. Remember my name, Tranbach. With that, Anthony crushed the scroll in his hand. But then the universe's announcement rang out. Congratulations to Evolver Tranbach for being the first to complete class transfer. Regional rankings are now open. Anthony froze. What? He dropped to his knees, screaming at the sky. Damn it, one step behind again? Then his own system notification popped up. Class transfer successful. You have received the S-Rank class Circus Clown. The irony was palpable. Elsewhere, Diep2 was texting furiously. Diep2 Bossbach did it, King Han, it must be that SSS class he mentioned, King Han, obviously. Ahem. Too bad my EXP is still too low. It's way too early for me to advance. Overlord Little Han, quit whining. At least you have a scroll. Nobody else even has a clue where to find one. I'm clearly not meant to be a sword immortal. Damn it. Why is the S-Rank disciple quest for Mount Shu so impossible? Heir of the lightning whip puffed? Mention that again, and you're blocked. Crow, shut up all of you. Did you guys miss the Lido investment quest? I'm the real victim here. Crow, still no reliable class, not even a hint. Hantu glanced at the messages board. Ding. Guys, after Bossbach advanced, did you see the new feature? King Han checked. Meanwhile, Tranbach received his final confirmation. Default faction Dragon Nation. You may adjust your faction within 10 minutes. Warning. Once confirmed, changing factions will incur a devastating cost. He didn't hesitate. Confirm. Dragon Nation. Instantly, the global Evolver rankings appeared beneath him. Rank 1 Tranbach. Current class rank. Hidden faction. Belonging to Dragon Nation. A note read, only those level 10 or higher who have completed class transfer can enter the rankings. Note, the top 10 ranked players generate +1 reputation for all Evolvers in their faction. Then, another reward window popped up. World Leader title. Equipping the #1 title increases item drop rate by 20%. He grinned, calculating the odds. Not bad. An extra surprise drop rate will be massive when tallying up the final settlement. Tranbach clapped his hands together, hyped. Even if I'm just using this to farm loot, that percentage increase is pure profit. But he knew the true value of the leaderboard remained hidden. The interface faded, but his mind was racing. The later the game went, the more game-changing those rankings would become. Chen Bai filed that away for later. Right now, I need to check my new powers. The system interface materialized, displaying his new status. Class, Scourge of Life, SSS, First Awakening. Level up bonuses Strength and Agility +10. Constitution and Spirit +15. Free attribute points 20. He scanned the dense text. Class Authority, Plague Dominion. Ability to control all pathogenic entities and infected life forms. Condition. If the target stats do not exceed the host's absolute control, is established. Synergy. While controlling infected hosts, the Scourge of Life can buffer and enhance the viruses or fungi within them. Passive Plague Immunity. The user is completely immune to all biological hazards, plagues, and lethal toxins. The next entry made Chen Bai's eyes narrow. Class Authority Solar Plague. Ability to manifest a condensed star of pestilence. Wherever its light touches, infection spreads instantly. Consumes spirit power to maintain mass. Combo skill. The Black Death. Targets infected by any virus trigger the Black Death effect. Necrotic black spots will manifest, signaling their doom. Each manifestation inflicts viral damage, with a low probability of instant death. Furthermore, for every infection stack, the damage multiplier escalates fatally. He gazed at his hands, his mind racing with calculations. The stat boost was undeniable, but were there really only 2 skills for a leveling Manhwa protagonist? The description was vague. So a practical test was in order. Without hesitation, Chen Bai raised his hand and summoned the Plague Sun. Confusion rippled through the demon horde in the distance. What kind of sorcery was this? A sun that burned with an eerie green light. In the blink of an eye, a chorus of hacking coughs erupted. The plague had begun its spread. Panic seized them as they stuttered in terror. What? What is happening to us? witnessing the devastating efficacy of the Plague Sunday. Chen Bai smirked, clenching his fist to extinguish the light. Lido approached slowly, clapping his hands. Impressive, truly magnificent. In mere seconds, thousands of demons were reduced to a handful of survivors. Chen Bai accepted the praise with a calm demeanor. You flatter me, Sir Leto. The goblin merchant straightened up, his tone serious. It is no flattery. Look closely. Chen Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Even you were infected. Lido didn't bother to hide the truth. Indeed. However, a being of my stature need not worry about such things. Still, your power is undeniably terrifying. But there is a fatal flaw. Your current spirit stat is insufficient to fully control the Plague Sun's domain. Therefore, I advise you to use this skill with extreme caution. Chen Bai weighed the words carefully. The goblin is right. Without vision of the battlefield hundreds of meters away, I could easily slaughter my own allies by mistake. Outwardly, he maintained his composure. Understood. Thank you for the guidance, Lido. Turning to his system interface, he prepared for the main event. Now, time to inspect the Abyss Lord class. With two distinct classes overlapping, the synergy would surely create miracles beyond expectation. The system displayed the class details. Abyss Lord, rank SSS. Special trait: no attribute points gained upon leveling up. No job advancements. Power scales strictly with the number of Abyss layers controlled. Chen Bai's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What? I get absolutely nothing. He swiped the notification away, refusing to panic just yet. I need to see the authorities and skills first. Even for a system Manhwa, this is weird. The system immediately flashed the authority panel: Endless Abyss. Passive effect. Upon leveling up, all current attributes increase permanently by 2%. Level limit equal to the number of Abyss layers possessed. Lord of the Abyss. Conquering a layer grants absolute authority over that realm. Furthermore, attributes will permanently increase based on the total layers conquered. A wicked grin spread across his face. So that's how it works. Is this the glorious future awaiting me? My level cap will exceed normal players by hundreds of times. My stats will compound infinitely, and I will wield hundreds of divine authorities. Chen Bai's mind spun with the staggering potential. If I conquer the 600th floor, my stats would exceed 180,000. Another window popped up. Class skill: I am the Abyss. You may enter or exit any layer of the Abyss at will, from anywhere. As long as you do not initiate aggression, no creature of the Abyss can harm you. Priority: absolute. No crowd control skill can restrain the Abyss. Nothing can stop the Lord of the Abyss. Active effect: traverse the Abyss. Assimilate with the Abyss. Activate the Abyss's power, and transform any object or being into a creation of the void. Potency depends on the user's level. Next was the passive Blood of the Abyss. The Abyss devours all. The Abyss encompasses all. Host can possess 9 different bloodline powers simultaneously without conflict. And finally, Undying Abyss. Upon death, you will respawn in the Abyss well with 0 penalties. As long as the Abyss remains, I am eternal. Chen Bai gazed at the necklace glowing faintly in his hand. I can come and go as I please, to any layer, at any time. 9 bloodlines, and a resurrection ability that rivals the hourglass of time. Chen Bai was more than satisfied with this kit. The assimilation ability is still a bit vague, but everything else, absolutely broken. Suddenly, Lido removed his iron mask, revealing his true face as he produced 2 glasses of wine. Chen Bai, my friend, I assume you've assessed your harvest for the day. Lido raised a glass of crimson liquid, his smile gleaming. Now, why don't we celebrate with a drink? The item description floated into view. Life wine, rank S. A supreme vintage brewed from the waters and fruits of life. Effect: permanently increases all attributes by 50. Grants life protection and significantly boosts regeneration. Increases experience gain and drop rate by 30%. Chen Bai didn't hesitate. He took the glass, admiring the liquid. Oh, now this is a true treasure. Lido laughed heartily. Indeed. As both a friend and partner to Lido, you deserve nothing less. Instantly, a shopping interface materialized. Lido's Pocket Goblin Store. Manufactured by the Goblin Commerce Guild. With a mere thought, the Dimensional Pocket Shop opened. Time to negotiate with Lido for goods found only in the local trade federation. The merchant raised his glass high, a toast to profit. Come by, my friend, to today's harvest and our glorious future cooperation. Cheers. The crystal glasses clinked, ringing with a crisp, joyful sound. Chen Bai's deep voice followed, smooth yet commanding, to a happy partnership. Bottoms up. Back in reality, Chen Bai stomped his foot against the cold stone lost in calculation. I tried to shortcut it. Since the Abyss Lord's floor count wasn't visible, I thought I could skip straight to the conquest. Surrounded by a desolate landscape of rock and ruin, he had forced his way onto the 19th floor of the Abyss. Chen Bai's eyes swept the area coldly. In this classic leveling Manhwa scenario, he had cleared everything leading up to this point. A total of 45 attribute points had been secured. He stared at the undulating terrain ahead, determination hardening his heart. Next up is this 19th floor. Suddenly, a hazy light enveloped the surroundings, startling him. A system alert flashed red before his eyes. Conquest of Abyss. Floor 19 failed. Please conquer Abyss Floor 18 first. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. So skipping levels isn't allowed. Fine then. Let's test out the Abyss assimilation skill instead. Chen Bai pulled out a mask. This is all I have left, he thought. I cleared my inventory to make space for that demon bloodline potion. The rank E zombie mask. Physical defense +2. Strength +2. He activated his ability. Dark energy swirled as he combined his power with the zombie mask to initiate Abyss assimilation. The system interface instantly pinged with a new status. Rank E demon mask. All attributes +3. Skill Demon's Kiss, accompanied by a lifesteal effect. Every time you kill an enemy, you recover stamina, spirit, and heal wounds. Requirement level 1 or higher. Note: using Abyss power to modify low-tier trash seems a bit wasteful. Looking at the mask in his hand, Chen Bai chuckled with amusement. Modification, huh? So that's how it works. I wonder what kind of mutation would happen if I used Abyss assimilation on a human. A sudden inspiration struck him like lightning. Ah, that's right, a spear materialized instantly in Chen Bai's grip. He smiled, whispering to the weapon. This is E-rank gear. It resists me even burning my hand when I hold it. If I force Abyss assimilation on it, what kind of monster will it become? Without hesitation, Chen Bai activated the skill again. Two auras clashed violently. He watched the struggle, surprised. It's actually fighting back. Chen Bai observed the spear with admiration. No wonder it's an evolvable weapon. Compared to that trash zombie mask, this is a difference between heaven and earth. But if this consumption of energy continues, I won't have enough power to fully modify it. He slammed the spear into the ground and looked toward the abyss where a deep light pulsed. Let's try a different approach. Moments later, the spear stopped resisting and began drinking in the abyss power. Chen Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Just as I thought, the raw power inside the abyss well can suppress the weapon's will completely. It allows me to modify it with ease. As the light faded, a new information panel popped up. Abyss assimilation complete. Rank E, Spear of Longinus. Special polearm. All attributes +2. Skill, Cry of Life. Damage increased by 100%. Slaughter Spear gain experience points from killing living beings. Evolvable. Current experience value is under 10. Even holy relics could only drown and turn corrupt in the abyss. He swung the spear with a satisfied grin. This feels much better in my hand. Now, let's test it out. A humble voice interrupted his thoughts. Great Master, I am your most humble servant, Agaris. To witness your recovery is an honor beyond words. Chen Bai stood on the 500th floor of the abyss, thinking to himself. As expected, he still thinks I'm Satan. Maintaining the ruse, he gave a cold command. Agaris, we have plenty of time for celebration later. For now, show me your loyalty. Agaris responded instantly. Understood. He quickly summoned a flickering purple flame. Without a word, Agaris extended his arms, letting the flame float toward Chen Bai. The system screen flashed. The second pillar of the 72 demon pillars. Soul of Agaris, monarch of eternal night, has returned. Hell's ruler Solomon's ring has been upgraded. Current grade rank A. He examined the flame in his palm. A massive boost. No wonder he holds the second seat. Let's see what other good stuff he's hiding. Chen Bai clenched the ring, raising an eyebrow inquiringly. My current vessel is still too weak. Do you have any method to improve my strength right now? As soon as he spoke, a bottle glowing with pink light appeared in the system interface. Essence of the Hell Monarch's bloodline. Rank SS. Agaris reported respectfully. Currently, this is the only item in my possession that you can use, Master. Chen Bai caught the bottle, clicking his tongue. Not bad. A pity it's not rank SS, but it will do. I'll take it. The moment those words left his lips, the demon's face froze. Suspicion clouded Agaris's eyes. He straightened his back, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. Who are you? The master knows of this potion's existence. Because he was the one who gave it to me. Realizing the deception, Agaris spread his wings, hovering in the air with a dark, gloomy aura. But listening to your tone, If you don't know what this potion is, where's my master right now? Chen Bai didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled provocatively. I am your master now. Why do you cling to a remnant soul of the past? Hearing the mockery, the sharp tips of Agaris's wings vibrated with rage. He lunged forward, shouting, You cannot force me to submit. Agaris's eyes glowed with lethal intent. Tell me where my master is, and I might spare your life. Chen Bai laughed, a sound full of disdain. Ha, you seem to have forgotten my class. Do you really think you can hurt me? Chen Bai spread his arms, tearing the very space around him. I am the Lord of the Abyss. I am the Abyss. Unless I harm an Abyss creature first, no Abyss creature can harm me. Agaris ground his teeth in fury, helpless against the laws of the world. Damn you. Even so, I will never submit to a fake. Chen Bai glanced at the system panel beside him, his voice low. Your methods aren't bad, Satan. To think you have a subordinate this loyal. Suddenly, Satan materialized, laughing cheerfully. Oh, is that my dear Bai? I sense Agaris's presence. You're talking about him, aren't you? Leto rested his chin on his hand, a cunning glint in his eyes. Complex schemes are unnecessary here. When he reaches that level, his loyalty will be the ladder I use to climb higher. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken ambition. Agar furrowed his brow, sensing a disturbance. I just felt the master's aura. Is he still alive? Chen Bai replied with chilling indifference. That's right. Satan lives. Perhaps one day you'll have the honor of serving me. But until then, stay put and wait. Scene shift, the 437th layer of the Abyss. Chen Bai stood before the massive, opulent bed of Mercenary. She cast a seductive glance his way. I knew you would come. Chen Bai smiled, cutting straight to the chase. I needed someone intimate with the Abyss to answer a few questions. His gaze locked onto hers, demanding answers. Would Her Highness the Queen be willing to enlighten me? Mercenary lowered her posture, accentuating her dangerous curves. Naturally, after all, you are the Abyss Lord, the possessor of infinite potential. Her tail flicked playfully, coiling around a leather whip. However, I despise boring conversations. You'll have to entertain me if you want me to speak. In a flash, Chen Bai reached out and snatched the whip directly from her tail. Chen Bai snapped the whip taut with a dark chuckle, his eyes gleaming. Interesting. Then allow me to demonstrate my personal techniques. The lashings left chaotic welts across Mercantiss's body, yet she lay back, her excitement only intensifying. Master, aren't you curious? I know secrets that could shake the world. Chen Bai felt further questions were pointless. Her submission was answer enough. Besides, wasn't this dominance meaningful in its own right? He gripped the leather, offering a backhanded compliment. After all, without this specific whip, I couldn't even scratch you. Mercantis crawled closer, her pale hand sliding up his thigh. Then perhaps you should try harder, she purred, her other hand wandering dangerously. My avatar tasted this pleasure, but my true body craves the experience even more. His lips curled into a smirk. That depends on my mood. Can you handle the weight? Mercantis embraced him from behind her hands, tracing the muscles of his powerful frame. I only discovered this delightful sensation because of you, she whispered. Let's keep this little secret between just the two of us. I trust you won't leave me starving for long. She nipped his earlobe, her voice dripping with sweet poison. If you make me wait, the one who suffers might just be you. The master of the Abyss, threatened by his own pet Chen Bai, leaned back, laughing with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, how entertaining. Meanwhile, in the demon capital's luxury district, inside a sprawling villa bathed in sunlight, Wei Hao locked his gaze on two trembling figures against the wall. His smile was twisted. Hey, what an unexpected surprise. Wei Hao's eyes bulged with manic glee. To think I'd find two such precious treasures hiding here. He spread his arms, stalking toward them like a predator. Yan Qi crouched in a defensive stance, eyes darting nervously. They had to escape immediately, or death would be the only mercy. Beside her, Yan Shui frowned, her face set in grim determination. Right, sister, we need to run. Wei Hao pointed two fingers at them, his aura flaring. You two will make excellent ghost slaves. You just need a little breaking in. He waved his hand provocatively. His S-Rank talent, Ghost King's Edict, could boost mental power and enslave living beings a terrifying crowd control ability. Yan Qi and Yan Shui synchronized their energy, preparing their combo skill, the twin spirit of good and evil. Wei Hao channeled his energy and swung casually as if swatting a fly. Child's play. Blue and red shockwaves blasted the sisters, knocking them backward, but instead of hitting the wall, they phased right through it. Wei Hao blinked, completely blindsided by the maneuver. They went through the wall, seriously. He kicked the door open, his arrogance untouched. So what? I haven't even used my kill move yet. He rolled his eyes. Useless struggle. The system has already marked you as my property. Disobey me, and punishment will follow. Suddenly, his face froze. Inside the room, Chen Bai sat on the sofa like a king, his arms draped protectively around the twins. He said he wants to punish you. Chen Bai looked at the girls. So tell me, how would you like him to die? Yan Qi's eyes were hollow, her voice ice cold. Tear him apart with claws. Yan Shui's heart burned with rage. He's evil. Make him disappear. Now. Wei Hao scoffed, his pride blinding him to the danger. Huh, you think finding a master saves you? I'll turn all three of you into ghost slaves. You'll serve me for eternity. Chen Bai frowned, recognition dawning on him. It's him. A face from his past life, one of the 8 kings of the apocalypse, the ghost king Wei Hao. He remembered Wei Hao's arrogance from the previous timeline. A murderous aura exploded from the villain. Watch closely as I toy with your wretched lives. In a blur of motion, Chen Bai buried his fist into Wei Hao's gut. The impact forced the Ghost King to cough up a fountain of blood, staggering him instantly. That power. Wei Hao gasped, fear finally replacing his ego. You're the White Emperor, Chen Bai replied coldly, bullseye. Chen Bai despised those who didn't know their place. This man was scum, cruel, selfish, a tyrant who tortured the weak to build his army of slaves. With a single ruthless claw strike, Chen Bai severed the villain's head. Soul destroyed. In this brutal leveling manhwa reality, the hundreds of victims Wei Hao had slaughtered were finally avenged. Done, Chen Bai thought. Cleaning up trash is a public service. Yan Sui threw herself into Chen Bai's arms, beaming. Thank you, big brother. Chen Bai then activated the goblin store, flooding the room with purple light. He turned to the sisters. You've both reached level 7. Let's see if we can find a hidden class change scroll that fits your unique constitution. Li Du stepped out of the portal, rubbing his hands together. My dearest friend, we only just parted ways. Do you have good news? Or are you buying? Chen Bai smirked, dropping a bombshell. I've completely conquered the abyss from floors 1 to 9. You can place your Goblin Guild branches wherever you like. But first, business. He gestured to the twins. I need suitable class change scrolls for these 2 ladies. The merchant's eyes sparkled like he'd found gold. Oh, twins in appearance, but a singular spiritual entity. I have the perfect profession for such a rarity. Li Du handed over a scroll. Mr. Chen, these are special, evolved humans. They fit my investment criteria perfectly. It was a Class B+ scroll, Earthbound Spirit. Even wandering souls deserve a home. A rare item typical of a high-tier system manhwa, granting the user power over their bound territory. Li Du handed over the scroll. Consider this a tribute for the Earth Spirit Guild's founding in the Abyss. But do not underestimate this item. This awakening path binds the user to the city itself, perhaps even to the Earth God. It is the gateway to the Great Earth Guardian class. Li Du glanced at Yan Qi and Yan Shui, planting seeds of hope. This class has 2 divergent evolution paths. With the right resources, they could become the second dual-class wielders right after you. Chen Bai inspected the scroll before storing it away into his inventory. It seems perfect. Truly a high-tier treasure. Thanks. Li Du, always the busy merchant, didn't linger. No need for formalities, my friend. I'll take my leave. Li Du bid farewell and vanished into thin air. Yan Shui clung to his arm, eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you, brother. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink. Yan Qi and I can now maintain our physical forms for much longer. I thought we were useless to you, but Chen Bai, of course, could provide everything. Oh, what is it you two want? Yan Qi crossed her arms, scowling. Don't look at me. She's the one who thinks you're worth trusting. I want no part of this. Chen Bai chuckled through gritted teeth. I won't force you if you're unwilling, but surely you share sensory resonance. In a flash, Chen Bai stood right next to Yan Qi. So this doesn't concern you at all? She looked up defiant. You scoundrel, I'll bite you to death, you hear? He laughed, enjoying the banter. Go ahead, try it. Yan Qi fumed. Huh, you asked for this. Take this. Yan Shui let out a soft gasp. Meanwhile, Chen Bai calmly sipped his tea, looking unbothered. He couldn't help but praise Yan Shui. Not bad. I didn't know you had such skills. She sat opposite him, responding softly. As long as you like it. Yan Shui spoke up hesitantly. Brother. Chen Bai looked at her with a gentle smile. She bowed her head, looking troubled. Did you refuse just now because of Yan Qi? He set the teacup down. I did say I wouldn't force it, but that wasn't the main point. Yan Shui looked up, eyes wide with curiosity. Then, what is the main point? He smiled faintly. Those by my side must either truly like me mutual affection, or offer absolute loyalty, giving everything demanded. Chen Bai crossed his arms. I have no interest in bodies offered for debt repayment or transactional benefits. Her eyes lowered, filled with melancholy. I'm sorry. He stood up from his chair. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize. Logically, that act would repay the favor and deepen our bond. But I suspect that transactional mindset belongs only to Yan Qi, the incarnation of malice. She looked up at Chen Bai. It harms no one and helps me. And helping myself is a good deed, isn't it? He pondered for a moment before replying. An interesting perspective. Go cultivate with Yan Qi. It will benefit you and in turn be of great help to me. She beamed at him. We will work hard. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Z-Sun stared helplessly at the chaotic chat interface in front of him. I'm really not a sword immortal boohoo. I thought I could follow in White God's footsteps like the MC of a leveling manhwa, but I realized I'm on my third-class transfer. Oh yeah, everyone, this guy is pretending again. Can someone nearby teach him a lesson, Overlord? I'm too lazy to deal with him. I just want to know what White God's class is. Shui Chuan +1. I'm also too lazy to deal with the sword immortal. You're King Han. Any big shots doing a secret dungeon run, carry me. These kids are just a little EXP away from transfer. Lightning pentameter. Air ha ha ha. Everyone look at me. All eyes on me. This guy is starting to flex. On the screen, a purple object appeared. The lightning air displayed an S-Rank Thunderwalker scroll. The chat exploded. Ding ding. What the hell is that? Didn't you say you were broke before? Oh yeah, true. That item is Ledou's most expensive stock. Lightning pentameter air. Indeed, I was still short on funds. But I just finished a summoning quest for Ledou. He asked if I was in the chat group number 001. I said yes. Ledou saw White God's face in the chat log and gave me the scroll on credit, though I still have to do tasks later. Shui Chuan damn. Overlord what? Oh yeah, lightning air. Didn't you introduce our brother's needs to the merchant god? Like mine, for instance. Oh yeah was shaking with rage as he typed. The chat scrolled endlessly. Lightning air Aya. I forgot you still haven't found a transfer scroll. Next time, definitely, next time. Oh yeah, next time, you're useless to me. What am I supposed to do, Ye-Z? Why the rush? Don't mention the others. As long as we have White God, what is there to worry about Lu Huai True? White God has shattered my imagination once again. Even gods have to give face to White God. Ye-Z. That doesn't matter. When will White God come to help me break through? I've been waiting forever. Lu Huai ouch. You really are. You're King Han, so nobody has a good dungeon to carry me for. EXP Chen Bai watched the chat, smiling slightly. Chen Bai observed the conversation, plotting his next move. Right, the Red Star Mental Hospital. I remember you can summon demons in there. One of the 72 demon god pillars. That should be enough to upgrade the Ring of the Sand Monk. He immediately began typing. White sent a message. You're King Han. Get ready. I'm returning to Red Star Mental Hospital. Han Xiao froze mid-bite while eating a cake. He jumped up in ecstasy and replied instantly. Han Xiao, White God. My savior Ye-Z, may I ask, White God, how does it feel to get the first-class transfer? Shui Chuan sent a message. White God is your class. An SSS-Rank Lightning Pentameter Air sent a message. Everyone move, I need to grovel. When Ledou gave me the scroll, he mentioned White God. Oh my God. I can only say one word. He paused for dramatic effect before typing. Lightning Pentameter, Air Invincible. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, thinking about the merchant. Ledou isn't stupid. He won't reveal details, but he's helping build my reputation. Chen Bai typed. I'm taking Han Xiao to the asylum. Anyone in the demon capital can join. Oh yeah, White God. Ask Elder Meng to connect us. I want to witness the hero's glory. White, forget it. I still need Meng Meng's abilities. I won't drain her stamina. Next time I find a suitable dungeon, I'll take you. Wow. Thank you, White Emperor. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding ding, White Emperor. I'm at the demon capital. I'll wait at the entrance of Red Star Mental Hospital. Chen Bai paused. Ding ding. She was a legendary figure in his past life, known as the Puppet Master. He typed a reply in the group chat. White Emperor has sent a message. We'll meet at the gate. Ding ding replied instantly. No problem. If you can't even handle the dungeon entrance, you have no business here anyway. In the real world, Ding Ding smirked at her screen. Minutes later, at the eerie entrance of Red Star Mental Hospital, Chen Bai and Han Xiao arrived. Chen Bai scanned the crowd. Quite the turnout. Han Xiao nodded. Since the White Emperor cleared the guide, this dungeon has become a hot spot for farming. Chen Bai turned to his companion. Han Xiao, once we're inside, focus on your specific mission objectives within the hospital. Report any anomalies immediately. Han Xiao spread his arms confidently. Don't worry, boss. I got this. Suddenly, a cold hand tapped Han Xiao's shoulder. He whipped around. Who's there? He froze, staring in horror at a paper effigy grinning back at him. Ding Ding popped out from behind the paper doll, giggling mischievously. Hee hee, she smiled, extending a hand. White Emperor King Han. I'm Ding Ding. Han Xiao glared, his heart still racing. Ding Ding. What is wrong with you? Why not go scare the White Emperor? Or do you only have the guts to bully the weak? Ding Ding replied nonchalantly. If I threatened him, my paper dolls would incinerate instantly. So, naturally, you are the safer target. The weak Han Xiao snapped back indignantly. That is absolute nonsense. I just didn't sense any killing intent. If I had, I would have turned that paper toy into confetti in seconds. I'm a man of steel, you know. Chen Bai cut in smoothly. Alright, if you're done bickering, let's start. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind them. Hold on a second, you three. Chen Bai turned around. Is there a problem? The bald man pointed proudly at his own chest. I am Along. Surely you know the name. Chen Bai blinked blankly. Along, Han Xiao echoed, equally confused. Along, Ding Ding lit up with realization. Oh, the 2 recent normal dungeons in the Magic City plus a Hell Mode run. Apparently they were all cleared by a guy named Along. The man basked in the praise immediately. Exactly, just call me Brother Long. Very few people have the guts to challenge the Red Star Mental Hospital. And my team is one of the few elite squads. Along got straight to the point. Some of my members had urgent business, so we have open slots. Do you want to join us? Chen Bai turned away without hesitation. No need, we have enough firepower. Chen Bai thought to himself, this guy has no malice, just terrifying levels of confidence. Along laughed awkwardly. Come on, even the top rankers follow the 4-man meta in this leveling manhwa world. Why struggle with just 3? Han Xiao shot him a freezing glare. Do you ever stop talking? A lackey whispered urgently. To Along, boss. That guy. Isn't he the flying dagger user? From the legendary chat group, 001. Clear video realization dawned on Along's face. Right. Along stuttered, frantically inventing an excuse. I'm not great at speeches. If you don't want to join, that's fine. He wisely chose not to push his luck. Fine. Realizing the guy meant no harm, Han Xiao waved as he walked toward the gate. We're entering the instance. Brother Long, do as you please. The minion whispered. They went in. I definitely didn't mistake them, Brother Long. Along smirked, pretending he knew all along. Of course not. I recognized them immediately. He turned to his crew with renewed swagger. Did you hear that? The top ranker from chat group 001 called me Brother Long. Stick with me and you'll be famous. Inside the Red Star Mental Hospital instance, Chen Bai issued orders. These mobs give too little XP for me. I'll leave the trash cleaning to you guys. Han Xiao nodded, a dozen blades floating around him. No problem. Ding Ding tossed a doll forward. Go. Chen Bai raised his ring. Oh right. You have a new teammate. Yan Qi materialized, trembling with excitement. Finally, is it slaughter time? I love this part. She clenched her fists, eager to test her new power. Perfect chance to try the new skill. Chen Bai paused, surprised. She learned a new skill. No, that flame carries the unmistakable scent of hellfire. Chen Bai glanced at the glowing ring. Sha Seng's doing. I stored him inside after leaving the abyss, since items can't hold souls forever. He smiled, fingers brushing the metal band. Teaching Yan Qi. It seems he is offering a tribute of loyalty. Perfect. I had questions anyway. He dissolved the ring's barrier. Sha Seng, is this technique you're doing? The demon answered reverently. Lord Chen, the girl's talent is terrifying. Her malice is so pure, it surpasses even the original Hellborn species. They noticed a strange violet aura pulsing around Yan Qi. Sha Seng's voice carried a tone of apology. It is rare to see such potential, so I took the liberty of teaching her a few tricks. I apologize for the lack of notice. With the seal active, I could not communicate, Chen Bai observed calmly. I will lower the barrier when appropriate in the future. Did you sense Han Xiao's bloodline? Sha Seng's consciousness shifted. You mean the boy carrying the blood of hell? The demon laughed. I sense more than that. This secret realm reeks of the goat demon DPA. Chen Bai's lips curled into a knowing smile. Exactly. That is the very reason I came here. Yan Qi dusted off her hands. The outside is clear. Time to go deeper. Han Xiao looked at her confused. White Emperor, who is this? Ding Ding squinted. She looks like a spirit body. Chen Bai explained. She is an evolver, like you just. Special. Chen Bai commanded, right Ding Ding Yan Qi. Make sure you leave 10 monsters alive. I need them. Yan Qi blinked. Spare them. Can you tell me why Yan Qi pouted? Can I wipe them out? Boring. Han Xiao grinned. Because the White Emperor wants to summon the 16th of the 72 demon gods. DPA, the goat demon. We're about to trigger a massive boss fight. Ding Ding looked nervous. Summoning a demon god, Chen Bai reassured her. Relax. This dungeon caps at level 12. DPA's power will be significantly nerfed. Chen Bai gave a confident thumbs up. Even if the difficulty spikes to hell mode after the summon with me here, it's a walk in the park. Ding Ding felt dizzy. Demon god hell mode, Han Xiao teased her. What? Scared? She grit her teeth, clenching her fists. Terrified, but I trust the White Emperor. Chen Bai charged forward. Then, what are we waiting for? Time to crush the boss and clear this stage. Go go go. Yan Qi clenched her fists, ready for action in this intense manhwa recap. Let's wipe them out. Total destruction. In the corridor outside the director's office, the monster corpses lay defeated on the ground. Han Xiao turned away from the carnage, ready for the next move. Chen Bai nodded with pride. Good work. You are leagues stronger than when we first arrived. He bowed his head in gratitude. I only survived thanks to Yan Qi and Ding Ding's support. I still lack the strength to win alone. But Yan Qi was still buzzing with adrenaline. Who is next on the chopping block? Chen Bai cut through her excitement with a calm command. I kept 16 monsters alive for a reason. Don't go wild. Go rest inside the ring. Yan Qi pouted, vanishing into thin air. Ding Ding giggled from the back. Inside the secret chamber, a summoning matrix began to glow. She looked around nervously. Is this where we summon Jeppa? It's so gloomy. The smell of blood and this strange energy is suffocating. Chen Bai eyed the bound demons. Thanks for the help. My psychokinesis is still unstable, so I have to process them one by one. Han Xiao observed. The White Emperor's spiritual force is simply too massive to control delicately. Chen Bai nodded. You have a point. Chen Bai produced a large coin. This is the final piece. He tossed it high. The matrix ignited, drinking the demon's blood. A bolt of lightning tore through the center, leaving the trio stunned into silence. System alert. Nightmare Dungeon Red Star Mental Hospital. Hidden condition triggered. This isn't just a standard system manhwa anymore. The difficulty has escalated to unique hell mode. A raspy voice echoed, dripping with resentment. Humanity, I am thoroughly displeased. Duke Jeppa stepped forth, eyes sharp as daggers. You dare offer such low-quality trash to a duke? My mood is foul. Bring me a worthy tribute, or I will harvest your lives instead. Seeing him, Han Xiao trembled instinctively. The pressure was suffocating, a mountain weighing down on his soul. The demon paused, looking at him with surprise. Interesting. This human carries my bloodline, and even inherited a fraction of my power. Han Xiao gritted his teeth. Is my sister in your hands? Jeppa's face darkened with annoyance. Ha! You dare speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? Do not assume sharing my blood will save you from execution. You are sorely mistaken. Han Xiao's pupils quivered in terror. But Chen Bai raised a hand, blocking the fear. He scoffed. Jeppa, was it? Why didn't you answer my friend's question? Are you deaf? Chen Bai sneered. Jeppa spat out every word with contempt. Just another foolish, arrogant human. The demon threatened, I will make you realize your mistake before I bury you. Chen Bai switched to the demonic language, speaking to the ring spirit. Hey, aren't demons supposed to be intelligent and cunning? This guy looks stupidly arrogant. Is it a genetic mutation? The voice from the ring replied. Respected Chen. This fool simply doesn't realize he stands before greatness. Jeppa scoffed. Ha. Pretending to be mysterious with a toy ring. Don't think knowing a few demon phrases makes you special. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes going pitch black with realization. Wait, that ring on your finger. Chen Bai held up his hand casually. Just an ordinary ring. Why is the great Duke Jeppa so rattled? Jeppa repeated in disbelief. Ordinary. Suddenly, he lunged. Chen Bai spun, delivering a devastating kick to the demon's face, sending him flying backward. Chen Bai dusted himself off, sighing sarcastically. Didn't you say you were going to bury us? You're taking forever. How disappointing. The demon scrambled up. Han Xiao braced himself. The real fight starts now. Ding Ding summoned her puppet. But Jeppa suddenly dropped to his knees, voice trembling. Your Highness, spare me. Jeppa has been disrespectful. Han Xiao and Ding Ding stood frozen in shock. Chen Bai narrowed his eyes. If you only fear the existence of the ring, then stand up. Fight me. The demon looked up hesitant. Attack. Chen Bai thrust the ring forward. Defeat me, and the ring is yours. Satan's voice echoed. He has already submitted. Is this necessary? Chen Bai replied coldly, I don't want to rely on your authority. Satan sounded amused. You are too modest, my lord. Hearing this, Jeppa slowly rose. This is the High Lord's ring, if you insist. He smirked. I would rather obey than respect. Hell's lust fire, Chen Bai grinned. Now that's what I'm talking about. A small green circle lit up on Chen Bai's fingertip. Palm of pestilence. Han Xiao and Ding Ding watched in confusion. Jeppa gasped. What? What is this? A virus? A virus that can penetrate hellfire. He slammed his knees into the ground, begging. No, your highness, please, I yield, spare my life. Chen Bai sighed, bored. In the end, he's too terrified of you to fight properly. Satan replied. You speak strangely. I am the Lord of Hell after all. Chen Bai approached him. If you dare not fight, then obey. Separate your soul. I have a use for your physical body. Yes. Your highness, Jeppa rasped. As Chen Bai lifted him, the demon's soul drifted from the shell. System notification devoured special species. Reward 5,000 virus points. 2,000 blacklight virus evolution points. Devoured special species. Acquired skill Hellfire of Lust. Merging with personal skill Hellfire clone. Warning, special bloodline detected. Please choose absorb bloodline or excrete it. Chen Bai chuckled, delighted. Now this feels like a top-tier leveling Manhwa upgrade. He continued, offer a portion of your soul. Jeppa bowed, it is my honor, your highness. Jeppa extracted a fragment of his essence and infused it into the ring. System notification, 16th pillar of the 72 demon gods. Duke Jeppa. Soul returned to position. King Solomon's demonic ring leveled up. Current rank A+. Han Xiao stepped forward, stuttering White Emperor. About my sister. Chen Bai looked at the soul. Right. Jeppa answered the question. Jeppa answered frankly. She is in hell, renamed Rick. I granted her freedom and resources. I do not know her exact location now, but I will report it the moment I find out. Chen Bai's voice dripped with sarcasm. So you actually treat people well? That's a surprise. The demon smiled, hand on his chest. To be honest, I treat every bride well. In hell they call me the affectionate Duke. Satan scoffed by. His real nickname is the delusional inseminator. Chen Bai asked, you have something to say to him, I can let you out. Satan sounded gleeful. That would be wonderful. He roared, Jeppa. The Duke smirked, I knew you were here. But Satan's voice turned sharp as a blade. Jeppa, tell me the current state of hell. The Duke stammered, hell, right now. Satan growled, why are you stuttering? Speak. Jeppa frowned, answering slowly. Lord Beelzebub rules now. He seized your palace and legacy, declaring himself the new master of hell. He continued, he erased all proof of your existence. Newly born demons do not even know your name. Satan gritted his teeth, spiritual fist clenching. Beelzebub, how dare he? His voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. Has hell truly forgotten me? DPA bowed his head respectfully. Because of Beelzebub's propaganda, he is now hailed as the greatest Hell Emperor, the sole leader guiding hell to its golden age. His voice was flat and emotionless. Only the original 72 pillars know the truth, but they had to choose silence or submission. Hearing this, Shaseng scoffed in anger. Humph. Chen Bai chuckled, King of Hell. The demon sighed. Please do not mock me. Shaseng looked up and asked DPA, how many deities are currently active in hell? The entity answered honestly. Besides Beelzebub, there is Prince Lucifer, Lord Vasigo, and Lord Paimon. Lucifer and Vasigo are currently imprisoned for rebellion. Shaseng's expression darkened, his voice softening. I see. Chen Bai finally stepped in. You may return now. DPA report any major events in hell to me immediately. The demon bowed deeply. Understood. Suddenly, a typical system Manhwa notification popped up. Hidden boss DPA defeated. 0 XP gained. Chen Bai thought 0 XP. Hidden boss DPA defeated. Received 0 experience points. Well, technically, he didn't actually die. Hell mode instance Red Star Mental Hospital. Hidden scenario cleared. Reward 10,000 XP. Chen Bai fell into deep thought. The experience points from this dungeon clear were underwhelming. However, the backlog from my class transfer finally kicked in. Level 12 achieved. Whatever, I'll take what I can get. Status window open, current level 12. Strength up by 17. Agility 17. Constitution 22. Spirit 23. And 20 free attribute points acquired. He turned a satisfied smirk on his face. Han Jiao, what's the status of your quest? The boy rushed over, eager to please. Let me check the system log. The ancestor of devils opened his system Manhwa interface. His face lit up with pure joy. It's done. The awakening quest is finally complete. It says, thanks to the aid of a great existence, the mystery of my bloodline is solved. And, oh god, my sister is still alive. She's in the abyss. Objective updated. Locate Han Li, now known as Rick. Reward ancestral devil bloodline high tier S rank. Han Xiao froze, the weight of the words sinking in. A great existence, is that how the will of the universe sees me? Even Chen Bai had to raise an eyebrow at that title. The White Emperor. Suddenly Han Xiao grabbed his leg in a death grip. The system says if I stick with the White Emperor, finding her will be a breeze. Ding ding, scoffed at the display. Wow, look at you bootlicking. Han Xiao ignored the jab chin held high. What? You jealous? Chen Bai sighed, trying to shake him off. Let go of me. I need to loot the boss drops. She immediately sat down and hugged his other leg. Questing with you is just too easy, White Emperor. Next time you find a leveling manhwa glitch like this, count me in. Chen Bai bent down and retrieved a glowing scroll. He inspected it closely. Is this the only drop? Well, a super rare blueprint isn't bad. As he analyzed it, the system chimed. Blueprint Hellfire Netherwings. S-rank special defense gear. Wings forged from the flames of the abyss. Possesses tyrannical power. With these, you will conquer not just the skies, but the inferno itself. Materials Hellfire. Abyssal Flame 100. Phoenix Feathers, and a Flame Core. He unfurled the scroll, eyes narrowing. Wings. That's the rarest equipment slot in the game. This dungeon really is a treasure trove. It reminded him of a blueprint he obtained in his past life. In his memories, he had distributed the loot differently. The class change scroll suits Han Xiao's devil bloodline. The skill book is for Meng Meng. Wu Ya helped too, so he gets the gear. Hell's Roar Shepherd's Horn Blueprint. S-rank defense tool. Materials Pure Blood Devil Horns, Abyssal Hellfire, and a Dark Crystal. Warning: item rank depends on material quality. The S-rank Shepherd's Horn is unique. Once crafted, it can never be replicated. Chen Bai smiled, a plan forming in his mind. I think I was only missing one material back then. But now, back outside the dungeon instance. I'm taking Yan Qi to power level. You guys coming? Ding Ding didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Han Xiao grinned. Who would say no to free XP? Hey Magic City native. Any spots with level 15 mobs? The local player stammered, useless. Ding Ding tapped her chin. Let me think. Suddenly, a stranger stepped forward. Brother Bai, I know a place. Ah Long spoke with enthusiasm. Lujiazui. It was full of high IQ elites before the apocalypse. Now it's packed with psychic-type monsters. High density, high level. It's all level 13s. Nobody dares to go there yet. Chen Bai nodded politely. Thanks for the info. The guy crossed his arms, beaming. No problem, happy to he. Let's move, Chen Bai commanded, grabbing his team. Han Xiao, mask our presence with your psychic power. On it, they launched into the sky like missiles. Ding Ding cheered as they vanished, leaving the crowd stunned. Once they were gone, the informant turned to the onlookers, flexing his muscles. Did you see that? Even the strongest evolver thanked me. Anyone else got the guts? Step up and say my name. Meanwhile, at the Great Desert outside Lujiazui, Chen Bai's squad stood atop a skyscraper scanning the ruin. He gave a cold smile. High-tier zombies everywhere. This is a perfect farming spot. He turned to issue orders. Keep your distance, but stay within the experience share range. Han Zhao gave a thumbs up. No problem, White Emperor. Copy that, White Emperor. Ding Ding added. Yan Qi's eyes dulled. I want to kill too. Chen Bai didn't wait. He leaped from the rooftop. Midair he calculated. If I use the Plague Sun, I could wipe this map in a second. But that would kill the others too. Better to test out the new powers I haven't mastered yet. Boom, he hit the ground, a magic barrier flaring around him. Chen Bai entered combat mode instantly. Time to focus. First, the allure of the succubus form enhanced by the blacklight virus. Let's call it full body fortification. And then, the new Hellfire. Hellfire of Desire Wood. S-rank. Contains the fires of hell and the power of rebellion. Active skill. Increases all attributes by 50% for 3 minutes. Burning Desire incinerates the target's soul. Uses the enemy's own lust to amplify damage. Includes stealth effects. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Adrenaline surged through his veins as he rushed forward. Blazing Fire Ascension activate. A tsunami of majestic mana crashed into the undead horde. One single strike, total annihilation. The zombie wave evaporated instantly. The survivors on the rooftop stood frozen, watching the legend at work. Oh my god. Just one punch. The system interface flickered to life. The user? You're King Han, typed frantically. Is this exclusive footage? Is this really how a pro grinds in a leveling manhwa? Ding, monster zone detected. Level 15. Wait, retract that. Do not send, I cannot miss a single second of this masterpiece. Shu Shun stared at the system screen, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. User, I am not a sword immortal, commented. Is that even human? His basic attack deals as much damage as my ultimate skill after my class change? And listen, I am a third evolution awakener. The power gap is defying logic. This has to be a bug, right? Surely this is abnormal. Your King Han replied, calm down. That was an Emperor Bai's basic attack. It qualifies as at least a minor skill. I am not a sword. Immortal typed back. Thanks for the reality check. Meanwhile, at the opulent Yan estate, Chen Bai reclined on the sofa, letting out a sigh. Finally dragged you two to level 10. Now it is time for the awakening ceremony. He tossed a scroll into the air. The duo caught it freezing in shock as blinding light erupted. Chen Bai noticed the furniture beside them shimmering with mystical energy. He mused. Is this part of a unique class change ritual? The very reality of the room was being overwritten by their evolution energy. It seemed the earthbound spirit class required an immediate soul bond with this very mansion. Yan Qi and Yan Shui drifted into a trance, their bodies levitating in the magical field. Sha Sang materialized from the shadows, a knowing smile on his face. Precisely, my exalted master Chen. The earthbound spirit class is the perfect vessel for their potential. Your judgment is truly divine. By devouring the slaughter energy of Zeppa to empower your hellfire and raising subordinates with such foresight, you are destined to stand at the apex of the gods in this system Manhwa world. Chen Bai cut through the praise. Enough. You have been buttering me up since we started grinding. Do not think I cannot read your mind. The demon chuckled, his tone dripping with honey. Ah, your perception is as sharp as your blade. Then I can rest easy. With your supreme intellect, surely you would not trade a loyal servant like me to that traitor Bubab, just for some petty benefits. After all, a traitor has no honor. My long-term value to you far exceeds whatever he could offer. Chen Bai replied, nonchalantly, I simply have no desire to see Bubab's face right now. He paused, his gaze piercing through Sha Sang. As for your value, he let the words hang in the air. That remains to be seen. The demon switched to full salesperson mode. Master Bai, it is only because you haven't asked. Most of my treasures are in hell, but wait, Agaris might still hold a few items of interest. Tell me, what do you desire? I shall calculate if he possesses it. Chen Bai listed his demands immediately. Phoenix wings, a flame core, and dark crystals. Sha Sang nodded frantically. Yes, he has dark crystals. Chen Bai made an instant decision. Good. Once these two finish their awakening, we return to the abyss. Internally, Chen Bai plotted. During the trials, many entities in the abyss made pacts with me. Establishing diplomatic ties with them is crucial for my plans. Most are unpredictable, but the nine-headed Hydra, I have a way to ensure its loyalty. Suddenly, the ritual concluded. Class change, earthbound spirit. Successful. Location bound. The Yan estate. He approached them. How does the power feel? Any interesting status effects? Yan Shui beamed with excitement. Oh, absolutely. Take a look at this awakening Manhwa stat screen. Class immutable earthbound spirit. Passive every level up grants +1 to all stats, and 1 free attribute point. Now observe the class authority. Authority twin spirit binding. You can designate 2 locations as your spirit domains. Establishing a link consumes massive mental power and is nearly permanent. Current bond Yan estate. Warning. When outside the spirit domain, all class authority skills may be nullified. However, within the domain skills cost 0 mana. Passive domain ascendancy. Within the linked area, combat power is amplified by 500%. Authority symbiotic resonance. The spirit inherits the properties of the land, including all buffs and debuffs. Conversely, the land inherits the attributes of the spirit. The capacity for these effects is limited only by the user's mental strength. Active skill spirit manifestation. The linked location itself transforms into a spiritual entity, enables structural teleportation, cooldown 30 days. Authority, the host's decree. Allies entering the domain gain triple stats, while enemies suffer a 50% stat reduction. Chen Bai analyzed her updated interface. Incredible. A complete arsenal of territorial dominance skills. Everything revolves around the spirit domain. Chen Bai looked at her seriously. That symbiotic resonance authority, it is utterly broken. Overpowered is an understatement. She floated closer, eyes wide. Really? He began to lecture. Think about it. Building materials, infrastructure, enchanted decorations, they all count as equipment props. And their innate buffs are massive. If we replace the villa's common bricks with legendary tier materials, You will understand the true definition of a game-breaking ability. In the future, if you two bind an entire metropolis as your domain, the buffs would be catastrophic. You could single-handedly elevate a city to divine status. Her eyes sparkled. Then, I want to bind my second domain to your city. I want to be your fortress. Chen Bai nodded approval. Agreed. After our trip to the Abyss, I will take you both home to White Emperor City. Now, Yan Shui, do you know where the library is? She tilted her head. Huh. He stepped into the study where mountains of books lay in disorganized heaps. He announced, I am bringing some souvenirs for our friends down under. Human literature, history, art, geography, culinary encyclopedias, everything I could find. Scene shift. The Abyss Floor, 350. Territory of the Nine-Headed Hydra. Unfrit's voice grated like grinding stones. Its multiple heads spoke in chaotic unison. Magnificent. Thank you, Lord of the Abyss. I claim the history book. We shall remember this kindness, Abyss Lord. I knew your curiosity about the human realm was insatiable, Chen Bai said. One head snapped at the others. Second, brother, fourth brother is a simple thank you all you have to offer. Correct. Words are insufficient to express our gratitude. Let me serenade the Abyss Lord with a poem. It cleared its throat. Oh, Abyss. Bottomless deep, but not as deep as our thanks the Lord cares for us. Our love is deeper than the void. Another head snapped. That was cringe. Shut your mouth. The fourth head bowed respectfully to Chen Bai. Ninth sister is right. The Lord remembered us, so we must offer a tribute in return. Take this, the Eye of Arcane Secrets. An ultimate appraisal skill. It analyzes all existence and has a probability to uncover hidden truths. Effect scales with mental strength. With this, you won't just see, you will know. Chen Bai held a scroll in his hand, slightly surprised. S-Rank Scouting Skill Book. He looked up at the massive entity. This return gift is precious. It's exactly what I needed. Thanks. If you need anything in the future, I will fight to help you obtain it. The fourth snakehead hissed. It is not merely a gift. Helping the Lord of the Abyss grow stronger benefits us all. Chen Bai smirked. Fair point. System Skill Book consumed. Learned Eye of Secret Peeping. Meanwhile, on the 500th floor of the Abyss, Satan spoke. As you commanded, I leaked the info about Beelzebub's coup. There is no doubt. Agares is on our side now. We also secured Agares' God-tier Hellfire and the Supreme Dark Crystal. On a distant peak, Agares roared in fury. Beelzebub, you traitor, I will tear you apart, Satan asked politely. Is your loyal subordinate going to be okay? The shadowed figure shrugged. Ignore him. He'll cool down eventually. Back at the villa, Chen Bai laid out the three legendary components. Zephyr's Horn, Agares' Fire, the Supreme Dark Crystal. It's time. With these materials, the S-Rank Shepherd's Horn is guaranteed. The energy of hell screamed as the forge ignited. Crafting Shepherd's Horn. Progress. 100%. Crafting successful. Hell screams. The Shepherd's Horns. An S-Rank defensive artifact. Unique headgear. Spirit increased by 30%. Spirit increased by 65%. Current level multiplier is 5 times. Devil's Sense. Chance speed increased by 80%. Power increased by 30%. While equipped, the wearer is plagued by the Devil's Whispers every single second. For every day equipped, spirit permanently increases by 1. The shepherd can dominate any creature with lower spirit than the user. Effectiveness depends on spirit quality and attribute difference. Equip requirement. Spirit must be greater than or equal to 300. He admired his fresh creation voice calm. My first time crafting an S-Rank gear in this leveling Manhwa world. The Devil's Whispers. 1 spirit point for a day of madness. Doesn't seem like much, but it adds up. Let's see just how bad these whispers really are. He froze. It felt like nerves were being shredded. Sweat poured down his face. Just a moment, and my mind is in chaos. Anxious. Irritable. This permanent buff won't come cheap. High amidst the peaks, pink butterfly wings unfurled. Chen Bai touched down gently in White Emperor City. She sighed. Master, teleporting you back here. I'm exhausted. Even more than the trip to the demon capital. Chen Bai smiled warmly. Sorry for the trouble, Mung Mung. Go get some rest. Okay, I'm going to sleep, Chen Bai thought. The burden of that teleportation must have been immense. Curiosity took over. He hadn't been back in ages. I wonder how the city has developed. Skyscrapers pierce the blue sky like spears. They've built so much. Chen Bai marveled. Nearby, a weary voice called out. Schwanger still. No news on decent classes. A rank or higher is rare. Maybe we shouldn't rush. After all, the highest evolution level in Jiang City is only B rank, and there's only one of them. Zi Qiang shook her head. No, this is critical. We already have quite a few B-rank evolvers in White Emperor City now. Her worry was palpable. If we get our classes too late, or if they're too weak, we won't command respect, Lang Cheng interjected. We have Chen Bai. Zi Qiang sighed. No, you don't understand. True, the master can suppress the city. No one dares rebel against him. Zi Qiang's eyes sharpened. But what about us? If we can't dominate the evolvers ourselves, we can't manage the city effectively. And if we can't do that, Chen Bai can't roam the world without worrying about home. Lang Cheng nodded, determined. I get it. I'll find clues for A-rank classes or higher immediately. Zi Qiang trusted her. I can't leave the city right now, so I'm counting on you. You really do think of everything a voice praised. Zi Qiang lit up. Chen Bai, you're back. Long time no see. She threw herself into his arms. It's been a whole month. Chen Bai paused. A month, really? A year and a half in the plague dungeon Mount Shu and the abyss. He frowned. In my memory, it's been far longer than a month. Zi Qiang blinked, then smiled it away. Never mind that. Let me have Ling Cheng call everyone here. Chen Bai grinned. Sounds good. Welcome home. Ling Yu teased, voice sultry. I've perfected the laws of White Emperor City. The only thing missing are the rules for your bedroom. Master sets the house rules today, and I'll obey every one. Lu Li placed a hand on his chest. Chen Bai, our intelligence system hasn't updated your stamina and skill data in a long time. Chen Bai laughed. Then we'll have to update it thoroughly. Shi Wei nodded. Welcome back. Su Xin smiled gently. It must have been hard outside. Forget the world for today. He smirked. Then Song Ke stepped up. I'll show you how powerful I've become. I'm not the same as before. Chen Bai suddenly yanked her close, grinning. So powerful, huh? Won't listen without a spanking. She flushed crimson. Zi Qiang intervened. Chen Bai, everything here in the Central Peak sector was designed by us with great care. This is your private domain. Even the staff are handpicked. She whispered. You can do anything to anyone anywhere in this zone. Chen Bai raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of being replaced by newcomers? She replied instantly. I have confidence. I've survived in the wild long enough. Just relax today. Chen Bai lay back, soaking it in. Right. Time for a vacation. He waved a hand. Business later. Though I heard you discussing classes when I arrived. She sighed. Yes, it's a headache. Jiang City hasn't found anything good either. Chen Bai shrugged. You should have just asked me. Zi Qiang hesitated. Wouldn't that be unreasonable? Unreasonable. You manage the city for me, losing your chance to explore. Providing this is the least I can do. He mentioned the scrolls casually. I actually have 4 class change scrolls. S rank and above. Zi Qiang gasped. 4 S rank and above. Left behind by Pukasumi after the sacrificial teleportation gate opened. Chen Bai lay there, thoughts drifting. He revealed the Demon Hunter scroll, obtained from the Abyss trial. Chen Bai asked, among you is Zi Qiang the only one who hit the level cap? She smiled bashfully. Actually, Bai Shuanger awakened her potential before I did. Do you have a class change scroll suitable for Shuanger? Also, she's actually a huge fan of that expert Xiang Meng. She's had a crush on him for ages. When will you make a move? Lang Cheng's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Chen Bai was stunned. Really, she always wears that stoic expression. I thought she was devoid of emotion. Chen Bai grinned with a devilish glint in his eye. Call her in. I need to inspect her current combat power and attributes. He presented the options, selecting the supreme paths for them. Lang Cheng froze, staring at the S-rank Demon Hunter class. But for Zi Qiang, it was the legendary SS-Rank Child of Misfortune. Chen Bai warned, the awakening process is unpredictable. Find an absolute sanctuary before you trigger the class change. Understood. They departed. Chen Bai calculated, my rest period ends now. However, Sha Seng was still instructing the sisters Yin Qi and Yan Shui in combat arts. He had to wait for Sha Seng's training to finish and break the seals, binding the sisters at the Jiang City Villa before setting out. The system interface flashed your friend Han Wang class Hell Messenger rank A+. Brothers, I have successfully awakened. Han Zhao lay back, grinning arrogantly at the screen. The chat exploded. Tyrant King wrote, Han Wang is invincible. I've never even heard of that bloodline. Meanwhile, poor Wu Ya still hadn't secured a class. Truly the shame of the Willow King group. I've heard of that bloodline. It's rarer than the class itself. Wu Ya was still classless, the laughingstock of the squad. He slammed his fist into the ground in fury. Damn it, Chen Bai raised an eyebrow. Liu Wang's class is actually the Little Heavenly Palace. In my past life we were close. He was an A-rank spirit medium then. Chen Bai recalled. He once mentioned giving up a chance at an S-rank class because the trial was too deadly. Chen Bai chuckled amused. It seems the competitive pressure of this chat group is forcing everyone to risk their lives for power in this leveling manhwa world. Otherwise, they'd be left behind as trash. The system chimed white. Everyone has completed their class change. Congratulations to all. A notification popped up. I remember Han Wang mentioning upgrading this basic chat group. Now that the conditions are met, we can evolve it directly into an alliance. What do you think? Your friend Han Wang replied instantly. No problem. If Big Brother White leads, who would dare object? I already asked around. Everyone is on board. Successor of the Five Thunders Immortal raised all 5 hands in agreement. Ding upgrade initiated. She watched the system prompt with a satisfied smile. All right, upgrading now. The name remains 001, dominating all leaderboards. Everyone can toggle the Alliance logo in front of their names. Make sure to activate it immediately. The system announcement boomed across the server. Chat Group 001 has evolved into Alliance 001. Alliance ID 001. Chen Bai smirked. It is time to make the entire world tremble. System notification Alliance display activated. The prefix will now appear before the names of all evolved members. The leaderboard refreshed, dominated by the tag 001. Rank 1001 White. Level 13. Hidden Class. Dragon Nation. Rank 2 Anthony Douglas. Level 11. S-Rank Horror Clown. Lighthouse Nation. Rank 3001. I am really not a sword immortal. Level 11. S-Rank Chief Disciple of Mount Shu. Dragon Nation. Rank 4001. Successor of Five Thunders. Level 11. S-Rank Thunderwalker. Dragon Nation. Rank 5001. Tyrant King. Level 10. Class Tigermite General. Dragon Nation. Rank 6001 Tyrant King. Level 10. Class S-Rank Sailor. Dragon Nation. Rank 7001 Shui Chuan. Level 10. Class S-Rank Nether Sailor. Dragon Nation. Rank 8001. Your friend Han Wang. Level 10. Class S-Rank Hell Messenger. Dragon Nation. Rank 9001G. Level 10. Class S-Rank Glorious Angel. Lighthouse Nation. Rank 10001 Sukim Sakura. Level 10. Class S-Rank Nightwalker. Sakura Nation. Han Xiao roared with excitement. This is insane. The system interface displayed, your friend, Han Wang. Dominating the leaderboard. Tyrant King typed. Brothers, keep pushing. Anyone on this list, not from 001, is an eyesore. Five Thunders White Emperor. Is eternal, Liu Huai. Interrupted guys, look at this. Rank 58 White Emperor Palace Lang Chang. Level 10. Class S rank, Demon Hunter. Dragon Nation. Ding White, Emperor Palace. Boss White is someone using your name to build a fake alliance. Liu Huai corrected. I don't think so. Are you blind? Look closer. Rank 64. White Emperor Palace C. Level 10. Class SS rank Child of Misfortune. Dragon Nation. Shui Chuan analyzed the data. It seems Zi Chang and Leng Chang completed their awakening. He smirked. Meanwhile, she stared at the screen, bewildered. Ding, I figured it out. That's the woman from the livestream about the construction of White Emperor City. Come to think of it, Leng Chang was in that broadcast too. White typed. That's correct. Just a small family circle. Wu Ya immediately begged White Emperor, please let me join the White Emperor Palace. Do you have any spare SS rank scrolls? Save me, boss, he pleaded desperately. Liu Huai interjected. Wu Ya, I know you're desperate, but control yourself. That is clearly the White Emperor's personal harem. Ding, exactly. Now, go hunt for your own scroll. Ye Zi chimed in. Husband White, are you online dating right in front of me? Can you give me an SS rank scroll and bloodline when we meet in person? Liu Huai laughed. Your friend Han Wang? Can't we just enjoy the chaos on the forum? The discussion about Alliance 001 is spreading like wildfire. Your friend Han Wang added. Besides us, there's a massive thread speculating about the identity of Z, the only SS rank Child of Misfortune on the leaderboard. And naturally, the hottest topic is the speculation regarding the White Emperor's mysterious hidden class. Your friend Han Wang typed, there are so many talented poets on the forum praising the White Emperor to the heavens. Reading it makes me so happy. I don't even want to grind levels anymore. Han Xiao grinned smugly. The system flashed a reply from White. Why are you getting high off people praising me? Ye Zi retorted. I get high when they praise the White Emperor too. He is my future man after all. Han Xiao replied shamelessly. Of course I'm happy. As your little brother, I'm basically an ornament clinging to Brother White's thigh. A loyal disciple basking in your glory. Chen Bai laughed until his sides hurt. This bunch of clowns. Suddenly Ziqiang sent a private message. Bai Shuanger and I have successfully completed our class change. Chen Bai paused. Where is Ling Chang? She spoke up. Someone in the sewer dungeon was seeking death, so I handled it. Chen Bai looked up. What happened? Remember that hell difficulty dungeon in the sewers? The one that takes a month just to level up. Someone insisted on entering. System alert. Plague sewer dungeon. Hell difficulty. Under construction. System alert. Time remaining 29 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. Chen Bai mused. That's where I got the plague seal. I'll check it later. He scoffed. People who overestimate themselves usually die. No need to worry about him. By the way, what are your class abilities? Zi Kyung beamed. Insanely strong. System display class. Child of misfortune. SS rank unique. Per level strength and agility +5. Vitality +8. Spirit +15. Free attributes +15. Hidden luck +1. Class authority controls misfortune and curses but remains immune to them. Hidden luck attribute is significantly increased. Experience and item drop rates increased by 100%. Base vitality and spirit permanently increased by 50%. Health regeneration drastically improved. Class skill misfortune curse. Can curse any target, forcing them to encounter unexpected disasters or special anomalies. The frequency and lethality of critical hits are dictated by spirit and luck stats. The duration, eternal. However, this power can only be unleashed once upon a single target. The Calamity Doppelganger skill manifests a perfect replica of the original body. Both the host and the clone share a single unified consciousness. Its existence is fueled by pure spirit power. For every 100 points of spirit, the clone's lifespan extends by another hour. With misfortune, sharing the agonizing damage inflicted on one cursed victim is transferred to all others, bearing the mark. Chen Bai grinned like a devil. The curse is cast. The Reaper has arrived. Isn't spreading misfortune a bit underhanded? Chen Bai mused. But when these skills are combined, the utility is god tier, and it even boosts his luck stat. In any typical leveling manhwa, just increasing luck by a single point in his past life was enough to trade for a legendary A-rank artifact. Ziqiang's eyes sparkled with praise. Not bad at all. Even I'm envious, but I can't hand that over to you. If you got your hands on a cloning ability, us sisters wouldn't survive your stamina. Chen Bai smirked, teasing her right back. Now that you possess the power of cloning, aren't I the one in danger? He activated Calamity Doppelganger. Ziqiang split into two, her voice sultry. Well then, do you want to test us out? Suddenly, Lang Chang approached. White Emperor, you've returned. About the intruders at the Plague Sewer Dungeon. Have they been dealt with? Lang Chang reported the situation. The guards let them pass because they claimed they'd only peek at the entrance. But the moment they stepped inside, they lasted less than 3 seconds before fleeing. When they crawled out, they were limp as noodles. Their physical stats had plummeted to near zero instantly. I might have accidentally snapped a few of their bones while tossing them onto the stretchers, she added. Chen Bai frowned. With so many people in this villa, and you being the strongest fighter of my harem guard, showing weakness is unacceptable. Stop wasting time on trivial matters. Focus on your own cultivation and level up. She bowed her head. Understood. White Emperor. Chen Bai commanded. I'm entering the instance now. When I return, make sure the menial tasks are delegated to others. Yes, sir, she replied dutifully. A holographic interface flashed entering hidden instance Plague Sewer. Difficulty Hell Mode. Level range 15 to 35. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Chen Bai scoffed. No wonder mortals couldn't last 3 seconds. The toxicity here was suffocating. Ordinary awakeners would rot and die within 3 breaths. A shadow lunged from the darkness. Chen Bai activated his Eye of Insight. Target Mutant Plague Ratman. Level 17. This was no ordinary beast. It was a special variation, twisted and mutated by an incredibly potent fungal virus. Unlike the mindless puppets, fully consumed by the plague, these creatures adapted. They retained their consciousness and intellect, evolving into a new species. Talents Hyper Regeneration Speed Boost, Plague Breath Wall Climbing. Skills Venom Claws Acid Spit Swift Combo. Chen Bai's lips curled into a smile. A plague-type creature, you say? Fear dawned on the monster's face. Chen Bai unleashed his authority, Plague Control. The system description materialized before him. Effect. Any plague creature or infected being with total stats equal to or lower than the user can be absolutely dominated. For every controlled beast, his disaster class skills would be enhanced with their specific viral and fungal strains. Chen Bai marveled. The authority of the disaster monarch is truly broken. If I could build an army of these things, I'd be unstoppable. It's a shame this is just an instance dungeon. If only the abyss had a floor teeming with my controlled plague monsters. He paused, a wicked idea forming. Wait, if the abyss doesn't have one, I'll just build it myself. After all, I am the Lord of the Abyss. The plan was set. The Great Abyss Plague Floor renovation project had officially begun. Chen Bai stood tall, ignoring the trembling giant rat, and began analyzing the enemy's skill set. Power Bash, Shadow Melding, Rending Claws, Sonic Shriek. He smirked, shifting his gaze to the mutated fungi in the background. Spore Proliferation, Acid Bomb, Hypergrowth Plague, Aura, Grand Self-Destruction. His smile widened into pure arrogance. He had already enslaved nearly 100 monsters in these sewers. Standing before his new legion, he declared, "We are close. I can feel the plague mark calling to me." Suddenly, Chen Bai spun around. His instinct screamed danger. A monster. Must be a boss or an elite. He instantly activated his Eye of Insight, his irises glowing with azure light. A massive figure emerged from the murky water, a Ratman wielding a bow. The system window popped up with a warning. Boss source of the plague? Ratman Archer. Level 25. This was Patient Zero, the first rat to be infected, possessing intelligence and power far surpassing its kin. It stood as the guardian of the inner sewers, slaughtering any creature foolish enough to approach. Strength 672. Agility 854. Vitality 521. Spirit 195. Skills Rapid Fire, Full Burst, Ambush Chaos, Shot Toxic Saliva Biohazard Transformation. Chen Bai stared at the beast, calculating his odds. It's a boss all right. My average stats are hovering around 650, but this thing's strength and agility are completely overwhelming me. First, let's see if you can be tamed. With eyes full of killing intent, Chen Bai cast Plague Control. The system interface flashed rapidly. Attempting to control Plague Creature, he amplified the effect with his Shepherd Equipment skill, causing his crimson horns to glow ominously. Condition control targets with spirit lower than user. Meanwhile, the rat boss expertly coated its arrow with lethal drooling venom. Chen Bai stood amidst the flames of hell, drowned by a flood of system alerts. Target level 25 boss. Level gap warning. Difference exceeds 10 levels. Judgment stats. Reduced by 50%. Target type single boss unit. Judgment stats further reduced by 50%. Control failed. Chen Bai didn't flinch. Instead, he tightened his gauntlets, a thrill running through his veins. The level gap is still too wide, huh? Fine then. We do this the hard way. He crouched low and roared, unleashing a shockwave that forced the monster back. Skill activated Plague Domain. The rat boss, radiating pure bloodlust, drew its bow. Chen Bai froze for a split second, locking eyes with the arrow flying toward him like a streak of lightning. Instinct took over. He twisted his body in midair, barely evading the projectile. His mind raced. Its vitality is massive, and it's a plague-type organism. My Plague Sun and Black Death skills won't do much damage against their own kind. If I want to clear this boss, I have to finish this with brute force. Curses. My 3 spirit swords were shattered back in the Trial of the Abyss. Without a long-range technique to harass the enemy, I'm stuck playing defense. His eyes widened in shock. It's a barrage. Chen Bai stared at the rain of death descending upon him, his resolve hardening. Evasion is impossible. The only path is through. Answering his call, the great shield materialized, deflecting every toxic bolt. Standing waist-deep in the filth of the sewers, Chen Bai's mind raced. Its agility stats eclipse mine, but we are in the sewers now. It's guarding the deep entrance, meaning it can't kite me effectively here. He cast the shield aside, his gaze burning with murderous intent. Thermal tracking active. Why is it retreating? Silence fell as man and beast locked eyes over the dark water. Then Chen Bai unleashed a psychic shockwave. The pressure blasted the rat monster backward, leaving it reeling. With a spirit stat of 195, he launched himself into the air. Flames engulfed his body, transforming him into a living weapon. Form Hellfire Heavy Hammer. Boom. He delivered a devastating blow to the beast's skull. Earth-shattering strike. The monster collapsed into the water, green slime oozing from its shattered head. Chen Bai gripped his blade, adrenaline pumping. Wait. Even after that catastrophe, there's no system notification. It needs one final strike. Suddenly, the jaws of the beast snapped open. But Chen Bai was faster. A single clean slash cleaved the monster in two. He gazed down at the severed carcass, drifting in the water. The system pinged biochemical plague skill sacrifice life force activated to shed the skin scorched by hellfire and corrupted by disease. Its quality has plummeted to near zero. His expression remained cold. It's just a molt. So that's the truth. The biochemical plague is actually an emergency escape mechanism. Silence returned to the dark tunnel as he marched forward. Chen Bai analyzed the situation. The deep zone is guarded by a level 25 boss. That is a threat I cannot ignore. I can resurrect within the abyss, but dying here means the abyss transformation plan is delayed by an entire week. The system chimed, "You have exited the sewer dungeon. Plague Hell difficulty levels 15 to 35. Re-entry cooldown 7 days." Chen Bai stood at the edge watching monsters leap into the darkness below. He turned his gaze to the final one, the first god of the abyss. A smirk played on his lips. "Using my authority, I command all plague creatures under my control. Fall into the abyss." It worked. This was the gamble. Now that this piece is in play, the rest of the plan is destined for victory. He raised his hand to the heavens. Abyss absorption. The void opened its maw, swallowing the creatures whole as the system flooded with alerts. System new flesh type organism absorbed. System new bloodline type organism absorbed. System new soul type organism absorbed. All new organisms assimilated by the abyss. Chen Bai watched in awe as the rat monster levitated, followed by a legion of others plunging into the deep. Explosive blood mushrooms. Blood plague rats. Magnificent. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This will suffice for the moment. Their combined power is enough to claim the entire first floor as their nest. He visualized the hatching grounds. From this day forward, the demonic eggs spewing from the abyss well will spawn these 3 plague variants. They will evolve, spreading like a virus through every layer of the abyss. He watched the horde, his mind already calculating the next phase. But these 3 species are too weak on their own. In the future, I must inject even more lethal plague entities into the ecosystem. He turned toward the horizon. The current laws of this world are too primitive. Slaughter for strength. That is the only absolute rule. Chen Bai analyzed coldly. Endless slaughter creates powerhouses, yes, but it breeds eternal chaos. This stifles the true potential of the abyss. With a wave of his hand, a purple vortex swirled into existence. We need order. New laws. I just need to determine what form they should take. A sultry demoness materialized, watching his arrival with intrigue. Looks like another interrogation with Macanthus is in order. Chen Bai sat upon the obsidian throne, addressing his court. I have decided the path for the abyss's evolution. You have all toiled hard today. Your proposals were excellent. Winfield number 1, along with 4 and 2, bowed in unison. Under your guidance, my liege, the abyss shall reign supreme. We await its glorious future. Abyss floor 600, shattered space. Floor 350, serpent lord, world devourer venom. Number 2 nodded. I also favor the reconstruction plan you proposed, master. I admire the cultures of other worlds, simply because the abyss is void of such things. Macanthus descended to join the conversation. Floor 437, king of pleasure. Macanthus couldn't hide her satisfaction. The expansion of the Dwarven Trade Guild within the abyss was exactly what she wanted. She leaned in from behind her chin, resting on his shoulder with a seductive charm. With this, the spirits under her command would finally have a purpose. Stability meant loyalty after all. Even Gaboon, usually reserved, nodded in slow agreement. Your vision is flawless, my lord. The ferryman of the underworld, a level 400 abyss demon god, practically radiated approval. He vowed to wait in the depths until Chen Bai had the power to reshape the very laws of the abyss. Chen Bai flashed a confident smile, his aura calm yet commanding. Rest assured, as long as I sit on the throne, the abyss will evolve under my rule. Perched casually on a stone spire, he began distributing the spoils of war. Your counsel has been invaluable. When we reach the summit of this world, a seat of honor awaits you both. Reassured by his declaration, Wilfred and the ferryman bowed low. We shall not disturb you further, my lord. With a final pledge of loyalty, they faded into the shadows, awaiting the day of ascension. Macanthus lingered, her laughter like soft velvet. Your plans for the abyss? They truly are intoxicating, master. As the scene shifted and the gathering grew, she made her move. In a blink, she warped right beside him, her voice dripping with playful reproach. You owe me for this, you know. Make it up to me next time. Chen Bai didn't back down. Just wait until I fully control the abyss. You'll be the one begging for mercy then. His words hit the mark. With a satisfied glance that promised trouble, she vanished into the ether. I'll be waiting in my palace. My lord. Her voice echoed, leaving a lingering tension in the air. Alone at last, he toyed with the ring on his finger. Satan, you've been surprisingly helpful. His gaze drifted toward the horizon as he made an offer the demon couldn't refuse. Once we reclaim hell and merge it with the abyss, I will reinstate you as the Lord of Hell. Inside the ring, the demon's soul trembled with ecstatic ambition. Your divinity will be restored. I am yours to command, my lord, my life for your cause. As the voice faded, Chen Bai's expression sharpened. It was time to focus. The priority remained unchanged, absolute power. In this leveling manhwa world, stagnation meant death. His talents in class were maxed out, but he needed more gear and superior bloodlines. A sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. That's right. The bloodline fusion. His fingers danced across the holographic interface of the system manhwa. He had almost forgotten the mask's hidden ability. Before entering the abyss, he had feted an ocean of high-tier potions. He scrutinized the results. Pureblood Abyss Demon Lord, rank SS. Hell Demon Monarch, rank SS. His brow furrowed. Is that it? Only SS rank. Was it a lack of materials, or had the item hit its limit? There was only one way to find out. He tore open a portal to the 10th floor to harvest more essence. He wouldn't settle for anything less than SS rank. The gate to the 10th floor roared to life. This was the perfect chance to grind some levels. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the underground sewers, Lu Li and Su Xin froze. A familiar voice echoed from the shadows. Su Xin, Lu Li. Chen Bai stepped into the light. What are you two doing down here? Lu Li's expression was grave. Master, we have a situation. Chen Bai rubbed his chin, piecing it together. Let me guess. I was power leveling for 5 days straight, then went silent for 2 without leaving the dungeon. So now, the rats think I'm trapped. Or worse, that I'm dead. Lu Li nodded sharply. Exactly. Sister Song saw this as a golden opportunity. She let the rumors spread to bait the traitors hiding in Jiang City. It's time to flush them out. Her eyes lit up as she explained the strategy. She sent me to intercept you. Using my illusion abilities, I'm to smuggle you back to the villa unseen. We can't let the enemy know the king has returned. She glanced at the woman beside her. As for Su Xin, she just couldn't sit still worrying about your safety. Chen Bai listened, his demeanor unshakable. To think a few days of silence caused such chaos. His mind drifted back to his recent grind in this manhwa recap. The delay was unavoidable. Farming the bloodline elixirs took days. Just feeding the mask took 10 straight hours of absolute concentration. It coincided perfectly with the twins' graduation. He had taken them to the first floor of the abyss to test their new powers. He recalled the sight of them taking flight, their potential finally unlocked. Back in the dank sewer, Chen Bai nodded in approval. Not bad. Song Ziqiang played this well. In this apocalyptic world, ambition is like a weed, it grows everywhere. So who took the bait? Lu Li's report was concise. Several faction leaders thought Sister Song was vulnerable without you. They tried to break away and establish their own dominance. When she refused, they resorted to threats. Result, Xiang slaughtered them all. Chen Bai placed a heavy hand on their shoulders. Handing control to Song Ziqiang was the best investment I ever made. But this management duty is slowing down your own cultivation. Don't worry. I have a solution for that. The two girls leaned in, planting grateful kisses on his cheeks. Thank you, Master. Chen Bai shifted gears instantly. By the way, Lu Li, is there space in the central district for another villa? I have a specific need. Absolutely. Sister Song reserved a massive plot behind the central hub for future expansion. Moments later, they stood before a grand estate. Song Ziqiang gestured elegantly. White Emperor, this is the prime location you asked for. Chen Bai stepped forward, flanked by 2 ethereal figures. Meet Yan Qi and Yan Shui. They are a rare breed of evolvers' earthbound spirits. Their potential is limitless. As they grow, they will bestow massive buffs upon White Emperor City. Their strength is tied directly to the prosperity of our territory. Think of them as the guardian deities of our future empire. Song Ziqiang waved politely. Welcome. I am Song Ziqiang. She paused, looking between them. Are you 2 twins? Yan Shui, her form shimmering and translucent, smiled warmly. Hello, Sister Song. I'm Yan Shui. Our situation is complicated. Before the end of the world, we were one person, Yan Shui Qi. Yan Qi crossed her arms, feigning indifference, leaving Yan Shui to explain. The evolution split our soul in 2. Good and evil were torn apart. And so Yan Qi and Yan Shui were born. Song Ziqiang raised an eyebrow. Good and evil incarnate. Chen Bai stepped in, standing close to the brooding Yan Qi. Don't worry. She may represent the malice, but she has mastered it. The darkness doesn't control her. She just has a bit of a temper. Yan Qi scoffed, turning her head away with a sharp hemph, proving his point perfectly. Song Ziqiang covered her mouth, giggling. He really does resemble you, little brother. Chen Bai stepped forward, his voice commanding. This is Song Ziqiang. She is my woman and the acting ruler of White Emperor City. She holds my absolute trust. When I am absent, her word is law. You will obey her as you obey me. The demonesses bowed respectfully. Understood. Please guide us well, Sister Ziqiang. We shall follow your commands in the Lord's absence. Song Ziqiang placed her hands on his shoulders, her expression shifting. By the way, White Emperor, Mang has been sleeping constantly these past few days. It likely concerns Chat Group 001 and her class awakening. Chen Bai nodded. I'll handle it. He approached her door, knocking, while sending a gentle pulse of energy inside. The sonic wave rippled through the room. Mang lay still upon the bed, deep in slumber. Sensing the energy, she bolted upright. Master, a sudden crash echoed from inside. Chen Bai threw the door open, his senses on high alert. What happened? She rubbed her head sheepishly. Master, my legs gave out from lying down so long. I fell. Then, her eyes lit up. But I have incredible news. I obtained an exclusive hidden class scroll within my dream. It works just like a system Manhwa mechanic. If I hunt enough high-quality monsters, I can trigger an evolution. I've been grinding non-stop for days. Rank A is finally mine. Chen Bai sighed, his voice stern but caring. You cannot gamble with your life like this, kid. Even a warrior needs to rest. Haste makes waste, remember. She nodded obediently. I understand, Master. Suddenly, a mystical token materialized in Meng's hand. Master, have you been offline too long? The group chat is exploding because of this item. Everyone is losing their minds over it. The interface flashed. Item Shu Mountain Token. In the system, Manhwa reality holding this grants the prestigious title of Shu Mountain Disciple. Access granted to the special map, Shu Mountain levels 10 to 89. This token is soul-bound. It cannot be traded, gifted, or lent. Chen Bai's eyes lit up with recognition. Ah, I remember this now. The clear reward from the Flying Sword Dungeon. But why is everyone making such a fuss? If memory serves, that was a hidden quest, exclusive to the Sword Immortal, wasn't it? Meng's eyes sparkled. Exactly. The hidden dungeon has opened its gates. Thanks to the Sword Immortal, everyone gets one shot. Clear the trial, get the token, and enter the legendary Shu Mountain. The loot inside is supposed to be God tier. A group of men cheered in the background, clutching their new tokens. Chen Bai smirked. Is that so? The girl nodded enthusiastically. Yes, it's the only topic in the chat these days. Master, take a look, Chen Bai shrugged. All right. A holographic chat window popped up instantly. User heir of the 5 lightning whips. Brothers, let's schedule a raid on Shu Mountain. You know my power level. Sign up now, and I'll carry you noobs. Willow King, stop posing. We know you're just showing off. Last time, if I hadn't used the Heavenly Light Edict to lock down the boss, your trash lightning wouldn't have hit anything. Shui Chuan, it took your whole squad to down a mob on the first floor of the Demon Locking Tower. You guys are way too hyped. Cold King, why are the monsters in the Sword Tomb immune to psychic attacks? I'm losing my mind here. Overlord, instead of yapping, pick a time. Time inside is limited. We need to prep our builds. Chen Bai stepped out of his room and closed the door. A faint smile played on his lips, lively as always. He tapped the join button. Looks interesting. I'm free today. Count me in. Overlord replied instantly. Nice. If Emperor Bai is free, what are we waiting for? Assemble at Shu Mountain in 1 hour. Sound off if you're coming. Shui Chuan, I'm in. Willow King, signed up. Heir of the 5 lightning whips, if Emperor Bai is going, you know I can't miss it. Ding ding, last time we teamed up with Emperor Bai, it was too short. Can't wait to run it back. Count me in. I am not the Sword Immortal. Damn, I have to cultivate in the sect leader's closed room. Have to sit this one out. Taoist, Jin Shu count, this humble priest in. Chen Bai calculated. 1 hour to assemble. Perfect timing. My blacklight virus points have been stacking up nicely. I have an hour to optimize my build and upgrade some skills. This leveling manhwa grind never stops. I can test the new powers inside the dungeon. Location Shu Mountain Special Map. Levels 10 to 89. Chen Bai waved. Hello everyone. Looks like the whole squad is here. Jen Shu bowed. Emperor Bai, do you remember this humble priest? Chen Bai nodded. Of course I do, Taoist, Zhen Shu. Ding Ding waved with a beaming smile. We meet again. Emperor Bai Chen Bai returned the greeting. Good to see you, Ding Ding. A young man stepped forward introducing himself. Emperor Bai, I'm Willow King. Just call me Ah Lu or Old Lu. Chen Bai nodded. Old Lu it is. Chen Bai's inner thoughts raced. Willow King. His real name is Chang Liu, one of the few true friends I had in my past life. Another man approached softly. I am Shui Chuan. Beside him, a towering figure spoke up. Emperor Bai, I am Overlord. Chen Bai smiled. A pleasure to meet you all, Brother Overlord and Brother Shui Chuan. Chen Bai noted silently. These two were also legendary rankers in my previous timeline. The lightning heir rushed over, vibrating with excitement. Emperor Bai, heir of the 5 lightning whips, at your service, Chen Bai observed him. The Thunder, Saint of the Future. This group chat is truly filled with hidden dragons and sleeping tigers. The lightning heir practically tackled him. I finally get to meet you, Emperor Bai. My savior. Chen Bai stood there completely bewildered. Is this really the world-renowned Thunder Saint from my past life? He felt awkward. The Thunder Saint was a peerless warrior who made demons tremble. Why is he acting like a puppy? Chen Bai laughed nervously. We're all friends in the group. You don't need to be this intense. The guy hugged his leg tighter. Savior, my benefactor. Ding Ding giggled. Emperor Bai, don't you know? Chen Bai blinked. Know what? She crouched down to explain. Back when you traded the Divine Lightning, you gave him the Thunder Walker class scroll on credit. If you hadn't, he'd still be risking his neck doing that suicidal investment quest. The Lightning Heir nodded violently. That quest would have killed me for sure. Emperor Bai, from now on, your command is my law. Chen Bai smiled continuously. We are in the same alliance. Helping each other is only natural. Chen Bai clapped his hands. All right, introductions are over. Let's head straight to this demon locking tower you mentioned. Time is money in Shu Mountain. Let's not waste it. System announcement. Remaining time. 1 hour, 56 minutes, 58 seconds. The demon locking tower seals countless boss-tier monsters. Each monster dominates its own territory. Annihilate all Floor 1 bosses to ascend. Location, Demon Locking Tower. Levels 10 to 89. Difficulty, Hell Mode. System query. Lead the party into the Shu Mountain Demon Locking Tower instance. Chen Bai selected, yes. They stepped inside. A desolate landscape of ancient ruins, overgrown vines, and massive boulders greeted them. Zhen Shu marveled at the scenery, calling it a true paradise on Earth, and Lian Xian couldn't help but agree. Indeed, the space inside the demon locking tower felt vastly larger than its exterior suggested. Suddenly, the surface of the water exploded. Chen Bai's eyes lit up with excitement as he activated his secret eye. The system interface flashed River Swallowing Toad, a level 15 boss. This suppressed monster possessed a body of steel and a tongue like a whip, mastering the arts of water control. Its only weakness was its movement. Relying solely on jumping, its crawling speed was pathetic, and it feared lightning attacks. Its skills included Giant Tongue, Projectile River, Swallowing Heaven and Earth, and Mount Tai Press. Chen Bai grinned, recalling that this was the very same toad that blocked their path last time. Lian Xian shouted, "Brothers, we have to capture this thing. It's the perfect chance to show Boss Chen our true strength in this leveling manhwa." Liu Wang didn't hesitate. He charged forward with the Snake Willow Phoenix technique, launching a serpent manifestation to bind the giant toad. He unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes, focusing every volt of electricity into the beast's massive frame. But suddenly, a massive tidal wave surged from behind the beast. The river swallowing heaven and earth skill. Shui Chuan remained calm, raising his hand with the grace of a master. He chanted, "Wind dissipates, waves settle." Seeing the opening, Lian Xian rushed in, with adrenaline pumping through his veins. He barked out orders. "Everyone charge, capture it now. Do not let it escape back into the water." Zhen Shu tossed a flurry of talismans forward, chanting the incantation for the divine speed charm. The system chimed, alerting Ding Ding and Ba Wang that their speed had increased by 40%. "Excellent work," Zhen Shu Ba Wang praised. She waved happily, "You're welcome." Meanwhile, Ding Ding commanded her army of paper dolls. With a subtle smile, she whispered, "Puppet Art 5 Ghosts, Dismemberment." Her paper dolls shot out pitch-black threads, binding the giant toad's head and limbs tight. Ba Wang seized the moment, his voice booming. Great crowd control. Ba Wang leaped high into the air, summoning a colossal spear that radiated martial intent. This was the warlord's soldier soul, the Overlord Spear. He hurled the weapon with devastating force, directly at the toad. But suddenly, Ba Wang's expression turned to panic. "Damn it, I can't dodge in midair. I have to tank this hit." The giant toad lashed out with its massive tongue, Giant Tongue projectile. Just then, one of Ding Ding's paper dolls flew in to intercept the blow, getting torn in half instantly. Ba Wang landed stunned to see her standing protectively before him. Ba Wang let out a breath. "Thanks, little sister Ding Ding, but I could have handled it. No need to waste your substitute paper dolls on me." She chuckled softly. It is a level 15 boss skill after all. Better safe than sorry. Regaining his confidence, Ba Wang roared. All right, everyone press the attack. The giant toad was bombarded from all sides, forced to stand still and take the beating. The paper dolls danced happily around the chaotic battlefield. Loot dropped a monster core to boost all attributes, a contribution token exchangeable for treasures at the pavilion, and a skill book water escape technique. Lian Xian grinned from ear to ear. Less than 10 minutes, and we already took it down, he boasted. A little frog like this is no match for our squad. The giant toad's body began to disintegrate into particles of light. Shui Chuan snatched the scroll from a paper doll's hands. The system displayed water escape technique, swallow water sources, and store them in the body, eliminating the need to condense water energy for spells. He ignored the paper doll, trying to cling to the scroll. I'm taking the skill book, he declared. Time is tight, we can settle the loot distribution after we leave. Nobody is going to fight you for a water-type book anyway. Lian Xian shrugged, looking around. He frowned, suddenly realized something. Wait, has anyone seen Boss Chen? The group fell silent. Junshu pointed toward the distance. Earlier, when victory was certain, Boss Chen said he wanted to explore the deeper regions alone. We should just keep moving forward. Chen Bai had crossed to the mountainous region on the far shore. On the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, he stood alone, facing a ferocious white fox, a giant bull, and a massive python. Lian Xian, watching from a high vantage point, saw the standoff and screamed in terror. Emperor Chen is surrounded. Panic set in. Damn it. Isn't every monster in this tower supposed to have its own territory? Are these three from the same family, or something? Quick. We have to save him. Zhanshu used her divination skill, her face turning pale. Those are bosses level 17, 18, and 19. Ignoring the warning, Lian Xian leaped down to join the fray. Boss Chen, hold on, we're coming. But Chen Bai just smiled faintly, muttering to himself, it's time to end this. Chen Bai formed a small circle at his fingertip, the Plague Sunday. The green ring expanded rapidly, firing beams of sickly light that splattered across the battlefield like corrupting rain. The three monsters instinctively recoiled, sensing danger. They hesitated to attack, and moments later, all three simultaneously collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Lian Xian skidded to a halt, dumbfounded. Boss Chen, were you just toying with them? Chen Bai replied calmly. I learned some new skills and wanted to test them. You guys arrived just as I was finishing up. Ding Ding teased. Lian Xian, I told you nothing could happen to Emperor Chen. He is the successor of the Chen Dian sect. You were just too impatient. Zhanshu sighed in relief. I suspected Boss Chen lured them here on purpose. I just didn't dare to believe it at first. A system window popped up, detailing the effects. Dysentery, upon infection, induces severe abdominal pain and reduces action capacity. Over time, the target enters a state of uncontrollable diarrhea. Movement speed is reduced by 80%. Every second, all attributes decrease by 1. Then, hepatitis A permanent buff. Upon infection, growth attributes are slashed by 50%. Each skill usage temporarily reduces attributes by 5%, inducing a state of vomiting that cannot be cured by food. Each vomit permanently reduces all attributes by 1 point. Chen Bai contemplated the results silently. A magnificent crowd control skill, a permanent debuff, and it even boosts the damage of the Plague Sunday. This was the peak of a system Manhwa build. He looked at Ding Ding and Lian Xian with a wry smile. You guys came at the right time. If I kept testing, this whole place would have been covered in filth. It gets pretty disgusting. Chen Bai spoke up. Wait for me to clean this up, then we continue. Lian Xian and Lu Wang responded in unison. Yes, Boss Chen. Meanwhile, Chen Bai thought, time to test the Earth Spike after its upgrade. Chen Bai observed the changes in his body and stomped his foot gently on the ground. The system announced skill Sharp Claw form active. Enhances the Earth Spike tentacle. This variation increases speed and can only be used in Sharp Claw form. It allowed for power accumulation, increasing the storage limit and making the Earth Spike more precise. It also removed the casting motion of inserting claws into the ground. He grinned. This is much more convenient. Chen Bai mused, not only that, but after stabbing with the Earth Spike, I can still manipulate it. I can even use it to directly devour the monster. The monster was impaled. From the sharp claws, tiny tendrils shot out, twisting and latching onto the beast, slowly consuming it. Lu Wang stepped forward and asked Boss Chen, can I borrow that python's corpse for a moment? Of course, Chen Bai replied. He mentally slapped himself, he had almost forgotten. Liu Wang's ability in his past life was intrinsically linked to the species of the Heaven Protection Snake. Suddenly, Willow King transformed into a colossal serpent. He grinned with a hiss. Thanks for the meal, boss. Bye. Willow King flicked his massive tongue. Little Liu did great. This soul is incredibly pure. This power will push my cultivation to the next level. Feels amazing. Willow King focused, absorbing the spiritual energy of the giant snake Chen Bai had just slain. Ding Ding looked at Zhen Shu, puzzled. Northeast Snake Deity Arts. Zhen Shu explained. The Willow Immortal is one of the guardian deities worshipped in the Northeast. Willow King dissolved his snake form, drifting gently to the ground. He chuckled. Please, forgive the display. My family's eating habits aren't exactly elegant. He signaled to Emperor Bai. Chen Bai unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping the serpent's corpse. The system chimed. Devoured special entity. Gained 350 blacklight virus points. Alert. This entity contains a special bloodline. Choose to devour or extract. Chen Bai smirked. Extract bloodline. System notification acquired low-tier demon bloodline rank D. The demon race consists of mutated beasts with erratic abilities. Each blood sample has unknown potency. Warning. Careless use may lead to catastrophic consequences. Chen Bai eyed the test tube of glowing blood. Perfect. Another farming spot to harvest bloodlines. The lightning hairs shouted, grabbing his attention. Boss Bai, he pointed excitedly. Look. It's a massive loot drop. The paper dolls played amidst the spoils of war. 3 beast cores and 2 contribution tokens lay on the ground. Lian Xian spoke up. But the real treasure is this. He leaned in to inspect the loot. A skill scroll and 2 pieces of equipment appeared. The system chimed in. Rank C skill Bull Demon Blood Explosion. Active skill. All attributes increased by 50% for 100 seconds. Cooldown is 15 minutes. Rank C Black Scale. Soft Armor. All attributes plus 45. Includes Snake Scale Protection and Scale Blast skills. Requirement level 15 or higher. Rank D Foxtail Whip. Strength and Agility plus 25. Switches between hard and soft attack modes with unique effects. Tranbok nudged Lian Xian. I will keep the contribution tokens and cores. You guys divide the skills and equipment among yourselves. Shui Chuan protested immediately. That is not right. Boss Bok hunted these 3 bosses all by himself. Even if you do not need them, we cannot just take them for free. How about we bid for them? Whoever pays the highest price gets the item. Ba Wang agreed instantly. Exactly. Shui Chuan is right. Even though Boss Bok leads our party, we cannot simply loot his hard-earned rewards for nothing, he declared loudly. If anyone here thinks of taking advantage, I, Ba Wang, will be the first to stop them. Tranbok nodded. Fine. We will handle the loot distribution after we leave. Time is short. We need to squeeze every bit of profit from this demon locking tower first. This is a classic leveling Manhwa strategy after all. He proposed a plan. You guys lure the monsters here. I will handle the slaughter. Let us maximize our gains. What do you say? The paper dolls responded. Agreed. Shui Chuan added. No objections. Zhen Shu beamed with confidence. This place is huge. Boss Bok, wait here. We will bring the horde to you. Tran Bok smiled faintly. Good. Ba Wang turned to move. He shouted. Let's roll. Tran Bok quietly tossed a beast core into his mouth. He swallowed the core, looking up at the sky. The system flashed a notification. Beast core consumed. All attributes increased by 10. He was shocked. That much? I might as well eat the other 2. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Boss Bok, save me. The system notifications kept scrolling. Notification. Beast core consumed. All attributes plus 10. Notification. Beast core consumed. All attributes plus 10. A massive bird was hunting Lu Wang as he sprinted toward Tran Bok. The bird swooped down on Lu Wang. He dodged in a panic. Tran Bok smirked. His left arm began to transform. Gripping a pitch-black sword, Tran Bok charged. Stay calm. I got this. He leaped into the air, slashing cleanly through the giant bird's neck. A single strike was all it took to end the beast. Lu Wang looked down in shame. Sorry, Boss Bok. I cannot fly. And the old lady is bad at this too. I am useless. Tran Bok reassured him. Luring it here was help enough. Shui Chuan and Lian Xian arrived with 2 more monsters. A treant and a giant turtle. Ding Ding and Ba Wang returned, dragging a white rabbit and a ferocious gecko behind them. Zhen Chu lured a violent python. Everyone shouted in unison. Boss Bok, we are back. Tran Bok smiled pleased. Now that is high efficiency. 2 hours later, in Meng Meng's bedroom, she asked, Master, you are back. How was the harvest? Tran Bok replied. Quite good. I reached level 18. If we had more time, No one would have wanted to leave. He placed a bag of items on her bed. I heard you ate 2 beast cores already. I brought these 8 specifically for you. Each gives 10 attribute points. 10 is the limit. Meng Meng beamed. Thank you, master. Tran Bok shook his head. Don't just thank me. I only took 2. The rest came from the others. Without you, they never would have gotten the tokens. He stood up slowly. One more thing. The boss dropped a lot of loot. The group wants to hold an auction. Check the group chat later. Bid on what you like. If you lack funds, tell me or Zi Qiang. Meng Meng asked. An auction in the chat group. Why don't you pull everyone into the dream realm for the auction? Reading text is boring. Tran Bok looked concerned. Sure, but are you okay? Don't push yourself. Meng Meng puffed out her chest. Master, don't look down on me. I am Boss Meng Meng, the SSS-Rank talent. He chuckled. All right, Boss Meng Meng. I will wait in my room for your dream totem. Just like in an awakening manhwa. She sent a notification to the chat. The chat box lit up with Meng Meng's message. Attention everyone. The group auction opens in 30 minutes. Anyone participating should get ready. I will send the dream totem then. Shui Chuan replied. I'm in. Heir to the lightning whip. Me too. I have been eyeing something for a while. The only trash in the group typed. Time for me to shine. Crow asked. How much good stuff did you guys actually get in the tower? Is it enough for a whole auction? Ba Wang retorted. Newbies without a class should stay out. Don't lower the standard. Crow typed. Wait until I kill you. In the auction, Ba Wang. Yazi added. Finally, I get to see Boss Bok. Is he coming? The scene shifted to the Dream Realm auction hall. Meng Meng pushed open the heavy doors and stepped into the VIP auction house. The space was compact, but radiated an air of exclusivity. This location. It will do, she decided, clearing her throat to command the room. 8 million going thrice, her voice boomed with authority. Sold below the platform, the monsters that had occupied the space collapsed in heaps. Meng Meng dusted off her hands casually. Just a little cleanup, and this stage is ready for the main event. She began to chant the Dream Weaver incantation, reshaping the reality of the room. A magnificent red throne with sturdy wooden armrests materialized from thin air. Meng Meng surveyed her handiwork with a satisfied smirk. Perfection. Space distorted, and Chen Bai teleported onto the throne. He sat in silence, his expression unreadable. Is it time? He wondered. One by one, other figures flickered into existence, taking their designated seats in this gathering of elites. Han Xiao's voice shattered the silence. Big sis Meng Meng, I'm here. Meanwhile, Ye Zi timidly took the seat next to Chen Bai. Her voice trembled. Hello, Boss Bai. I'm Ye Zi. A holographic screen popped up, exposing her private chat history for all to see. It was a classic moment in a system manhwa. Ye Zi. I want to join Boss Bai's harem. I want to warm his bed. When is he coming to see me? Ye Zi, I've swept the sheets just for him. I'll literally die if I don't see him. Chen Bai stared at the messages, then at the shivering girl next to him. Nice to meet you. You look quite different from your online persona. Ye Zi buried her face in her hands, dying of shame. Lu Huai stepped forward amused. So she was a keyboard warrior who turned into a shrinking violet in real life. She introduced herself with a warm professional smile. Greetings, Boss Bai. I am Lu Huai. Chen Bai accepted her handshake, his eyes narrowing as he recognized her power. Ah, I remember. The possessor of the yin wood physique. Lu Huai beamed. Thanks to your guidance, my cultivation is soaring. Then Fang Zhang approached, offering a respectful bow. Hello, Boss Bai. My ID is the only trash in the group. Chen Bai chuckled, a rare expression crossing his face. That is certainly a memorable handle. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gavel echoed through the hall. Order silence, everyone, Meng Meng commanded. She scanned the room with a sharp gaze. Everyone is present. The auction officially begins now. Meng Meng wasted no time laying down the ironclad rules of the exchange. First item, she announced. 4 Demon Beast inner cores sourced directly from the Demon Locking Tower of Mount Shu. Starting price 4 gold coins. Minimum bid increment 4 gold coins. The 4 orbs levitated in the air, pulsing with energy. Effect all stats plus 10 upon consumption. Usage limit 10 cores per person. This was a prime item for any protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Wu Ya raised his hand instantly. 4 gold. I've been too busy unlocking my hidden class to qualify for Mount Shu. You high-level bosses, please have mercy on this humble player. A hand shot up, silencing the room. 40 gold. It was Fang Zhang. He offered an apologetic nod to the stunned group. Sorry about this, brother. Wu Ya gritted his teeth. You'll get into Mount Shu eventually. My team needs this. But the gap was too wide. Look at you, Wu Ya spat defeated. Even if I didn't want to yield, I can't match 40 gold. You win. Silence fell over the hall. Meng Meng's voice rang out. 40 gold going once, 40 gold twice, 40 gold 3 times. Bang. The gavel struck like a judgment. Sold to the only trash in the group for 40 gold. Fang Zhang winced, rubbing his neck. I'm really starting to regret choosing that ID. From his throne, Chen Bai watched the young man, his eyes sharp and calculating. A scroll materialized, glowing with ominous red light. The interface flashed Skill Bull Demon Bloodburst. Rank C active. Increases all stats by 50%, but drains 5% health every 5 seconds. Duration 100 seconds. Cooldown 15 minutes. Meng Meng presented the scroll. A C rank active skill. The backlash is severe, but the buff is undeniable. Starting price 10 gold. Minimum bid 1 gold. 15 Wu Ya shouted. 20 roared the overlord. Zhen Shu chimed in. 25. Then Han Xiao slammed his hand down. Time to go big or go home. 50 gold coins. 100 Fang Zhang said calmly. The room gasped. Han Xiao glared. This rich kid again, fine. 110. Fang Zhang tilted his head innocently. Brother Han, is this skill essential for your build? Must you have it? Han Xiao hesitated. I mean, I lack a survival trump card, but it's not life or death. Fang Zhang flashed a blindingly friendly smile. Then pardon my offense, Brother Han. He raised his hand high. 250 no, make it 260 gold. The gavel came down. Sold the only trash in the group. Wins the Bull Demon Bloodburst for 260 gold. The auction turned into a one-man show. Sold the only trash takes the Black Scale Soft Armor for 145 gold. Sold. The Rock Feather Boots go to the only trash for 160 gold. Sold. The Rabbit Cloud Kick Skill Book 234 gold. The Snake Tooth Necklace 122 gold. All to the only trash. And the Black Turtle Heart Guard sold for a staggering 392 gold to the only trash. The Overlord watched his face twisting in annoyance. Oi brat, Overlord growled. Do you actually have that kind of coin? If you're bidding empty numbers just to troll, you're going to regret it. Fang Zhang didn't flinch. Rest assured, Brother Overlord. I will transfer the full amount to Boss Bai the moment we disconnect. He turned to address the group. Listen everyone, if there is an item you desperately need for your build, just say the word, and I will back down. If I've already bought something you need, I'm willing to gift it to my guildmates. He bowed slightly. Please forgive me. I have my reasons for this hoarding. I truly have no choice. For anything you don't strictly need, I promise to drive the price up so the sellers profit maximally. I won't let you lose out. Wu Lianxian nodded. No worries. The prices are better than market value anyway. However, I absolutely must have that foxtail whip. Fang Zhang smiled. Understood, Brother Five Lotus. I will not compete with you for it. Chen Bai leaned back, analyzing the situation. This kid's wealth is abnormal. Even with my revenue from exclusive strategy guides and monster farming, I can't match his liquidity. Does he possess a wealth-generating talent? Or is there a massive organization bankrolling him from the shadows? I need to verify his allegiance. If he's a puppet for a foreign power or a dark guild. Chen Bai stood up his presence, dominating the room. Trash. We need to talk after this. Fang Zhang nodded respectfully. Of course. There are matters I've been meaning to discuss with you as well, Boss Bai. On stage, Meng Meng announced, next item, the foxtail whip. Wu Lianxian instantly bid 20 gold. Having secured his prize, he waved. Boss Bai, we're heading out first. Boss Bai, this humble Taoist takes his leave. Ding Ding chimed in. See you next time. Can't wait. Others forced awkward smiles. We're going too. Bye, boss. Yazi scurried away with a shy wave. Alone with Fang Zhang, Chen Bai broke the silence. You noticed the atmosphere, didn't you? No one enjoyed that. You turned a guild auction into a solo shopping spree. Fang Zhang looked crestfallen. I'm sorry, Boss Bai. That was my mistake. Chen Bai's gaze was icy. You definitely owe an apology, but I'm not the one you should be saying it to. Tran Bok was puzzled. Why buy these items for more than they are worth, and where did this massive fortune come from? The boy looked guilty. Boss Bok, I was wrong. I will make it up to everyone. Please don't kick me out. I will explain everything now. No more secrets. Tran Bok nodded. Go on, he explained. I am from the imperial capital. My family is unique. My father, uncle, and sister all work for the imperial court. My talent is related to gold. Tran Bok checked the system panel. Talent, money begets money. Gold drop rate plus 200%. Inventory gold increases by 1% daily. All skill effectiveness minus 30%. Fang Zhang confessed. Because of this talent, the court uses me as a living treasury and purchasing agent. He looked down. I saw so much good gear. I just lost my head. I really didn't mean any harm. Boss Bok, I beg you. Tran Bok was stunned. The Imperial Court. The boy hesitated. Boss Bok, do you not want people from other factions in the group? Tran Bok reassured him. Don't worry. We don't discriminate against factions here. Eventually, everyone will join or build a force, right? He fell into thought. In his past life, the Imperial Court built Dragon City in the capital. Their wealth secured massive benefits for the Dragon Nation. This sounds like a typical manhwa recap plot twist. It seems it was all thanks to this kid's ability. Even at 1% a day, with a large enough base that growth would be absolutely terrifying. Chen Bai's interest was piqued. Fine. I have no quarrel with your faction's power. But let's set some ground rules first. The man replied eagerly. Speak your mind, please go ahead. After the auction concluded, inside a lavish villa in the Dragon capital, Fang Zong pleaded for his life. Sis, I was wrong. Have mercy, not the face. Mercy, she scoffed. She was a Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel. A top 30 ranker. You represent our family, yet in-game, you're known as the only trash Fang Zong. I'm just a useless A-rank rich kid with zero combat power. If you don't hold back, your own brother is gonna expire. She frowned, annoyed. Maybe a broken bone or two will teach you a lesson. Fang Ning? Wait, I didn't cause a disaster. Even after the White Emperor found out who I was, he didn't care. Fang Ning warned him sharply, it doesn't matter what the White Emperor thinks. If you keep acting like a spoiled brat, you'll meet a tragic end. You only survived this time because he couldn't be bothered with an insect like you. What happens when you offend someone else? Suddenly, an elderly man walked in from the study. Xiao Ning, why are you lecturing Xiao Zhang again? Father. After the auction, the White Emperor actually asked me to stay behind, Fang Zong confessed. He gave me 2 conditions. The patriarch frowned, his aura flaring. Stop cowering like a frightened rabbit. Stand up straight and speak clearly, Fang Zong stammered. Right. First, I cannot reveal the innate talents, opportunities, or private dungeons of any group member to the Imperial Court. Second, I can't use my wealth to disrupt the group's market prices. The old man's voice turned stern. And you agreed. Fang Zhang nodded rapidly. Yes, I told him the Imperial Court holds the White Emperor in high esteem. I made it clear that the government never asked me to spy on him. My only job is to build good relations and not step on anyone's toes. The patriarch sighed. You say the right things, yet your actions were foolish. We told you not to offend anyone, yet you bought out the entire auction and annoyed everyone present. Fang Zhong hung his head. I know I messed up. The father calculated his next move. Fine. I've devised a plan for you to operate within Group 001 from now on. We don't know how the White Emperor truly sees us yet. You must perform well. Fang Zhong grinned confidently. Dad, don't worry. He really doesn't hold a grudge. He even showed goodwill, otherwise he wouldn't have sold me this treasure for a measly 10,000 gold. The father froze. 10,000 gold. Fang Ning cursed. You idiot, the government gave you funds to secure resources not to throw away. Fang Zong laughed arrogantly. Trust me, we didn't lose money. Look at this. Even if I gave away all the gear for free, this one item makes a profit. The system interface flashed S-Rank Pureblood Demon Bloodline. Fang Ning's jaw dropped. An S-Rank bloodline. The father stood there stunned into silence. S-Rank. The system notified the only trash in the group. Everyone, I offended many of you today. I'm a newbie, so I got carried away with the shopping. I bought a guild warehouse. I'm dumping all today's gear in there. Take what you need. It's all free. Also, if you have high-tier gear you don't need, sell it to me. I pay top dollar. Fang Zong sighed. Hope this works. System notification basic warehouse opened. The group leader and manager can set withdrawal and storage rules. Chen Bai grinned. This kid is interesting. He typed, I'm making you the warehouse manager. Don't let us down. The only trash replied immediately. Mission accepted, boss. The overlord chimed in. Not bad. The kid has potential. True Void added, a generous Taoist indeed. Crow spoke up. Then I won't be polite. The overlord scoffed. Why are you grabbing stuff? These are from Mount Shu. You haven't even changed classes yet. You can't use them. Crow replied. Ouch. When did I offend the overlord? The Frost King laughed. Old overlord is just looking out for you, bro. That's just how he talks. Chen Bai analyzed the situation. The bloodline I got from the 10th floor combined into 2 double S ranks and 1 S rank. I have 3 double S ranks now. Yet this thing still refuses to fuse. Back in his bedroom, in the central villa of White Emperor City, Hey, 3 SS ranks aren't enough for you. Is it a quantity issue? Or have you reached your limit? The energy seemed to look at him with disdain. I get it. Not enough juice. Looks like another trip to the abyss is in order. My stats skyrocketed after the Mount Shu trip, and I have new skills. It's time to conquer the 10th floor of this leveling Manhwa world. Who is the boss of the 10th floor again? Honestly, the bosses of the first 66 floors were forgettable. I hope this one is smart enough to submit. Abyss Floor 10. Usa sneered. Human, you've returned. I didn't expect you to become an Abyss Lord. But I don't care about titles. My trial has level restrictions. Right now you are no match for me. Standing opposite him was the Lord of the 10th floor Demon Captain Usa, a level 30 boss. Chenbai scoffed, another fool, who chooses death over submission. Usa looked down from his high ground and chuckled. Stat reduction skills. A cute trick but insufficient. My stats still dwarf yours. Witness my power. Demon War Soul. The system displayed the skill, Demon War Soul. Melee Combat Avatar. Effect. When enemies are within 5 meters, all stats increase by 20%. Strength now defends against mental attacks. Chenbai, unleash the Hellfire of Desire technique. As the flames of passion surged to the heavens, the system chimed. All attributes increased by 50% for 3 minutes. Equipment skill activated Biodisaster, and the bones of the pursuer. Alert agility and strength increased by 30%. Attack speed boosted by 50% for the next 50 minutes. Blade mode engaged. Yusha stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Chenbai launched an uppercut, sending the demon flying, before slamming him ruthlessly into the earth. Chenbai stood over him, radiating arrogance. How about now? Do your attributes still surpass mine? Yusha's eyes burned with humiliation and rage. You bastard! The demon captain's passive skill, Bloodthirsty Berserk, roared to life. As expected of a high-stakes system Manhwa battle, the interface revealed that his attributes spiked in proportion to his injuries. Yusha let out a deafening roar. System analysis. Strength 1125. Agility 1036. Constitution 1304. Spirit 1059. Alert strength. Surge to 1235. Agility to 1392. Constitution to 1441. Spirit to 1569. Chenbai smirked his eyes, gleaming with cold amusement. Just as I planned. With a single casual swing of his hand, Chenbai struck before the demon could even raise a defense. It was a simple strike yet devastatingly fast. Yusha couldn't react in time. Blood sprayed into the air as the demon captain collapsed, coughing up thick clots of crimson life force. Cough, cough, cough. Pure hatred twisted Yusha's face. Cough. I. Chenbai glanced down coldly. Any last words? Yusha wheezed uncontrollably. Cough. Cough. I yield. You have won. I admit defeat. Lord of the Abyss. I beg you, let me die like a warrior. Do not let me perish like a diseased dog. Chenbai's smile turned sinister. You are indeed a warrior. Very well, I shall grant your wish. The blade flashed. Yusha's head separated cleanly from his shoulders. Suddenly, a magnificent purple light erupted behind Chenbai. System notification. You have conquered the 10th floor of the Abyss. Obtained supreme control authority for the current tier. All attributes increased by 10. Announcement. The Great Abyss Lord has completed the first step of total conquest. A legendary feat in this leveling manhwa. The ancient power of the Abyss converged into his body. New class ability unlocked. The Lord's Decree. The surrounding demons chanted in unison. My lord, my lord. Specks of violet light danced around Chenbai like fireflies. System explanation. The Lord's Decree, a class skill granted by the conquered Abyss floor. Effect. You can command demons with unconditional obedience. You may lead Abyss creatures to any location via the Abyss Gate. Note, this skill has significantly reduced efficiency against true God-tier demons. Chenbai thought to himself, excellent. Before, Lord was just an empty title. But now, I truly control the Abyss. I hold the lives of these creatures in the palm of my hand. The plan to reform the Abyss starts now. In the name of the Lord, I hereby name the first 10 floors, the Abyss Fields. In the name of the Lord, all demons on the 10th floor, heed my command. From this moment forth, infighting and unauthorized slaughter are strictly forbidden. All demons are to mine the mountains and clear the foundations. I intend to build a fortress. We will establish a true civilization here on the 10th floor. The demons looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. Wait, does this mean we aren't allowed to fight anymore? Then how are we supposed to increase our strength? And what is this about building a city and civilization? What use are those things to us? Mysterious purple streaks of energy began to snake across the ground. Chen Bai calculated the coordinates. The fortress will be situated on the southeast plane of the abyss well. He channeled the abyss power to outline the massive city walls directly onto the earth. Listen well, during the construction, whoever performs with excellence shall be rewarded. The prize is an S-rank pure-blood demon bloodline. The demons froze in shock. Did he say? A reward, an S-rank pure-blood bloodline S-rank. Upon hearing this one, Demon immediately hoisted a massive rock to begin working. The others instantly panicked. This is bad, we're falling behind. With a reward like that, who cares about fighting? Lord my lord, let me build the city. I love construction, building walls is my passion. Move out of the way, that bloodline is mine. Another demon scoffed at him. You brainless brute. Only intelligent little demons like us can construct a sturdy wall. The others retorted. Our fallen demon tribe has the numbers. The reward will definitely belong to the fallen demons. Chen Bai blinked in surprise. Oh, they started faster than I expected. A large demon roared in frustration. What are you doing? Why did you move the wall? I already finished stacking that. A smaller demon shouted back. You moron, you have to dig the foundation first. Another voice piped up. You call that pile of rubble a wall? Chen Bai sighed heavily. I was too careless. These demons aren't stupid, but they've known nothing but war since birth. I need to teach them how to build, and more importantly, how to cooperate. Wait, I have an idea. Li Du walked over slowly, a smooth smile on his face. My dear Chen, meeting you again is simply delightful. Do you require assistance? I recently imported a fresh batch of goods from the dwarven craftsman and the god of steam. He gestured grandly. You see, the first city of the abyss has begun construction, but these demons, they lack the expertise. I wonder if you have anything that could help them build a better fortress. After all, this is where your Goblin Merchant Guild will be located in the future. In the distance, demons were throwing rocks into a crusher, while others loaded bags of gravel onto carts. A perfect industrial assembly line began to take shape. Ledu stood beside Chen Bai, explaining eagerly. What a coincidence, these two machines are from the new shipment. One crushes stone, and the other processes the binding agent. He turned to look at the site, his face lighting up with excitement. By the way, the binding agent produced from Abyss materials is incredibly durable, a truly top-tier product. Behind him, Chen Bai smiled knowingly. But this kind of business is too small for someone of your stature, isn't it? I doubt you came here personally, just to sell cement. Lidu jumped slightly, then turned back with a grin. True, but also not true. Mosquito meat is still meat, as they say. However, you are right. I didn't come here just to trade construction materials. Ledu opened a series of holographic system panels, displaying products. I also have a comprehensive city design plan suitable for all races of the heavens. Why don't you pick a design you like? Consider it a free gift. Chen Bai raised a hand to stop him. No need. I only intend to build the outer walls. When the time comes, whoever claims the land can build whatever they want on it. Li Du closed the system interface, looking skeptical. Won't that result in a chaotic mess? Chen Bai's expression was filled with absolute confidence. This is the first city of the abyss. It should have the chaotic nature of the abyss. Besides, if it really becomes a mess, wouldn't your Goblin Merchant Guild stand out even more as a beacon of order? Ledu's eyes widened, and he nodded in excitement. You make a compelling point. I am now looking forward to seeing what this city will look like upon completion. The two of them moved quickly down the path. Chen Bai extended his hand, acting as a guide. Sir Ledu, the main entrance is near the abyss, well over here. My mansion will be in the deepest sector. And this is the prime location for your merchant guild. You can make your selection now, sir. Once chosen, just leave your mark. The merchant turned to look at him. Then I won't stand on ceremony. On the ground, an invisible stake was driven into the earth. A magical formation lit up before Chen Bai's eyes. Ledo stood outside, confirming, I'll choose this spot. I'll begin gathering materials immediately. Chen Bai smiled. Farewell, Lord Ledu. The goblin bowed. Until next time, Chen Bai pondered his alliances with Ledu and Mikantis. This city can't just have a Goblin Merchant Association building. Mikantis wants to build a succubus lounge. I wonder if the other 5 lords want to establish a foothold here too. Chen Bai remained calm, thinking of the other 2 monsters. I should ask them. Baphomet and Jin Wook have volatile tempers. But it's time to improve diplomatic relations, isn't it? With a wave of his hand, he tore open a dimensional gate. Only with their support can I truly control the abyss. He stepped through. Suddenly, a massive monster lunged, slashing down with terrifying force. Human, you finally came. This was the 279th floor of the abyss. Dust exploded from the impact. Chen Bai stood amidst the chaos, calmly catching the giant blade with one hand. He smiled. Lord Baphomet, I didn't come here to fight. Seeing his unwavering calm, the demon lost interest, letting his blade vanish. If you didn't come here to bleed, then get lost. We have nothing left to discuss. You may have crushed my shadow, but until you defeat my true form in this arena, do not expect me to ever bow to you. Chen Bai placed his hands on his hips. Lord Baphomet, the power of the abyss is already mine. The demon scowled deeply. I know that. If you didn't possess it, my last strike would have already claimed your head. Chen Bai smiled, opening his arms wide in a gesture of peace. That is not what I meant. I can liberate every demon from this abyss right now. With the right method, the realms are ours to roam. The demon sneered with contempt. So what? That sounds dreadfully boring. But Chen Bai's smile only deepened. Is it truly boring? My lord, eyes lighting up with excitement, he stepped forward with absolute confidence. What if I told you? I could transport your entire temple there, endless battles, and the authority of the war god himself. Yet Baphomet raised his head in arrogance. Even with that offer, you have given me no reason to serve you. Chen Bai kept his smile, walking toward the beast with terrifying calm. But knowing your nature, you would surely lend a hand for the glory and development of the abyss. Chen Bai looked up, his gaze piercing. Am I wrong? Baphomet loomed over him, the pressure immense. Very well. If you can make the abyss evolve into something greater, then I shall happily grant you my aid. Silence descended as the two powerhouses faced off. Chen Bai broke the tension. Then, does my lord wish to hear the grand plan? Speak, the demon growled. I have no patience for riddles. Jin Wu looked on in confusion. Chen Bai stood his ground, gazing up at the entity perched on the dark tree. I am not here to demand your submission. I came here to offer you a gift. I have built a citadel on the 10th floor. I wish to erect statues of the 6 abyss gods there to harvest the power of faith. This was the 375th floor. Baphomet scoffed. You think such a petty tribute is enough to buy my loyalty? Chen Bai pointed a finger at the god, his other hand resting confidently on his hip. I can also grant you freedom from the abyss, and a chance for revenge. I heard your original weapon was not the slaughter dagger Lacroix. Is that correct? The demon grasped the item, his eyes blazing with sudden interest. Deep in the 400th floor of the abyss, Chen Bai looked at the figures on the cliff. Lord Gabo, do you not wish to hunt down Thanatos, or Morpheus, and restore the lost glory of Hades? Gabo looked down, his voice grim. Absolutely. Next, on the 350th floor, he stood face to face with Ifrit. Bai. No matter the crisis, whether inside or outside the abyss, you may call upon us. On the 500th floor, Agares gave his word. Since you promised to help Master Satan regain his glory, I am willing to cooperate. Finally, Mercenary smiled, realizing the truth. No wonder you are the Lord. You actually united all 6 gods. So, when do I get to choose the location for my succubus chamber? She lounged on the white carpet, while Chen Bai sat nearby completely at ease. Patience. Since I promised the others, your turn will surely come. I know of your war with Hellrose. Because you are bound to the abyss. You have always been at a disadvantage, haven't you? This was the 437th floor. At the mention of the name, Mercantus's face twisted in fury. That wrench stole one of the fundamental authorities of the universe from me. The power of reproduction. We are sworn enemies, destined to destroy each other. Chen Bai stood up, eyes narrowing. Is that so? If you ever need to leave the abyss, just signal me. His eyes shone with a dangerous confidence. You say you were always the weaker one. I will help you crush Hellrose. She fell into thought. Well, I wasn't always on the losing side. To avoid the corruption of my Slaanesh authority, he maintained his purity. She looked up at him, a seductive glint in her eyes. But as long as he remains a virgin, he can never fully master the authority of reproduction. So we are in a stalemate. But now, I have the aid of the Lord. The abyss is about to rise. Tell me, my lord, when we win, shall we make that wrench our maid? Chen Bai nodded coldly. A maid? That would be too merciful for her. Mercenary gasped in excitement. Do you have darker tastes? Her cheeks flushed as she looked around. True. My lord has already shown me so many new sensations. Chen Bai looked down at her with pity. You were born in the abyss as a god. You possess immense power. Yet your knowledge of the world is pitifully small, compared to the simple joys of slavery. There are far more exquisite pleasures to be found. Later, Chenbai led Baphomet to his domain. Lord Baphomet, welcome to the heart of the 10th floor citadel. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a spatial rift. The gate opened directly toward the abyss well. He pointed to the glowing formation etched into the earth. That territory was claimed by the merchant god Leto. The remaining locations are yours to choose. The demon realized the implication. You actually brought the merchant god into the abyss. Chenbai glanced at him, smirking. Why do you have a grudge against Leto? The axe-wielding god stood in silent shock. As long as his actions benefit the abyss and adhere to its iron laws, I have no reason to cast him aside. Hearing this, Chenbai glanced away, lost in deep thought. This minotaur god. His nature was as blunt as a hammer strike. With a deafening crash, he slammed the haft of his axe into the earth, shattering the ground beneath. As he raised his hand, the axe stood tall like a monolith. Suddenly, massive walls erupted from the ground, forming a perfect circular coliseum. The surrounding demons watched in confusion. Chenbai dusted off his hands as a holographic notification flared to life. Congratulations, the Gladiator Arena, the first construct of the Abyss City, is complete. His work done, Baphomet turned his back to the scene. So what now? Send me back from whence I came. His gaze locked onto Chenbai, his voice calm but heavy with intent. I will await you in the Gladiator Arena. Do not forget your promise to challenge me properly one day. Chenbai turned a confident smirk, playing on his lips. Count on it. Until next time, Lord Baphomet. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional rift tore open, and the demon lord stepped through. As the rift vanished, Chenbai's expression shifted to pure satisfaction. Time to get to work, he thought. I need to harvest 10 SS-Rank demon bloodlines to attempt the legendary SSS rank fusion. He stroked his chin, calculating his next move. Which floor should I farm first? Suddenly, the earth trembled. The volcano behind him roared to life. Violent energy boiled beneath the surface. He looked up, eyes widening. The abyss. Well, it's about to erupt. Chenbai rushed to inspect the phenomenon. This was a core mechanic. When the demon population drops, the well spews out demon eggs to replenish the numbers until equilibrium is restored. Why didn't I think of exploiting this sooner? He frowned, sensing the shift in air pressure. Here they come. A dark projectile shot from the depths of the well. Before it could land, a sharp spike pierced it in midair. Chenbai extended his hand, commanding a forest of spikes to intercept every single projectile. As long as I kill them instantly, the system will keep trying to respawn them indefinitely. It's the perfect Manhwa recap farming strategy. It might drain the Abyss's reserves, but the trade-off is worth it to boost my own power as the Lord of the Abyss tentacles writhed around the shattered remains, greedily absorbing the essence. Half a month later, Chenbai lay back watching the endless stream of energy orbs floating from the well. A look of supreme contentment washed over him. Finally, the harvest is complete. He opened his system interface, revealing a peculiar smiling face. Chenbai sat perched on a rock, pulling the concentrated energy orbs closer. Oh, you're finally awake. Not being picky this time, huh? Here, try not to drool too much. The entity opened its maw, devouring the energy with gusto. Seeing it eat so happily put Chenbai's mind at ease. Chenbai watched with a calculating gaze. He opened a portal while the creature continued its feast. There's no telling how long the SSS rank bloodline synthesis will take. While I wait for the system Manhwa mechanics to do their thing, I might as well visit Mount Shu. In a flash of light, he teleported away. He gazed up at the majestic peaks towering before him. Mount Shu was colossal. Although others had shared their findings in the chat group, the location of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was still a mystery. Chenbai rested his chin on his hand, plotting his route through this massive instance. I racked up a ton of contribution tokens from the Demon Locking Tower run. That Hell Mode dungeon from floors 10 to 89 was a goldmine. He sprinted forward, a blur of motion. I need to cash in these points and see what treasures are hiding in there. Moments later, he skidded to a halt in front of an ancient structure. The Myriad Treasure Pavilion. You were hard to find. He wiped sweat from his brow. I searched 4 different peaks. My time limit is almost up, but I finally got you. He pushed open the heavy doors. Inside lay a vast dimension filled with towering stacks of ancient tomes. Chenbai walked in, puzzled by the silence. A visitor to Mount Shu. Is the heavenly gate opening again? Are you a successor of the sect? A voice echoed as a figure materialized from thin air. No, wait. You do not bear the aura of a true successor. Chenbai turned to face the speaker. The spirit of the pavilion smiled calmly. Ah, I see. You are a fated one who passed the trials. Welcome. A system tag appeared. Spirit of the Treasure Pavilion. Level 60 Special Entity. Chen Bai offered a polite smile. Dare I ask, Senior Mei, I exchange my contribution points here. The old spirit descended with a benevolent air. Naturally, as long as you possess the tokens, the treasury is open to you. The spirit waved a hand, summoning a holographic store interface. Let us see what you require. The screen flickered to life. Standard Outer Disciple Gear, Rank E, cost 5 points. Standard Outer Disciple Weapon Choice, Rank E, cost 5 points. Mount Shu Green Talisman, Consumable, Rank E, cost 5 points. Fasting Pill, Homemade Mount Shu Recipe, Rank E, cost 5 points. Body Tempering Pill, Rank E, cost 8 points. Chen Bai stared at the junk items in silence. His fingers danced across the screen, changing the filter settings. Sort by cost, high to low, show me rank A, S, and SS only. His eyes widened as the list refreshed. A smirk of absolute confidence returned to his face, typical of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Blue Sky Sword, Rank S Weapon. Exchange price 1 million points. Position Elder. Below it lay the 8-turn Flying Immortal Pill. Rank S Consumable. Price 200,000 points. Elder Position, Clear Element Sword. Rank SS Weapon. Price 5 million points. Chen Bai whistled in appreciation. Mount Shu really is hoarding the good stuff. With a sly expression, Chen Bai took a screenshot and uploaded it to the system chat group. Group Owner White has updated the Mount Shu Secret Realm map. Click to view. Group Owner White has posted Treasure Pavilion Exchange List. Click to view. Elsewhere, Zishun stared at his screen in disbelief. Aren't I the Sword Immortal here? What the hell? I'm the future sect leader and Boss Bai. Still found the location before me. Another member chimed in. Our instance time is precious. Boss Bai is the GOAT for sharing these coordinates. Boss Bai is supreme. Another message popped up. Thanks, Boss Bai. Also, Ye Zi is so strong yet gentle. She really knows how to take care of people. I think I'm in love. Oh, not acting all shy and subservient like at the auction house anymore? As for Ye Zi, I've been simping for her for ages. Meanwhile, Ye Zi sat in a red chair, blushing furiously, too shy to reply. Back in the central zone of White Emperor City, Jiang City, Chen Bai sat back monitoring the chaos he caused. Chen Bai smiled, checking his interface like the protagonist of a system manhwa. All right, everyone settle down. I have a major announcement. A storm is coming that will change everything. If you are engaged in long-term tasks, drop them immediately. If you don't, you will miss a legendary opportunity. Suddenly, Zi Qiang sat beside him, her hand resting gently on his shoulder. Emperor Bai, everyone has gathered. She looked at the harem of powerful women staring at him. Why have you summoned us all? Chen Bai tossed a pile of cloth pouches onto the table. These are for you. Lu Li picked one up, her eyes widening. These items increase all attributes by 10 points. Su Xin gasped, witnessing a power-up worthy of a top-tier leveling manhwa. There are 10 pills here. That is a massive 100-point attribute boost. Chen Bai closed his eyes, a knowing smile on his lips. There is one more thing. According to my intel, a world fusion event is approaching. Zi Qiang stepped forward, confusion on her face. World fusion. What does that mean? He teleported them out of the dimension to explain. Blue Star is the central trial ground of the universe. But it is not the only one. Many worlds fail to meet the strict standards of the trial. When they fall, they are forcibly fused into Blue Star. Below them, helpless humans battled winged horrors filling the sky. These are the worlds that are already in a state of collapse. As the monster count multiplied, their strength surged, yet fate allowed a lucky few to survive the carnage. Chen Bai, with absolute resolve, extended his hand and warped space to teleport them back to the safety of the room. The key detail was that every world fusion event opened a secret dungeon. This was a massive opportunity, a classic leveling manhwa scenario, especially since he remembered they hadn't completed their class transfers yet. Zi Qiang looked at him in total shock as Chen Bai announced that anyone wanting to test their limits in the dungeon should prepare immediately. Beside him, Su Xin instantly declined, admitting she wasn't built for the battlefield. Lu Li added a strategic point, noting that among them only Sister Zi, Qiang, and Leng Cheng possessed real combat power. The two of them should go, while the rest stayed behind to guard White Emperor City. Hearing the plan, Zi Qiang's eyes lit up with excitement. She and Leng Cheng were definitely up for the challenge. She quickly listed Xinli Lingyu and Shi Wei. Until they returned, she needed everyone to manage White Emperor City. Suddenly, Song Ji popped up in the back, pointing at herself with frantic energy, asking where she fit into the plan. Her mother turned to her voice, dropping to a gentle scold, calling her a foolish girl, and asking the others to watch her so she wouldn't cause a disaster. Songhae blushed with embarrassment, grumbling about whether she was even her biological daughter. After the discussion wrapped up, Chen Bai made the final call. All calculations pointed to the secret dungeon opening within the next few days. If Ziqiang and Leng Cheng wanted to join, they needed to be battle-ready. He turned to Ziqiang and told her to find a location. He needed to test their current power levels personally. She calmly suggested they head to the ravine west of the back mountain in the central district, where they had a private training ground. Chen Bai nodded, confirming his trust in her choice. He told her to lead the way. As Chen Bai followed her silhouette, his mind drifted to the zombie world fusion, admitting to himself that he wasn't actually an expert on this specific event. In his past life, when this fusion began, he was deep in the abyss, grinding to become a demon hunter, so he had completely missed out on this catastrophe. He smiled, thinking of his own arsenal. If he hadn't seen the high-tier equipment at Mount Shu, and remembered his bio-calamity gear hadn't leveled up yet, he might have forgotten this fusion entirely. The bio-calamity gauntlets, a tool of evolutionary disaster. In true system, Manhwa fashion, killing 100,000 mutant enemies and 100 high-tier variants would evolve this artifact into a mature soul weapon. The objective of eliminating 100,000 mutant enemies was already fully completed. However, the high-tier variant count was stuck at 26 out of 100. His face lit up with anticipation for what was coming. Once the fusion started, he could finally upgrade it, hoping for a legendary surprise. Moments later, they arrived at an open clearing. This was the White Emperor training ground. Chen Bai extended his hand, signaling Ziqiang to start first, and warning her to attack with full force and no mercy. She didn't hesitate, launching herself forward instantly. Ziqiang cast a binding spell, and in a flash, Chen Bai's body was locked down tight. Razor-sharp projectiles flew toward him as she spun around to close the distance. Chen Bai remained calm, smiling despite the chains, before unleashing a blast of mental force. His gaze turned icy, cold, striking fear into her soul, and forcing her to crash to the ground, unable to attack. He walked over calmly, announcing that the sparring session was over. Ziqiang clutched her head, sitting on the ground with a wave of dizziness. It ended too fast. She lamented that she still had so many skills and combo variations she hadn't even unleashed yet. He immediately reached down to help her up. He explained that problems needed to be solved one by one. She shouldn't keep her mental connection active on projectiles when it wasn't necessary. Chen Bai's eyes were filled with determination as he lectured that while power and flexibility might drop, safety increased drastically, preventing backlash damage if her weapons were destroyed. He asked if she understood. Ziqiang, now resting in his arms, looked up with a smile and confirmed she got it. It was the difference between a dart being caught and a whip being grabbed. He didn't hesitate to praise her intelligence. Turning his attention behind him, he called for Leng Cheng next. Suddenly, she lunged from his blind spot with a punch that actually caught Chen Bai off guard. But his reflexes were god tier, and he effortlessly arched his body to dodge the strike. She swung her hand to summon a weapon, but Chen Bai instantly clamped down on her wrist, while her foot pressed against his knee in a stalemate. He praised her moves before setting her down with a warning. Her combat skills were technically on par with his, but having lived in a peaceful era, she severely lacked the life or death slaughter experience needed for real war. He demanded to see her talent tree. Leng Cheng obeyed. He analyzed the stats hand on his chin as he broke down her build. A Class A profession path of the assassin with 2 talent trees, stealth, enhancement, and explosive power. He asked why she was pumping points into hiding rather than maximizing her burst damage. She replied that the demon hunter profession already had plenty of burst skills. Hearing this, he was satisfied, reminding her to immediately boost her stealth capabilities once she secured the class. It was a solid choice. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a dimensional gate and told her to follow him. They stepped through to the first floor of the Abyss Canyon. She immediately sensed the heavy demonic aura. Looking down into the dungeon, Chen Bai confirmed they were indeed on the first layer of the Abyss. He glanced at her, explaining that demon hunters had numerous buffs and special skills that could only be unlocked by slaughtering demons. She would train here, and her results would depend entirely on her own effort. He wouldn't be there to babysit. Hands on his hips, he added that he'd return in a few days, hoping he wouldn't be coming back to collect a corpse. Standing behind him, she radiated determination, vowing not to let him down. Inside, the cave monsters began to crawl out, excited by the scent of human prey. The cacophony of demons filled the air. This cave was a dead end, a cage where beasts tore at each other's throats. Chen Bai looked down from the cliffs, his gaze cold as ice. Scram! That prey is mine. First come, first served. A smirk played on his lips. He was the hunter, analyzing the terrain, calculating every variable, before snapping the trap shut. Lang Chang. She was performing perfectly. With a calm that betrayed her lethality, Lang Chang stepped out of the shadows. Looking at her, pride swelled within him. In his past life, she wasn't a celebrity hero like Song Ziqiang, but she was definitely Song's hidden ace. In this life, she would be Chen Bai's sharpest blade. He turned to leave. The rest was up to her now. As he smiled, a holographic window popped up. The system inventory was open. Inside the dimensional storage, Chen Bai stared at the mask. It seemed to smile back at him, two twisted horns now sprouting from its surface. He touched it, intrigued. You've never reacted like this before. Interesting. Suddenly, the mask's maw opened, unleashing a surge of raw power. Chen Bai's eyes widened in delight at the item it spat out. Success. It was the SSS-Rank bloodline. Just the pulsing aura alone was suffocating. He frowned, impressed by the sheer pressure. A weaker evolver wouldn't even survive standing near this thing, let alone using it. The interface flashed with details. This was the holy grail of any system Manhwa. He reached out and grabbed it. You belong to me now. The SSS-Rank Demon Monarch bloodline. This was the exclusive power of the Abyss. To be born a demon royal was to be a king chosen by the Abyss itself. The Abyss mocks the cowardly, but shows no mercy to the weak. Succeed or die. Do you have what it takes to conquer it? Suddenly, a specific function caught Chen Bai off guard. His hand clenched, siphoning the energy. Of course I do, but then he gritted his teeth as vertigo hit him. Arg, it feels like millions of needles piercing every cell. His hands and body trembled violently, yet the energy orb floated calmly in the air. No, wait, this private warehouse is just a projection. My physical body is still exposed on the first floor of the Abyss. I can't fuse with the bloodline here. If some brainless demon attacks me now, I'm done for. He instantly snapped back to reality. Chen Bai opened his eyes, determination burning within. He walked toward the rocky outcrop, his mind racing with a new plan. To ensure zero errors, I need to seal the sand demon in Solomon's ring first. Then, to the Abyss well. He transported the artifact and himself to the sanctuary. This is the safest place. Inside the Abyss well, Chen Bai waved his hand, forcing the chaotic energy into his body. The power of the demon bloodline was tyrannical. His body began to collapse. Energy surged into his arm, swelling it to the bursting point. Chen Bai stared at his mutating limb in shock. Even the blacklight virus is being suppressed and forcefully merged. My regeneration is offline. Poison resistance is useless. He ground his teeth together as his flesh started to crack. I can't fix this with skills. I just have to grit my teeth and endure the pain. His body convulsed as energy leaked out, but then a miracle happened. The ambient energy of the Abyss began stitching his wounds back together. The Abyss. It's healing my disintegrating body. Coming to the Abyss well was the perfect gamble. 2 days later, he crawled out of the well utterly drained. The sensation of being flayed alive had finally stopped. It's been 2 days. Every inch of my flesh, my mental power, even my very soul, shattered and rebuilt from scratch. Deep in his chest, a new energy core fused with his veins. His heart had transformed into a demon core. The fusion was complete. But then, a voice whispered from the darkness within. Kill Chen Bai's eyes widened in confusion. Slaughter. Why is my mind suddenly flooded with the desire to murder? The voice screamed in his psyche. Kill them all, his body shuddered. No. This is the primal bloodlust of the lineage. Damn it, the urge is too sudden, too violent. A murderous aura exploded from him, threatening to swallow his sanity. Chen Bai panicked, unable to suppress the rising tide. He clenched his jaw, but his pupils were already swallowed by an inky blackness. One thought remained, kill. Another 2 days passed. A portal ripped open. A winged demon flew out, while another looked up in confusion. It was the Lord of the second floor. He screamed in terror. A pureblood monarch. In a flash, Chen Bai's berserk body lunged at him, letting out a savage, demonic laugh. Blood sprayed like rain. The system chimed Abyss Floor 2 conquered. Authority obtained. All stats plus 11. It was the rapid progression of a leveling Manhwa, but the voice kept screaming, kill. His body continued the frenzy. Deep inside his mind, the real Chen Bai watched the carnage. I see. The bloodlust is the final trial of the inheritance. Luckily, I kept a fragment of my consciousness awake. The demons outside stood no chance against his mindless avatar. System notification Abyss Floor. 13 conquered. Authority obtained. All stats plus 13. Inside the mental scape, Chen Bai frowned. I need to regain control quickly. Otherwise, this vessel will just slaughter until it drops dead from exhaustion. He gripped the strands of energy, a confident smirk returning to his face. It's just conquering desire. I've done this before. Notifications flooded in. Floor 14 conquered stats plus 14. Floor 15 conquered stats plus 15. He floated in the void, waiting for the perfect split second. Just need one opening, the moment my body's stamina dips. In the physical world, his avatar threw its head back and roared over a mountain of demon corpses. Abyss floor, 19 conquered. Authority obtained. All stats plus 19. Inside, Chen Bai made a fist. Now, suddenly, his physical body panicked, staring at its mutated arm. Slaughter. Chen Bai grabbed the leash of his sanity and roared back. Slaughter what the instinct screamed again. Kill. Chen Bai seized control of half his body and barked a command that shook his very soul. You bratty instinct. Kneel and obey your master. Moments later, the system announced the bloodline fusion was a success. He had obtained the pure blood of the demon monarch. Exhausted eyes closing, as he floated in the void, he celebrated his victory. He knew he could conquer this power. The system screen flashed SSS-Rank Pure Demon Monarch Bloodline. Bloodline effect, perfect body. He was now immune to critical hits, could not be crippled, and possessed immunity to any weak point focus damage. His recovery rate was boosted by 1000%, granting immunity to most attacks, toxins, curses, and elemental magic. All stats received a permanent 30% increase. Chen Bai lay on the ground, staring at the system panels. Bloodline ability demon transformation. He could shift into a demon form with infinite duration, consuming only mental power to maintain it. After transforming his base, stats would double bloodline, effects would skyrocket, and exclusive demon abilities would unlock with a 12-hour cooldown. Sitting up, he marveled at how simple yet overwhelmingly powerful this bloodline was. A massive system window appeared, Abyss Blood. Passive ability. The Abyss swallows all and accepts all. It allowed him to possess 9 different bloodlines simultaneously, completely removing any bloodline conflict. He currently possessed 1 out of 9 the SSS-Rank Demon Monarch bloodline. Standing up, he clenched his fist, determined to hunt down the remaining 8. The SS-Rank Elven bloodline. From my past life. Let's see if it can ascend to the legendary SSS rank. Only 7 remains. I crave the moment I finally unite all 9 SSS rank bloodlines. Deep within the abyss, on the 437th floor, inside Mercantus's palace, she purred. My lord, you promised excitement, and I have certainly tasted it. Your demon form fused with that black light armor. It's enough to make anyone lose their mind with desire. I speak with nothing but pure adoration. The surge of power you display. Simply breathtaking. Your vast knowledge has deepened my understanding of the authority of lust. Chen Bai offered a faint, confident smirk. Just wait. The day you beg for mercy is coming sooner than you think. But I have a question. You were born with the authority of lust, yet you seem inexperienced. Mercantus nodded in agreement. True. While I possess the authority by birthright, some things are merely instinct, but not everything. There are still countless mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Practical experience. Well, the abyss has been sealed for eons. The realization hit Chen Bai. So that's how it is. Can you explain the concept of authority more clearly? She held nothing back. Authority is both a rule and the manifestation of the universe's fundamental logic. Suddenly, Chen Bai cut her off. Hold that thought. A critical notification from this system Manhwa flashed before his eyes. The first world fusion trial will commence in 7 days. Chen Bai's eyes lit up with fierce determination. World fusion. It's finally starting. Target biohazard zombie world. Estimated fusion area 44 million square kilometers. The fusion zone will center on human settlements. In 30 minutes, a secret realm will open ahead of schedule. All evolved ones, level 10 and above with a class, can enter before the fusion begins. Objective: explore the biohazard zombie world. Meanwhile, Raven also received the ping. He typed rapidly. Is this the big event Boss White predicted? You guys seeing this? Overlord replied instantly. Must be. Hey Raven, haven't you finished your class advancement yet? Raven sighed. I was hoping to find a hidden class through this event. When will my perfect match appear? Leaf chimed in. Boss White. So mysterious yet so domineering. The heir of the 5 Lightning Immortal sect joined the chat. Does Boss White have any more insider intel? Chen Bai's reply was curt. I don't know much more, but tread carefully. Global entry means facing evolved ones from other nations. In this new world, they aren't just foreigners. They are rival factions. Exactly. Bai fell silent, watching the chat scroll by like a lurking predator. Anthony mused. A world secret realm. Surely, the number one of the Dragon Nation will participate. Lock.ca added a dark thought. That world must be full of lost souls needing the masters. Guidance. The shameless maiden remained silent. Scene shift, Jiang City training grounds. Lu Li approached Ziqiang urgently. The fusion the master predicted. It's about to begin. Sister Ziqiang, please take a break. She turned and nodded gravely. The notification targeted human settlements. White Emperor City must be on high alert. I don't know the specifics of the fusion yet, but if a chunk of the zombie world manifests inside our city walls, it will be a massacre. You need a defense strategy. Now. Lu Li bowed. Understood. Suddenly footsteps approached. Ziqiang spun around. White Emperor. You've returned. Bai emerged from the portal supporting a weakened Leng Chang. Ali, get Sushin here to heal them. Immediately, Ali scrambled. Yes, sir. Ziqiang rushed to support Leng Chang. Let's get you to the recovery room. Schwanger. Are you all right? Leng Chang whispered weakly. No critical wounds. Don't worry. Bai checked the time. Less than 10 minutes until the secret realm opens. You and Leng Chang are in no condition to fight. Do not enter yet. Recover first, then form a duo team. Ziqiang sensed his intent immediately. It seemed the White Emperor planned to conquer this Manhwa recap dungeon alone. She smiled softly. Then I wish the White Emperor a bountiful harvest. He waved a casual goodbye. Count on it. System alert. You have entered the world secret realm biohazard zombie world. Current location Sandworm City. Pay 1 gold coin to reset spawn point, access secret realm points, and shop at any time. Exit available at will. Re-entry fee 1 silver coin. The interface faded. Bai analyzed his surroundings. Sandworm City. His eyes flashed with cold intensity. Skill activated Eye of Revelation. A figure lunged from the shadows. Oh, that speed isn't half bad. But for a leveling manhwa protagonist like Bai, child's play. He caught the beast with a single hand. The virus within the creature was instantly drained. Level 16 zombie. Skill Flesh Thirst negligible. Skill Blood Tracking. Eye of Revelation active. The system chimed instantly. Target eliminated intermediate common zombie. Received 10 contribution points. Absorbed high concentration variant virus. Danger level high. Virus points plus 200 black light virus points. Plus 100. Bai cracked his neck, adrenaline surging. Excellent. This secret realm was made for me. In seconds, the horde arrived. They swarmed like ants, sensing sugar. Bai scanned the crowd with a disappointed sigh. Is that it? Too few. He pulled out a bucket, radiating a thick, vile aura. Good thing I came prepared. You things have a nose for prey, don't you? Then come get a whiff of this demon blood. You're going to love it. The alluring scent drifted through the air, permeating every shadow where the undead lurked. Like moths to a flame, the rotting horde was drawn in. Bai's lips curled into a confident smile, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Come and get it, you filth. He gripped a bucket of fresh blood, the perfect bait to lead the lambs to the slaughter. Destination, the city center where the real carnage would begin. Suddenly, Anthony descended from the heavens like a twisted angel, clutching a cluster of innocent-looking balloons. Die, you mindless trash. The balloons burst, unleashing a devastation that sent the zombie horde into absolute chaos. Perched high above, he laughed maniacally at his own destruction. Ha ha ha. In just 1 hour, I've slaughtered hundreds. The top spot on the leaderboard is mine, leaving those losers in the dust. But then reality hit him like a freight train. What is this rank 1 Bai? Faction Dragon Kingdom. Points. 156,392. Rank 2 Luoga of the Western Europe faction trailing miles behind with barely 9,000 points. Rank 3 Anthony Douglas Eagle Nation faction. A pathetic 6,800. Rank 4 I Am Not a Sword, Immortal of the Dragon Kingdom. Anthony felt his blood boil. His name wasn't even close to the summit. How could this be possible? Over 150,000. That Dragon Kingdom monkey must be hacking. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Shachong City, the subject of his envy was busy mowing down legions of the undead in this brutal leveling manhwa. The zombie density here wasn't extreme, but the quality was terrifying. 5 high-tier mutated variants were lurking in the shadows, waiting to be harvested. Bai smirked. Time to feast. By utilizing his Devour evolution skill, he could absorb not just their power, but fragments of their memories. Intel was the key, before moving to the next city. The dead minds were shattered, yielding only glimpses of the past. But one pattern emerged amidst the mental static. Company X. Was this apocalypse their doing? The memories pointed to a local branch right here in Shachong City. Without hesitation, Chen Bai decided to pay a visit to the source of this biological nightmare. Chen Bai swirled a vial of cell activation serum unimpressed. The upper floors of Company X were barren of anything truly valuable. Just generic healing potions in the warehouse. No evidence of the outbreak's origin. Was this subsidiary just a shell? Or was the real treasure buried deeper? Since the world merged with the zombie apocalypse, hidden instances and safe houses had appeared everywhere. I've raided enough underground labs to know the drill, he mused. A hidden door creaked open. Bingo. The abyss below was pitch black, swallowing all light. Looks like I'll need to use my spiritual perception to navigate this hellhole. He plunged into the darkness, landing in the subterranean research facility. Surprisingly, the viral load was low here. Judging by the corpses, the breach came from the outside. To find the virus's origin, he'd need the main headquarters. Suddenly, Chen Bai's eyes glowed with an ethereal light. The Eye of Secrets activated. Standing before him was a hulking monstrosity. It was a new breed of evolution. A beast form gene warrior. A level 20 special infected. The system interface flashed, revealing the tragic truth hidden within the monster. To protect vital research and his superior during the outbreak, this man injected himself with an experimental gene serum. He died in agony during the transformation, becoming a half-finished beast warrior. Even in death, his mutated claw clutched a silver briefcase. A flicker of human consciousness remained a dying wish to protect that case. Taking it by force would trigger a catastrophic berserk mode. Chen Bai's expression softened into one of solemn respect. Still holding on after death, you were a true warrior of honor. Rest in peace. In a flash of steel, Chen Bai delivered a mercy strike, severing the creature's head before it could even roar. He caught the falling briefcase with practiced ease. Upon inspection, his eyes lit up. Not bad. It was a Class B item, but it unlocked a hidden class. The Beast Form Gene Serum. It fused human DNA with primal beasts. Combined with the control manual, it allowed a user to ascend to the Class B Special Job Gene Warrior. Chen Bai pondered the find. This must be the data the man died protecting. But his surprise deepened as he pulled out another item, a class change scroll. The Gene Control Method, a priceless scientific manual on taming the chaotic power of genetic modification. With this one, could stabilize the mutation and successfully awaken as a gene warrior. It wasn't just an item, it was a blueprint for power. Chen Bai realized the terrifying potential. This manual wasn't a consumable, it was reusable data. With enough serum, he could build an army of Class B warriors. He sighed, turning his attention to the second scroll. Class A, Job Change, Scroll Energy Gunner. High-tech augmentation, supreme firearm mastery, and the ability to unleash the full potential of sci-fi weaponry. A confident smile played on Chen Bai's lips. This is tailor-made for Wei Siwei. Her natural talent for long-range recon was already god tier. If she took this class and equipped a high-grade sniper rifle from Li Du, she would become a battlefield nightmare. But the loot wasn't the only objective. The Beast Warrior had sacrificed his humanity to protect two things, the data and a high-ranking executive. Chen Bai scanned the room. The tragic guardian had failed his second mission. In the corner, a figure lay motionless in the dust. This had to be him. Chen Bai approached the corpse and retrieved an ID card. Lin Yuan, General Manager of Company X Sha Chong Branch. This card was the key to unlocking the truth. A system chime echoed in his mind. Special item acquired, high-level executive ID card. Hidden quest, complete Discover Company X branch. Special event triggered, the secret of Company X. A special dungeon will open in 4 days. Entry requirement, executive ID card. Just as I thought, Chen Bai mused. Since it requires an ID card, I'm likely not the only one who can enter. This was a global mechanic. Every major city likely harbored a Company X branch waiting to be plundered. He immediately opened the faction chat. Listen up. If you find a Company X building, raid it. Look for underground labs and secure an executive ID card. You have 4 days. We need those cards to enter a special instance. The replies flooded in instantly. Ba Wang understood. Thanks Emperor Bai. Sword Fairy, copy that boss. The Soul Reader Roger Emperor Bai. The loyalty of his team was absolute. Then the heir of the Lightning Whip chimed in. Got it, Emperor. By the way, have you guys checked the point shop? There's a gene breakthrough potion that grants a chance to awaken zombie abilities. The Lightning Whip heir grinned at his screen, buzzing with excitement. Chen Bai paused, blinking in surprise. The point shop. Come to think of it, I haven't even looked at what's for sale yet. In this awakening, manhwa shopping was half the battle. Meanwhile, the five lightning heir watched the stream with a grin. Chen Bai paused, struck by a thought. The points shop. Come to think of it, I haven't even checked what goodies are for sale yet. Item shop listing XC Mutation Serum Class D Cell Activator C Rank. Nano Combat Suit. B Rank Vibration. Dagger B Rank. Gauss Rifle B Rank. Genetic Modification Agent. And the devastating A Rank Gauss Sniper. System Analysis. C Rank, Genetic Improvement. Drug versus the XC Mutation Serum. The serum grants a permanent boost of 15 points to all attributes, complete immunity to the low-level zombie virus, and a small probability of awakening a unique zombie ability. The exchange cost was steep, 1,000 accumulation points per dose. Would he proceed, yes or no? Without hesitation, he lifted the crimson vial to his lips. System Alert: XC Mutation Serum consumed. All attributes increased by 15. Permanent immunity acquired. Chen Bai inspected his hands, perplexed by the lack of a legendary transformation. Was that really it? A heavy sigh escaped him. Just his luck, he failed to awaken the hidden zombie ability. Overlord chimed in on the chat. Me neither, brother. How about the rest of you? I am not a sword. Immortal replied. No luck here. The probability is microscopically low anyway. It's just the norm, nothing to regret. Shuichuan added, yeah, I came up empty too. But hey brothers, feast your eyes on this. Skill card revealed: Thunderbolt Flash Rank S. Description. Transforms the user's body into living lightning, boosting agility by 300%. Inflicts shock damage and paralysis on all enemies within a 3-meter radius. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 6 hours. Chen Bai's eyes narrowed in analysis. A 300% buff. Even if it was just agility, that was god-tier stats. Transforming into pure energy was far superior to a simple speed boost. Talk about incredible luck, someone typed. Overlord's rage flared in the chat. Wait a minute, you definitely awakened that power before asking about the potion, didn't you? You just came here to flex on us. I ought to boot you from the server right now, Shuichuan sighed. Man, he's really asking for a beating. Yezi typed in agreement. Someone teach him a lesson. I am not a sword. Immortal just laughed. Suddenly, a private message popped up. Brother 5 Lotus, I have business with you. Wait, another notification. Crow Boss Bai, I need a favor. Chen Bai replied immediately. Speak. Do you need me to hunt down a class change scroll? In the biohazard world? Chen Bai wondered silently. Crow had been patiently biding his time for a legendary class. It wasn't like him to beg for help unless he was desperate. Had he finally reached his breaking point, or was he in serious trouble? Crow sent a gloomy emoji. Don't tease me, boss. I actually found the class change opportunity, but the difficulty spike is insane. I know you're at a critical juncture conquering the biohazard world, and I didn't want to disturb your grind. But honestly, I don't have the confidence to clear this dungeon alone. Chen Bai asked. Which dungeon is it? Crow replied. The Black Tower Secret Realm. Hell mode floors 10 to 20. Chen Bai's expression darkened instantly. The Black Tower. To think Crow's destiny was tied to that accursed place. It was the kind of legendary death trap you'd see in a hardcore leveling manhwa. In his past life, over 100,000 evolved warriors had perished within those walls. The entrance manifests randomly across the globe, and the internal structure is a chaotic, roguelike maze. Every entry leads to different floors and trials. Guides and walkthroughs are useless here. The denizens of the tower are eldritch horrors, and rumors speak of floors where death is an absolute certainty. He had missed this challenge in his previous life, but fate had given him a second chance. Chen Bai typed rapidly. Did you locate the entrance? I'm on my way. Crow replied. No need to rush. Boss, I triggered a quest and received an invitation letter. The invitation is valid for 3 days. You can coordinate with Boss Meng for a time that works. Chen Bai nodded. Understood. Meng should complete her class change within the next 48 hours. We move out once she succeeds. Crow replied. Sounds like a plan. I'll let you get back to dominating the biohazard apocalypse. Chen Bai steeled himself. The Black Tower and the X Corporation headquarters he couldn't afford to miss either.